After 10 years of silent endurance, the moment has arrived to activate the super premium system. Uchiha Summer Solstice begins with a staggering 10,000 premium points, immediately spending 5,000 to bypass negative emotions, swiftly unlocking the unique windmill pattern of the Kaleidoscope ding. The Kaleidoscope Awakening Guidance is successful. A beginner's gift package has been issued. 2,000 premium points and one source liquid for the Sharingan. What of Uchiha Fugaku? A shadow-level powerhouse? In the face of my premium points, he is merely a novice village boss. Ding. Consuming premium points to purchase Warrior's Armored Robe trial version. Susanoo? A single punch will obliterate it. Ding. Task: make a name within the clan completed. Reward: premium points and a beginner's experience fragment of the Kaleidoscope technique, Kimui Right Eye. Chapter 1. The beginner's gift package is extraordinary. The mysterious liquid enhances the divine eye. In the spring of the 51st year of Konoha, Uchiha Summer Solstice walks along the stone path leading home. Today marks his 10th year in this world, as well as his nominal 17th birthday. Since morning, an inexplicable thrill has lingered in his heart. He is an outlier, a forgotten orphan. Having transmigrated into the swaddling Uchiha Summer Solstice, 10 years have passed. Throughout this decade, he has witnessed the pride and stubbornness of his clan, feeling the sting of exclusion. The only thing he has clung to is the accumulation of his New Year's money, every cent tucked away in a secret compartment beneath the floorboards. This is his sole trump card for the future. He senses that in this world, money can unlock miracles. Pushing open the wooden door of a small house at the edge of the clan's territory, a plume of dust wafts through. The room is simply furnished: a bed, a low table, and a wardrobe. Summer Solstice pries open the floorboards beside the bed, retrieving a heavy cloth bag, pouring its contents onto the table to form a small mountain of coins. The fruits of 10 years of patience. Should be enough, right? Summer Solstice murmurs softly. Before he can finish speaking, a slight pain pierces his mind. A cold mechanical voice resonates in his consciousness. Ding! Detected that the host possesses initial startup funds, meeting the binding conditions. The super premium system is activating. 10:30. Summer Solstice's body trembles. It's here. The golden finger he has awaited for a decade. 70:100. System activation successful. Welcome, host Uchiha Summer Solstice. A faint blue translucent screen materializes out of thin air. Summer Solstice suppresses his overwhelming joy and takes a deep breath at the top of the interface. Personal attributes: system mall, storage space, task list. With a mere thought, he clicks on personal attributes. Host, Uchiha Summer Solstice. Age, 17 years. Chakra level, Genin peak. Bloodline limit, Uchiha bloodline. Sharingan, not awakened. Premium points, 10,000 New Year's money converted. One tail, 1 premium point. 10,000 premium points. A decade's savings. For Genin, this sum is not insignificant. The system chimes once more. Ding! Detected that the host possesses Uchiha blood, meeting the conditions for unlocking the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Newcomer benefit: Kaleidoscope Sharingan Awakening Guidance. Note: the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit harbors immense potential. This system can assist the host in bypassing the harsh negative emotional stimuli, directly unlocking the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This guidance will consume 5,000 premium points. Do you accept? The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Summer Solstice's heart races. The pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's coveted eyes. Bypass negative emotional stimuli. Summer Solstice's mind races. He is acutely aware of the brutal reality of awakening the Kaleidoscope in the original work, where it is invariably tied to the loss of loved ones and betrayal by close friends. If he can resolve this with premium points, the cost is minimal. I accept, he declares without hesitation. Half his savings for the Kaleidoscope, what a bargain. 5,000 premium points spent, remaining 5,000. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Awakening Guidance commencing. A torrent of immense energy surges forth from the system interface, instantly flooding into Summer Solstice's eyes. Ugh! He lets out a muffled groan, pressing his hands tightly against his eyes. His eyeballs feel as if they might burst. A searing pain radiates from deep within his eye sockets, spreading throughout his brain. His vision begins to blur, soon engulfed by endless crimson. Within the blood-red haze, countless chaotic images flash by. The history of the Uchiha, the legacy of the Sharingan, the entangled web of love and hate. He feels the Yetobi awakened Sharingan, catalyzed by the vast energy, suddenly burst open. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. In his crimson gaze, 3 black tomo whirl rapidly, ultimately merging into a brand new and intricate pattern. The intense pain comes swiftly but dissipates just as quickly. Trembling, he lowers his hands and slowly opens his eyes. Everything in his field of vision seems transformed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The beginner's gift package has been dispatched to the storage space. Please check it, host. With a mere thought, Summer Solstice directs his gaze toward the storage space icon. Everything in the room appears astonishingly clear. The floating dust in the air, the intricate grain patterns of the wood, the frequency at which a small bug in the corner flaps its wings. He stumbles to the only old mirror in the room. Reflected in the mirror is a slightly pale, yet undeniably handsome young face. The most striking feature is those eyes. No longer ordinary dark pupils, but a vivid crimson. Within the eye sockets, a pair of never-before-seen peculiar black windmill patterns slowly spins. This is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. He extends a hand, gently touching his eye sockets. A powerful ocular energy surges within his eyes. Suddenly, a slight sensation of sluggishness emerges, along with a sign that chakra is being gradually absorbed by his eyes. Indeed, the burden of the kaleidoscope is substantial. Even with the system's assistance, such a level of ocular technique cannot come without a cost. He forces himself to remain calm, redirecting his attention to the system interface, where he clicks on System All. A dazzling array of products instantly fills the entire screen. In the ninjutsu section. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique Crank, 100 premium points. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique Crank, 200 premium points. Lightning Release. Chidori Rank, 30,000 premium points. Spacetime Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Technique Rank, 500,000 premium points. In the Bloodline Secret Techniques section. Hyuga Clan's Byakugan Beginner Transplant Version, 800,000 premium points. First Generation Cells Diluted Version, 1 million premium points. Vortex Clan's Diamond Seal Entry Level, 300,000 premium points. In the Items Consumables section, Military Rations Pill Special, 50 premium points each. Chakra Refinement Acceleration Card 1 hour, 1,000 premium points. Physical Enhancement Liquid Beginner, 5,000 premium points. Gazing at these prices, Summer Solstice feels a wave of despondency wash over him. With 5,000 premium points left, he cannot even afford a rank ninjutsu. The super premium system truly lives up to its name. He gives a wry smile, resigned to the reality that the path to strength is inevitably paved with wealth. Just as he prepares to close them all, familiarizing himself with the power of the kaleidoscope, another system notification appears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The beginner's gift package has been issued to the storage space. Would you like to open it immediately? A beginner's gift package? He raises an eyebrow. Open. On the system interface, an icon of a softly glowing golden package materializes. With a soft bang, it transforms into several streams of light. The beginner's gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. 1. Premium points 2,000. 2. Source Liquid for Sharingan Beginner 1. 3. Basic Taijutsu Mastery Card 1. 4. Kanai Throwing Technique Master Level Skill Book 1. The balance of his premium points instantaneously surged from 5,000 to 7,000. The physical technique cards and skill books served as commendable supplements to his immediate combat prowess. Yet, at this moment, his primary concern was that vial of Eye of the Moon essence. He located the petite jade bottle within his storage space, focusing his thoughts. Eye of the Moon Essence Beginner. Extracted from high-purity Eye of the Moon Chakra Essence, it can nourish the Eye of the Moon, slightly enhancing the potency of the kaleidoscopic vision while alleviating its side effects such as vision decline and excessive chakra depletion that a one-time consumable. Enhancing potency while mitigating side effects. This was akin to a timely blessing. He had been troubled by the burdens associated with the kaleidoscope. Use. The ethereal image of the jade bottle shattered within the luminous screen, and a refreshing energy gradually seeped forth, precisely integrating into his eyes. In stark contrast to the ferocity of activating the kaleidoscope, this energy exuded a serene calm. He could distinctly sense that the rotation of the kaleidoscopic patterns within his gaze appeared to flow more smoothly. The previously vague sense of stagnation diminished significantly, and his ocular strength seemed to have improved. Moreover, the debilitating sensation of chakra being relentlessly drained was notably alleviated. He cast another glance into the mirror within his blood-red irises. The peculiar pinwheel design appeared even more profound. Exhaling deeply, the excitement within him gradually subsided, replaced by a sense of steadiness. A decade of restraint, culminating in a singular eruption. The super premium system and the kaleidoscopic eye of the moon, these were the means by which Uchiha Shijutsu would establish his footing in this world and stir the currents of fate. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and the impending night of extermination. Familiar names and events flickered through his mind. He clenched his fist silently, feeling the surge of chakra within him. Outside the window, night had fallen. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, lights twinkled like stars. As usual, he approached the window, casting his gaze toward the central area of the clan, where Fugaku and the elders resided. Uchiha Fugaku, a cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips. You have occupied the position of clan leader for far too long. Chapter 2. Fugaku, there's something off about this kid. Summer Solstice, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have the clan leader swap you out. The night was as dark as ink, and the Southhi shrine was enveloped in an air of solemnity. Inside the main hall of the shrine, flickering candlelight danced. The Uchiha clan members bore varied expressions. Uchiha Fugaku sat in the principal seat, his countenance grave and imposing, emanating authority without a hint of anger. His gaze slowly swept over the assembly below, where the elders and core members of the clan were arrayed on either side, silent as the grave. Summer Solstice lingered inconspicuously at the back of the crowd, in an unremarkable corner. He regulated his breathing. The power he had unlocked through the kaleidoscope last night still surged within him, though he forcefully kept it in check. Fugaku's strength was unfathomable, and today's clan meeting was the perfect opportunity for him to gauge this leader's depth and the true sentiments within the Uchiha. He required a chance, a moment to step from the shadows into the limelight. Esteemed members, Fugaku's deep voice shattered the silence. I have gathered you all today for a reason that I trust you are all aware of. He paused, his tone infused with fervor. Since the founding of Konoha, our Uchiha clan has contributed immeasurably to the village. From the bloodshed on the battlefield to the maintenance of order, where can one find a place untouched by our kin's blood and sweat? Some of the younger clan members ignited with fervor at his words. Yet, here we stand today. What is our standing in the village? Fugaku's tone shifted, laden with indignation, exclusion, suspicion, marginalization. The position of Hokage should be held by the capable, and we Uchiha are by no means inferior. This statement resonated powerfully with the assembly. The clan leader speaks the truth. Why must it still be the Sarutobi clan after the third generation? We Uchiha are the strongest in Konoha. A wave of discussion erupted, with many displaying fervent expressions. Summer Solstice observed quietly, taking in every word and nuance of Fugaku's speech. He was merely painting grand illusions, stoking emotions, but what purpose did it serve? Without the strength to overturn the chessboard, all discontent and ambition would ultimately be but ephemeral dreams. The fate of the Uchiha could not be swayed by such eloquent rhetoric at a gathering. He needed power, the absolute strength to crush all opposition. The monetization system. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan, that was his true advantage. His primary objective was to dismantle the decaying clan system and seize power firmly in his grasp. Fugaku and the elders would merely serve as stepping stones. As Fugaku's speech reached a passionate crescendo, his gaze swept across the assembly, seeking further support from the clan members' reactions. When his eyes lingered on the corner where Summer Solstice stood, he hesitated slightly. That was an unfamiliar young Uchiha, seemingly an orphan from some battle. Uchiha Summer Solstice? At that moment, the boy's gaze was unervingly calm, even bearing a hint of scrutiny, as if appraising an object. Fugaku's brow furrowed sharply. Such a gaze was only felt in the presence of peers or even superior opponents. A nameless junior dared to exhibit such audacity. Humph. Fugaku snorted coldly, a palpable pressure erupting from him. The three-tomo Sharingan suddenly manifested, the crimson pupils radiating an aura of oppression, locking onto Summer Solstice directly, bearing down upon him. He intended to humiliate this audacious junior publicly, demonstrating the clan leader's authority to those with ulterior motives. The air seemed to solidify. Several nearby clan members felt their breath hitch, instinctively retreating a few steps, their astonished gazes fixed on the source of the pressure. Summer Solstice remained motionless. steadfast in his position. Indeed, Fugaku's might was formidable. The mental assault struck his consciousness with immense force. For an ordinary genin, or even a chunin, standing under such pressure would be a struggle. Yet, he was no longer the Uchiha Summer Solstice of yesterday. A fleeting intent to kill flickered in his mind. But he quelled it forcefully. Now was not the time for a complete confrontation. He covertly summoned the system. Expend 100 monetization points to temporarily enhance the output of my Kaleidoscope Sharingan and improve control accuracy. Ding. 100 monetization points expended. Temporary minor enhancement of Kaleidoscope Sharingan output, lasting 1 minute. Control accuracy improved. Monetization points balance, 6,900. An infusion of pure energy surged into his eyes. Summer Solstice did not activate the Kaleidoscope pattern. That would be too ostentatious. However, the peculiar windmill pattern deep within his eyes seemed to glimmer slightly. A similarly profound ocular power quietly ascended from his gaze. Fugaku's mountainous pressure suddenly dissipated. Not only that, but an exceedingly subtle mental force rebounded against his oppressive aura, sending a sharp pang through Fugaku's temples. How could this be? Fugaku's pupils constricted suddenly, a tempest raging within his heart. This boy, he actually resisted his Sharingan's pressure? He even felt a hint of discomfort? He possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan, and aside from a few elders, no one could withstand his ocular suppression. Who is this kid? Not only Fugaku, but several Uchiha elders flanking the main seat widened their eyes simultaneously. Their senses were sharper, and they had perceived the fleeting fluctuation of ocular power. One elder with white hair voiced a low exclamation, a flicker of brilliance passing through his murky gaze. Another elder, with a gaunt visage, opened his half-closed eyes slightly, casting a deep glance at Summer Solstice. This ocular power was extraordinary, and it seemed to carry an essence they had never encountered before. Fugaku fixed his gaze on Summer Solstice, whose youthful and tranquil countenance now appeared shrouded in mystery. He yearned to confront him immediately, to unearth all the secrets this boy possessed. However, the clan meeting was still in session. Before the eyes of all, losing composure over an unknown junior would undermine the clan leader's dignity. Fugaku gradually retracted his pressure, the 3-tomo in his eyes fading back to their usual dark hue. Yet, the gaze he cast upon Summer Solstice now bore an undercurrent of profound scrutiny and wariness. This Uchiha Summer Solstice was certainly not as simple as he seemed. Ahem. Fugaku cleared his throat, forcibly redirecting the attention of the assembly back to the meeting. Regarding the future of our clan, we must deliberate carefully. Today, our primary goal is to unify our thoughts. Summer Solstice barely absorbed the ensuing content of the meeting. He could sense that at least several furtive glances were occasionally directed his way, laden with appraisal, inquiry, and a hint of caution, particularly from the elder seats. Although Fugaku no longer targeted him, the icy stares lingered. This is troublesome. He had initially intended to develop discreetly, yet unexpectedly found himself under the simultaneous scrutiny of the clan leader and the elders from the outset. However, it might work to his advantage, sparing him the effort of later attracting their attention. The clan meeting was lengthy and oppressive. By the time Fugaku announced its conclusion, it was already late into the night. The clan members trickled out of the south, he shrined in small groups, with some of the more radical factions still animatedly discussing the blueprints the clan leader had just described. Summer Solstice blended into the crowd, preparing to depart quietly. Chapter 3. The Showdown. I am the Kaleidoscope. Do you have any objections, clan leader? The discussions following the clan meeting did not subside with the departure of the crowd. In a secluded chamber typically reserved for elder deliberations, the lights burned brightly. Uchiha Hokage, an elder renowned for his radical and combative demeanor, was currently speaking animatedly. That Summer Solstice. Did you all see? He remained utterly unfazed in the face of Fugaku's imposing presence. This kid is absolutely extraordinary. He might just be the dark horse we Uchiha have needed after our prolonged silence. Opposite him sat Uchiha Genbu, an elder with graying whiskers and a stern expression. He leisurely stroked his beard, responding gravely, Hokage, mind your language. What do you mean by dark horse? He is merely an obscure youth, fortunate enough to possess a modicum of ocular prowess. During the clan meeting, he displayed a blatant disrespect towards the clan leader. Such unruly individuals, if not strictly disciplined, will undoubtedly become a source of calamity in the future. Calamity? Elder Yuanwu, it seems you have become senile. Uchiha Hokage slammed the table, exclaiming, what time is it now? The village is tightening its grip on us, and with clan leader Fugaku in this precarious moment, every iota of potential power should be duly acknowledged. That lad, Xiaji, might just surprise us. Surprise? Or perhaps terror. Elder Yuanwu scoffed. His power is of unknown origin, and his temperament is elusive. Therein lies the greatest risk. The neutral elders exchanged glances, refraining from immediate declarations. Xiaji's performance at the clan meeting had indeed taken them aback. Unbeknownst to him, the upper echelons were deliberating over his fate. He returned to his modest dwelling at the edge of the clan territory, sitting cross-legged on his bed as his consciousness sank into the system interface. Balance of gold points, 6,900. Previously, he had expended 100 gold points to counter Fugaku's overwhelming presence. Evidently, the effect was significant. The essence of the Uchiha lies in the Sharingan, particularly the Manjiki. Although it had been awakened, the side effects and the intensity of his ocular power remained pivotal. He opened the system mall, his gaze scanning the myriad of goods. Soon, he discovered his target. Source liquid of Sharingan. Beginner extracted from high-purity Sharingan chakra essence. It nourishes the Sharingan and slightly enhances the power of the Manjiki while alleviating its side effects. Price, 500 gold points per bottle. 500 points per bottle is manageable. He purchased one. Gold points, 500, remaining, 6,400. Source liquid of Sharingan. Beginner. X1 has been stored in the storage space. Without hesitation, Xiaji opted to use it. The ethereal vial shattered, and a warmth more soothing than before surged into his eyes. A slight burning sensation returned to his eyeballs, but this time it was not agony, rather a comforting nurturing. The Manjiki pattern slowly rotated in his vision, its movement seemingly smoother than before. The previously lingering sensation of stagnation nearly dissipated. He could distinctly feel his control over ocular power advancing further. More importantly, the debilitating fatigue brought on by continuous chakra consumption had considerably lessened. Indeed, this expenditure of 500 points was worthwhile. As he reveled in the transformations brought on by the enhancement of his ocular power, a system notification chimed once more. Ding. System task released. Task name. Make a name for oneself in the clan. Task description. The Uchiha do not require the presence of the obscure. Gain widespread recognition or fear within the Uchiha clan, ensuring your name resonates throughout every corner of the Uchiha. Task reward. 5,000 gold points. 1 random ocular technique fragment. 5,000 gold points. And a random ocular technique fragment. Xiaji's heart stirred. This reward is exceedingly generous. However, gaining recognition takes time to cultivate reputation, which is rather slow. Fear, on the other hand, is far simpler and more direct. By showcasing overwhelming strength, he could certainly silence those accustomed to hierarchy. The visage of Fugaku materialized in his mind. Clan leader Fugaku, it seems you are my most excellent stepping stone. To challenge Fugaku, his current strength was still woefully inadequate. He shifted his gaze back to the system mall. Basic body technique enhancement liquid. Beginner significantly improves the user's physical attributes, including strength, speed, and reflexes. Price, 5,000 gold points. Chakra refinement efficiency slightly enhanced card. Upon use, the host chakra refinement efficiency will be slightly increased. Price, 1,000 gold points. Just these 2 items. Gold points, 5,000. Purchase basic body technique enhancement liquid, beginner. Gold points, 1,000. Purchase chakra refinement efficiency slightly enhanced card. Gold points balance, 400. The 2 items transformed into luminous streams and merged into Xiaji's body. A wave of warmth enveloped him. He could feel his strength and speed significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, the speed of chakra refinement within his dantian accelerated slightly. Xiaji clenched his fist, sensing the surge of power coursing through him. He began to contemplate how to fabricate a pretext to challenge Fugaku. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaji raised an eyebrow. Who could it be at this hour? He rose and approached the door, peeking through the crack. Outside stood 3 figures. At the forefront was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. Behind him trailed 2 Uchiha clan members, identifiable as elders by their attire. Fugaku had come to seek him out? A cold smirk crept across Xiaji's face. It appeared that his actions at the clan meeting had garnered the clan leader's significant attention. Perfect, this would save him the trouble of making the first move. Xiaji opened the wooden door, regarding the trio with calm composure. Clan leader Fugaku, esteemed elders, to what do I owe the pleasure of your late-night visit? Fugaku's gaze was piercing, surveying Xiaji from head to toe. Xiaji, let us speak inside, Fugaku commanded, his tone leaving no room for negotiation as he strode into the small room. The two elders followed closely, flanking Xiaji, effectively sandwiching him in the middle. The already cramped space felt even more constricted with their presence. Fugaku scanned the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the meager furnishings before finally settling on Xiaji. Xiaji, it appears you had quite the objections to my proposal during today's clan meeting, Fugaku stated directly, his voice low and imbued with an invisible pressure. Uchiha Yen and Uchiha Dahu, the accompanying elders, wore equally grim expressions. Uchiha Yen let out a cold scoff. Young one, the clan meeting is a solemn occasion for discussing family matters. How dare you treat the clan leader's words with such disdain? The clan leader is addressing you, Uchiha Dahu added, his tone more forceful, tinged with reprimand. Xiaji exhibited no signs of panic, instead maintaining an extraordinary tranquility. Oh, I believed I had concealed my sentiments quite well. His demeanor further deepened Fugaku's frown. You have not only failed to conceal it, but you have even withstood my pressure. Fugaku advanced a step, his formidable aura once again enveloping Xiaji. Tell me, from where does your power originate? When did a lowly orphan acquire such strength? The atmosphere grew stifling, rendering breath difficult. The two elders felt their chakras stirring, ready to act at a moment's notice. Yet, Xiaji remained calm. He slowly raised his head, meeting Fugaku's scrutinizing and oppressive gaze. Clan leader, do you truly wish to know? Fugaku offered no verbal response, only heightening the pressure with his presence. Xiaji suddenly smiled. Since the clan leader is so curious, how about this? Before his words could fully escape his lips, the black pupils of his eyes underwent a sudden transformation. Crimson replaced the darkness as three obsidian tomo spun rapidly, ultimately merging into an ominous pair of black, pinwheel-like patterns. Meijiki Sharingan, activate. A surge of ocular power, surpassing even Fugaku's, instantaneously filled the cramped room. The furniture groaned under the invisible strain. Candle flames danced erratically, on the brink of extinguishing. Fugaku's pupils constricted sharply. The expressions of Uchiha Yen and Uchiha Dahu shifted from anger to sheer astonishment. What is this? Uchiha Yen's voice turned shrill and hoarse from overwhelming shock as he pointed at Xiaji's eyes, his finger trembling violently. Uchiha Dahu's mouth hung agape, making sounds of disbelief, yet no words emerged. Fugaku stared intently at the ominous patterns swirling in Xiaji's eyes, his body becoming rigid. The Meijiki Sharingan. In the legends of the Uchiha clan, this symbolizes ultimate power and a cursed bloodline limit. How could an obscure brat awaken the Meijiki Sharingan? This is inconceivable. Fugaku felt his understanding of the world completely overturned in that moment. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, having endured countless hardships, he had only just grazed the threshold of the Meijiki, yet had not truly awakened it. The boy before him understood better than anyone what the Meijiki Sharingan meant for the Uchiha. It was not merely a source of power, but a qualification, a strategic resource capable of altering the fate of the Uchiha clan. Xiaji observed the three individuals rendered speechless by shock. Clan leader, do you still require my explanation? Chapter 4. Challenging the clan leader? A major social crisis at the Uchiha training ground. Fugaku's emotions churned. In that moment, the dignity of his position as clan leader wavered slightly. Xiaji, Fugaku's voice was low, reveal the origins and abilities of your Meijiki. This is a command from your clan leader. The elders, Yin and Inaho, exchanged glances, their expressions complex. The boy before them was no longer an unknown, but a boulder capable of disturbing the deep waters of the Uchiha. Xiaji met Fugaku's gaze, the peculiar windmill pattern design of his eyes slowly rotating, exuding an otherworldly beauty. My power, clan leader, belongs to me alone, he replied calmly, refusing to explain himself to anyone. Do you dare defy me? Fugaku took a step forward, his presence surging, the red glow of his three-tomo Sharingan intensifying. The atmosphere in the small room became suffocating. Defy? Xiaji smiled more deeply. I am merely stating a fact. This power answers to me, not to the clan, and certainly not to a clan leader who clings to outdated customs. Such a blatant confrontation shocked Fugaku even more than the Meijiki itself. He, the leader of the Uchiha clan, was publicly humiliated by a 17-year-old nobody. The two elders were equally astonished. Yan's hand had already moved toward his weapon pouch. Fugaku abruptly raised his hand to stop them. At this moment, Would it be wise to act against Shaji under the pretext of the Mangeky's origins? If Shaji resisted, he clearly possessed the strength to do so. But the consequences would be dire. The news of a conflict of Mangeky caliber within the Uchiha would be a devastating blow to the clan. He needed time, composure, and a re-evaluation of this unforeseen variable. This matter, Fugaku managed to squeeze out between clenched teeth, concerns the future of our clan. It is of great importance. He slowly stepped back. We shall discuss it later. Take care of yourself. The phrase take care of yourself sounded less like a reminder and more like a veiled warning. He abruptly turned and strode away. The two elders exchanged glances and hurried to follow him. Shaji watched them depart, the Mangeky pattern in his eyes gradually fading. Fugaku, you have already lost your composure. He knew this matter was far from over. Fugaku would not let it rest. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. The following morning, the largest public training ground of the Uchiha clan was bustling with activity. Shaji stood in a secluded corner, surrounded by a pile of kunai. He was not being lazy. Rather, he was acclimating to the surge of power within him. The Mangeky Sharingan, even when not fully activated, granted him an unimaginable level of insight. The trajectory of the kunai as they flew, the slight shifts in his opponent's center of gravity when they exerted force, the faint tremors of the ground, all were vividly etched in his mind. He picked up a kunai, flicked his wrist, and it shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. Thud! It struck the distant target dead center. Again. Thud! Another hit. Thud! His movements were succinct and precise. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of strength and coordination. He needed to thoroughly understand his current limits before clashing with Fugaku. This training ground was the perfect place for such trials. A shadow loomed over him. Oh, isn't this our new Uchiha prodigy? Without turning, Shaji continued to throw. Thud! Another bullseye. Uchiha Shana, accompanied by two clan members, sauntered over. Shana appeared to be around 27 or 28, wearing the characteristic haughty smile of Uchiha youth. His very presence was a signal. What's wrong, Shaji? Have you grown so arrogant that you disregard your seniors? Shana's tone dripped with disdain as he stood beside Shaji. Arms crossed. I heard you got lucky and awakened those remarkable eyes. The two Uchiha behind Shana erupted in laughter. The other clan members training nearby halted their activities, curious about the commotion. Finally, Shaji turned to face them, his expression neutral. Shana-senpai, do you have any advice? Shana's smile widened. He relished the attention. Nothing much. Just a reminder for you, Junior. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, but it dripped with threats. Some people, once they gain a hint of power, forget their place. Always looking to challenge things they shouldn't. His gaze flicked toward the Uchiha main residence, where Fugaku resided. The clan leader is not someone like you, who merely stumbled upon good fortune and awakened his eyes, who has the right to offend. Do you understand? He anticipated seeing fear, or at least reverence on Shaji's face. But Shaji remained calm. This was the opportunity he had awaited, albeit the method was more crude than he had envisioned. Offend? Shaji tilted his head slightly. Shana's eyes narrowed. Stop pretending, kid. We all heard about last night. Do you think you're special? That those eyes give you free rein? He laughed aloud. Shaji showed no anger, no argument, not even a flicker of emotion. Instead, a smile appeared on his face, causing Shana's heart to skip a beat. Uchiha Shana. Shaji's voice was calm, yet rang clearly across the silent training ground. As a ninja, your perception is woefully inadequate. Shana was taken aback. What did you say? I said. Shaji articulated each word clearly. Your vision is too narrow. He stepped forward, causing Shana to instinctively tense up. My goals, Shaji declared firmly, have never included someone of your caliber. Shana's face flushed crimson. You little brat. Before Shana could explode, Shaji raised his voice, addressing everyone in the training ground. His gaze swept over the astonished faces. Listen well. 3 days from now, Shaji proclaimed, I, Uchiha Shaji, will challenge the authority of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. He deliberately paused, creating an extreme sense of pressure. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. The words formally challenging the authority of the clan leader reverberated in everyone's ears like thunder. A moment of stunned silence ensued. Challenge the clan leader? A nameless 17-year-old Uchiha orphan dares to challenge Uchiha Fugaku? This is not ambition, it is madness. This is self-destruction. Shana's face turned ashen. You've lost your mind. Do you even know what you're saying? He wanted to strike, to immediately subdue this audacious fool. Yet, those eyes looking at the current situation. This kid was not merely bluffing. He surely possessed secrets yet unknown. You will regret this, Shaji. Shana's voice trembled with anger. You will pay for your arrogance. I will report this to the clan leader immediately. He will personally deal with you. Shaji simply watched him, the same indifferent smile lingering on his face. Shana stomped his foot in frustration and turned to leave. Let us go. He roared at the two companions behind him, who were already paralyzed with fear. He fled the training ground in a state of disarray, feeling an urgent need to inform Lord Fugaku. This was an outright act of rebellion. The training ground was abuzz with chaos. Chapter 5. The Hope of the Entire Village. The village's laughingstock. The countdown to summer solstice's monetary extravagance. The news of Uchiha Shaji openly challenging the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, sent shockwaves through the Uchiha territory. Have you heard? That kid named Shaji has gone mad. Indeed. To challenge Lord Fugaku? Who does he think he is? Is he Uchiha Madara reincarnated? A mere child, still lacking in maturity, who, although fortunate enough to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, is far too arrogant and clearly out of touch with reality. Discussions erupted in every street and corner around the training ground. During tea breaks and meals, the vast majority of clan members regarded Shaji's actions as the folly of an overambitious youth. Mockery, derision, and disdain formed the mainstream opinion. Some speculated that Shaji was driven to madness by a desire for fame, resorting to such extreme measures for attention. Others privately wondered if he had fallen under the influence of some malevolent force, prompting such foolish behavior. Yet, amidst the multitude of doubts, a few harbored a sense of anticipation. After all, it was the Manjiki Sharingan. Deep within the elders' residence of the Uchiha clan, in a hidden chamber, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the external clamor. Several elders, who usually wielded significant influence within the clan, sat upright and solemn. Humph, an arrogant youth. Elder Uchiha N, with a heavy hand, slammed the table. Lord Fugaku, being magnanimous, has allowed him to act with such impunity until today. This blatant provocation cannot be forgiven. He was furious, as if Shaji was challenging him directly. Another elder, Uchiha Ina, leisurely lifted his teacup and blew on the steam. Un's words are indeed valid. However, this boy Shaji has inadvertently provided us with a wake-up call. Oh, what do you mean by that, Elder Ina? Elder Uchiha Hachida, who had previously shown considerable interest in Shaji during the clan meeting, now appeared enigmatic. Ina set down his teacup with a soft clink. Lord Fugaku indeed requires an opportunity to re-establish his absolute authority within the clan. This Shaji, having delivered himself to our doorstep, serves as a fine stepping stone. If Lord Fugaku can crush him with overwhelming force, those younger members who covet the leader's position or are dissatisfied with the status quo will naturally reassess their own standings. His words were grandiloquent, as if everything were for Fugaku's sake, for the stability of the Uchiha. Uchiha Genbu, the elder who had reprimanded Shaji for his rebelliousness during the clan meeting, now twirled his beard, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Ina's foresight is commendable. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, it may not bode ill for us. He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping across the gathered elders. If Fugaku wins, his prestige will soar, and we shall naturally support him. But should that boy possess any extraordinary abilities that could trouble Fugaku, the power dynamics within the clan might shift. Upon hearing this, the chamber fell into a brief silence. The elders exchanged glances, silently understanding one another. They were pleased to see someone challenging Fugaku's authority. It was time to stir this stagnant pool. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha mansion, the clan leader's residence. Bang! An exquisite porcelain cup shattered violently on the ground. Uchiha Fugaku's breath quickened, his face darkened with fury. How dare this insignificant wretch humiliate me so publicly? He, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, had never faced such a provocation. His trusted aide, Uchiha Shana, knelt beside him, not daring to breathe. Lord Fugaku, please calm your anger. That Shaji is merely a clown seeking attention. In 3 days, I shall personally deal with him, ensuring he meets a fate worse than death. Fugaku abruptly turned. His crimson three-tomo Sharingan fixated on Shana. You? His tone dripped with disdain. Does he think you can contend with that boy's eyes? This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Fugaku's voice was cold and merciless, a clear indication of murderous intent. I want every Uchiha clan member to witness how this ignorant boy cries out in despair at my hands. I shall cleanse this humiliation with his blood, and his despair shall serve as a warning to those who dare to stir trouble. A glint of malevolence flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he intended not just to win, but to utterly annihilate Shaji in the most brutal manner to instill fear in the others. In another part of the clan's territory, in a relatively secluded courtyard, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow, clutching a shuriken, yet hesitating to throw it. Why does Shaji choose this path? He could not comprehend why the boy, who had demonstrated remarkable ocular prowess at the clan meeting, would embark on a nearly self-destructive course. Perhaps he has his own reasons. Uchiha Shursui emerged from behind a tree, his usual warm smile tinged with a hint of concern. Shursui, Itachi glanced at his close friend. Do you think he has a chance? Shursui shook his head. A chance? Against the awakened Manjiki of Lord Fugaku, it is likely negligible. Then what? I am not worried about victory or defeat, Shursui sighed, but rather that his actions may further exacerbate the internal divisions and conflicts within the clan. Shaji's Manjiki is already a significant variable, and now he openly challenges the clan leader. Itachi fell silent, understanding Shursui's worries. The tensions between the Uchiha and the village were escalating, and the undercurrents within the clan were already turbulent. Shaji's emergence undoubtedly cast a massive stone into this already raging tide. Is there anything we can do? Itachi whispered. Shursui gazed into the distance, towards the direction of Shaji's residence. We shall watch and wait. Perhaps the unfolding events will exceed our expectations. Ignoring the external storms and rumors, Shaji remained oblivious. He sat cross-legged in his modest room, his consciousness fully immersed in the light blue system interface. Personal attributes, system store, storage space, task list. His gaze finally settled on the task list. Task name. Make a name for oneself in the clan. Task description. The Uchiha do not require the obscure. Gain widespread recognition or fear within the Uchiha clan, allowing your name to resonate in every corner of Uchiha. Task reward. 5,000 monetary points. 1 random ocular skill fragment. 5,000 monetary points and an ocular skill fragment. The reward was undeniably tempting. Fugaku, the Council of Elders, and those onlookers, Shaji smirked coldly. Do you all think I have lost my mind? Soon, you will understand what true madness is. This is a gamble, a wager of everything. He opened the system store, and a dazzling array of products unfolded before him. His eyes swiftly scanned the expensive ninjutsu and bloodline limits, ultimately resting on the consumables section. Body Technique Accelerated Experience Card. Beginner upon use. The host will gain Elite CH Nin level combat experience and slight enhancements in physical coordination, strength, and speed for 24 hours. Price, 3,000 monetary points. Chakra Refinement Acceleration Card, 12 hours upon use. The host's chakra refinement efficiency will be moderately enhanced for 12 hours. Price, 2,000 monetary points. His current balance of monetary points stood at 400. The clan meeting had consumed 100 points. Buying a bottle of origin liquid had cost 500. And enhancing his body techniques and chakra refinement had drained 6,000. Leaving him nearly penniless. To win this battle, relying solely on the basic abilities of the Manjiki and his current level of physical techniques would not suffice. Fugaku had long been renowned, and his battle experience was far beyond his own. The clash of kaleidoscopes, beyond the ocular techniques themselves, hinges upon the volume of chakra and physical prowess. Xiaji's gaze radiated determination. System, I wish to invest. Yet all that met him was the system's cold notification. Insufficient funds for investment. Xiaji was not taken aback. He glanced at the items within his storage space. Remnants from the novice gift pack, aside from the already utilized Sharingan essence, beginner, and the basic Taijutsu mastery card. He was left with a master-level kunai throwing technique skill book. The meager investment points were but a drop in the bucket. He required more investment points. It appeared that his only recourse was to devise a means to earn them. Xiaji closed the shop interface. The 3-day deadline loomed ominously. Chapter 6. The 3-day investment. Shadow level experience card? Xiaji. Today, I shall teach Fugaku a lesson. The 3-day limit hung over him like a sword of Damocles. Xiaji scoured every inch of his humble dwelling. The floorboards, the crevices beneath the bed, even the tattered pottery. The scattered copper coins amassed over a decade. A handful of worthless trinkets, and even a faded silver hairpin left by his mother during his childhood were all unearthed. This constituted his entire fortune since his transmigration. Aside from the New Year's money. Ding. Detecting redeemable items. Evaluating. Redemption successful. Acquired 2,000 investment points. The system's notification remained as frigid as ever. His total investment points reached 2,400. Still a pittance. Yet, it was nearly sufficient. He sat cross-legged, a pale blue luminescence suspended before him. Fugaku, a shadow-level powerhouse, possessed combat experience, chakra volume, and physical skills far surpassing his own. What advantages did he hold? The peculiar ocular technique of the Kaleidoscope, catching one unawares. And the investment system. The Kaleidoscope's abilities were formidable, but engaging directly in an ocular contest with the experienced Uchiha Patriarch posed too great a risk. He must compensate for his shortcomings in physical prowess. A prolonged engagement would be exceedingly detrimental to him. His gaze swiftly scanned the item consumable section of the system mall. Advanced Taijutsu Acceleration Experience Card. 3 days upon use. The host will acquire elite Jonin-level combat experience in Taijutsu for 3 days, significantly enhancing muscle memory, body coordination, strength, and speed. Price: 1,500 investment points. 1,500 points. What a steep price. Over half of his balance traded for a mere 3 days of temporary enhancement. It was a gamble. He had no avenue of retreat. Purchase. Investment points 1,500, remaining 900. The card transformed into motes of light, flooding into his consciousness. Instantly, a wealth of taijutsu knowledge, combat instincts, and muscle memory surged within him. A slight crackle echoed from deep within his bones as muscle fibers strengthened at an astonishing rate. A wave of warmth enveloped his entire being. This was not merely an infusion of knowledge, but an almost instinctual implantation. He felt transformed. Next came the chakra. Even with the Kaleidoscope, his current chakra volume remained a limitation. Chakra Refinement Mastery. Beginner permanently enhances chakra refinement speed and limits. Price: 500 investment points. Purchase. Investment points 500, remaining 400. Another torrent of energy, this time much gentler, flowed into his dantian. The speed of chakra circulation within him seemed to increase slightly. Only 400 investment points remained. He had wagered all his savings on this confrontation. There was no turning back. On the eve of the challenge, Xiaji locked himself within his modest abode. He abstained from food and drink, immersing himself in relentless training. Punches, kicks, blocks, evasions. Under the influence of the Advanced Taijutsu Acceleration Experience Card, his body exhibited unimaginable precision and strength. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, not to unleash ocular techniques, but to maximize its extraordinary perception to aid his taijutsu training. The force exerted in every movement, the coordination of each muscle, and every subtle shift of balance were perfectly intertwined with the taijutsu knowledge implanted in his mind. His progress was not gradual, it surged upward. Each strike contained immense explosive power, and every evasion became swifter. The dawn of the third day painted the eastern horizon crimson. The Uchiha clan's largest public training ground buzzed with activity. Nearly all clan members had gathered. Young children, anxious genin, solemn chunin, jounin, and even several elders, who rarely emerged from seclusion, stood at the back of the crowd. The air was so tense it felt suffocating. In the center of the training ground, Uchiha Fugaku stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Clad in the dark clan attire befitting a patriarch, he exuded arrogance. To him, this was not a duel but a public execution, a ceremony meant to instill fear and despair throughout the clan. A stir rippled through the crowd as a figure slowly emerged. Uchiha Xiaji. He moved steadily, parting the silent crowd of clan members. He did not resemble a challenger, but rather a sacrificial offering approaching the altar. He had indeed arrived. Whispers rippled through the assembly. Fugaku would ensure a gruesome end for him. Another voice quivered with uncertainty. Was this boy mad? Or did he possess some hidden strength? Countless gazes converged upon him. Xiaji appeared oblivious. His focus remained fixed upon the proud figure at the center of the training ground. An elder known for his stern demeanor, Uchiha Tiehua, snorted disdainfully. Overconfident fool. Another elder, Uchiha Jingshin, her countenance gaunt, merely observed in silence, her expression inscrutable, as Xiaji passed a group of young clan members. One boy named Uchiha Yong could not contain himself and spoke in a hushed tone. Xiaji, you. Xiaji did not pause, nor did he glance over. Yong's voice faltered, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. The murmurs of the crowd gradually subsided, all breaths held in anticipation. Xiaji finally stepped onto the training ground, halting a mere 10 paces from Fugaku. An oppressive silence enveloped the area. Fugaku slowly lowered his hands from their resting position. This subtle movement caused the surrounding air to tighten ominously. He scrutinized Xiaji, much like a wolf eyeing its prey. The mongrel has finally arrived. Fugaku's voice, though low, resonated clearly throughout the training ground. Are you prepared to deliver your last words? Xiaji remained silent for a moment, raising his chin slightly. I am prepared. He smiled, exuding calmness. Fugaku's pupils constricted. The boy's tranquility was a challenge to his authority. Then speak swiftly. My patience is limited. Fugaku's fingers twitched slightly, revealing his impatience. He anticipated fear, repentance, despair, not this unsettling composure. Xiaji's smile widened. Uchiha Fugaku, his voice clear and steady. Today, you shall witness the dawn of a new era. This earth-shattering declaration plunged the entire training ground into a deeper silence. Fugaku's face, once marked by arrogance and disdain, began to twist, revealing a mask of fury. Impudent wretch. He stepped forward, the ground beneath him seeming to tremble in response. Chapter 7. Moon Reading Warning. Patriarch Fugaku, feel the terror of malicious control. He gazed down upon Xiaji as though surveying an ant that could be crushed at will. Little brat, kneel and confess your sins now, and I might consider sparing your worthless life. Fugaku's voice, though not raised, carried a weight that permeated the training ground. The air felt thick, causing the onlookers to instinctively soften their breaths. Xiaji raised his face, unflinching, a smirk of mockery gracing his features. Patriarch Fugaku, spare us the trivialities. He extended a single finger and gently shook it. Today, I shall unveil to you and all members of the Uchiha clan the truth. The future of the Uchiha does not lie in the hands of an antiquated fool who is mired in internal strife. The moment these words left his lips, the entire assembly was taken aback. Arrogance, a death wish. Several elders on the platform could barely contain their agitation. Fugaku's expression twisted in an instant, fury erupting from within him, no longer able to be restrained. Fugaku was furiously enraged. He had never before faced such insolence. A tremendous surge of chakra exploded from him, and his deep crimson three-tomo Sharingan activated instantaneously. He hesitated no more, his hands flying through hand seals with astonishing speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. A gigantic fireball, radiating searing heat, hurtled toward summer solstice. Simultaneously, several shimmering shurikens shot out from the side of the fireball, sealing off all possible escape routes for summer solstice. This strike, born of Fugaku's wrath, held a power that far surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. The onlooking clan members turned pale, instinctively retreating, fearful of being caught in the collateral damage. To them, that arrogant brat would surely be reduced to cinders under such a terrifying assault within the next heartbeat. Yet, summer solstice stood rooted in place, unwavering and unflinching. Just as the searing fireball and the sharp shurikens were about to reach him, the pattern in his eyes abruptly transformed. No longer was it the ordinary three-tomo, nor mere black pupils. It was a bizarre and intricate design they had never encountered before. On a pitch-black background, the pattern resembled interwoven hexagrams and sharp scythes, exuding an aura of ominous and uncanny beauty. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This unique and beautifully sinister Kaleidoscope Sharingan was unveiled before all members of the Uchiha clan for the first time. A tremendous, indescribable power emanated from summer solstice, expanding outward. The roaring fireball, mere inches from his body, seemed to collide with an invisible wall, abruptly halting its advance. It was then violently torn apart by an unseen force. The incoming shurikens also mysteriously altered their trajectories mid-air, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Fugaku's pupils constricted in shock. Why was this boy's kaleidoscope so extraordinarily sinister? What manner of eyes were these? Another Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Good heavens! The Uchiha clan had, astonishingly, birthed two possessors of the kaleidoscope simultaneously. Impossible. This could not be. How old could he possibly be? After a brief, stunned silence, the entire training ground erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. All Uchiha clan members, regardless of age or status, widened their eyes in disbelief. On the elders' platform, Uchiha Enge, Uchiha Ina, Uchiha Hakadai, and even the seemingly indifferent elder Genbu, who often appeared aloof, suddenly stood up in shock. They fixated on summer solstice's peculiar eyes, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Two pairs of Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare in the annals of Uchiha history. No, this was not merely a rare event. It was a monumental variable capable of altering the very fate of the clan. Fugaku, you rely too heavily on past experiences. Summer Solstice's voice was calm, yet imbued with an air of omniscience. The unique kaleidoscope pattern in his left eye began to spin rapidly, a chill-inducing power locking onto Fugaku. Allow me to show you what true despair looks like. Tsukuyami. The Tsukuyami employed by Summer Solstice was not akin to Itachi's, which created a world entirely governed by the caster. Rather, Summer Solstice's ocular technique functioned more as a pure amplifier of malevolent intent. It directly dragged the target into a terrifying vortex of endless negative emotions. Fugaku was caught off guard. He felt the scenery before him shift abruptly, the training ground. The clan members, the sky, all vanished. In their stead was a gray, twisted realm, filled with sharp howls and viscous malice. Countless grotesque faces, innumerable anguished wails, and images of his deepest fears and loathings surged toward him like a tidal wave. He felt his consciousness fraying at the seams. What in the world is this? Fugaku roared, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly in an attempt to resist this sudden mental onslaught. Although the rudimentary Tsukuyami space constructed by Summer Solstice lacked the complexity and finesse of a true Tsukuyami, it excelled in pure malice and focus. It directly pried open Fugaku's deepest negative emotions, amplifying them infinitely, manifesting as the most direct form of mental torment. The concept of time became nebulous and interminable within this realm. Mere seconds passed in the external world, yet to Fugaku, it felt as though days or even months had elapsed. He bore unimaginable mental pressure, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. Fugaku was indeed a renowned shadow-level powerhouse, the leader of the Uchiha clan. His mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary shinobi. Moreover, he had brushed against the threshold of the Kaleidoscope himself. Although their powers differed, and he had seldom revealed them, the inherent strength of the Kaleidoscope's ocular prowess became his lifeline in this moment of desperation. A similarly potent power erupted from the depths of his eyes, striving to tear apart this dark, twisted space. "Get away from me," Fugaku bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder. Through sheer mental strength and the profound depth of his ocular power, he forcefully extricated himself from Summer Solstice's malevolent mental domain. Puff! In the real world, Fugaku suddenly opened his eyes wide, staggering slightly, his complexion paling instantly. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and he gasped for breath. Although he had successfully broken free, the immense mental toll and that brief yet agonizing ordeal had rendered him utterly drained. The gaze he cast upon Summer Solstice had transformed entirely. No longer was it one of disdain. Instead, it was filled with profound shock. There was even an element of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. This boy, his Kaleidoscope Chapter 8, the violent defeat of Uchiha Fugaku, a new era, having escaped the grim confines of that mental prison. Fugaku's eyes were not only filled with rage, but also a hint of dread he had yet to recognize. He had never anticipated that an unknown boy could wield such a bizarre kaleidoscope technique, one that nearly led him to his doom. Fugaku gasped, unable to finish his sentence. His pride had already begun to fracture during that fleeting mental torment. The smile on Summer Solstice's face remained undiminished. "Clan leader, have you finished your warm-up? Did this boy truly believe he had me at his mercy?" Fugaku's inner fury reignited. Before he could complete his thought, Summer Solstice made his move. He exerted force beneath his feet, his figure darting forth like an arrow released from its bow, a blur aimed directly at the pale-faced Fugaku. The effect of the Advanced Experience card for body technique mastery was fully realized in that instant. Speed, strength, reflexes, and the exquisite coordination of each movement were executed flawlessly. Summer Solstice understood that this was not his true strength. Yet, in that moment, he embodied the essence of a martial arts master. He appeared not as a mere 17-year-old youth, but as a seasoned veteran with decades of experience. Fugaku's pupils dilated in shock, hurriedly raising his arm to block. Bang! Their arms collided, producing a resounding thud. Fugaku felt an overwhelming force emanating from Summer Solstice's punch, causing his arm to tingle. He found himself involuntarily stepping back half a pace. How could this be? Why was this boy's strength so formidable? When had his physical prowess reached such heights? "Clan leader, your movements are far too slow." The voice of Xiaji carried a hint of mockery, accompanied by a trace of smugness on his face. With another punch, sharp and ruthless, he aimed directly at Fugaku. The latter, caught off guard, stumbled sideways to evade, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. The martial arts he prided himself on seemed to falter before this unassuming youth. as every flaw was deftly seized upon by his opponent. Damn it, Fugaku growled, struggling to regain his composure. Yet, Xiaji's relentless onslaught offered him no respite. Silence enveloped the training ground, a deathly stillness. The Uchiha clan members stood in stunned disbelief. The anticipated overwhelming victory of their clan leader did not materialize. Instead, their revered leader found himself being thoroughly suppressed by a mere boy, falling into a disadvantageous position. Is this really Xiaji? A young clansman murmured, disbelief lacing his voice. How could his martial prowess be so formidable? Fugaku, the clan leader, was being so thoroughly bested. A ripple of unrest swept through the crowd. In the elders' seats, Uchiha Flame and others wore ashen expressions, fists clenched tightly. Uchiha Inahibi's lips pressed into a thin line. Only Uchiha Hakuda's eyes glimmered with an unusual light, his body leaning slightly forward. Elder Yuanwu's murky eyes widened a fraction, fixated on the young figure in the arena. The more Fugaku fought, the more alarmed and frustrated he became. As the proud leader of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha guards, he was being cornered by a mere child. This humiliation drove him to the brink of madness. You insolent brat! You seek death! Fugaku roared, unleashing his chakra without reserve. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly, crimson light threatening to overflow from his eyes, edging towards a kaleidoscopic transformation. He sought to create distance. He aimed to activate Susanoo. With that absolute power, he would utterly crush this ignorant child. Xiaji sneered. Susanoo? Do you think I would grant you the opportunity? My hard-earned points will not be squandered. System, purchase, Warrior's Azura Armor, trial version. Xiaji silently intoned. Ding. Consumed 200 points, Warrior's Azura Armor, trial version, equipped. Remaining points, 200. In an instant, a blood-red chakra armor materialized, enveloping Xiaji. The armor's surface bristled with menacing spikes and patterns, emanating a ferocious aura that stilled the air around them. What is that? Fugaku faltered, a glimmer of horror flashing in his eyes. This chakra armor was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Xiaji braced against Fugaku's surging chakra, the blood-red armor absorbing most of the impact, producing a dull thud. His form barely swayed. He charged forward, his speed enhanced by the armor, akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Lie down. Xiaji struck, the wind from his punch howling as it crashed into Fugaku's hastily raised arms. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply in the silent training ground. Fugaku emitted a pained grunt, his body jolting back, crashing through several training posts before he awkwardly regained his footing, carving deep furrows into the ground. Coughing, Fugaku spat a stream of blood that stained his chest. His arms hung limply, the excruciating pain from broken bones contorting his face, cold sweat pouring down. This boy's strength, and that bizarre armor. Xiaji pressed his advantage, attacking like a tempest, an unending barrage of blows, fists, elbows, knees, and legs. Each strike carried the terrifying enhancement of the warrior's Azura armor, each blow landing precisely on Fugaku's vulnerabilities. Fugaku's chakra had already been significantly drained during the earlier mental confrontation. Now, under Xiaji's frenzied, brutal assault, he found himself retreating further, his stamina swiftly depleting. He yearned to counterattack, to employ his ocular techniques. Yet, under the relentless pressure of Xiaji's bizarre Sharingan and ferocious martial arts, he found no openings. Each time he attempted to concentrate his eye power, Xiaji's relentless attacks would interrupt him. Impossible. How could I lose to this brat? Fugaku's consciousness began to wane, Xiaji's figure blurring before his eyes. He felt a despair unlike any he had known, an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Everything he had once taken pride in seemed utterly futile before this youth. In the elders' seats, Uchiha Flame suddenly stood, only to be restrained by Inahibi beside him. Do not be impulsive. This is a duel between the clan leader and him. Inahibi's voice was low, yet the shock within it could not be concealed. Finally, after another desperate dodge, Fugaku lost his balance, exposing a fatal opening. Xiaji's gaze sharpened, an opportunity. He pushed off with his right leg, the ground fracturing beneath him as he channeled all his strength into his right fist. Energy from the blood-red armor surging wildly, radiating a blinding crimson light. It's over, Fugaku. Xiaji's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. A powerful punch, infused with Xiaji's entire might and chakra, struck Fugaku's abdomen. Boom. The resounding impact reverberated, causing the eardrums of all present to ring. Fugaku's body curled inwards, his eyes bulging, blood surging from his mouth. He was hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, raising a cloud of dust. Ugh! Fugaku struggled to rise. But his efforts were in vain, his body convulsing helplessly as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the training ground, one could hear a pin drop. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All Uchiha clan members, including the lofty elders, stood as if petrified. They stared in shock at the gruesome scene. Witnessing their once mighty leader sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, Xiaji slowly approached Fugaku, the blood-red, warrior's Azura armor, gradually dissipating. He looked down upon the unconscious Fugaku. I told you, you would witness the dawn of a new era. Chapter 9, Mission Accomplished? I am the leader of Uchiha. In the center of the training ground, the dust settled. Uchiha Fugaku had been defeated. This truth struck hard at the hearts of every Uchiha clan member. Their minds blank. They could only stare dazedly at their incapacitated former leader. I told you, Xiaji's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. You will witness the dawn of a new era. In the elders' seats, an oppressive silence reigned. Uchiha Flame's wrinkled face twitched uncontrollably. He opened his mouth to speak, but could not produce a sound. Uchiha Inahibi gripped the armrest tightly, his calculating gaze now filled with sheer astonishment. Who was this Xiaji, this nameless orphan? What manner of monster had he become? This youth was no longer a mere subordinate they could easily manipulate. Xiaji disregarded Fugaku, slowly raising his head. His cold, kaleidoscopic Sharingan swept across the assembly. Those Uchiha clan members who met his gaze felt a shiver run down their spines, instinctively lowering their heads, unwilling to make eye contact. Those eyes were terrifying, as if they could penetrate the deepest secrets and fears within one's soul. In that moment, the name Uchiha Xiaji loomed like an invisible mountain, pressing down upon the hearts of every Uchiha clan member. His status within the clan had undeniably soared to its zenith after this battle. Ding. Side quest. Achieve fame within the clan completed. Evaluation. Perfect. Quest description. The Uchiha do not require the presence of the inconspicuous. Gaining widespread recognition or reverence within the Uchiha clan. Let your name resound in every corner of Uchiha. Reward distribution. 10,000 gold points. One piece of Shinjutsu. Basic experience fragment. Right eye. A chilling system notification echoed in his mind. 10,000 gold points. It seems that an impeccable evaluation can enhance the rewards. And a fragment of Shinjutsu. Summer Solstice felt a surge of excitement, suppressing the joy within. Shinjutsu. The very eye technique that brought Uchiha Obito fame. Though merely a basic experience fragment, it was sufficient to elevate his power to new heights. He unhesitatingly issued the command in his mind. Ding. Merging Shinjutsu. Basic experience fragment, right eye. A peculiar spatial force surged into his right eye's kaleidoscope. The once intricate pinwheel pattern seemed to deepen in complexity, a faint vortex-like shadow emerging in the center of the pupil. Summer Solstice sensed a newfound perception of the concept of space. It felt as if he could effortlessly warp the space before him, drawing all matter into it or transporting himself elsewhere at will. At that moment, several of Fugaku's loyal subordinates rushed into the training arena, trembling as they supported the unconscious Fugaku. As Fugaku gradually regained consciousness, despair washed over his frail visage upon recognizing Summer Solstice. He had been utterly defeated, humiliated before the entire clan by a junior he had never regarded with esteem, using the very power he had once prided himself on. Coughing violently, Fugaku expelled a few mouthfuls of blood, fixing his gaze on Summer Solstice, his voice weak. You are formidable. Summer Solstice regarded him expressionlessly, remaining silent. Fugaku took a deep breath, summoning all his strength to utter his final words. From this day forth, I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall enter seclusion for cultivation. All clan affairs shall be temporarily handled by the Elder Council. With that proclamation, his head slumped, and he fainted once more. This announcement left everyone present momentarily stunned. Rather than clinging to vengeance or shouting for retribution, Fugaku had chosen to retreat into seclusion. It was both a reluctant decision, given his severe injuries and lost dignity, as remaining would only lead to further humiliation, and it preserved a semblance of dignity for him as the former clan leader. More importantly, it created a significant power vacuum, directly bequeathing authority to the Elder Council and the newly ascendant Summer Solstice. A shift in the Uchiha clan was imminent. The expressions of the elders seated at the council turned exceedingly complex. Fugaku's maneuver was undeniably astute. They now had to contend with the formidable rise of Summer Solstice while guarding against potential conflicts emerging from power distribution among themselves. At the back of the crowd stood Uchiha Itachi, eerily quiet. Who exactly is Summer Solstice? The enigmatic kaleidoscope, the relentless formidable techniques, and the unsettling calmness and ruthlessness that surpassed his years left Itachi in profound confusion. Why had this once obscure youth, perceived as a recluse within the clan, suddenly unleashed such astonishing power? How many secrets had he concealed? What were his true intentions? Summer Solstice paid no heed to the diverse thoughts swirling among the crowd. He had defeated Fugaku, accomplished the task of gaining renown within the clan, and received bountiful rewards. His initial objective had been achieved. He turned and departed from the training arena, fully aware that defeating Fugaku was merely the beginning. Ahead lay the scrutiny of the higher echelons of Konoha, and the formidable storms that would ensue. News of a young powerhouse possessing a Kaleidoscope Sharingan emerging from the Uchiha clan spread like wildfire. In the Hokage Tower of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, holding an urgent report just presented by the Umbu, his face etched with utmost gravity. The report was simple yet alarming. A 17-year-old youth named Uchiha Summer Solstice had publicly defeated the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, in a duel. Moreover, the report emphasized that Uchiha Summer Solstice was suspected of having awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, mumbling to himself, his brows furrowing deeply. Was another existence akin to Uchiha Madara about to arise from the Uchiha clan? Who exactly was this Uchiha Summer Solstice? Was he a friend or foe to Konoha? A cascade of questions swirled in his mind, thickening the atmosphere in the office. He picked up another document from his desk, which contained more detailed information about Uchiha Summer Solstice, an orphan from the Uchiha clan, with deceased parents, a reclusive nature, an average performance in the ninja academy, just a low-ranking ninja. Everything appeared so ordinary. Yet, it was this seemingly unremarkable youth who had stirred up a tempest capable of shaking Konoha to its core. Summon Mito Gate in and TZSH Rin immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the Umbu stationed behind him in a low voice. Understood, Hokage-sama. The Umbu vanished in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another deep puff from his pipe. The waters of the Uchiha clan had been thoroughly muddied by the emergence of this summer solstice. As Hokage, he needed to devise a strategy to respond swiftly. Summer Solstice returned to his humble abode, sitting cross-legged on his bed as he delved into the system. Gold points balance, 10, 200, originally 400, task reward, 10, 000. Martial arts armor, 200. With over 10,000 gold points, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. Shinjutsu, he savored the extraordinary sense of spatial control conveyed by his right eye. This was merely a basic experience, yet it was already so powerful. If he could master Shinjutsu completely, his defensive capabilities and offensive strategies would undergo a transformative change. However, to fully grasp Shinjutsu, he would likely require even more gold points or higher-level eye technique fragments. What he needed to do now was to familiarize himself with the surging power and prepare for the potential probing or suppression from the higher-ups of Konoha that may soon arise. The storm was only just beginning. Chapter 10. The Hokage is hosting a banquet? Then I must take the initiative to attend. In the Hokage's office, smoke filled the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the report in his hands, his aged face revealing no trace of joy or anger. A 17-year-old child with a Kaleidoscope Sharingan had directly defeated Fugaku. He spoke slowly, his voice laced with skepticism. "SH Rin, what are your thoughts?" Mito gate and adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. "This matter is of great significance. The Uchiha clan's power has always been sensitive, and now there is an uncontrolled kaleidoscope. This poses a tremendous threat to the village. Although Fugaku harbored ambitions, he was at least within our control." TZSH Rin added, "This Uchiha Summer Solstice, with an unclear background and peculiar strength, must be investigated thoroughly to ascertain his motives." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, the smoke obscuring his expression. "An investigation is indeed necessary. However, before that, I wish to meet this child." "Meet him?" Mito Gate frowned. "Hokage-sama, could this be too much of an elevation for him? A junior who has just defeated the clan leader, if he believes the village is wary of him." "No matter," Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. It is essential to see for oneself whether he is a dragon or a snake. Moreover, since he was able to defeat Fugaku, his strength deserves our attention. He pondered for a moment before making a decision. Relay my command and summon Uchiha Shaji to the Hokage building. Yes, a voice responded from the shadows, then vanished without a trace. Mito Minyin and Nara Shikaku exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. They understood that the Hokage's request carried significant weight. It was both a summons and a test, likely leading to a confrontation devoid of weapons. A gentle knock echoed against the wooden door of Shaji's humble dwelling. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, the kaleidoscope patterns in his eyes had long faded, returning to their ordinary inky hue. He felt no surprise at the arrival of the Umbu, defeating Fugaku and causing such a stir. It would be odd if the higher-ups of Konoha remained indifferent. Uchiha Shaji, the Hokage requests your presence. The emotionless voice of the Umbu came from outside the door. Understood. Shaji replied calmly, rising to adjust his slightly disheveled attire. He opened the door to find two Umbu members standing silently before him, their animal masks concealing their identities. A cold smile formed within him. A request? More like a banquet of hidden agendas. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shaji had no reason to feel fear. He followed the Umbu, traversing the Uchiha clan grounds toward the Hokage building at the village's heart. Along the way, numerous clan members observed the scene, their expressions a tapestry of concern, curiosity, and a touch of schadenfreude. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the main seat, flanked by Mito Minyin and Nara Shikaku, their expressions solemn. When Shaji was ushered in by the Umbu, the trio's gazes converged upon the 17-year-old boy. You are Uchiha Shaji? Sarutobi Hiruzen initiated, his typically warm smile gracing his features, akin to a benevolent elder regarding his kin. I have met with the third Hokage and the two elder advisors. Shaji bowed slightly, exhibiting appropriate decorum, though his tone betrayed no trace of reverence. No need for excessive formality, Shaji-kun. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to speak freely. We have heard of your exploits. To awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan at such a young age and defeat clan leader Fugaku is truly remarkable. While his words sounded like praise, Shaji keenly detected an undercurrent of probing. You overstate my abilities, Hokage-sama, he replied coolly. Haha, Sarutobi chuckled lightly, continuing. The emergence of a talent such as you within the Uchiha clan is a boon for the village. However, the potency of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan is formidable. I wonder, Shaji-kun, how did you awaken this extraordinary eye, and what powers does it bestow upon you? Ah, here it comes, Shaji thought with a smirk, recognizing the old fox's subtle inquiries. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with the seemingly benevolent Hokage. Hokage-sama, the source of power is inconsequential. What truly matters is how one wields it. Oh, Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. And how do you believe this power should be utilized, Shaji-kun? Naturally, to protect that which one holds dear, Shaji replied, his words unwavering. Well said. Sarutobi nodded, shifting the topic. What thoughts do you have regarding the future of the Uchiha clan and your place within the village, Shaji-kun? This was the crux of the matter. Shaji scoffed inwardly. These old men, with their roundabout questioning, merely sought to ascertain whether he would become a second Uchiha Madara, a potential threat to their dominion. He was weary of their charade. Third Hokage, Shaji suddenly interrupted, his tone growing firm. My power belongs to me alone. It is unrelated to the Uchiha clan, nor does it concern you or the higher echelons of Konoha. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to a chilling silence. Impudent. Nara Shikaku chastised sharply. Uchiha Shaji, what manner of attitude is this? How dare you speak to the Hokage in such a way? Mito Minyon's expression darkened. You, young one, should not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to disregard your elders and challenge the village's order. Sarutobi's genial smile faded, his gaze deepening. Shaji-kun, what do you mean by that? Do you believe your strength surpasses the village itself? An invisible pressure emanated from the three high-ranking officials, enveloping Shaji. Yet he stood tall, seemingly unfazed by their intimidation. I have never sought to rise above anyone. I simply wish to convey that the path I choose requires no approval from anyone. The future of the Uchiha is not for you to dictate. Nara Shikaku trembled in anger. Just as the tension reached its apex, a cold smile crept across Shaji's lips. His ink-black pupils, sharpened by fragments of Kama no Shinjutsu, basic experience, heightened his spatial awareness. Moments ago, he had clearly sensed a hidden gaze lurking in a corner of the office, cold and intent upon him. The owner of that gaze was unmistakable. Shaji chuckled lightly. His voice low yet resonant enough for all to hear. A lurking rat is only fit to skulk in the shadows, is it not? He raised his voice, laced with provocation, casting his gaze toward the dim corner of the office. If you have the ability, step forward. At his words, Sarutobi, Mito, and Nara were momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled looks. Did his statement imply that there were others present in the office besides them, Shaji and the Umbu at the door? Meanwhile, the concealed Danzo Shimura felt a sudden chill run through him. He had hidden himself very well, confident that even Sarutobi would struggle to detect him. How could this Uchiha brat possess such acute perception? A flicker of shock crossed Danzo's eyes, swiftly replaced by murderous intent. This Uchiha Shaji was far too dangerous. Such an uncontrollable genius must not be allowed to remain. The atmosphere in the office grew even more bizarre due to Shaji's unexpected provocation. Sarutobi's expression darkened entirely. Chapter 11. The Purchase of Perception Ninjutsu and Counterintelligence against Danzo's eyes. The last vestige of warmth vanished from Sarutobi's face. Mito and Nara wore expressions of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the implications of Shaji's actions. The shadow in the corner flickered slightly as a figure silently retreated, moving so swiftly it almost seemed like an illusion. The corner of Sarutobi's eye twitched. Danzo. He realized that the man was indeed present, and that this Uchiha Shaji had managed to sense Danzo's presence. To what extent had this boy's perception developed? Coughing heavily, Sarutobi broke the oppressive silence. This matter ends here. Uchiha Shaji, you may leave. But remember, the village's rules shall not be trampled by anyone. These words, more a statement of resignation than a warning, hung in the air. Shaji said little more, turning calmly to exit the Hokage's office. He understood that this was but a temporary reprieve. A greater storm loomed on the horizon. Stepping out of the Hokage building and basking in the sunlight, Shaji allowed a wicked smile to creep across his lips. He immediately sensed that three tails had attached themselves to him. The concealed techniques and the faint aura of malice could belong to no one but Danzo's root. Danzo, your tactics remain as unimpressive as ever, Shaji thought derisively. He did not immediately shake off his pursuers, feigning ignorance as he made his way toward a relatively secluded abandoned building on the outskirts of the clan grounds. Simultaneously, his consciousness delved into the system. Purchase, Vortex Clan Secret Kagaya Heart Eye, Basic Experience Version. Beep. Consuming 2,000 premium points, the Secret Kagaya Heart Eye, Beginner Experience Version, of the Vortex Clan has been activated, lasting for 24 hours. Premium points balance, 8,200, a surge of perception instantaneously expanded. In Xiaji's mind, the flow of chakra and the distribution of personnel within several kilometers around him transformed into a vivid three-dimensional perception map. He grasped the positions, movement trajectories, and even the subtle chakra signal exchanges among the three root ninjas with complete clarity. Their coordination was seamless, indicating they were elite. Xiaji assessed inwardly. However, this did not instill any thoughts of retreat in him. Evading? That was not his style. Since Danzo had presented a gift, he naturally intended to reciprocate in kind. He stepped into an abandoned area, filled with crumbling walls. The complex terrain and limited visibility made it an ideal ambush site. System. Exchange for micro-explosive tags and set them within this entrance. Ding. Consumed 100 premium points. Micro-explosive tags have been deployed. Having completed this, Xiaji melded into the shadows. Moments later, a root ninja donning a raccoon mask stealthily infiltrated the derelict building. He moved lightly, scanning the surroundings warily. The target has entered the designated area, he reported quietly through his throat communication device. Just as his words faded, he suddenly sensed something was amiss beneath his feet. Not good. Boom. A dull explosion resounded. Though the force was contained within a minimal range, the root ninja was still propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Dust swirled, and his left leg became charred. Number 1. What happened? An ambush. Be careful. The other two root ninjas, one wearing an eagle mask and the other a wolf mask, rushed in simultaneously from different directions, attempting to rescue their comrade. Just as they entered the cloud of dust, a figure silently descended from above, Xiaji. His right eye, with its enigmatic black pinwheel pattern, suddenly illuminated. Shinra Tensei, the eagle-masked root ninja, poised to strike at the suspicious target within the dust, suddenly felt an eerie distortion in the space around his right arm. His charged attack missed, the blade slicing through emptiness, and his body lost balance in an instant. Now's the chance. Seizing this rare opportunity, the combat instincts granted by the Advanced Experience card for body techniques propelled Xiaji's movements like lightning. He crouched low, dodging the instinctive horizontal sweep of the unbalanced eagle-masked ninja. Simultaneously, with a precise chop, he struck fiercely at the carotid artery of the wolf-masked root ninja. Thud! The wolf-masked ninja couldn't even utter a sound, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed, instantly losing combat capability. Number 2. Number 3. The raccoon-masked ninja, injured and with a charred left leg, was taken aback. Ignoring the agonizing pain in his leg, he struggled to retrieve a signal flare from his ninja tool pouch. Not a chance. Xiaji barked coldly. His right eye's pupil fluctuated subtly again, and an invisible distortion of power instantaneously disrupted the chakra gathering in the raccoon-masked ninja's arm. The ninja felt a numbing sensation in his arm, interrupting his hand seals. In the next moment, Xiaji was upon him, kicking his wrist and sending the signal flare flying from his grasp. Immediately after, without mercy, Xiaji delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. Bang! The raccoon-masked ninja doubled over, flying backward, crashing against a crumbling wall, and sliding to the ground, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. The entire process was swift and clean. Within mere moments, all 3 elite root ninjas had been subdued by Xiaji. Xiaji walked slowly to the eagle-masked root ninja, who was now clutching his strangely deformed right arm, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes filled with terror. Return and inform Danzo. Xiaji's voice was icy. This little trick is hardly worth noting. Next time, it will not be so simple. His eyes brimmed with killing intent, his resolve to eliminate the old man, Shimura Danzo, solidified at that moment. The eagle-masked ninja gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Xiaji paid them no further mind, turning and vanishing into the depths of the ruins. He understood that these 3 would be dealt with by Danzo. Meanwhile, he had successfully delivered a surprise to Danzo. In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo entered with all due formality. His face was grim as he took a seat, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Sarutobi, you witnessed it all. Danzo's voice was filled with fury. That Uchiha brat has completely lost control. His Sharingan, his perception, and that arrogance of his. If he dares to provoke you in the Hokage's office today, tomorrow he will dare to overthrow the entire Konoha. Mito Kamen and Uzumaki Komura shared looks of grave concern. Danzo, remain calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples. Xiaji's perception is indeed astonishingly sharp. However, it was inappropriate for you to send root ninjas to track him. Rules? Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Is this the time to speak of rules? Sarutobi, as long as this boy lives, Konoha will never know peace. We must eradicate him before he spirals out of control. I concur with Danzo's view. Uzumaki Komura spoke solemnly. Xiaji is far too dangerous. The speed at which his power is growing, his style of action, is fraught with uncertainty. We can no longer afford to be lenient. Mito came and nodded in agreement. While Fugaku had ambitions, he at least remained within controllable bounds. But this Xiaji, no one knows what he will do next. It is better to deal with him swiftly than to endure prolonged suffering. The 3 of them reached a rare consensus. Uchiha Xiaji must be dealt with. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He was well aware of the threat Xiaji represented. Yet the Mangeki Sharingan was also a formidable power for the village, if it could be directed toward a beneficial path for the village. The Uchiha clan had just experienced turmoil. Fugaku had been defeated, and Xiaji's prestige within the clan was unparalleled for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke. If we act against him now, once word leaks out, it could incite a backlash from the entire Uchiha clan. The situation would become even more difficult to manage. So your suggestion is to let him go free? Danzo retorted angrily. Wait until he grows beyond our control, just like Uchiha Madara did. Madara, that name weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a boulder. My suggestion is that we need a more prudent plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table. One that can eliminate the threat without inciting greater turmoil. In the end, you still lack the resolve. Danzo snorted coldly. The atmosphere in the office fell back into a stalemate. The 4 highest authorities of Konoha debated tirelessly on how to address the 17-year-old Uchiha Xiaji, yet they could not arrive at a unified conclusion. The sunlight outside remained bright and cheerful. However, within the Hokage's office, a cloud of gloom loomed. Xiaoji's presence lingered like an unshakable specter in each of their minds. Chapter 12. Iron-Blooded Integration. The old man. Times have changed. The night breeze was cool. Xiaoji returned to his humble dwelling on the edge of the clan's territory. Danzo. Xiaoji still murmured that name. He understood that his visit to the Hokage building today was merely an appetizer. The true contest had only just begun. The higher-ups of Konoha would not simply let this matter rest. At the very least, Danzo certainly would not. Their wariness of the Uchiha, their fear of the Manjiki Sharingan, had become ingrained in their very bones. The urgent task was not to confront the Konoha higher-ups head-on, but to gain complete control over the Uchiha clan. With Fugaku in seclusion, this was undoubtedly an excellent signal. His prestige within the clan had reached its zenith after the battle at the training ground. Those who once looked down upon him from his clan now likely dared not even breathe. This was the opportune moment to consolidate internal forces and seize complete control of this immense power. Xiaoji had already made his decision. The next day, a decree issued by Xiaoji himself swiftly spread throughout the Uchiha clan territory. All serving elders and elite ninjas of the clan were required to convene at the main hall of the South Shrine in the afternoon for a meeting. This announcement stirred a tempest of speculation. Xiaoji was calling a high-level meeting? What could he be planning? Just as the clan leader Fugaku had entered seclusion. Was Xiaoji so eager? The clan members whispered among themselves, pondering Xiaoji's intentions. Some astute individuals had already begun to sense an unusual atmosphere. Perhaps the skies over the Uchiha were truly about to change. Within the main hall of the South Shrine, dozens of key figures from the Uchiha clan stood lined up on either side. The younger elite ninjas, such as Uchiha Shana, had witnessed Xiaoji's terrifying power in the training grounds. Yet now, as they gazed upon the 17-year-old figure seated in the main position, their expressions were a mixture of complexity. The older elders, however, wore solemn expressions, their faces revealing a range of emotions. Uchiha Yen, Uchiha Inahibi, and Uchiha Hakadai were prominently present. They had weathered many storms and knew all too well that today's meeting would not be tranquil. Xiaoji sat poised in the seat that rightfully belonged to Fugaku, though his form still bore the marks of youth. The tranquility in his eyes belied a depth far beyond his years. He did not rush to speak, merely casting a calm gaze over every individual present, as though his eyes carried an invisible weight. Esteemed members, he finally began. I have summoned you here today for a purpose that I trust you have begun to speculate upon. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Our Uchiha clan possesses the most elite bloodline limits in the ninja world and countless gifted members. Yet, what is our current standing within the village? His words pierced through the assembly like a needle, striking nerves with undeniable force. Exclusion, suspicion, marginalization. The position of Hokage is beyond our reach. Core power is sequestered from us. Even our clan's territory is relegated to the village's outskirts, constantly under scrutiny. Enough. Xiaoji slammed his hand down on the low table before him, his voice resonating with fervor. I, Uchiha Xiaoji, have had my fill of this existence. I believe that all of you present have grown weary of it as well. His words ignited the flames of rebellion within the hearts of the young, radical elite ninjas. They had long been dissatisfied with the discrimination from Konoha's upper echelons and Fugaku's passive tolerance. Lord Xiaoji is right, a young ninja exclaimed, rising in excitement. Why should we, the Uchiha, endure such humiliation? We possess the Sharingan. We are the strongest. Support Xiaoji. Lead us to change all of this. In an instant, the younger faction erupted in fervent support. Xiaoji raised his hand for silence. He was pleased with this response. The Uchiha clan must unite. His voice rang out with power. From this day forth, I, Uchiha Xiaoji, will lead the Uchiha. We shall no longer be the lambs passively receiving blows. We will become lions that can dictate our own destiny. He stood, his eyes bright with intensity, gazing at everyone assembled. A powerful Uchiha, unbound by Konoha. An Uchiha capable of commanding respect throughout the ninja world. This is the stature our clan rightfully deserves. These words stirred a fervor in the young elite ninjas. However, not everyone was in agreement with Xiaoji's radical approach. A mere child, speaking so boldly. An elderly and out-of-place voice suddenly interjected. The assembly turned to see an elder, white-haired and marked by age spots, trembling as he stepped forward from the back of the crowd. This man, named Uchiha Shirvo, was among the oldest elders in the clan, known for his conservative and obstinate nature. Leaning on his cane, he approached the center of the hall, his murky eyes fixed on Xiaji, filled with disdain. Xiaji, you defeated Fugaku by mere chance, and now believe yourself free to act as you wish. He scoffed. You are young, ambitious, and inciting discord among the clan, attempting to plunge the Uchiha into an abyss of ruin. Your actions are akin to rebellion. He paused, his tone growing even more venomous. In the past, your parents were similarly misguided, leading to their tragic fate. I see you as no different. Both are calamities for the Uchiha. At this, the atmosphere in the main hall plummeted to an icy silence. Mentioning his parents struck a nerve within Xiaji, a forbidden topic that ignited his fury. The calmness in his eyes turned to an icy glare, a terrifying intent radiating from him. You are courting death, he declared, no longer wasting words. A crimson light suddenly ignited in his eyes, the intricate black pinwheel patterns swirling wildly. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. A wave of malevolent psychic energy surged forth, crashing into Uchiha Shirjo. Ugh! Uchiha Shirvo cried out in horror. He felt his consciousness dragged into a realm filled with blood and wails of despair. Countless grotesque demons lunged at him, tearing at his very soul. His body trembled violently, eyes bulging with blood vessels. In mere moments, he gasped and spat blood. Dark crimson liquid began to seep from all 7 orifices. His body collapsed, twitching briefly before falling silent. His once murky eyes were now wide with unending terror and regret. Unable to close in death, blood stained the ancient floor of the South-He shrine, releasing a pungent odor. The hall fell into a profound silence, all present utterly stunned by Xiaji's display of power. They had not even seen how he had struck. The most senior elder, Shirjo, lay dead before them. Is this the power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Is this the demeanor of this new strongman? Cold, decisive, and utterly unyielding. Those who had previously harbored doubts or schemed against Xiaji now felt an icy chill run through them. For the first time, they truly understood the ruthlessness of this 17-year-old youth, far exceeding anyone's imagination. Xiaji slowly withdrew his gaze, the pinwheel patterns in his eyes fading away. His cold eyes swept over everyone present. Is there anyone who objects? His voice was chillingly calm. Unsurprisingly, no one dared to respond. The elders who had intended to assert their seniority now lowered their heads, fully aware that a single dissenting word could lead to a fate akin to Uchiha Shirjo's. Several previously indecisive elite ninjas quickly expressed their willingness to follow Xiaji's command, pledging their loyalty. Xiaji nodded in satisfaction. The effectiveness of instilling fear to establish authority was indeed unparalleled. The Uchiha could only be made to submit through the exhibition of absolute strength. Very well, Xiaji affirmed. Since there are no objections, I will initiate a comprehensive reform of the Uchiha clan from this moment forth. He began to announce his decisions. First, I will reorganize the Uchiha security forces. All members must undergo rigorous selection to eliminate the inept and enhance the overall combat effectiveness and efficiency of the security forces. Second, I will establish an elite team under my direct command, named the Shadows. The members of the Shadow Squad will be selected from the most exceptional ninjas of the clan, tasked with handling all special affairs and executing the highest level of missions. These 2 decisions have stirred a wave of unrest in the hearts of the people. The reorganization of the security forces signifies a reshuffling of power, while the establishment of the Shadow Squad is a crucial measure for Xiashi to firmly grasp the core military force in his hands. At this moment, the power structure within the Uchiha clan begins to undergo a dramatic transformation. A brand new power system, with Uchiha Xiashi as its absolute core, is rapidly taking shape. The sky of the Uchiha clan has irrevocably changed. Chapter 13, Xiashi's Next Step. Integrating the Uchiha and purging the interior. In the main hall of the Nana Shrine, Xiashi understood that while an iron-fisted approach is effective, it is insufficient to truly control the Uchiha solely through fear. He requires a core force that is genuinely loyal to him and capable of executing his will. Those who are fickle and opportunistic cannot be relied upon in critical moments. His consciousness sank into the light blue screen within his mind and directly accessed the system mall. His gaze swiftly searched through the myriad of goods, ultimately settling on the auxiliary items section. Soon, a particular item caught his attention. Disposable loyalty contract, Low level can be used on targets whose strength is lower than the user's. Ensures absolute loyalty to the caster for a limited time, or until a specific task is completed, preventing any thoughts of betrayal. Price: 800 premium points. Absolute loyalty for a limited duration. Although it is low level and time limited, it is a timely boon for the current situation. He does not require eternal servitude, but rather a batch of absolutely reliable executors during this critical early phase of integrating the Uchiha. He glanced at his balance of premium points. Previously, to prepare for the Hokage summons and the Tale of Danzo, he had spent 2,000 points on the Vortex Clan's secret Kagaya Hard Eye, beginner experience version, and 100 points on setting up micro-explosive tags, leaving him with 8,100 points. He silently resolved to purchase 5 disposable loyalty contracts, low level. Ding. Consumed 4,000 premium points. Purchased 5 disposable loyalty contracts, low level. Premium points balance, 4,100. 5 semi-transparent contract cards appeared in his system storage space. Shasher's gaze slowly swept over the elder and upper ninjas below, who were rendered speechless. He discreetly selected suitable targets. The cunning and entrenched old hardliners were immediately ruled out. He needed individuals with a certain level of strength and influence, yet whose positions were relatively wobbly or who currently held a sense of awe towards him, making them easy to control. Soon, he identified 5 targets. Among them were several close aides of the previously radical elder, Uchiha Hakadai. Although Uchiha Hakadai was also frightened after the assassination of Elder Shirvo, his faction was comparatively more receptive to change. The meeting concluded in a stifling atmosphere, with no one daring to voice dissent against Shasher's announced reforms. That night, Shasher secretly summoned the 5 elite upper ninjas he had chosen. In a secluded chamber, the 5 elite upper ninjas stood nervously before Shasher, not daring to breathe. The scene from earlier in the main hall had left them greatly shaken. "Please, sit down." Shasher's voice was calm, revealing no hint of emotion. The 5 dared only to lean slightly as they settled onto the cushions. "I trust you have an inkling as to why you have been called here today," Shasher stated directly. "The future of the Uchiha needs capable and resolute individuals to forge ahead. You are the ones I value." He first promised them re-employment and a bright future, painting a grand blueprint for the resurgence of the Uchiha in this new era. The 5 exchanged glances filled with flickering hope and awe for Shasher's unfathomable power. Just as their thoughts began to swirl, Shasher's tone shifted, laced with authority. "Of course, what I require is absolute loyalty. Any indecision or duplicity will lead to the same fate as Elder Shirjo." A chilling intent flickered momentarily, sending shivers down the spines of the 5. Before they could contemplate further, Shasher's will activated the 5 disposable loyalty contracts, low level. 5 barely perceptible beams of light instantly shot from Shasher's fingertips, merging into the foreheads of the 5 elite upper ninjas. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their gazes transformed into one of fervent, unwavering belief. Almost simultaneously, they knelt on one knee. "We pledge our lives to Lord Shasher. We will face any peril without hesitation." Shasher nodded in satisfaction. "It is done." This low-level contract, although not a long-term solution, would inevitably weaken over time. Yet for now, it was sufficient. He had successfully established an absolutely reliable core team in record time. These 5 elite upper ninjas held considerable influence within the clan. Their allegiance would greatly facilitate the implementation of subsequent plans. Just as Shasher began to consolidate his core power and prepare for the next phase of his strategy, an anticipated yet somewhat troublesome figure approached him, Uchiha Itachi. The young prodigy stood outside Shasher's modest dwelling, his expression complex. He had witnessed the bloodshed within the main hall of the Nanha shrine and felt the unease within the clan. "Shasher," Itachi's voice carried a deep sense of confusion. "What exactly are you trying to lead the Uchiha towards? Such radical measures will only invite greater calamity." He could not comprehend why his typically reticent peer would suddenly unleash such terrifying power and choose such a bloody method to unify the family. Shasher turned to face Uchiha Itachi at the door. His feelings towards this man, who bore the weight of everything in the original narrative, were intricate. At this moment, a hint of youthful innocence still lingered on Itachi's face, yet the heaviness in his eyes belied his age. "Calamity?" A sardonic smile creased Shasher's lips as he countered. "Then tell me, Itachi, where lies the Uchiha's path forward?" His voice remained calm. "Should we continue to wag our tails at Konoha, trading our kin's blood and dignity for their hypocritical trust, all the while trembling in anticipation of the next suspicion and oppression? Or should we, like Uchiha Fugaku, harbor ambitions without action, merely gathering the clan to convene and paint grand visions, stirring unrealistic sentiments, ultimately leading the entire clan to ruin under Konoha's machinations? Every word from Shashir felt like a sharp blade, tearing open the reality that Itachi most dreaded to confront. Itachi was momentarily speechless, unable to refute. For what Shashir articulated was precisely the dilemma that haunted him day and night, yet he could not find a solution. The Uchiha's predicament resembled a moth ensnared in a web. The more one struggles, the tighter the bindings become. The suspicions of Konoha's higher-ups loomed like the sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment. Yet he also did not agree with Shashir's extreme methods. Unifying thoughts through violence and slaughter was in direct opposition to what he sought. At the very least, it should not be this way, Itachi attempted to argue, but his words felt feeble and lacking strength. Shashir let out a light scoff, impatience flashing in his eyes. He had no time to engage in philosophical debates with this idealistic youth. Itachi, cast aside your impractical fantasies. Shashir's tone turned icy. The destiny of the Uchiha has never been altered by mere pleas and concessions. To survive, to avoid being treated as mere pawns, one must possess the power to overturn the game board and the determination to pay any price. The calamity you speak of is, in my view, merely the pangs of rebirth. With that, Xiaji ceased to engage with Uchiha Itachi, for he had far weightier matters to attend to. Through the 5 newly acquired core subordinates, he had begun covertly mobilizing resources to investigate the traitors who had conspired against their kin. Uchiha Fugaku's weakness and inaction had allowed corruption to fester within the clan, breeding parasites that were the true malignancy of the Uchiha lineage. Until these individuals were thoroughly eradicated, the Uchiha would never be able to unite as one. As the night deepened, the Uchiha territory simmered with hidden currents and lurking peril. Chapter 14. The collision of ideologies with Itachi, the worries and helplessness of Shursui. Itachi's figure melded into the shadows of night, his gait lacking the usual steadiness. The crimson kaleidoscope of Xiaji's eyes and his words echoed in his mind. He needed someone to confide in, a person who could comprehend him, or at the very least, offer him some guidance. Beneath the moonlight, the Nanha River flowed quietly. Uchiha Shursui sat alone on a boulder by the riverside, his silhouette elongated in the moonlight, imbued with a sense of solitude. It seemed he had anticipated Itachi's arrival, as Itachi paused a few meters behind him. Shursui spoke softly. Is it still about Xiaji? Itachi approached Shursui and sat beside him, pouring forth his concerns about the conversation with Xiaji. He spared no details, including Xiaji's almost obsessive distrust of the higher-ups in Konoha and his resolute intent to completely overturn the Uchiha clan. Shursui listened quietly, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on his kind face. After a long while, he let out a sigh. Xiaji has indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, he noted with a hint of regret. His strength, intellect, and ruthlessness are far from those of an ordinary 17-year-old. Itachi's gaze remained fixed on Shursui, filled with a glimmer of hope. Shursui, do you also think he? Shursui slowly shook his head, his expression complex. I do not know. The stubbornness of clan leader Fugaku and the endless suspicion from the higher-ups. I once believed that my Kodo Amitsukami could alter something, at least make Fugaku more aware, preventing our relationship with the village from deteriorating to its worst state. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. But I was mistaken. Some things are deeply entrenched. They cannot be resolved solely by will. The barriers of the human heart are far more formidable than one might imagine. The helplessness conveyed in his words weighed heavily on Itachi's heart. Shursui gazed at the river's surface, his voice low. Xiaji's emergence is like a potent medicine, tearing apart the facade of tranquility that the Uchiha had maintained. Though his views are extreme, there is some truth in them. The Uchiha can no longer remain like frogs in warm water, waiting for doom to arrive. This statement caused Itachi to abruptly lift his head, surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the usually gentle Shursui, dedicated to mending the rift between clan and village, would resonate with some of Xiaji's perspectives. Shursui seemed to sense Itachi's astonishment and offered a wry smile. But his methods are too radical, integrating the clan with such severity. Even willing to shed blood and confront the entirety of Konoha, will push the Uchiha towards a more devastating abyss than we can foresee. He was acutely aware that Xiaji's blade of change, if unchecked, would not merely harm enemies. Can we stop him? Itachi's voice trembled. He looked at Shursui, his most trusted friend and the strongest Jinjutsu user of the Uchiha clan, who possessed the legendary Kodoame Tsukumi capable of altering others' wills. Shursui remained silent for a long moment. In the moonlight, his profile appeared somewhat pale. Stop him? He chuckled bitterly, a hint of helplessness in his smile. Itachi, Xiaji's current strength is unfathomable. The capabilities of his Kaleidoscope Sharingan remain elusive to us. Moreover, do you not feel it? He seems to possess even more hidden cards. Even if I were to use Kodoame Tsukumi, Shusui's voice grew even softer, not to mention the challenge of approaching him undetected to successfully cast the technique. Even if I succeeded, with his formidable mental fortitude, I may not be able to control him entirely. If he becomes aware, it could provoke him beyond measure, with dire consequences. That boy's temperament is not as malleable as he appears. Itachi's heart sank further. Even Shursui lacked confidence. Just as they were both consumed with worry for the Uchiha's future, in the shadowy corners of Konoha, another plot against Xiaji was quietly brewing. At the root base, Danzo Shimura sat upon a cold stone chair, a glint of malice flickering in his single eye. A confidential report detailing Xiaji's recent movements lay before him. The scheming to cleanse the clan and consolidate power by forming an elite shadow team brought a cold smirk to Danzo's lips. This Uchiha Xiaji truly cannot contain his impatience. Although some of his spies within the Uchiha had been quietly neutralized during Xiaji's purge, there remained those who had escaped his net, delivering vital intelligence. Humph, Sarutobi is too lenient, he scoffed. To deal with a viper like the Uchiha, which might strike back at any moment, one must eliminate it before it reveals its fangs. He believed this was a rare opportunity. Xiaji's bold actions within the Uchiha were undoubtedly a direct challenge to the authority of the Hokage and the Order of Konoha. If he could add fuel to the flames, creating the appearance of Xiaji's impending rebellion, perhaps this would completely dispel the last remnants of hesitation in Sarutobi's heart, forcing him to take decisive action. Ultimately, he aimed to eradicate the Uchiha, this lingering threat, at its roots. My lord, shall we proceed? A masked root ninja knelt, awaiting orders. A ruthless glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. Uchiha Xiaji must die, but he cannot die without reason. I want his demise to serve as a legitimate catalyst for the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan. A sinister plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Send the word down. Danzo's voice was devoid of emotion. Select the most elite personnel. We can offer him two choices. First, a direct assassination. It must be a single kill, leaving no trace, disguising the scene as an internal feud or as a purge of dissenters by the higher-ups. He paused, seemingly finding this option lacking in perfection. Secondly, if the assassination fails or circumstances change, we shall stage an accident. For instance, let Xiaji initiate an attack on our operatives in the field, ensuring there are a few surviving witnesses to bear witness to Uchiha Xiaji's atrocities. Let all the blame fall upon that brat, upon the entire Uchiha. Yes, Lord Danzo. The root ninja accepted the command, melding seamlessly into the darkness. A storm was brewing. Above Konoha, dark clouds began to gather, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. Chapter 15. The Emergence of Goddess Might. Old dog, your pawns are too weak. The night was profound. Xiaji sat cross-legged on the bed of his modest dwelling, his eyes slightly closed, breathing evenly. At that moment, his humble abode seemed to be the eye of the storm, the calm before the tempest. The effects of the secret art of the Uzumaki clan, Divine Kagura Hard Eye, beginner experience version, had not yet fully dissipated. Although the range and precision of perception had diminished, combined with the terrifying insight of his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could sense every minuscule shift within several hundred meters. Every subtle flow of chakra in the air, every unusual intent to kill was laid bare before him. They're coming. Xiaji opened his eyes, exuding an aura of menace. He had long anticipated that the old dog Danzo would not relent. He, Uchiha Xiaji, relished in turning those self-assured hunters into fish in a barrel. Through the 5 elite Uchiha Jonin controlled by the disposable loyalty contract, Xiaji not only gained a preliminary understanding of certain clandestine channels within his clan, but also developed a rough comprehension of the spies that Danzo had embedded within the Uchiha. He decided to turn the tables and invite his adversaries into a trap. The defensive traps he had set around his residence were merely a ruse to mislead his enemies. The true deadly ambush lay within the confines of the small cabin. He could vividly perceive 3 ghostly figures, moving with near-perfect coordination, silently approaching his abode from different angles. Their stealth techniques and exquisite control of chakra revealed the elite prowess of the root ninjas. 3 of them. Danzo, you truly underestimate me. Xiaji mused with a cold smile in his heart, his eyelids remaining unlifted as he maintained his meditative pose. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting shadows upon the ground. One figure, almost merging with the shadows, stealthily approached the back window of Xiaji's cabin. This was a root ninja, adorned with a blank mask. His movements were gentle, producing not the slightest sound. Even the most vigilant of beasts would struggle to detect his presence. He retrieved a short blade shimmering with a ghostly blue light from within his robe, the blade evidently coated with deadly poison designed to seal a swift death. This was a poison specially concocted by the root, colorless and odorless. Once injected into the body, even a medical ninja would be rendered helpless. A cruel smirk flickered at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. In his eyes, this Uchiha Xiaji, despite possessing the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, was merely a 17-year-old child, inexperienced and naive. If he could approach silently, a single strike would suffice to extinguish this Uchiha prodigy in his cradle. He cautiously unlatched the window, the entire process fluid and silent. In a flash, he slipped into the room. Inside, the Uchiha boy remained seated cross-legged on the bed, oblivious to the encroaching danger. A perfect opportunity. A glint of cold light flashed in the root ninja's eyes as he released chakra silently and lunged towards Xiaji's vulnerable back. The poison blade aimed directly for Xiaji's heart. He was confident that this blow would snuff out the life of the Uchiha genius. Success seemed imminent. As the short blade was about to pierce Xiaji's body, a fleeting sense of triumph surged within the root ninja. However, just as the blade was on the verge of contact, it met not flesh but an afterimage. The figure of the seated Xiaji began to dissipate before his eyes. What? The root ninja's pupils constricted in shock. This was an illusion. The boy actually sensed his approach. He instantly realized he had fallen into a trap. But it was too late. Just as he missed his strike, his body leaned forward due to inertia, revealing an opening. A chilling voice resonated behind him. Is that all the ability your master-s lackeys possess? The root ninja was suddenly engulfed in a bone-chilling dread. He whirled around, only to behold a pair of eyes radiating an eerie crimson light. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The true Xiaji had silently appeared behind him. It was an unsettling distortion of space. The root ninja attempted to react, to retreat, to form hand seals for a counterattack. But his body felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible force, rendering his movements agonizingly slow. Xiaji's right eye, the unique kaleidoscope pattern at its center, suddenly revealed a minuscule swirling phantom. Kamui. The target, the root ninja's right arm. Crack. The root ninja felt an indescribable agony surge through his right arm. Upon inspection, it had been grotesquely twisted. He watched in horror as his entire right arm, along with the poison blade, was brutally snapped in a bizarre spatial distortion. Blood instantly stained the ground beneath him. The excruciating pain compelled the root ninja to emit a harrowing scream. This direct spatial tearing inflicted a torment surpassing any blade's cut. Yet, he reacted swiftly, survival instinct driving him to endure the agony of his severed arm. His left hand darting toward his waist pouch to retrieve a weapon for retaliation. However, would Xiaji grant him this opportunity? The answer was a resounding no. Just as the root ninja screamed, his left hand barely moving, Xiaji's figure flashed before him. The combat instincts bestowed by the advanced experience card for taijutsu rendered every movement precise and efficient. Without any flourish, his actions were imperceptible. A cold hand strike landed upon the root ninja's carotid artery. The root ninja collapsed instantly, blood pouring from his severed arm, pooling into a glaring crimson puddle. The entire sequence, from the root ninja's infiltration to Xiaji's counterattack, transpired in a mere blink of an eye. It was swift and decisive, leaving no time for the other 2 root members outside to react or provide support. Xiaji gazed expressionlessly at the lifeless body of the root ninja beneath him. His demeanor icy. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes penetrating through the walls. The 2 remaining root members outside seemed unaware of the disturbance within the cabin. Danzo, your little surprise is rather paltry, he mused with a smirk, laced with an insatiable intent to kill. Now, it's time for me to present you with a grand gift. Outside the small cabin, the 2 remaining root ninjas had finally grasped the situation. Number 1 is in trouble. Charge. They exchanged glances, discarding any hesitation, and simultaneously crashed into the cabin's doors and windows from different directions. They needed to confirm their comrade's status swiftly and eliminate this Uchiha brat once and for all. Chapter 16. Is that all you have? Just a gift of heads. Bang. Bang. 2 thunderous crashes erupted almost simultaneously, as the wooden door and back window of the cabin shattered into splinters. Amidst the flying wood chips, 2 shadowy figures surged into the room like a bolt of lightning. Upon entering, these 2 root ninjas were met with the sight of a glaring crimson pool on the floor, along with their lifeless comrade lying within it. Number 1's right arm was grotesquely contorted, and there were evident signs of blunt force trauma on his neck. Damn it! One of the root ninjas cursed under his breath, his kunai glinting ominously. They realized that this mission was proving to be far more challenging than anticipated. This Uchiha brat was certainly not a soft target to be easily handled. Xiaji stood at the center of the room, the bleeding corpse at his feet. He casually kicked the mortally wounded root ninja to the corner, his gaze icy as he regarded the 2 remaining elite members before him. Only 2? Xiaji scoffed, a hint of mockery in his tone. Is Danzo looking down on me or overestimating you? No sooner had he spoken than 2 more figures descended through the hole in the ceiling, landing steadily in the corners of the room. The 4 root ninjas had completely surrounded Xiaji, each exuding a palpable air of menace. So there are 4. Now that makes sense. Xiaji flexed his wrists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. But still not enough. The 4 elite root ninjas exchanged glances, instantly reaching a tacit understanding. 2 would attack, while the other 2 supported. Their coordination unsettlingly seamless. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The 2 foremost root ninjas moved in unison, their figures weaving through the confined space. The silent instant movement technique rendered their trajectories bizarre and unpredictable, launching simultaneous assaults from all angles, each strike aimed directly at Xiaji's vital points. Meanwhile, 2 root ninjas at the rear began to form hand seals, preparing to utilize their secret techniques for remote support. The kaleidoscope pattern of Xiaji's Sharingan suddenly flared to life, the enigmatic black pinwheels spinning rapidly, capturing every minute movement of the enemy. The flow of chakra, the subtle shifts in muscle, even the rhythm of breath became crystal clear. Too slow. The instinct for battle granted by the advanced experience card surged within Xiaji, sharpening his reflexes to their utmost limit. With a swift motion, he glided past the encirclement of the 2 main assailants, simultaneously brandishing his right hand as a shuriken flew precisely towards the forehead of the left-sided root ninja. Clang! The shuriken was deflected by the opponent's hidden blade, sparks flying. Yet, this was merely a feint. The real lethal move had already been set in motion. The swirling illusion within the center of Xiaji's right eye flickered, activating the Kamui. The root ninja, in the midst of rapid movement, suddenly sensed a bizarre distortion in the space around his left leg. His once flawless trajectory of attack was abruptly altered. His body lost balance, stumbling awkwardly to the side. What is this? The root ninja was struck with terror. He had never encountered such an uncanny ocular technique. The distortion of space was utterly unpreventable. Xiaji's figure moved like a shadow, seizing the moment of his opponent's imbalance to deliver a powerful punch directly to his abdomen. Thud! The struck root ninja spewed blood. But his reaction was remarkably swift. Mid-flight, he forcibly twisted his body, releasing several shurikens from his hand. A flash of red light ignited in Xiaji's eyes, and a portion of his body instantaneously became ethereal. The shurikens passed through him as if he were a mere illusion, embedding themselves into the wall behind. This is impossible. The 4 root ninjas were left dumbfounded. The scene they had just witnessed shattered their comprehension. Instantaneous phasing. What kind of monstrous ability is this? Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. One of the root ninjas, adept at Earth Release, sensed the impending danger and immediately initiated the ninjutsu. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, attempting to trap Xiaji and restrict his movements. A mere parlor trick. Xiaji scoffed, the terrifying strength bestowed by the advanced experience card erupting at that moment. Clenching his right fist, chakra gathered at the peak of his punch, and he struck out. Boom! The solid earth flow wall was smashed open by his fist, creating a massive hole. Debris scattered, dust billowed. Xiaji's figure surged forth from the cloud of dust, lunging towards the earth release ninja. This power, the root ninjas were utterly stunned by the terrifying prowess Xiaji had displayed. Is this truly a 17-year-old boy? Such martial prowess. Such strength. He is nothing short of a monster. At that moment, Shaji seized an excellent opportunity. His left eye's kaleidoscope pattern brightened suddenly, and the basic Tsukuyomi quietly activated. The target was the root ninja he had just grievously injured, whose spirit was now somewhat weakened. The ninja, attempting to regain his footing, suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. The world around him morphed into a bloody hue, countless terrifying illusions swirling in his mind. Now, Shaji's figure flickered, his shuriken striking like a venomous serpent, piercing through the ninja's throat with precision. Gurgle, blood gushed from the wounded ninja's throat. His eyes filled with unwillingness and fear before he collapsed limply. Half of the four-man squad was instantly decimated. The remaining two root ninjas were engulfed by a chilling dread. They finally realized that the Uchiha boy before them was not a mere target to be toyed with, but a genuine demon. Retreat. Immediately, a command to withdraw was on the tip of one's tongue, but Shaji would not grant them this opportunity. At that moment, he executed an unexpected maneuver, deliberately exposing a glaring weakness, allowing the last root ninja's specialized wire to ensnare his arms successfully. Got him. The root ninja rejoiced, believing he had finally subdued this troublesome target. He was about to signal his success to Danzo, informing him that the mission was complete. However, Shaji's kaleidoscope pattern flickered once more, and a potent jinjutsu enveloped him instantly. At the same time, Shaji concentrated his will. System, exchange for the basic truth serum. Ding. Consumed 50 premium points. Basic truth serum has been generated. A small syringe appeared in Shaji's hand, and he seized the moment while the ninja was ensnared by the jinjutsu, injecting the serum into his body. Under the dual influence of the Sharingan jinjutsu and the truth serum, the root ninja's will swiftly crumbled. His eyes glazed over. His mouth involuntarily began to speak. Tell me, what is the true purpose for which Danzo sent you? Shaji's voice carried an uncanny allure. To eliminate Uchiha Shaji and fabricate a pretense of discord within the Uchiha clan. Or to create a scenario of Shaji attacking the Konoha Umbu to pressure the Hokage for the complete eradication of the Uchiha clan. What further plans does Danzo have? If the assassination fails, then initiate the annihilation plan to unite with Konoha's higher-ups, using Shaji as a threat to the village's safety as an excuse to cleanse the entire Uchiha clan, leaving none behind. Upon hearing this, Shaji's fists cracked ominously. Danzo, that old dog, truly harbors wolfish ambitions. What secret strongholds does Root possess? What is the configuration of personnel? Under the influence of the truth serum, the Root ninja divulged every secret, including the hidden strongholds of Root throughout Konoha, personnel distribution, and even Danzo's recent operational plans in meticulous detail. Shaji nodded in satisfaction, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. In that case, he slowly rose, surveying the corpses strewn across the ground. Danzo, since you wish for me to play the villain, I shall oblige. However, who is the hunter and who is the prey remains uncertain. Chapter 17. A Counterstrike. Killing with a blade borrowed, the last remaining root ninja collapsed on the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, still mumbling incoherently. Shaji regarded him coldly. This dog was no longer of any use. A glint of cold light flashed in his Sharingan, and with precision, he struck the ninja's carotid artery with his hand shaped like a blade. Gurgle, the last weak whimper escaped the root ninja's throat. He then fell silent forever. Shaji looked around at the scattered bodies, his gaze icy. Danzo's assassination attempt had completely confirmed his suspicions. The hostility of Konoha's higher-ups towards the Uchiha clan, their murderous intent, exceeded all expectations. Since you so fervently desire the annihilation of the Uchiha, I shall fulfill your wishes, using the very pits you have dug. Shaji chuckled coldly, then began to take action. He arranged all the corpses into positions indicative of a fierce struggle, meticulously crafting every detail to create the illusion of a brutal melee. Next, he deliberately left behind several fragments of specialized weapons that could point to the Umbu. These items, collected from the deceased root ninjas, bore striking similarities to the equipment of the Umbu, making it impossible for ordinary people to discern the difference. Finally, Shaji did not forget to leave traces of his desperate resistance at the scene. The scorch marks from fire release on the walls, the twisted cracks on the floor, silently narrated the tragic tale of an Uchiha genius who was suddenly ambushed, fought valiantly, and ultimately succumbed to overwhelming odds. System, purchased the near-death breath disguise liquid. Shaji silently thought. Ding. Consumed 100 premium points. Near-death breath disguise liquid. 1 hour. Has been generated. Current balance. 4,000 premium points. A small vial of bluish liquid materialized in Shaji's hand. Without hesitation, he applied the serum to all vital areas of his body and then lay down amidst the pool of blood, closing his eyes. The serum took effect swiftly, causing Shaji's breathing to grow faint, his pulse to slow, and his complexion to turn as pale as a sheet, presenting the appearance of someone on the brink of death. Even medical ninjas inspecting him would believe he was gravely injured and could perish at any moment. All preparations were complete. Summer Solstice, through mental communication, established contact with the Uchiha Jonin, who was under the control of a loyalty contract. Now, go to the patrol area and shout for help. Claiming that while passing my residence, you discovered me being attacked by an unidentified assailant, and my life is in peril. Remember, you must act with extreme panic and emotional agitation, even hinting that the attacker may be an operative of the Leaf Sumbu. The Jonin immediately took his leave. Summer Solstice lay in a pool of blood, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This performance had merely begun. Within 10 minutes, frantic cries echoed from afar, followed by hurried footsteps. The members of the patrol team rushed to the scene, where they were met with a scene of utter chaos, bodies strewn about, and a gravely injured Uchiha Summer Solstice. Quick, notify the medical team. Is this the work of the Umbu? Someone has attacked Lord Summer Solstice. Are these bodies dressed like Umbu? The situation descended into turmoil. The controlled Jonin excitedly pointed to the specialized weapon fragments on the ground, his voice trembling. This is clearly an Umbu weapon. Who doesn't he know that those guys have always viewed Uchiha as a thorn in their side? Now they even want to kill our Lord Summer Solstice. His words ignited the fury of all Uchiha present. The news spread rapidly throughout the clan, provoking widespread outrage. Summer Solstice was urgently transported to the medical room, where the medical ninjas were left aghast upon examination. His vital signs were alarmingly weak. Had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, he would have likely succumbed long ago. Meanwhile, the news reached the Hokage building with astonishing speed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was busy handling paperwork when an Umbu suddenly materialized before him. Hokage-sama, there is an emergency. Uchiha Summer Solstice has been attacked by an unidentified ninja within the clan territory and is in critical condition. Fragments of what appear to be specialized Umbu weapons were found at the scene, and the clan is already in a state of outrage. Sarutobi's hand froze, nearly dropping his pipe. He looked up sharply, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. What? Uchiha Summer Solstice has been attacked? And there are traces of Umbu weapons? How can this be? His mind raced, and he instantly thought of one person, Shimura Danzo. Who else would be so eager to target a 17-year-old child with such crude methods, even willing to frame the Umbu? Immediately seal off the scene. No one is to enter. I will go myself. Sarutobi stood, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Meanwhile, at the root base, Shimura Danzo received the same news. Initially taken aback, a glimmer of delight soon crossed his face. Although the 4 elite ninjas he dispatched seemed to have met their end, the grievous injury of Uchiha Summer Solstice was enough to satisfy him. Furthermore, the remnants of Umbu weaponry at the scene would only escalate the tensions between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha. Interesting, he thought, a cold smile creeping across his face. Although the process was not as he had envisioned, the outcome was even better. Uchiha Summer Solstice, you are simply too naive, unaware of when you became someone else's pawn. He began contemplating his next move, strategizing on how to persuade Sarutobi to eliminate the Uchiha threat once and for all. This would serve as the perfect catalyst to intensify the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. Chapter 18. The Reversal. Who is the true hunter? Urgent footsteps echoed through the Uchiha territory. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by a team of elite Umbu and medical ninjas, rushed to Summer Solstice's residence with utmost haste. The scene of devastation surpassed everyone's imagination. Deep marks from ninjutsu marred the walls, and the floor was torn apart by the remnants of battle. For corpses lay scattered, blood pooling everywhere, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. At the center of this chaos, Uchiha Summer Solstice lay pale as a sheet in a pool of blood. His clothes were soaked in crimson, his breath faint, as if he might cease to breathe at any moment. Quick! The medical team must act immediately. Sarutobi's voice was urgent, yet an elusive complexity flickered in his gaze. Several experienced medical ninjas approached to assess the situation, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Green healing chakra flowed around Summer Solstice, but there was no improvement. A senior medical ninja, perspiring and trembling, stated the severity of Summer Solstice's injuries, multiple life-threatening wounds, with chakra and vitality rapidly depleting. He hesitated to continue, yet his meaning was unmistakable. Sarutobi gazed at Summer Solstice's pale face, his eyes filled with sorrow. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. Who did this? How dare they inflict such harm on a 17-year-old child within the village of Konoha? Hokage-sama, we found this at the scene. An umbu carefully presented several metal fragments, the remnants of specialized weaponry. This craftsmanship. Sarutobi took the fragments, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. These fragments indeed bore the characteristics of umbu weapons. Immediately initiate full-scale rescue efforts. No matter what, we must save Summer Solstice. He feigned anger as he ordered a thorough investigation. Regardless of the perpetrator, he would not show mercy. The news quickly spread throughout the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing of Summer Solstice's attack, the members erupted in outrage. Especially the young supporters and the core members under his contract control reacted more intensely than anyone had anticipated. What? Lord Summer Solstice has been attacked. Who dares to lay a hand on our hero? There are umbu weapons found at the scene. I knew those rascals had ill intentions. Under the clever guidance of Summer Solstice's confidants, the clan's anger was precisely directed at the umbu. Naturally, it also pointed towards the man orchestrating everything from the shadows, Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Itachi stood up in fury, his voice thunderous. Brothers, Summer Solstice has sacrificed so much for the dignity of our Uchiha. Now they dare to attempt to kill him. How much longer must we endure in silence? Yes, we demand an explanation from the Hokage. Hand over Danzo. Let justice be served for Lord Summer Solstice. The blood of the Uchiha shall not flow in vain. The enraged clan members surged towards the Hokage building like a tsunami, fists raised, their eyes ablaze with fury. The atmosphere within Konoha village became charged with tension. At the root base, Danzo sat on a cold stone chair, a sinister smile curling at his lips. The Uchiha's reaction was even more intense than he had anticipated. He caressed the bandaged arm, cold glints flickering in his eyes. This little brat, Summer Solstice, will finally become history. To him, Summer Solstice, lying in a pool of blood, was already a fish in a barrel. With a little guidance, he could solidify the narrative of the Uchiha attacking the umbu or the umbu retaliating out of necessity, thereby bringing his plan for their extermination to fruition. Send the order down. Danzo's voice was laced with suppressed excitement. Closely monitor the Uchiha's movements. The moment they act out of line, report immediately. This time, I will ensure everyone sees the true face of the Uchiha. In front of the Hokage building, a crowd had gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the steps, facing the furious Uchiha clansmen, striving to calm their emotions. Esteemed Uchiha clansmen, I understand your anger, his voice heavy. Summer Solstice is a genius of Konoha and a source of pride for us all. I assure you, regardless of who the culprit is, I will bring them to justice. Empty words. Just empty words. A voice from the crowd shouted. Hasn't Danzo's root always viewed us as a thorn in their side? Have they finally made their move? Hand over Danzo. Let him give an account for Lord Summer Solstice. We demand the truth. No more pretense. As sweat trickled down the forehead of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the atmosphere teetered on the brink of chaos. At that moment, a shadow silently emerged behind him. Hokage-sama, intoned Shimura Danzo, his voice low and grave. It appears that the animosity towards us from the Uchiha clan runs deeper than we had anticipated. Hiruzen turned, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded his old friend. Danzo, do you suspect that I am involved in this? Danzo scoffed, feigning innocence. Hiruzen, you have truly disappointed me. While I, Shimura Danzo, act decisively. I would never resort to such brutality against a mere 17-year-old child. His tone shifted, becoming ominous. Yet this Uchiha Shirshui, so young yet so arrogant, has unleashed a massacre within his clan, consolidating power recklessly. Perhaps he has made too many enemies, inciting vengeance. Or perhaps what? Or perhaps it is a power struggle within the Uchiha itself. Do not forget, Fugaku was recently defeated by him. There are bound to be those among them who harbor resentment. Danzo's words plunged Hiruzen into contemplation. Indeed, from a rational standpoint, Danzo's conjecture bore merit, just as tensions escalated. With the Uchiha clan members and the umbu on the verge of confrontation, a frail voice unexpectedly broke through. Cough, cough, who has attacked me? Silence fell over the crowd as they turned towards the sound. There, against all odds, stood Uchiha Summer, supported by several clan members, struggling to appear before the plaza in front of the Hokage building. His complexion was pale, marred by splotches of blood. Each step seemed to sap the last vestiges of his strength. Yet, his eyes still shimmered with an indomitable spirit. Lord Summer, you're safe. Who has harmed you? Tell us. The Uchiha clan members rushed toward their hero, tears of relief brimming in their eyes. Meanwhile, Danzo's expression darkened to an ashen hue. Impossible. His people had confirmed that Summer was gravely injured and near death. How could this boy have managed such a feat? Hiruzen was equally taken aback, but quickly masked his surprise, striding forward. Summer, how are you? What is your condition? Weakly, Summer lifted his gaze toward the Hokage building, a glint of profound significance flickering in his eyes. This play has only just reached its climax. Chapter 19. Summer awakens, publicly exposing Danzo's crimes. A stunning reversal. Summer did not respond to Hiruzen's inquiry. With the assistance of the aggrieved Uchiha members, he pressed forward to the front of the crowd. His youthful face, already pale, now exhibited a ghastly lack of color. He raised his head feebly, coughing violently. His gaze swept across the myriad expressions of the Umbu, lingering finally on Danzo's solitary eye. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Summer began, his voice hoarse, carrying the weight of a dying man. Uchiha Summer, last night within our clan's territory, was ambushed by several root ninjas. Each word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. The crowd erupted in chaos. Root. The very mention of the name sent shockwaves through the Uchiha clan. Was that not the secretive private force under the command of Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo? What? Root? Damn you, Danzo. It was you all along. The voices of fury rose in a cacophony. The pent-up frustrations of the Uchiha clan exploded in that instant. Their crimson Sharingan, fueled by rage, manifested increasingly grotesque patterns. Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically as Summer uttered the word root. He instinctively glanced at Danzo, who was visibly trembling, his singular eye ablaze with menace. It seemed Summer was oblivious to it all. He merely raised his hand slightly, signaling. Among the crowd, several elite Uchiha ninjas approached, carrying bodies covered haphazardly with white cloth. With their steps, a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Thud, 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 thud. The four corpses were unceremoniously dropped onto the ground before the Hokage building, the cloth falling away to reveal their grotesque visages. Their attire, the distinctive fragments of their masks, and specific subtle features, all pointed unmistakably to Root. These individuals were the assailants from last night. They are highly trained, working in perfect unison, their lethal techniques far surpassing that of ordinary Umbu. He paused, his gaze returning to Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, I wish to know why your direct subordinate, Root, would resort to such violence against a mere 17-year-old child? Hiruzen's lips moved, yet he found himself momentarily speechless. What could he possibly say? That he was unaware? That this was a misunderstanding? In the face of these corpses, any justification seemed utterly futile. Nonsense. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated. Danzo could no longer contain himself and stepped forward forcefully. Uchiha Summer, do not mislead the crowd with your deceitful rhetoric. These so-called evidence pieces are merely a farce of your own making. He pointed at the bodies, his voice trembling with fury. Who knows where these corpses originated? Perhaps this is merely an internal Uchiha conflict, a scheme to frame me. You, boy, are cunning and malicious. At such a young age, you are already so ruthless. You must not be allowed to live. Danzo's voice boomed, attempting to overshadow all. However, Summer merely regarded him coldly. Frame you? Elder Danzo, do you believe that I, Uchiha Summer, possess the extraordinary ability to fabricate such convincingly realistic Root ninja corpses right under your nose, while ensuring they were all still clad in Root's standard gear at the time of their demise? He began to cough again, prompting a clan member to gently pat his back. Hokage-sama, esteemed elders, and all colleagues present from Konoha, Summer regained his composure and retrieved a scroll from his robes. Raising it high, I have further evidence. Every gaze turned toward the seemingly ordinary scroll. Summer gestured for a clan member to take the scroll and unfurl it. As chakra flowed into it, a radiant image materialized before the crowd. The image depicted a wounded Root ninja, kneeling pitifully on the ground, his mask shattered, revealing a face filled with dread. Speak. Who sent you? Shirshue's voice echoed through the scene. It was Danzo-sama, sobbed the root ninja, tears streaming down his face. It was Danzo-sama's orders to kill Uchiha Shirshue at all costs, to disguise it later as an internal feud or to frame the Umbu. Each word struck with a force that battered Danzo's heart. Danzo-sama also stated that if this mission failed, the extermination plan would be activated, using the threat posed by Uchiha Shirshue to justify the cleansing of the entire Uchiha clan without exception. By the end of his confession, the root ninja was in tears, nearly collapsing under the weight of his own despair. Bang! The image within the scroll abruptly ceased at the most critical moment. The plaza fell into an eerie silence. All eyes shifted from the dissipating image to the livid, trembling form of Shimura Danzo. He could never have fathomed that Uchiha Shirshue, this boy, not only survived, but had prepared such a devastating gift for him. Witnesses, physical evidence, confessions, a perfect chain of proof. All arrows pointed towards Shimura Danzo. Is this wretched child a devil? You are fabricating this. This is undoubtedly a forgery. It is an illusion. It is the Jinjutsu of your Uchiha clan. He yearned to rush forward, to tear apart that abhorrent image, to seize the collar of Summer Solstice and demand answers. Yet, Summer Solstice offered him no such opportunity. Forged? Summer Solstice held his forehead, swaying as if he might faint at any moment. Elder Danzo, are you implying that a 17-year-old, gravely injured and on the brink of death, possesses the leisure to fabricate such a realistic image to frame a respected Hokage advisor like yourself? His voice was not loud, yet each word struck with piercing clarity. Hokage. Summer Solstice abruptly turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, tears brimming in his eyes. My Uchiha clan has been loyal to Konoha for generations. My father, my mother, sacrificed their last drop of blood for Konoha. Why must we Uchiha endure such unjust treatment? Why must Elder Danzo seek to annihilate us? Please, Hokage, stand for me, Uchiha Summer Solstice. Stand for my tragically fallen parents. Stand for the loyalty of my entire Uchiha clan. He suddenly knelt on one knee, despite the difficulty and strain of the action. Please, Hokage, take a stand. Please, Hokage, take a stand. The Uchiha clansmen behind him all knelt in unison, their anguished roars piercing the heavens. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned ghastly pale. An unprecedented sense of helplessness engulfed him. He felt his temples throbbing, his head buzzing. On one side stood the unwavering evidence, occupying the moral high ground, and behind it was Uchiha Summer Solstice, representing the entire Uchiha clan. This 17-year-old youth unleashed the sharpest claws upon the dark underbelly of Konoha. On the other side was his old friend, Danzo Shimura, the root of Konoha, who would resort to any means for the stability of the village. Although his methods were harsh, he had indeed resolved many issues for Konoha. Now these two forces, due to the variable that was Uchiha Summer Solstice, had completely torn apart, laid bare before all. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, feeling a bitter taste fill his mouth. How should he choose? To protect Danzo? That would undoubtedly push the entire Uchiha clan into opposition, and an internal conflict sweeping through Konoha could be imminent. Moreover, he found no justification for Danzo amidst the evidence in Summer Solstice's possession. To deal with Danzo, that would not simply mean losing a capable assistant. It would also signify Sarutobi Hiruzen bowing to the Uchiha, bowing to a 17-year-old child. What would become of his authority as Hokage? What would become of the reputation of Konoha's high-ranking officials? Furthermore, how much of Danzo's actions had Sarutobi Hiruzen tacitly approved or even supported in secret? Pulling out a radish brings out the mud. Should he delve deeply into this, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself ensnared in the most challenging and precarious dilemma since assuming the role of Hokage. The atmosphere in the square had reached an unbearable tension. All eyes were fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting his final judgment. Meanwhile, Summer Solstice wore a chilling smile, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Old fool, the times have changed. Today a spectacle is merely the beginning. What I desire is not just Danzo. Chapter 20. The Hokage bows his head. Danzo, your end has come. The veins on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead throbbed violently. He gazed at the frail youth before him. This boy hardly resembled someone gravely injured and on the brink of death. He was clearly calculating everything, waiting for him, waiting for Danzo, waiting for the entire upper echelon of Konoha. Summer Solstice, this matter is vast and far-reaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to keep his voice steady. I shall immediately establish an investigation team to thoroughly scrutinize this matter. I will ensure a just resolution for the Uchiha and for you. A delay. This was the only method Sarutobi Hiruzen could conceive at that moment. He needed time to minimize the repercussions of this incident. However, would Summer Solstice grant him that opportunity? An explanation? Summer Solstice scoffed. The sound was not loud, yet it pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears like icy needles. Hokage, what more investigation is needed? Summer Solstice raised his voice sharply, his crimson Manjiki Sharingan radiating a terrifying aura as he fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, completely shedding the earlier pretense of weakness. Witnesses, physical evidence, testimonies, all are present. Do you intend to tell me that all of this is false? That I, Uchiha Summer Solstice, fabricated this to frame your most trusted elder Danzo? Or are you, Hokage, planning to shield the perpetrator who attempted to annihilate my entire Uchiha clan and slaughter my kin? Summer Solstice stepped forward, his diminutive figure now emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. His voice brimmed with endless malice. Today, if you do not take action against Shimura Danzo and provide my Uchiha clan with an explanation, I, Uchiha Summer Solstice, will personally lead my people to raise his filthy root base, to eradicate all the murderers involved in this matter, along with their leader, Shimura Danzo. To the last. Boom. This declaration detonated in front of the Hokage building. The entire square plunged into a profound silence. Then, chaos erupted. An outright coup. A mere 17-year-old dared to threaten the Hokage in front of all Konoha's upper echelons and countless ninjas. Madness. This Uchiha Summer Solstice was undoubtedly insane. The gazes of the observing Konoha ninjas and villagers were filled with shock and disbelief. This boy must have grown a bear's heart and leopard's courage. By what right? Just because of his peculiar eyes and those Uchiha behind him, who also bore red eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face had turned completely dark. He felt his authority being trampled underfoot by this 17-year-old youth. Outrageous. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed. Uchiha Summer Solstice. You are threatening the Hokage. You are challenging the order of Konoha. Do you intend to rebel? Summer Solstice, upon hearing this, laughed instead of becoming angry. Rebellion? He laughed heartily, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Hokage, your words elevate me too much. I merely seek justice for my deceased parents, for my Uchiha clan, for my own right to survive. Is this considered rebellion? Or do you believe, in your eyes, that the lives of my Uchiha clan do not matter? That our dignity can be trampled at will? If Danzo seeks to kill me, to annihilate my entire clan, I am to obediently submit and not resist or raise my voice. Otherwise, it is rebellion? What kind of nonsense is that? Summer Solstice's voice suddenly escalated, filled with endless derision and disdain. I spit. He forcefully spat on the ground. Old fool, do not come at me with that. Today, you must deal with Shimura Danzo, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, do not blame my Uchiha clan for not giving you, the Hokage, any face. We will take matters into our own hands and cleanse our own ranks. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Lord Summer Solstice speaks true. Why must we Uchiha endure this humiliation? Danzo must die? Hokage, give us an explanation. The emotions of the Uchiha clansmen had been completely ignited. Their crimson eyes were fixed intensely on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, as if they might pounce upon them and tear them to shreds at any moment. The Umbu ninjas stationed before the Hokage building tightened their grips on their weapons, anxiously observing the emotionally unhinged Uchiha clan members. A confrontation was imminent. At that moment, the sharp voice of Tsunade Koharu pierced the tension. She and Mito Gate hastened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, their expressions reflecting deep concern. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Tsunade lowered her voice, trembling slightly as she spoke. Danzo has created an irreparable mess this time. Mito Gate-un's face mirrored her gravity. We must decide swiftly. We need to quell the Uchiha's fury. Otherwise, Konoha may truly fracture. They were not foolish. The evidence in Shijima's possession was nearly indisputable. The contents of the recording scrolls sent chills through these seasoned veterans, who had long been entrenched in the power struggles. A plan for extermination. That madman Danzo dared to go this far. Even more alarming was the display of strength, intellect, and cunning from Uchiha Shijima, which far exceeded their expectations. Should such a figure be driven to desperation, leading the Uchiha in full rebellion, the consequences would be dire. Sarutobi Hiruzen grappled internally with conflicting thoughts. To protect Danzo would incite immediate turmoil within Konoha. the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly revolt. Given the determination and methods Shirjima had exhibited today, the ensuing chaos would likely surpass the horrors of the past. To abandon Danzo would mean losing a capable ally who had handled countless underhanded tasks for him in the shadows. More importantly, Hiruzen would be bowing to a mere 17-year-old, yielding to the Uchiha. His authority as Hokage would be utterly diminished. The dignity of Konoha as higher-ups would be ruthlessly trampled. Danzo sensed Hiruzen's hesitation and the unmistakable retreat of the two advisors. Did these old comrades intend to sacrifice him? A surge of unwillingness coursed through him. How much had Shimura Danzo sacrificed for Konoha? How many slanders had he endured? And now, because of the provocations of a mere child and some so-called evidence, they wished to cast him aside. Impossible. A flicker of madness flashed in Danzo's lone eye. His concealed hand subtly moved, executing an exceedingly discreet gesture. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If we perish, let it be together. At the very moment Danzo issued his signal, Shijima's kaleidoscopic Sharingan narrowed perceptibly. He keenly sensed the slight disturbances in the chakra hidden in the air. Though subtle, it could not escape his current perception. Oh, the old dog still yearns to struggle in his last moments? Shirjima smirked coldly. Everything was under his control. Sweat poured down Hiruzen's forehead as the immense pressure nearly suffocated him. He closed his eyes, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a long pause, he slowly opened his eyes, filled with profound resignation. I have made my decision. His voice was hoarse, each word seemingly extracted from the depths of his being. Strip Shimura Danzo of all his positions as elder advisor and root leader, and confine him permanently in the deepest recesses of Konoha prison, awaiting further disposition. With these words reverberating through the square, the uproar from the Uchiha side finally diminished somewhat. Yet Shijima's gaze remained icy. Permanent confinement? Huh. For a cunning old fox like Danzo, as long as he drew breath, the notion of permanent imprisonment was nothing but a jest. He had ample time and means to claw his way out of that abyss. The Hokage is wise. At last, we Uchiha have been given a fair resolution. Some Uchiha members began to cheer, seemingly satisfied with this outcome. Yet Shirjima harbored a cold laughter within. He understood the true faces of these politicians all too well. The old fool, Hiruzen, merely sought to temporarily placate the situation, sacrificing Danzo's position for a fleeting tranquility. The true reckoning was far from over. Moreover, would that old dog Danzo surrender so easily? Shirjima did not believe it. A cornered rabbit bites back, let alone a formidable figure like Danzo. He would surely fight back with ferocity. Shijima's consciousness quietly submerged into the light blue screen within his mind, directly accessing the system mall. His gaze swiftly scanned the array of dazzling goods, ultimately resting on the forbidden techniques. He required a genuine trump card, one capable of addressing any unforeseen circumstances, even one that could deliver a lethal blow. Soon, an option radiating a dangerous red light captured his full attention. Forbidden technique is an Aji, single I one-time perfect level, experience card. Upon activation, the user can, for a limited time, record any adverse conditions inflicted upon them, including death, and convert those into a dream state. Subsequently, the user's status can be restored to any moment prior to the activation of his Anaji. Price, 5,000 points. Is Anaji? Shijima's pupils constricted slightly. This was one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate forbidden techniques, which sacrificed the light of one Sharingan to instantly alter reality and illusion, transforming one's fate. Although it was merely an experience card and a single use, the term perfect level spoke volumes about its potency. In a critical moment, this would equate to a lifeline. He glanced at his balance of points. Points, 3850. This amount reflected the deductions from previously interrogating root ninjas, purchasing the basic truth serum for 50 points, and acquiring the near-death breath disguise liquid for 100 points. He still needed 1150 points. System. Convert the unused Kimui fragment from earlier tasks and all scattered loot in my storage into points, Shirjima silently commanded. He had previously fused with the basic Kimui, rendering the fragment less useful, while the need for a life-saving card was paramount. Ding. Kimui fragment. 1. Converted to 800 points. Ding. Various loot, shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, etc. Converted to 420 points. Points balance. 3,850 points. Sufficient. Purchase, Forbidden technique Izanagi. Single I one-time perfect level. Experience card. Ding. Consumed 5,000 points. Purchased. Forbidden technique Izanagi. Single I one-time perfect level. Experience card. X1. Points balance. 70. A card radiating an ethereal glow now rested quietly in his system storage. Shijima's heart soared with joy. He knew well that the Uchiha clan had yet to reach the point of extermination. Danzo's arm likely had not yet been implanted with a multitude of Sharingan. However, considering the recent occasional disappearances among Uchiha members, it was evident that Danzo had begun to seize Sharingan. That old dog was treacherous, aside from the Sharingan. He could very well have acquired other forbidden techniques of Izanagi's caliber through various means. Purchasing this experience card was a precaution. Should Danzo become desperate and employ a similar trump card, he would be prepared to match him blow for blow. Bring him. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, commanding, "Take Shimura Danzo to Konoha prison." As several Umbu ninjas flickered forward, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With his head bowed, as if resigned to his fate, Shimura Danzo suddenly raised his gaze. In his singular eye, a wild and desperate ferocity ignited. His movements were as swift as lightning, leaving no one time to comprehend his actions. By the time they reacted, he had already seized a nearby Umbu member, holding him tightly by the throat, transforming him into a hostage. What was even more chilling was that Danzo's other arm, the one wrapped in bandages, began to fray, revealing not flesh and blood, but a multitude of explosive tags densely affixed to his entire arm. "Sarutobi, do you intend to sacrifice me to quell the Uchiha's wrath? You shall not succeed. It will not be so simple." Gripping the hostage's neck, he retreated step by step, the explosive tags gleaming ominously with red dots. "Everyone, stand aside. Otherwise, I shall take us all to ruin." Madness. Utter madness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Danzo, are you insane? Release the hostage." He could not have imagined that Danzo would choose such a radical and reckless method of resistance. The surrounding Umbu and Jonin also paled, paralyzed by fear. None dared to advance. The number of explosive tags was sufficient to obliterate a significant portion of the Hokage building. The consequences of detonation were unfathomable. The hostage trembled violently, unable to utter a word. "Step back. Do you hear me?" Danzo roared hysterically, his single eye bloodshot. "If anyone dares to take a step closer, I will detonate them all." The plaza fell into a profound silence once more. The atmosphere was taut with tension. The Uchiha clan members ceased their clamoring, watching the unfolding chaos with bated breath. Only the Summer Solstice, observing this desperate act, revealed a cold smirk. Finally resorting to such a reckless gambit, old dog. He mused internally. Everything was under his control. This was the moment he awaited, the moment Danzo had sealed his own escape routes completely. Now, the true performance was about to commence. Chapter 22. Danzo, you are a devil. Summer Solstice. No, I simply have the advantage. Before the Hokage building, the atmosphere was charged with tension. "Sarutobi, what are you waiting for?" Danzo tightened his grip on the hostage's neck, his bloodshot eye menacingly fierce. The explosive tags on his arm resembled death warrants, ready to erupt at any moment. "You all must clear a path for me to leave Konoha. Otherwise, I will take this Umbu brat and all of you with me." His shrill voice pierced the air. The hostage's face turned crimson, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Sarutobi, remain calm. Do not act foolishly. Do you think you can escape? Calm. Ha ha." Danzo laughed maniacally. "I, Shimura Danzo, have toiled for Konoha my entire life, bearing countless slanders. And now, you want me to sacrifice myself for a mere Uchiha whelp? Sarutobi, you disappoint me greatly. Enough with the chatter. My patience is wearing thin." The atmosphere was at its breaking point. The Umbu and Jonin surrounding them were on high alert, yet dared not act recklessly. Summer Solstice stood at the forefront, his crimson Sharingan calmly fixed on the frenzied Danzo. The old dog has finally exhausted his tricks, resorting to such a dramatic display. He thought to himself with a cold scoff. This was precisely the situation he had anticipated. Danzo must perish here. He could not be allowed to escape Konoha, nor could he have the chance to detonate any potential traps scattered throughout the village. Summer Solstice had a good grasp of Danzo's intentions. If he were to escape, or if the standoff continued, who knew what other calamities he might unleash? "Sarutobi, why do you hesitate? Do you truly wish to witness his demise?" Danzo's grip tightened further, eliciting a painful groan from the hostage. The explosive tags trembled slightly. seemingly on the verge of detonation due to Danzo's agitation. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Summer Solstice made his move. His figure left behind an almost indistinguishable afterimage, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. Too fast, so swift that even a shadow-level powerhouse like Sarutobi could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a blurred trajectory. A sense of alarm filled Sarutobi's heart. Danzo sensed the impending threat as well, his single eye narrowing in alarm. But he had no time to react. Summer Solstice's target was neither Danzo nor the hostage. Rather, it was Danzo's right arm, wrapped in explosive tags and gripping the hostage's throat. More precisely, it was the minuscule yet crucial area where his right arm connected to his shoulder. Kamui, the pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan in Summer Solstice's right eye sharpened into focus. Silent and without any violent fluctuations of chakra, the locked space seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, twisting with tremendous force. Crack! Thud! The eerie sound of bones fracturing and flesh tearing echoed simultaneously. Danzo's entire right arm, along with all the explosive tags and the hostage he held, was abruptly severed from his shoulder. Blood gushed from Danzo's vacant right shoulder, staining half of his body and the ground beneath him. A chilling scream erupted from Danzo's throat. The excruciating pain was unimaginable, as if his very soul were being torn apart. The hostage, suddenly released from Danzo's grip, plummeted towards the ground. At that moment, a silver figure darted past. Another Umbu member, appearing out of nowhere, caught the falling comrade with one hand and swiftly whisked him to safety. The entire sequence unfolded with such fluidity that it was almost dizzying. Danzo staggered backward, incredulously staring at his empty right shoulder and the severed arm, still tangled with explosive tags, lying a short distance away. His mind was a blank slate. What has happened? His arm. How could his arm? He abruptly looked up, fixating on the reappeared Uchiha Summer Solstice. It was that brat. It must be him. That strange ocular technique. That incomprehensible spatial ability. Uchiha Summer Solstice. You devil. Danzo's voice twisted with agony. He realized his fate was sealed. It was utterly over. With one arm severed and grievously wounded, he had no chance of escape left. An overwhelming fury and unwillingness consumed all rational thought. Uchiha Summer Solstice. Sarutobi, and all you damned Uchihas, you shall accompany me to the grave. Danzo let out a beastly roar. He bit down on his own tongue. Blood, mixed with his final chakra, surged in a unique manner into a chain of explosive tags preset in several secret locations throughout Konoha. This was his final trump card. The grand gift he prepared for Konoha. If he was to die, then let it be in a spectacular destruction. Boom. Almost the instant Danzo bit his tongue, a deafening roar erupted suddenly from the eastern district of Konoha. Almost immediately, a series of explosive blasts followed. Boom. Boom. Thunderous echoes reverberated as colossal explosions resonated from various directions within the village, almost simultaneously. By the riverside of the South He River, in the bustling commercial district, and even in residential areas, flames surged like the infernos of hell, painting the entire sky of Konoha a blood-red hue. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. Countless structures crumbled amidst the violent detonations, reducing them to mere ruins. The anguished screams of villagers, the terrified cries of children, and the thunderous crashes of collapsing buildings intertwined in a tragic symphony. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched in horror as flames and smoke rose from all corners of the village, his face turning ashen. He could never have imagined that Danzo would be so deranged as to plant so many explosives within the village itself. This madman. This utterly insane lunatic. Quickly, all ninjas. Split up and act immediately. Extinguish the fires. Rescue the people. Evacuate the civilians. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed his orders with fervor. Countless ninja figures darted toward the most blinding flames and the loudest cries. At that moment, Konoha was plunged into unprecedented chaos and disaster. Yet, at the very heart of this turmoil, Uchiha Shursui remained seemingly unfazed by the earth-shattering explosions and the horrific scenes surrounding him. His Manjiki Sharingan was fixated unwaveringly on one individual, Shimura Danzo. The old dog, having ignited the explosive tags scattered throughout the village, staggered away toward a hidden direction while everyone's attention was drawn to the explosions. That place was the entrance to a certain underground base of Root. Trying to escape? A cold smile crept across Shursui's lips. Today this old dog must die. Chapter 23. What? I can still take out alone. I like it. The excruciating pain from his severed arm nearly sent Danzo into unconsciousness. He stumbled forward, leaving a trail of blood with each step. Behind him were the echoes of explosions, screams, and the sounds of collapsing buildings from the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious roars faded from his mind. Escape. He had to return to the root base. That was his stronghold, a sanctuary he had nurtured for years. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Uchiha Summer gritted his teeth, resentment burning in his soul eye. He could not fathom how his meticulously crafted plans had crumbled at the hands of a mere 17-year-old brat. That brat was a demon. Meanwhile, Summer paid no heed to the chaos behind him. No matter how intense the flames of Konoha blazed, they could not scorch his heart. The grand rescue efforts organized by Sarutobi Hiruzen were of no concern to him. His objective had remained singular from the outset: Shimura Danzo, and the power of root that lay beneath. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Summer. Summer's voice carried through a special chakra communication method, resonating clearly in their ears. Lead a portion of our clan to assist the Hokage in disaster relief, and do your utmost to minimize civilian casualties. Remember, just put on a show. Do not sacrifice yourselves. To the others. His voice suddenly turned icy. Seal off all known and potential paths leading to the root base. Not even a fly is to be allowed to escape. Yes, Lord Summer. The Uchiha elites, bound by a one-time loyalty contract, did not hesitate and immediately took their orders. They revered Summer's commands as if they were divine. Summer's figure moved like a shadow, weaving through the ruins and panicked crowds. Following the blood trail left by Danzo and the faint chakra signatures, he pursued with astonishing speed. That old dog cannot escape. System. Summer silently chanted within his mind. I wish to clear out the entire route as swiftly and effectively as possible. Any recommendations? System Mall refreshing. Detected current demand of the host. Group extermination. Rapid breakthrough. Recommended item. First 3 gates of the 8 gates. 1 hour. Trial access. Price. 3,000 K points. The 8 gates. Summer raised an eyebrow. This was Konoha's ultimate forbidden body technique, which unleashed powers beyond limits at the cost of burning one's life force. Although it was merely the first 3 gates, 1 hour would suffice. He glanced at his remaining K points, 70. He had already exhausted most of his savings to purchase the Izanagi trial card. This 3,000 points were accumulated from rewards for slaying a few root ninjas, along with some trivial task rewards. Purchase. Ding. Consumed 3,000 K points. First 3 gates of the 8 gates, 1 hour. Trial access granted. K points balance, 2930. Negative? Summer raised an eyebrow. Can I still take out a loan? System notification. Detected insufficient K points. Temporary credit limit has been activated. Please complete tasks or recharge soon, or high interest rates will apply and may trigger forced recovery mechanisms. Even high interest loans have been introduced. Summer remained unfazed. As long as he could eliminate Danzo and eradicate root, this cost was trivial. With a thought, the power from the 8 gates surged into his body. Open the first gate. Open. Boom. An invisible shockwave erupted from Summer's center. He felt the shackles on his mind dissolve, and the potential of his body began to awaken. Open the second gate. His stamina surged back, fatigue disappearing in an instant. Every cell rejoiced in jubilation. Open the third gate. A torrent of power. Unmatched speed. Green chakra steam billowed from his body. He felt that, at this moment, he could punch through a mountain. Summer clenched his fist. It felt exhilarating. His speed increased dramatically. What was once a chase now felt almost instantaneous. In mere breaths, the staggering figure ahead, on the verge of collapse, came into sharp focus. Danzo, your time has come. Summer's voice rang out like a death knell. Danzo heard this and felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around abruptly, only to see a blur enveloped in green steam. Approaching him with a speed he could not comprehend. No. Summer delivered a precise kick to Danzo's back. Bang! Danzo's already battered body was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed through a hidden door disguised as an ordinary wall, tumbling into a dark and deep underground passage. That place was one of the entrances to the root base. Summer snorted coldly, showing no signs of slowing down as he plunged into the darkness after him. Inside the root base, the structure was complex, with intersecting passages resembling a labyrinth. The air was thick with a rancid stench. However, for one possessing the Kagaya Si, whose effects had not fully dissipated, and the Mangeki Sharingan, this posed no challenge. Any hidden enemies, any slight chakra fluctuations, were laid bare before him. Intruders, stop him. The sharp alarm echoed throughout the base. In the darkness, figures surged from every corner. They were the last of Root's diehards. Their weapons gleamed with a deadly sheen. Yet, with the first 3 gates of the 8 gates activated, wielding Izanagi as his ultimate trump card, and possessing Shunshin and basic Tsukuyomi, Shursui regarded these so-called elite Root operatives as mere fodder, unworthy of resistance. Seeking death, the icy killing intent in Shursui's eyes was palpable. He couldn't even be bothered to use his ocular techniques. Pure power, pure speed. A Root ninja lunged from the shadows. His short blade aimed directly at the ribs of the Summer Solstice. Without a glance back, Summer Solstice retaliated with a powerful punch. Crack! The ninja's sternum, along with his blade, was shattered to pieces. His body was sent flying, crashing into the hard wall, reduced to a mere puddle. Another Root ninja attempted to ensnare Summer Solstice with steel wires. Yet, with a mere flicker of movement, he slipped through the tangled wires, delivering a precise strike that severed the opponent's throat. Blood gushed forth. A monster. He is a monster. Faced with such overwhelming power, the psychological defenses of some Root ninjas began to crumble. They had never encountered such a terrifying presence. Is this truly the strength a human can possess? Summer Solstice offered them no respite or opportunity for contemplation. His figure transformed into a crimson whirlwind within the narrow corridor. Every punch and kick resulted in broken bones and severed tendons. With each strike, a life was inevitably extinguished. Limbs and dismembered bodies flew through the air. The anguished screams rose and fell, abruptly silenced. This was not a battlefield. This was a slaughterhouse. And Summer Solstice was the most efficient, the most ruthless butcher. He advanced step by step, treading upon a mountain of corpses and rivers of flowing blood. The metallic scent of blood grew ever stronger, thick enough to induce nausea. Yet, Summer Solstice's expression remained calm. For him, killing had long since become a mundane affair, especially the slaughter of these damned scum. He intended to cleanse this filthy place thoroughly. With their blood, he would honor the innocent Uchiha clansmen who had met tragic ends. With their lives, he would warn all who coveted the Uchiha. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Chapter 24. I have not yet exerted my full strength. How have you fallen? The alarms within the Root base blared with a piercing shriek. Yet, nothing could halt the approach of the Reaper enveloped in swirling green steam. With just 3 doors, open door, rest door, life door, such power was unleashed. Summer Solstice felt the relentless power surging within him, a sensation that was intoxicating. Ordinary Root ninjas were nothing more than insignificant ants before him. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Where he tread, only severed limbs and spurting blood remained. Quick! Stop him! Flank him through the Ichi passage. A stubborn Root lieutenant hoarsely commanded. This individual, known for his speed, darted through the labyrinthine corridors, attempting to use the terrain to outmaneuver Summer Solstice. Is that all you've got? Summer Solstice scoffed. Such trivial skills dare to challenge me? His right eye's kaleidoscope pattern momentarily focused. Divine power. The Root lieutenant, in rapid motion, suddenly felt the space a meter ahead of him distort violently. He had no time to react before he collided forcefully with the hard rock wall. Bang! The sound of his skull shattering was unmistakable. Before he could utter a scream, Summer Solstice appeared before him, delivering a heavy punch that drove his head into the wall. Red and white splattered everywhere. Next, Summer Solstice continued his advance with an expressionless face. Within the Roots, there were certainly ninjas possessing family secret techniques. Secret technique, insect sphere. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in black, the right hand of Danzo from the Oil Girl clan. With a low growl, a swarm of virtually indistinguishable nano-sized venomous insects surged forth. These insects converged in the air, rushing towards Summer Solstice. Insects. Summer Solstice's brow did not even twitch. It was time for a barbecue. With a mere thought, he activated the system to exchange for an advanced version of the fire release, Dragonfire technique. Beep. Consumed 200 premium points. Fire release, Dragonfire technique, instant enhanced version, exchanged. Premium points balance, 3130. Summer Solstice swiftly formed hand seals, his speed leaving only an afterimage. Fire release, Dragonfire technique. Roaring forth, a colossal dragon of blazing flames erupted from his mouth. The terrifying heat instantly warped the air, The violet-black cloud of venomous insects, upon contact with the fire dragon, sizzled and crackled, unable to endure even a second before turning to ash. The flames continued unabated, consuming the oil girl's lieutenant. The shrill scream lasted barely half a second before ceasing abruptly. When the flames dissipated, only a charred, human-shaped figure remained. Truly, he was no match. Summer Solstice shook his head. Wind, the lieutenant of the mountain clan, upon witnessing the fate of his comrade, turned pale. He understood that facing him directly would yield no chance of victory. This Uchiha brat was an absolute monster. The only option was to control his mind. Mind turned technique. A resolute glint flashed in the eyes of the mountain clan's wind as he formed hand seals, unleashing an invisible mental force that shot towards Summer Solstice's mind like an arrow. However, as soon as his mental power touched Summer Solstice, it collided with an invisible yet indestructible iron wall. The immense and chilling mental energy from Summer Solstice's Kaleidoscope Sharingan rebounded instantly. Arc. The mountain clan's wind felt as if his brain had been struck by a glowing red hammer, an excruciating pain overwhelming him. He didn't even need Summer Solstice to actively cast an illusion. Merely the mental barrier inherent to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan inflicted unimaginable damage to his psyche. With such a feeble mental force, you dare to invade my consciousness? Summer Solstice's voice dripped with disdain. Arrogant fool. A simple moon-reading illusion was quietly cast. Before the mountain clan's wind, the world transformed into an endless crimson hell. Countless grotesque demons, wielding various torture devices, lunged towards him with sinister grins. In reality, only a few seconds passed. The mountain clan's wind convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, utterly unfocused. Foam erupted from his mouth, and a strange, vacant smile lingered at the corner of his lips. He had become a complete imbecile. Summer Solstice did not spare him a glance as he continued forward. He swept through the area as if it were an uninhabited realm. The so-called elite of the roots were as fragile as paper before him. A devil. He is a devil. Run. We cannot withstand him. Despair spread among the remaining root members. They had never imagined that the root base, which they regarded as an impregnable fortress representing the darkest forces of Konoha, would be breached in such an unreasonable manner. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Following the increasingly distinct chakra signature belonging to Danzo, Summer Solstice arrived at a heavy steel door. This was undoubtedly the deepest chamber of the root base. He delivered a powerful kick. Boom. The several-inch thick steel door crumpled inward, deformed, and was sent flying. The scene within the chamber came into view. Panting heavily, bloodied and exhausted, Danzo Shimura leaned against a cold stone platform. His right arm, which had been broken by Summer Solstice's divine power, had only received a rudimentary bandaging, still oozing blood. His left arm lay flat on the stone platform, the skin brutally sliced open, revealing raw, grotesque flesh. What was even more shocking was that embedded within that bloodied arm were several crimson Sharingan eyes. Although not yet fully integrated, their malevolent aura was unmistakable. This arm was evidently prepared by Danzo as a vessel for the transplantation of numerous Sharingan. Cough, cough. So you've come after all. Danzo raised his head, his singular eye fixated intently on Summer Solstice at the door. As the Summer Solstice gradually entered the secret chamber, he beheld the feeble figure of an old dog. Danzo, your end is nigh. Chapter 25, Countdown to Destruction, Danzo's final monologue. The room was suffused with the scent of blood. A few ninjas clad in Root's standard attire suddenly materialized, resembling emotionless puppets, standing as the last barrier before Danzo. Their eyes filled with a determination to die. Protect Lord Danzo. One of them bellowed, brandishing a short blade aimed directly at the throat of the Summer Solstice. Without even a glance in his direction, the power of the 8 gates surged within him, and he vanished in a blur. Bang! The head of the Root assassin twisted at an unnatural angle and fell lifelessly to the ground. Almost simultaneously, 2 more assassins flanked him from either side. The Summer Solstice spread his arms wide, striking their temples with precision. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply. The 2 corpses flew backward, crashing against the cold stone wall, leaving behind 2 smudged imprints of blood and flesh. Blood splattered across the stone walls of the chamber, staining the hem of the Summer Solstice's attire, yet he remained unfazed. The last assassin, a flicker of despair in his eyes, charged forward nonetheless. The Summer Solstice did not flinch. He delivered a devastating punch. The assassin's chest caved in instantly, his body contorting grotesquely as blood erupted from his mouth, sending him hurtling away. The entire exchange transpired in an instant. Danzo's final guardians lay slain. Leaning against the stone platform, he gasped for breath, the blood from his severed arm pooling beneath him, saturating the stone. The voice of the Uchiha brat, Danzo, rasped with venomous resentment. Do you truly believe you have won? He struggled to lift his head, fixing his gaze on the summer solstice. I shall never allow you to triumph so easily. The summer solstice approached step by step, the blood-soaked ground whispering beneath his feet. When he halted before Danzo, looking down upon him. I did not come here to play games, Danzo. I am here to take your life. At that moment, a shadow in the corner of the chamber shifted, revealing a concealed compartment that suddenly opened. A figure burst forth, not targeting the summer solstice, but rushing towards Danzo, seemingly intent on facilitating his escape. However, this was merely a feint. Mid-charge, the root ninja abruptly formed hand seals. He was a subordinate of the Yamanaka clan, adept in mental techniques. Realizing the dire situation, he resorted to the most desperate measure. Mind transfer jutsu. A torrent of mental energy manifested as an invisible spear, lunging recklessly towards the summer solstice's consciousness. He was willing to sacrifice his life for a fleeting opportunity to control the summer solstice, creating a chance for Danzo to flee, or perhaps to perish together. This mental force was far more formidable than the previous efforts of the Yamanaka. However, the summer solstice's Kaleidoscope Sharingan, with its mysterious black pinwheel design, had matured beyond its initial naivety. Infused with fragments of Kemui and bolstered through numerous enhancements, its ocular prowess and mental defenses had reached an alarming apex. A mere parlor trick dares to flaunt itself before me. The summer solstice made no effort to resist. When the mental spear collided with his intangible mental barrier, it was as if an egg had struck the hardest rock. Crack! A faint sound of shattering resonated on the mental plane. The Yamanaka's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes widening in terror. Blood gushed from all 7 orifices of his face. A scream, more beastly than human, erupted from his throat. The backlash of his mental energy left his soul profoundly shattered. The Yamanaka staggered a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground, his body convulsing violently before falling silent. He died with eyes wide open. The summer solstice coldly observed the scene, as if he had merely crushed an inconsequential insect. His gaze returned to Danzo, more specifically, to Danzo's left arm resting atop the stone platform. That arm, from wrist to shoulder, was enshrouded in thick bandages. At that moment, due to previous movements, the bandages had loosened, revealing a glimpse of the gruesome sight beneath. The skin was torn, flesh mangled. Several crimson Sharingan, akin to eerie gemstones, had been forcibly embedded within the flesh of that arm, although not yet fully integrated, and some of the eyes still quivering. The unique chakra signature of the Uchiha was unmistakable. Danzo, the summer solstice's voice was devoid of emotion. Is this the power you so desperately sought, by any means necessary? He stepped closer, nearly closing the distance to Danzo. How does it feel to have stolen the eyes of my kin? A fleeting flicker of panic crossed Danzo's solitary eye, but it was swiftly eclipsed by a more intense madness. He bared his blood-stained teeth in a grin. He who wins is king. Danzo's voice rang with a frenzied abandon. These eyes, in my hands, can achieve far greater feats than in the hands of you worthless Uchiha. He attempted to straighten himself, but the agony from his severed arm forced him to hunch again. For the survival of Konoha, for the future of the village, any sacrifice is worth it. For Konoha? The summer solstice's lips curled into a scornful sneer. What a grandiose excuse. He extended his hand, gently brushing aside the disheveled bandages on Danzo's left arm, exposing the grotesque Sharingan more clearly to the air. That arm is but a vessel for your own filthy ambitions, is it not? The so-called Konoha is merely a fade for your selfish desires. Worthless. A hint of mockery laced the summer solstice's tone. Then why on that arm? Do you bear the eyes of our so-called worthless clan? You fear our power while coveting it, resorting to such despicable means to claim it as your own. Danzo, you are nothing but a thief, a pitiful wretch. Silence. Danzo roared, pained by the summer solstice's words. What do you understand? Everything I do is for Konoha. The darkness of Konoha must have someone to bear it. I am that person, walking in the darkness to protect the light. Protect the light? The summer solstice laughed. A soft sound filled with profound irony. By slaughtering your own kin? By inciting internal strife? By sacrificing the innocent? What exactly do you guard, Konoha's light? Or your own twisted thirst for power? Slowly, the summer solstice raised his hand, chakra beginning to coalesce in his palm. Well said. Therefore, for the survival of my Uchiha clan, for those of my kin you have harmed, I shall claim your arm and your life. The chakra gathered in his palm pulsed with a chilling energy. Chapter 26. Clash of Izanagi? Danzo, you have truly lost your mind. The chakra in the summer solstice's hand had reached its zenith. In the next moment, it would imprint upon Danzo's chest. For Konoha, a flicker of resolve flashed in Danzo's eyes. He recognized that conventional methods could no longer contend with the monstrous Uchiha youth before him. Just as the summer solstice's attack was about to descend, on Danzo's left arm, which had been grotesquely embedded with numerous Sharingan, one of the Tomo Sharingan suddenly lost all light and permanently closed. Forbidden technique, Izanagi, a terrifying force that twisted the boundaries of reality and illusion, surged forth. The summer solstice's lethal strike landed squarely upon Danzo. Bang! A dull thud reverberated within the secret chamber. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Danzo's form began to tremble violently. Then, astonishingly, he appeared unharmed several meters away. As if that fatal blow had never occurred, he gasped for breath, the wound from his severed arm still bleeding profusely. Yet, a sense of relief washed over his face, a testament to his survival. Coughing, Danzo leaned against the wall, struggling to maintain his balance. His gaze fell upon Summer Solstice, his single eye filled with mockery. You little Uchiha, the eye on my arm is no mere ornament. How does it feel to experience Izanagi? It is a technique only a god can wield. Danzo's voice, hoarse yet brimming with arrogance, proclaimed the power of the Uchiha clan's ultimate forbidden technique. Summer Solstice regarded the scene with an expression devoid of surprise. He stood still, his crimson Sharingan calmly observing Danzo. Izanagi? A cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Transforming an unfavorable reality into a dream and turning a beneficial dream into reality is indeed an impressive technique. His tone remained flat, as though commenting on a trivial matter. Unfortunately, Summer Solstice paused, the sarcasm amplifying in his voice. You can use it. But do you think I cannot? At his words, the smug expression on Danzo's face froze instantaneously. His single eye widened in disbelief. A wave of ominous premonition washing over him. What did you say? He watched in shock as the pattern of the kaleidoscopic design in Summer Solstice's left eye began to subtly shift. The eerie black pinwheel spun with increasing velocity, emanating a chakra fluctuation that belonged to Izanagi. System notification. Forbidden technique Izanagi, single eye, one-time perfect level, experience card, has been activated. This trump card, which he had previously exchanged for with a significant amount of in-game currency, quietly activated at that moment. In no way. Danzo screamed, his voice trembling. How can you possibly know Izanagi? How old are you? Where did you learn it? He could not bear to accept this reality. Izanagi was one of the Uchiha clan's most esoteric forbidden techniques, mastered by very few, let alone a mere 17-year-old boy like Summer Solstice. Moreover, how could he possess the Sharingan capable of executing such a technique? Danzo's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. He had once believed that with multiple Sharingan implanted in his arm, he could activate Izanagi repeatedly. Even if he could not kill this brat, he could wear him down or find an opportunity for a counterattack. But now it was all over. If his opponent could also wield Izanagi, all his advantages would vanish. You old dog, your expression is truly delightful, Summer Solstice remarked, casually wiping non-existent blood from the corner of his mouth. It seems the eyes on your arm are not so impressive after all. No, I still have a chance. A frenzied glint returned to Danzo's single eye. He could not die here. His ambitions remained unfulfilled. He aspired to become Hokage. He yearned to control Konoha. In that case, Danzo's face twisted with madness. Let us die together. He abruptly drew several explosive tags from his pocket and recklessly lunged toward Summer Solstice, simultaneously detonating the last hidden and most powerful chain of explosive tags on his person. He intended to drag this Uchiha demon down to hell with him. Boom. The violent explosion erupted instantaneously within the confines of the small chamber. Terrifying flames and shockwaves consumed everything. The entire root base trembled violently from the horrific blast, as if it would collapse at any moment. Danzo's figure was engulfed by the flames and shockwaves at the moment of the explosion. In the final moments of his dissipating consciousness, he thought he caught a glimpse of Summer Solstice's astonished face, filling him with a sense of grim satisfaction. Such a close-range explosion, such terrifying power. Even if this Uchiha brat survived, he would undoubtedly be severely wounded. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. As the smoke gradually cleared, the chamber lay in ruins. The walls were pockmarked, the ground littered with debris and charred remnants. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. Danzo's figure, or rather, the Danzo created by Izanagi in this reality, struggled to rise from the wreckage. He was drenched in blood, his clothes tattered, looking utterly disheveled. But he was still alive. He spotted the figure of the Uchiha brat not far away. Summer Solstice was also covered in blood, half kneeling on the ground, coughing violently, seemingly gravely injured. Ha ha ha, cough, cough, Uchiha brat, you ultimately, cough, lost. Danzo let out a triumphant sneer. However, just as he prepared to revel in this hard-won victory, he was horrified to see that Summer Solstice's gravely injured, dying figure began to shimmer and become ethereal, like a reflection in water that gently swayed and vanished. What? Danzo's single eye contracted sharply. A chill ran down his spine. Old dog, your acting skills are truly abysmal. A cold voice resonated behind him. Danzo stiffly turned his head. There stood the real Uchiha Summer Solstice, unscathed behind him. His attire was immaculate, his breath steady, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. His crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan bore a frigid murderous intent as it fixed its gaze upon him. This is impossible, Danzo stammered, his speech faltering, utterly engulfed in despair. Summer Solstice's left eye, with its eerie black pinwheel design, had dimmed significantly, yet it had not completely extinguished. Perfect level Izanagi. Its effectiveness was far superior to Danzo's crudely implanted ordinary Sharingan. At the moment of the explosion, Summer Solstice had also activated Izanagi, flawlessly evading Danzo's suicidal retaliation. I told you, what you can do, I can do as well. In an instant, Summer Solstice teleported. Gripping the back of Danzo's neck with one hand while the other, charged with highly concentrated chakra, glimmered dangerously as it aimed at the heart on his back. Now, the game is over. Chapter 27. Danzo, I bore the brunt for Konoha. Summer Solstice, so what? I'll take your head off. The air was thick with the scent of death, unprecedentedly vivid. It's over, Danzo. Summer Solstice's voice held no warmth. Have you exhausted your Izanagi? Danzo's body went rigid. He could distinctly feel that nearly all the eyes on his arm, which had been implanted with the Sharingan, had lost their brilliance, completely closed. Only one or two remained. But they too were at the end of their strength, their chakra almost negligible. Before him stood the Uchiha brat, his left eye, which had activated Izanagi, although dimmed, was far from extinguished. More perfect, requiring less energy. Or rather, from the very beginning, he had been toyed with by this 17-year-old monster. All his struggles, all his trump cards, appeared so ludicrous before him. Unwillingness, despair, and a tinge of absurd realization. Summer Solstice offered him no further opportunity for thought or speech. The hand gripping his neck suddenly exerted force, slamming his body against the ground. The other hand, with chakra concentrated to its zenith, precisely pierced towards Danzo's heart. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Danzo's body convulsed violently. He felt his vitality swiftly draining away with the rupture of his heart. His consciousness began to blur. The scenes before him twisted and then faded. It's impossible, I want to lose. I cannot lose. Danzo repeatedly muttered these words. A manifestation of his unwillingness as he faced death. But it was all over. Shimizu Danzo, the leader of the Root, who had lurked in the shadows of Konoha for decades, faced his demise. The dark underbelly of the village, hidden from the public eye, finally extinguished all hope amidst resentment and despair. His body slumped lifelessly, his one eye wide open, seemingly unable to close even in death. Until the very last moment. He could hardly believe that this would be his fate. Ding. Host has eliminated an important plot character, Shimura Danzo. Special reward obtained, 20,000 premium points. Random high-level skills scroll, X1. The system's notification resonated in the mind of Shida. 20,000 premium points. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Shida's lips. At last, it was not in vain. Ding. A substantial number of recoverable high-quality Sharingan, including one Manjiki Sharingan, detected nearby. Would you like to proceed with the recovery? You may choose to convert them into pure premium points or use them as materials for ocular technique evolution and fusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Shida chose recovery. He converted everything into materials for ocular technique, evolution, and fusion, particularly coveting that Manjiki Sharingan. He gazed at Danzo's left arm, grotesquely embedded with several Sharingan. Even stripped of its former brilliance, its unique chakra fluctuations hinted at its past glory. This pair of eyes, which should have safeguarded Konoha, had been usurped by Danzo. Now, they would return to the Uchiha in a different form, deep within the root base. The thunderous explosion and the dissipating remnants of Danzo's life force did not escape the notice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, even from the Hokage building. His office window faced the general direction of the root base. The fires scattered throughout the village had not yet extinguished, and the rescuing ninjas remained tirelessly engaged. Yet, a part of Hiruzen's attention was perpetually drawn to that shadowy underground. He refrained from dispatching any umbu or even a trusted aide to investigate the situation. It was not from a lack of desire, but from an inability, or perhaps a fear. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upright in the Hokage chair. The pipe that had accompanied him for many years extinguished without him noticing. The remnants of tobacco emitted a bitter scent. His heart was overwhelmed with a complex array of emotions, sorrow for his old friend Danzo's tragic end, given that they had once fought side by side and toiled tirelessly for Konoha's future. Although their ideologies diverged and their methods varied, their initial intent to protect the village had once been sincere. Moreover, there was an anger directed at Danzo's near madness that had plunged the entire village into disaster. Planting so many explosive tags within the village was akin to betraying it. Yet, more than anything, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness and trepidation towards the terrifying strength exhibited by the 17-year-old Uchiha Shida, his cold disposition, and his ruthless methods. Uchiha Shida, are you truly just a 17-year-old child? From the moment Shida appeared before the Hokage building, producing evidence, the entire situation had been firmly grasped in the hands of that boy. Every step seemed meticulously calculated, a game of chess. Coercion, feigned weakness, seduction, and counterattacks intertwined, pressing both Danzo and the Hokage into a corner. Hiruzen had to concede that he had grown old. Faced with such a profound and formidable Uchiha successor, he had lost the ability to control the situation. To stop him? What could he use to halt the inevitable? Dispatching Umbu to hunt down a monster capable of effortlessly annihilating the root, possessing forbidden techniques like Izanagi? That would only exacerbate Konoha's internal strife until it spiraled out of control. Thus, he chose to acquiesce, or rather, he felt powerless to intervene. Forced to watch the situation unfold to this extent. This was torment. It was also humiliation. The dignity of the third Hokage had been trampled beneath the feet of a mere 17-year-old child today. In the hidden chamber, Shida stood beside Danzo's still warm corpse. He slowly closed his eyes. Streams of pure ocular power surged into his eyes through the system's recovery and conversion. The Sharingan belonging to other Uchiha, once purified by the system, transformed into the most primordial ocular power, nourishing his Manjiki. Though the system recovered pure ocular power materials rather than directly granting ocular techniques, the unique characteristics of that power allowed Shida to sense a hint of change. His Manjiki Sharingan, having absorbed this vast power, was undergoing some unknown transformation. The left eye, which had dimmed from the repeated use of Kemui and Izanagi, was rapidly regaining its brilliance, even deeper than before. A cleansing that swept through Konoha concluded in a manner more devastating than anyone had anticipated. The root, the darkest organization within Konoha, became effectively defunct with the death of its leader, Shimura Danzo. Yet, it seemed that a new storm was just beginning to brew. Shida opened his eyes, the crimson of his Manjiki flashing with an unsettling light. He gazed down at Danzo's corpse, his expression devoid of any emotion. Chapter 28, Flying Thunder God in Hand. Danzo's ashes mixed with rice. Konoha's high-ranking officials tremble. The silence in the secret chamber was pierced by faint footsteps. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui led several clan members, their figures melding into the bloody darkness. Shida faced away from them, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Take everything of value from here. Documents, ninjutsu scrolls, experimental data, leave nothing behind. Yes, Lord Shida, Itachi and Shursui responded in unison, promptly organizing their teams, moving swiftly and quietly. They began systematically scouring every inch of this malevolent lair. Shida's consciousness sank deep into his mind. The pale blue system mall interface materialized before him. It was time to tally the spoils of this endeavor. First, the premium points. Originally at 750 points, he had exhausted 5,000 points while purchasing the Forbidden Technique Izanagi, single I one-time perfect level, experience card, leading to an overdraft of 130 points, which had been partially filled through some scattered loot. The elimination of Shimura Danzo rewarded him directly with 20,000 premium points. Clearing out the remnants within the root base and recovering various scattered resources yielded an additional 5,000 premium points. Premium points balance, 23,750 points. This figure was quite substantial, sufficient to support a significant enhancement of his strength. Secondly, and even more crucial, was the ocular power material. Danzo's arm, forcibly implanted with Sharingan, contained a total of 11 complete 3-tomo Sharingan. All of these had been recovered by the system, transformed into the purest ocular source power, awaiting absorption. Most importantly, one of the Sharingan possessed the ability of Kodo Utsukami. This too had been recovered by the system and converted into the most primordial ocular power material. Ding! Detected that the host's right eye possesses the basic attributes of Kimui. Special fusion enhancement available with the recovered Manjiki Sharingan. Right eye Kodo Utsukami fragment. Upon fusion, there is a chance to complete or mutate Kimui abilities, gaining partial Kodo Utsukami attributes. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Kodo Utsukami. Sheeta's heart nearly skipped a beat. Known as the strongest Jinjutsu, capable of forcibly altering the will of the target without their awareness, it was the ultimate ocular technique. Even if the system indicated it was incomplete, even if it only bore partial attributes, its potential value was incalculable. Fusion. He did not hesitate for a moment. Fusion commencing. A searing pain erupted violently from the depths of his right eye, as if countless red-hot needles were frantically piercing his eyeball and nerves. Immediately following this, a chilling sensation, profound enough to freeze his very soul, surged through him. These two utterly contrasting, yet equally domineering sensations clashed wildly within his right eye socket. Xiaji emitted a suppressed groan from his throat, his body involuntarily swaying slightly. This transformation and fusion, originating from the very essence of his soul, proved far more tormenting and unbearable than any physical agony. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Each second felt like an ordeal. It was unclear how long this lasted, perhaps several minutes, or merely a few seconds, before the pain that threatened to tear him apart and the profound coolness gradually subsided from his right eye. The kaleidoscopic pattern, which had originally manifested due to his divine power, began to change subtly. The lines of the pattern deepened, resembling a black hole capable of devouring everything. Fusion complete. Right eye technique mutation enhancement as follows. 1. The divine power's phasing ability has been immensely enhanced. The duration of phasing has been significantly prolonged, and chakra consumption greatly reduced. Limited physical interference with the external world, e.g., slight touches, sound transmission, etc., is now possible in the phasing state. 2. The divine power's spatial ability has been reinforced. The activation speed of spatial transfer is now faster, with enhanced stealth and more precise target locking, along with a slight increase in range. 3. Additional feature, mental confusion, beginner. A subtle yet persistent influence can now be exerted on the target's subconscious without their awareness, gradually guiding their judgment and decision-making, leading them to make choices favorable to the host during critical moments. This effect is highly covert and exceedingly difficult to detect or defend against. Xiaji carefully examined the fusion results provided by the system. He had not directly acquired the complete Btion Shun. This was somewhat divergent from his initial expectations. However, he felt no disappointment. Instead, an unexpected delight quietly blossomed within him. While the complete Btion Shin certainly represented the pinnacle of illusionary techniques, its lengthy cooldown time rendered it akin to a one-time powerful move, not easily employed. Moreover, given his current 17-year-old physique and the chakra still in development, even if he had obtained the complete version, mastery would not have been guaranteed and could potentially backfire. The results of this mutation and enhancement were undoubtedly more practical and aligned with his present needs. The immensely amplified divine power, whether in phasing or spatial transfer, had significantly elevated his survival capabilities, maneuverability, and tactical flexibility. The limited physical interference possible during the phasing state added numerous unexpected methods to his arsenal. As for the newly added mental confusion, beginner, feature, though labeled as basic and only a mild influence, Its high concealment and ability to guide judgment and decision-making rendered it a top-tier weapon for covertly eliminating adversaries. In many situations, this subtle influence was far more terrifying and practical than the illustrious Btion Shun, which had a cooldown period extending for decades. Excellent. Xiaji felt immensely satisfied with this fusion result. Ding. The host has completed an important storyline kill. Random high-level skill scroll. One has been issued to the system storage space. With a thought, he activated the scroll, emanating a faint golden glow within the storage space. Acquired skill, Flying Thunder God Technique, Fragment Initial Release. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Even as a fragment, even in its initial release, it was enough to invigorate Xiaji's spirit. Created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and popularized by the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, this space-time ninjutsu was renowned throughout the ninja world for its speed and maneuverability. Although merely a fragment, with the extraordinary insight of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, coupled with the system's assistance, mastering it would undoubtedly come swiftly. This new trump card arrived at the perfect moment. His strength had once again surged immensely without him realizing it, and his reserves had grown considerably more formidable. Next, he would confront the upper echelons of Konoha and the pivotal choice that would determine the fate of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Gate, and would have to reckon with a Uchiha who had slain Danzo, obliterated Root, and whose power was unfathomable. Xiaji slowly opened his eyes, the kaleidoscopic pattern in his right eye flashing with a profound light. He could distinctly feel a new and more potent force flowing within his right eye. Lord Xiaji, all valuable items have been accounted for and securely sealed. Itachi Uchiha's figure appeared at the door of the secret chamber, stepping forward respectfully to report. Xiaji nodded slightly. Seal this place completely. His voice remained calm. Then, we return. Back to Uchiha. Itachi hesitated for a moment before responding, understood. Chapter 29. The high-level meeting becomes a memorial service. Xiaji, let us go, we'll go solo. The annihilation of Root and the death of its leader spread like a plague among the upper echelons of Konoha. Panic gripped everyone's hearts like an invisible hand. Within the Hokage's office, smoke swirled, and the atmosphere was suffocating. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, the crystal ball dim and unable to reflect his current feelings. Tsunade, Mito Gaidon, and Nara Shikaku, who had been summoned to participate in the high-level meeting, wore varied yet grave expressions. Root is completely annihilated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was dry, as if sandpaper had scraped it. Shimura Danzo was killed on the spot by Uchiha Xiaji. He briefly recounted the fragmented scenes glimpsed through the crystal ball and the sparse intelligence brought back by the Umbu. Xiaji's near-overpowering strength and his cold ruthlessness during the slaughter of Root, not to mention the blatant trampling of Konoha's order, struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the two advisors. Fool. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, veins protruding on her well-maintained face. Sarutobi, this Uchiha Xiaji has completely lost his mind. He is betraying the village, ignoring the Hokage, executing high-ranking officials, and slaughtering Root. Each act is a capital offense. We must mobilize all forces immediately to capture this scoundrel. Execute him publicly to deter others. Mito gaped and leaned slightly forward, fear flickering in his eyes behind his glasses. Indeed, if this child does not die, Konoha will never know peace. He is even more dangerous and unpredictable than Uchiha Madara was back in the day. Sarutobi, we can no longer hesitate. The tones of the two advisors brimmed with resolve. Nara Shikaku leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his abdomen, his brow furrowing deeply. He exhaled a puff of smoke slowly. Capture him? While it is easy to say, who will carry it out? Who will execute it? He surveyed the room. His tone calm, but piercing. The strength displayed by Uchiha Xiaji has likely surpassed that of the majority of Kage-level shinobi. Moreover, he currently possesses complete control over the Uchiha clan. How much power do we have to apprehend him and the entire Uchiha clan unscathed? Are we to subject Konoha to yet another civil war? Shikaku's words poured cold water over the fury of the two advisors. The office fell silent once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, the image of Xiaji's cold kaleidoscopic eyes flashing in his mind. It was a gaze unlike any he had ever seen in anyone, filled with absolute confidence and a disregard for all rules. For the first time, he experienced an uncontrollable fear that stemmed from the depths of his soul towards a member of the Uchiha clan. After a prolonged silence, he opened his eyes, his voice laden with unmistakable fatigue. Now is not the time to delve into who is right or wrong. Koharu, Hamura, and Shikaku were correct. The summer solstice has already demonstrated through actions that he possesses both the capability and the resolve to overturn the chessboard of Konoha. He paused for a moment, each word carrying an extraordinary weight. To resist forcefully would yield but one outcome: the fragmentation of Konoha and the eruption of civil strife. At that time, would the hidden villages of the Cloud, Stone, and Mist allow such an opportunity to slip by? Konoha would be irreparably lost. Koharu's lips moved, as if she wished to speak, but ultimately, it transformed into a powerless sigh. Mito's expression of anger was replaced by a deeper concern as he slumped into his seat. Reality is indeed so cruel. Those of them perched atop the power hierarchy realized for the first time that the strength and cunning they took pride in seemed utterly feeble in the presence of a 17-year-old boy. Is this how it ends? Koharu whispered in discontent. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slowly. Danzo was at fault from the outset, and the roots of the issue have indeed festered for far too long. Although the summer solstice's actions were extreme, they were not without rationale. This remark took both advisors and Nara Shikaku by surprise. Hiruzen continued, "The wrath of the Uchiha needs an outlet. Danzo and the roots are that outlet. Now, the most crucial task is to stabilize the situation and appease the Uchiha." As for the summer solstice, he paused, his tone complex. "We must enhance surveillance over the Uchiha clan's territory. Simultaneously, I will attempt to communicate with him." Everyone understood that this so-called communication was mere self-deception. A boy bold enough to confront the Hokage publicly and annihilate the roots would not be easily swayed by mere words of comfort. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere bordering on despair. There were no substantial resolutions, only endless compromises and concessions. For the first time, the power core of Konoha bowed its proud head before the formidable presence of Uchiha Sure. Meanwhile, in the square outside the Uchiha shrine, the atmosphere was tense yet tinged with a suppressed excitement. All core members of the Uchiha clan were present. They gazed at the diminutive figure standing on the platform, Uchiha Sure. Behind him stood Itachi and Shursui, their expressions stoic. At Sure's feet lay the severed head of Danzo Shimura, still defiant in death. Beside it were several bloodstained tokens symbolizing the command of the roots. Fellow clansmen, Sure's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. The culprit behind the oppression of the Uchiha and the orchestrator of our near annihilation, Danzo Shimura, has been vanquished. The roots, which have poisoned Konoha and harbored filth, are no more. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. The grievances that had been suppressed for far too long were finally unleashed. Long live Lord Sure, the glory of the Uchiha. Countless clan members were moved to tears as they gazed at Sure's back, akin to witnessing a deity. Sure raised his hand, signaling for silence. The square fell instantly quiet. His crimson Sharingan slowly swept over every individual present. Danzo was dead, the roots were gone. But was that sufficient? His voice carried a chilling inquiry. Would the suspicions of Konoha's upper echelons, the alienation of the villagers, and the injustices imposed upon us simply vanish? The clan members fell silent. They knew it wouldn't. The Hokage's compromise and the advisor's concessions were merely temporary measures. Sure's voice suddenly rose. As long as we remain in Konoha, as long as we Uchiha possess these eyes, they will never truly feel at ease. Rather than passively awaiting the next purge, we should forge a new path ourselves. Stepping forward, that slender figure radiated an overwhelming aura. I have decided. 3 days hence, I, Uchiha Sure, will lead all Uchiha clansmen willing to follow me to officially sever ties with Konoha Hidden Village, to carve out a future that truly belongs to us, the Uchiha. If you wish to remain, I will not force you. Stay or leave, the choice is yours. A deafening silence enveloped the square. Chapter 30. The Uchiha Mobilization. Surviving as traitors, a dilemma. Uchiha Sure's decision stirred a tumultuous wave within the Uchiha territory, far surpassing any previous events. The assassination of Fugaku and the annihilation of the roots were indeed shocking. However, the mere notion of severing ties with Konoha bore a weight that shattered the final psychological defenses of many clan members. Following the silence in the square, a more intense commotion erupted. The younger generation of Uchiha bore fervent flames in their eyes. Many of them had lived under the oppression and exclusion of Konoha since they could remember, their accumulated resentment reaching a boiling point. Sure's emergence was akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the darkness, revealing an alternative possibility. Lord SH sure is right. We have had enough. Rather than languish here, let us follow Lord SH sure to create our own future. For the glory of the Uchiha, we are willing to follow Lord SH sure. Shouts echoed, blood surging through young veins. However, not all were equally enthusiastic. The older generation, having weathered more storms, displayed faces etched with panic and unease. Konoha was the home they had lived in for generations. How could they betray it? We will become the enemies of the entire shinobi world. Konoha will never let us go. The risks were too great. Should they fail, the Uchiha would truly be doomed. In a moment, chaos ensued. These individuals were merely fearful of the unknown risks, especially the potential for Konoha's ruthless retaliation and their emotional ties to their homeland. Amidst the uproar and trepidation, two figures stepped forward, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. Their expressions bore unprecedented gravity. They approached SH Sure, and the murmurs in the square momentarily hushed at their presence. Everyone was eager to discern what these two prodigies, heralded as the future of the Uchiha, would choose. Itachi furrowed his brows, gazing at SH Sure, his typically calm eyes now brimming with complex emotions. He spoke first, his voice trembling. SH Sure, do you realize that your actions will plunge the entire Uchiha into the abyss of war? You cannot bear the cost of betrayal, nor can our clansmen. Shursui followed, his tone steady yet laden with concern. SH Sure, we understand your grievances with the village, but Konoha is still our home. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. We can strive to change the status quo and fight for our rightful place, rather than resorting to this most extreme and irreversible path. Listening to their words, SH Sure exhibited no expression. He quietly regarded them until they finished speaking, then let out a scoff. The soft laughter pierced like a needle into Itachi and Shursui's hearts. Home, SH Sure retorted, his tone laced with derision. A home that is always suspicious of us and ready to purge us? He stepped forward, scrutinizing the two. Itachi, Shursui, you are both laughably naive. The upper echelons of Konoha's distrust and fear of us Uchiha is ingrained. It is deep-rooted and cannot be eradicated. Do you truly believe that our concessions and compliance will earn their trust? Dream on. The voice of the summer solstice suddenly rose, akin to the crash of thunder. There remained only two paths. Either they would find an excuse to annihilate us once and for all, or we would, like Fugaku, grovel and be kept like dogs, eternally under their watchful eyes and control. Itachi's body trembled slightly, the color draining from his face, while Shursui's breath quickened. The words of the summer solstice cut through the facade of calm they had desperately maintained, like a sharp knife. Fugaku represented a humiliating compromise, a desperate quenching of thirst with poison. The higher-ups of Konoha embodied relentless extermination, uprooting everything without mercy. Which path will you choose? The summer solstice surveyed the two of them, and then the gathered clan members below. And I, Uchiha Shikudo, present to you, to all Uchiha, a third choice. His voice resonated with undeniable strength. That is, to resist. With our own hands, to shatter this cursed fate. With our own strength. To fight for our rightful existence and dignity. If you still remember the glory of being Uchiha, if you still recall the pride that lies within these eyes, you must understand that my choice is the only correct choice. Itachi and Shursui were utterly stunned by the words of Shikudo. They opened their mouths, but found themselves at a loss for words. Were they not aware of the cruel reality depicted by Shikudo? They were more cognizant than anyone of Konoha's stance toward the Uchiha. The covert surveillance, the baseless suspicions, the deliberately suppressed resources, yet the risks of betraying the village. The bloodshed and flames that were all but inevitable loomed over them like a mountain, causing hesitation and struggle. Shikudo no longer glanced at them. His gaze returned to the clan members, each displaying a myriad of expressions. I give you 1 day to contemplate. After 1 day, those who wish to follow me in forging a new future for the Uchiha, gather here. Those unwilling to join need not feel compelled. Stay or leave. The fate of the Uchiha clan lies in your own hands. With that, Shikudo turned away, ignoring everyone, and strode directly down from the high platform. His figure quickly vanished into the throng. The square descended into a chaotic murmur once more. Itachi and Shursui stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Their hearts were embroiled in an unprecedented conflict. Should they cling to their loyalty to Konoha, even if that path was fraught with thorns and despair? Or should they follow the seemingly mad youth, who nonetheless offered a glimmer of hope, onto a path filled with uncertainty? This choice was agonizing. Chapter 31. The entire village encircles the Uchiha. The Flying Thunder God teaches you a lesson. The news of Uchiha Shakudo's decision to lead his clan away from Konoha swiftly reached the Hokage's office and various high-ranking officials. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fist slammed heavily onto the table, causing the teacup to tremble and emit a strained groan. How dare he? Tsunade's face contorted with rage. Sarutobi, this is no longer an internal clan conflict. This is treason. It is an open declaration of war against Konoha. Mito Gate Hayashi adjusted his glasses, the light behind the lenses icy. He intends to sever the Uchiha from Konoha entirely. This is a desecration of your authority as Hokage, a destabilization of the village's foundations. It cannot be tolerated. Nara Shikaku leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, brows furrowed. His public declaration is pushing us to the brink. This is serious trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose, his figure elongated in the setting sun. There is no room for retreat now. He spoke deliberately. He has declared war on Konoha. Tsunade sprang to her feet. What are we waiting for? Immediately mobilize all forces and eliminate this traitor and his followers on the spot. Mito Gate Hayashi concurred. Indeed, we cannot allow him to leave with the power of the Uchiha. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over the two, ultimately resting on Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, your judgment. Nara Shikaku exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist swirling. The worst-case scenario. We have witnessed Uchiha Shakudo's strength. Forcibly suppressing him will come at a steep cost. Cost? Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, facing the survival of Konoha. Any cost must be borne. He turned to the window, observing the village gradually engulfed by twilight. Relay my orders. Issue the highest-level war mobilization order. All ninja forces in the village, Ombu, police forces that are not Uchiha members, all J-Nin teams, and CH-Nin squads, assemble immediately. Cancel all leaves and missions. The orders were disseminated through special channels, swiftly spreading throughout Konoha. The previously oppressive atmosphere of the village was instantly replaced by a chilling intensity. Countless ninja figures darted through the streets, converging at designated locations. Ordinary villagers felt this unusual disturbance, and every household shut their doors tightly. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before a massive map of Konoha. Seal off all major exits to the outside world, and set up both visible and hidden checkpoints on all secret paths. His fingers traced the map, marking crucial positions. Construct layers of defenses, ensuring that Uchiha Shakudo and his followers are intercepted before they can leave the village. Mito Gate Hayashi pondered. If they resist stubbornly, then we fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was unwavering. Completely crush them. They must not step out of Konoha, even a single step. He paused, his voice growing more grave. Simultaneously, prepare for the worst, if we cannot stop Shakudo. He looked at Nara Shikaku, pain and resolve flickering in his eyes. Then, we must at all costs annihilate him and all Uchiha who follow him before they leave the borders of the Fire Country. We cannot allow such a powerful and hostile Uchiha force to roam freely, posing an eternal threat to Konoha. Annihilate. Nara Shikaku repeated softly, the weight of those two words heavy as a mountain. This implies that the women and children of the Uchiha will also. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed oblivious to the turmoil on his face. An Uchiha force led by Shakudo that exists outside the control of the 5 great nations would spell disaster for the entire ninja world. For Konoha, it would be the end. The air in the office grew thick and palpable. Uchiha clan grounds. Shakudo stood on the high platform before the shrine. He distinctly sensed the sudden surge of chakra fluctuations within Konoha, akin to a tidal wave. Everything was as expected. System, he silently thought. The system shop is now open. Flying Thunder God technique, initial fragment. I must master it at the fastest speed and be able to apply it in combat. Detecting host demand, rapid mastery and improvement of advanced space-time ninjutsu. Recommended plan, purchase, in-depth analysis package of Flying Thunder God, priced at 3,000 points. Purchase, temporary enhancement card for space-time talent, 3 hours, priced at 2,000 points. Total, 5,000 points. Current point balance, 23,750 points. Purchase. Ding. Consumed 5,000 points. In-depth analysis package of Flying Thunder God, temporary enhancement card for space-time talent, 3 hours, has been issued and activated. Point balance, 18,750 points. A torrent of pure information surged into Shakudo's mind in an instant. It encompassed a comprehensive analysis of the Flying Thunder God technique, from fundamental principles to application techniques, as well as various potential variations. Simultaneously, he felt his perception and control over space-time abilities enhanced beyond imagination. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun with astonishing velocity, the strange patterns seemingly transforming into two miniature black holes, fervently dissecting the flood of information entering his mind. The fragmented technique, bolstered by both the system and the kaleidoscope, rapidly coalesced into clarity and completeness. Thus, the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique lay in the precise marking of spatial coordinates and the instantaneous exchange between one's chakra and the mark itself. Xiaji extended his hand, chakra coalescing at his fingertips. He endeavored to construct a fundamental Flying Thunder God mark based on the deciphered technique. A ripple stirred in the air. An ephemeral technique, radiating a faint chakra fluctuation, flickered before him. Too slow, too unstable. The deep analysis package of the Flying Thunder God not only provided theoretical insights, but also highlighted numerous limitations of the original technique. Using a specially crafted kunai as a medium for marking, while stable, proved inflexible and prone to exposure. Xiaji's right eye, with the swirling pattern of Kemui, faintly glimmered. His perception of space transcended that of ordinary individuals. What if, instead of marking a physical entity, he marked a point in space itself? What if, in propelling the Flying Thunder God, he could not only rely on his chakra, but also harness his ocular power for auxiliary positioning and acceleration? Bold ideas collided in his mind, igniting new sparks of inspiration. Under the effect of the temporal spatial talent enhancement card, his cognitive speed and comprehension soared to an astonishing height. He began to attempt modifications to the structural framework of the Flying Thunder God technique. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. A moment's carelessness could precipitate spatial chaos and backlash upon oneself. Yet, Xiaji resembled the most precise instrument, meticulously fine-tuning each chakra node, optimizing the flow of energy. Time slipped by second. After several attempts, a common pebble before Xiaji suddenly vanished. In the next instant, it reappeared 10 meters away. Shortly thereafter, Xiaji's figure also vanished from its original spot. When he reappeared, he stood beside the pebble. Ding. Based on the host's understanding and modifications, the Flying Thunder God technique, Xiaji's initial version, has been mastered. Characteristics: capable of short distance, low consumption spatial marking and instantaneous movement. The marked object can be a physical entity or a temporarily existing chakra coordinate. A satisfied smile graced Xiaji's lips, though merely an initial version. It sufficed to lead hundreds of clansmen to break through. He gazed beyond the clan territory at the completely sealed Konoha. A web of encirclement, so what? He raised his hand, a specially crafted kunai materializing in his palm, inscribed with the newly refined Flying Thunder God technique. The game was just beginning. Chapter 32, The Last Stubbornness of Shursui. Kodo Amatsukami. Take this. The night was deep as ink. In the Uchiha clan's territory, at the South Heg Shrine, which served as a sanctuary for Uchiha lineage and clandestine discussions, a palpable atmosphere of grim resolve permeated the air. The cold moonlight bathed the square before the shrine, illuminating over 300 figures standing in silent vigil, their features sharply defined in the moonlight. These were the clansmen who chose to follow Uchiha Xiaji onto an unknown path. Among them were mostly young, combat-oriented ninjas, their eyes shimmering with yearning for the future and disdain for the present. Some families, accompanied by young children, had staked their lineage's future on the shoulders of this 17-year-old youth. Each face bore an expression of determination, mingled with a hint of trepidation regarding the uncertain path ahead. Xiaji stood atop a platform, his slight frame resembling a blade poised to be unsheathed. He surveyed the clansmen below, their trusting, expectant, and complex gazes converging upon him. Fellow clansmen, Xiaji's voice resounded with unwavering conviction in each ear. Today, we shall bid farewell to our humiliating past and forge a new era belonging to the Uchiha. His words instantly ignited a fervent excitement among the crowd. The road ahead may be fraught with challenges, overgrown with thorns, and possibly leading to an abyss. But as long as we unite in purpose, we shall surely overcome all obstacles and establish a true home for the Uchiha. The hearts of over 300 Uchiha clansmen burned with fervor. Lord Xiaji, Uchiha, they roared in unison, their voices merging into a torrent that reverberated through the night sky. In the next moment, all knelt on one knee, their movements synchronized, imbued with military-like discipline and devotion. We vow to follow Lord Shiaji unto death. We acknowledge Lord Shiaji as the new leader of the Uchiha. We shall brave fire and water without hesitation. The solemn oath echoed above the South Heg Shrine, lingering in the air. At that moment, Uchiha Shiaji had become a divine entity in their hearts, the sole hope leading them out of despair. Just as the ceremony approached its conclusion and emotions reached a fever pitch, a solitary figure emerged from the shadows beyond the shrine. Uchiha Shursui. His arrival silenced the commotion in the square instantly. All eyes converged upon this man, once hailed as the Uchiha's greatest genius. He neither chose to follow nor obstruct. He simply approached silently, step by step, until he stood before Shiazi, beneath the platform. Shursui's visage appeared exceptionally pale in the moonlight, marked by fatigue. He gazed at Shiazi, his once clear eyes now reduced to one, filled with emotions difficult to articulate. Shiazi met his gaze calmly. The two stood in silence, the air seemingly frozen. Suddenly, Shursui raised his hand. His movement was slow yet resolute. Under the astonished stares of all, he extended his finger toward his remaining left eye. A faint, sickening sound echoed. Blood gushed through his fingers, dripping onto the cold stone steps, blossoming like eerie red lotuses. Shursui emitted a muffled groan, his body trembling violently, veins bulging on his forehead. He had resolutely gouged out his remaining left eye, the one possessing the Konoha kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With his other hand, he swiftly retrieved a small crystal vial containing a special preservation fluid from his bosom. He carefully placed the still-warm eyeball within, sealing it away. Upon completing this act, Shursui's body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. He trembled as he offered the crystal vial to Shiazi. "Shiazi, this is my final hope," Shursui's voice emerged hoarsely, as if scorched by fierce flames. A grim smile graced his lips, a visage more sorrowful than that of weeping. "I cannot endorse your path. It is too reckless, too perilous. Yet, I cannot bear to witness our clansmen descend into ruin. Use this eye." He gazed intently at Shiazi, blood still seeping from his hollow left eye socket. "To protect them, to provide them with a future, not to lead them to destruction." Shiazi remained motionless, gazing deeply into Shursui's eyes, observing the expression twisted by agony yet tinged with a semblance of relief. After a long silence, he extended his hand and accepted the weighty crystal vial. It felt cold to the touch, yet seemed to radiate a searing warmth. "I will," Shiazi promised Shursui. Brief, yet as heavy as a mountain. Shursui, as if expending his last ounce of strength, nodded slightly. He staggered back a few steps, turned, and began to stagger into the darkness beyond the shrine. His silhouette elongated in the moonlight, appearing profoundly solitary and desolate. He chose to protect Konoha in his own way, to maintain the connection between the Uchiha and the village in his heart. No one uttered a word to dissuade him. The summer solstice silently observed the silhouette of Shursui as he vanished into the night. Uchiha Itachi ultimately did not appear at the South He Shrine. He chose a far more painful and solitary path, attempting to seek the almost non-existent balance between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. However, at this moment, it was no longer relevant to the plans of the summer solstice. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the crystal vial in his hand, within which floated the ominous, crimson-hued eye of the moon, emanating an eerie red glow. The pure ocular power subtly radiated from it. He understood the significance of this eye and recognized that the impending breakout would present the most formidable and perilous challenge he had faced since arriving in this world. Beep. Detected that the host has acquired a special item. Uchiha Shursui's left eye, complete Konoha Tsukumi. You may choose to directly absorb its ocular power, or use it as a material for the evolution and fusion of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The summer solstice gripped the crystal vial tightly. Chapter 33. One glance to repel the enemy. Is Konoha's first line of defense made of paper? The night was terrifyingly profound. Holding the icy crystal vial, the scarlet eye within floated silently. The residual warmth of Shursui seemed to linger on the surface of the vial. Without pausing for a moment, he turned and entered the secret chamber behind the South He Shrine. Before dawn, he must complete this final preparation. You may choose to directly absorb its ocular power, or use it as a material for the evolution and fusion of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Does the host choose to fuse? Fusion. The summer solstice's intention held no hesitation. detected a highly compatible Kaleidoscope Sharingan, left eye, complete Konoha, which can undergo deep fusion with the host's existing Kaleidoscope. Fusion will greatly enhance the host's ocular power limit, mental energy, and has a high probability of perfectly inheriting Konoha. It may also strengthen the host's original left eye technique, basic Tsukuyami. Will you proceed with the fusion? Yes. He sat cross-legged, placing the crystal vial containing the Eye of the Moon in the palm of his hand. The agony of the last fusion with the Kamui fragments remained vivid in his memory. This time, it was the complete and most powerful ocular technique belonging to Shursui. Boom. A pain far exceeding the last erupted from deep within his left eye. If the last fusion felt like a steel needle piercing through, then this was akin to having his very soul forcibly thrust into a furnace, repeatedly hammered, torn apart, and reshaped. The summer solstice's body trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. The pure ocular power, mixed with Shursui's unique mental energy, surged into his left eye like a torrential flood, cleansing every nerve and cell within him. His consciousness nearly dispersed amidst the excruciating pain, but was forcibly drawn back by the pure ocular power. The kaleidoscope pattern in his left eye spun rapidly in agony, then reassembled in a new, more eerie form. It was a transformation of an entirely new dimension, not merely an accumulation of power, but a qualitative leap. Uncertain how long it lasted, when the agonizing torment that threatened to obliterate him gradually receded, the summer solstice's left eye had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Fusion complete. The left eye's kaleidoscope Sharingan technique has undergone a transformation and enhancement as follows. 1. Tsukuyami's ability has been maximally enhanced, evolving into true Tsukuyami. Can construct a more stable and realistic Tsukuyami space, significantly enhancing mental destruction effects, making it exceedingly difficult for targets to escape. 2. Perfectly inherited technique, Konoha. Can modify the subconscious will of a designated target, with effects that are concealed yet powerful. Cooldown time, extremely long. The summer solstice slowly opened his eyes. The kaleidoscope pattern in his left eye had become profound and intricate, imbued with an essence that harbored cosmic mysteries. An unprecedented surge of ocular power coursed through his eyes. His mastery over Kamui and understanding of Konoha had reached a new zenith. The explosive rise in foundational ocular power elevated his chakra perception range and mental energy intensity by several tiers. Shursui, the summer solstice murmured. Feeling the weight of this newfound power, the stone door of the chamber creaked open. He stepped out, the morning light casting a soft glow on his somewhat pale face. Over 300 clansmen had already gathered in the square before the shrine, carrying minimal belongings and weapons, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Lord Summer Solstice. Upon seeing him, all the clansmen bowed in unison. Let us depart. The summer solstice's voice was calm, yet imbued with an irresistible force. He walked at the forefront of the procession, his small figure becoming the sole pillar of reliance for all. The throng advanced towards the eastern gate of Konoha, the first breakthrough point in their plan. Along the streets, doors were tightly shut, and a few terrified gazes flickered behind windows. The entirety of Konoha lay shrouded in a stifling silence. Before long, the first checkpoint appeared ahead. Dozens of non-Uchiha members of the Konoha security forces, armed with kunai and long swords, nervously formed a line of defense. The squad leader of the security forces, summoning his courage, shouted, "Uchiha Summer Solstice, do you intend to betray the village?" He stepped forward, pointing his sword at Summer Solstice. "Halt immediately, otherwise, you will face lethal force." Some young clansmen in the ranks had already placed their hands on their weapons, and the atmosphere grew tense. The summer solstice did not waver in his stride. He did not even glance at the squad leader. Just as he approached the line of security forces, his crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan narrowed slightly. Buzz. An invisible, terrifying pressure surged forth like a tsunami. It was not merely the intimidation inherent in the kaleidoscope, but also a mental shock that penetrated the very depths of the soul, mixed with the newly fused Konoha. Ugh. The squad leader was the first to bear the brunt. Feeling as though an invisible hammer had struck his head, the scene before him began to warp. The diminutive figure of Summer Solstice loomed larger in his vision, transforming into an ancient demon radiating an aura of despairing terror. He wanted to scream, but found his throat ensnared by an unseen hand, rendering him voiceless. The sword in his hand clattered to the ground. The other members of the security forces fared no better. They were engulfed by a cold tide of fear emanating from the depths of their souls. Hearts halted, blood froze. Forget about raising weapons in resistance. They could scarcely muster the strength to stand. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and some had already collapsed to the ground, their gazes vacant. The summer solstice led the more than 300 clansmen, calmly walking step by step through the midst of those dazed security forces. Silence. A deathly silence. Only the synchronized and steady footsteps of the Uchiha clansmen echoed through the empty streets. No one dared to obstruct them. No one could. Konoha's first line of defense crumbled under the terrifying pressure of the summer solstice's ocular power without a fight. It was not until the figures of the summer solstice and his entourage completely disappeared at the end of the street that the members of the security forces, as if utterly drained, gasped for breath, their faces filled with the horror of having survived. What was that power? In the ranks. The Uchiha clansmen witnessed this astonishing scene with their own eyes. They looked at the summer solstice's back, their gazes filled with fervent admiration. This was the leader they chose to follow. This was the new hope of the Uchiha clan. The expression of the summer solstice remained serene. This was merely the beginning. The true battle lay at the village entrance. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow them to depart easily. The expression of Xiaji remained serene, for this was merely the beginning. He raised his gaze towards the eastern gate of the village, where the true test awaited. Press onward. Chapter 34. The Third Hokage, Little Brat. Turn back while you still can. Xiaji, the shore is filled with pitfalls. The eastern gate of Konoha loomed closely ahead. Xiaji's party traversed the final desolate street. Before them, a dense throng of people obstructed the entire area surrounding the eastern gate, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in a white robe adorned with red edges, his hat tilted low, stood at the forefront of the crowd. Behind him were numerous Umbu operatives wearing animal masks, their presence exuding an icy aura. Hatake Kakashi's forehead protector slightly lifted, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Might Guy, clad in his trademark green jumpsuit, clenched his fists, brimming with fighting spirit. Asuma Sarutobi, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, wore a furrowed brow. Yuhi Kurenai, gripping kunai, exhibited a vigilant demeanor. The four of them represented the backbone of Konoha new generation. Behind them, hundreds of elite J-Nin and CH-Nin formed an impenetrable encirclement, a military force formidable enough to topple small nations. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the approaching Xiaji and the more than 300 Uchiha clansmen behind him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Could this 17-year-old truly lead Konoha and the Uchiha clan into an abyss from which there was no return? He stepped forward, his features obscured beneath the shadow of his hat. Xiaji, his voice was aged and filled with regret. It is not too late to turn back. Do not make a decision that will leave everyone regretting. This was his final counsel as the third Hokage, a last ultimatum. Xiaji halted, standing in opposition to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha behind him mirrored his pause, the air thick with tension. Third Hokage, Xiaji began, his tone calm and unwavering. The path I tread is of my own choosing. I have no regrets. He paused, his crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan sweeping over the gathered shinobi of Konoha. If you wish to obstruct me today, then you are my enemies. The negotiations had irreparably collapsed. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for several seconds before slowly raising his hand. A fleeting look of sorrow passed beneath the shadow of his hat, soon replaced by a surge of killing intent. If that is the case, for the peace of Konoha, I can only leave you all here. With a command, the atmosphere erupted with murderous intent. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For figures surged towards Xiaji from different directions. Kakashi's left eye, the Sharingan spinning at high speed, crackled with lightning. The piercing shriek of Raikiri sliced through the air. Might Guy moved with astonishing speed, launching a fierce leaf hurricane aimed directly at Xiaji's lower body. Asuma's chakra blade emerged, crossing to seal Xiaji's retreat. Kurenai formed hand seals, her Jinjutsu quietly activating, aiming to disrupt Xiaji's focus. The four acted in perfect unison, unleashing their most lethal techniques, clearly intent on subduing Xiaji with utmost swiftness. Seize the king before the thieves. Witnessing this, the Uchiha clansmen behind Xiaji unsheathed their weapons, chakras surging as they prepared to engage the Konoha shinobi advancing from the periphery. Protect yourselves. Stay close to me. Xiaji's voice was low yet resounded clearly in the ears of every clansman. Faced with the combined onslaught of Konoha's 4 elite, he remained unfazed, advancing rather than retreating. In a blur, he charged forward. However, his target was not the seemingly vulnerable Kurenai, nor the ferocious Might Guy or Asuma Sarutobi. In that fleeting moment, Sayaji's Kaleidoscope Sharingan locked onto a single individual, Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake, Sayaji's voice resonated clearly in Kakashi's ears. Let me see how much weight your borrowed eye carries. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. This Uchiha brat had set his sights on him. Moreover, he seemed intimately familiar with Kakashi's Sharingan. There was no time for contemplation. Sayaji's figure approached like a specter. Kamui. The pattern of Kakashi's left eye's Manjiki Sharingan abruptly constricted, attempting to activate spatial distortion. Yet, Sayaji's movements were swifter. His right eye, also featuring the kaleidoscope pattern, flashed with an eerie light. Kamui, Phantasm. Kakashi's space-warping ocular power, upon contact with Sayaji's body, passed straight through as if striking nothing but an illusion. What? Kakashi gasped in shock. His Kamui was ineffective against Sayaji. Might Guy's Leaf Hurricane followed closely. The fierce wind of his kick swept through where Sayaji had been, only to encounter a mere afterimage. Asuma's chakra blade crossed down, also finding only emptiness. Kurenai's Genjutsu, upon reaching the invisible mental barrier surrounding Sayaji, failed to have any effect. In a moment of confrontation, the combined assault of Konoha's 4 elite J-Nin was effortlessly neutralized by Sayaji. This is impossible, Asuma exclaimed in disbelief. Might Guy's expression of astonishment was frozen in shock. This little brat was far more formidable than they had imagined. Sayaji's figure manifested beside Kakashi, disregarding the attacks from the other 3 as if only Kakashi existed in his eyes. A pale hand silently pressed against Kakashi's chest. Kakashi reacted with remarkable speed, arching his body backward to evade this fatal strike. Simultaneously, he gripped a kunai in his right hand, thrusting it towards Sayaji's wrist. Sayaji deftly angled his palm, evading the blade's edge, his fingers still clawing toward Kakashi. Bang! A heavy thud resounded. Kakashi's chest absorbed a tremendous blow, sending him hurtling backward. Although he had managed to partially block it with his arm, the chilling chakra still seeped through, causing his blood to surge. Such speed, such a bizarre attack. Kakashi was alarmed. In that brief moment, he had not even seen how Sayaji breached his defenses. Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai cried out, rushing forward to assist. Might Guy bellowed, charging once more. Leaf Gale. Sayaji paid them no heed. His figure flickered once again. Flying Thunder God technique, Sayaji's beginner version. He vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he appeared on Kakashi's trajectory, poised above him, a foot descending toward Kakashi's head. The sequence of events unfolded with dizzying speed. Not on my watch. A figure moved even faster than Sayaji. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The seasoned 3rd Hokage had somehow appeared before Kakashi, wielding a pitch-black kanabo, blocking Sayaji's foot. Boom. A tremendous clash of force. Sayaji's downward strike was met head-on by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage's arm buckled slightly, the ground beneath him cracking under the immense pressure. Such strength. He marveled internally. This child's taijutsu had reached such astonishing heights. Do you wish to meet your end as well, 3rd Hokage? Sayaji's tone remained entirely unfazed. He used the momentum to flip backward, landing gracefully on the ground. Meanwhile, the battle on the periphery had erupted into chaos. The Uchiha clansmen, led by several seasoned J-Nin, clashed fiercely with the Konoha ninja forces. Fire release, lightning release, water release, earth release. Various jutsu illuminated the battlefield in a dazzling display. The sounds of kunai clashing with swords, screams, and roars melded into a cacophony. Blood began to stain the earth at the eastern gate. Sayaji's crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan coldly surveyed the entire battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi, along with dozens of elite Umbu, surrounded him completely. Uchiha Shaji, surrender. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared gravely, you cannot leave here with them. A mocking smile crept across Shaji's lips. Is that so? He slowly formed hand seals. Then allow me to show you the true power of the Uchiha. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Chapter 35. The Hokage is stunned. 17-year-old sage, online crafting. Shaji completed the hand seals, taking a deep breath as an overwhelming scorching chakra rapidly coalesced. Fire release, great fire annihilation. He opened his mouth, unleashing a terrifying wave of flames. Sarutobi Hiruzen's murky old eyes sharpened with intensity. Naive. His hands moved so swiftly they were nearly imperceptible. 5 different elemental chakras surged wildly around him. My Konoha is not something you can easily burn. Fire release, Great Flame Technique. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Lightning release, Earth Walk. 5 voices called out almost simultaneously. The colossal flames, roaring Earth Dragon, rushing Water Serpent, slicing Gale, and spreading Electric Snake intertwined skillfully, forming a devastating torrent that enveloped the entire Eastern Gate area. The might of this combined ninjutsu far surpassed that of any singular technique. The terrifying energy fluctuations began to warp the air, surging toward Shaji and the Uchiha clan members behind him. Shaji's Great Fire Annihilation found no room for resistance against this overwhelming onslaught of elemental techniques. He decisively interrupted his own jutsu. Uchiha clan, disperse. Full defensive formation. Shaji shouted, his voice cutting through the roar of the ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan members reacted instantly. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, their faces turned pale. They had never encountered such a fearsome combination of ninjutsu. They instinctively fell back, forming a defensive formation. Various fire and earth release techniques were recklessly unleashed in an attempt to weaken the incoming attack. Shaji's left eye, with its kaleidoscope pattern, spun rapidly as he activated his Kimyui, trying to distort the trajectory of the combined ninjutsu. There were indeed slight ripples in space. Several Earth Dragon bullets and Water Dragon bullets were forcibly diverted, striking the ground and creating massive craters. However, the range of the 5 elemental great bullets was simply too vast and the energy too ferocious. The distorting power of Kimyui could hardly shake the overall assault. A sharp pain shot through his left eye, a sign of excessive use of ocular power. If he were to endure, he could perhaps rely on his intangibility and Izanagi as a trump card, but he could not protect all the clan members behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strike was aimed at total annihilation, leaving no room for mercy. Conventional means had proven futile. System shop. Shaji's thoughts raced in his mind. Krypton points balance, 18,750 points. Rows of items flashed past, his attention locking onto one. Sage mode, beginner, 1 hour, experience card. Price, 8,000 Krypton points. This is it. Purchase. Ding. Consumed 8,000 Krypton points. Sage mode, beginner, 1 hour, experience card activated. Krypton points balance, 10,750 points. A primal, untamed energy of nature surged into Shaji's body from all directions. A peculiar orange-red pattern emerged at the corners of his eyes. His perception expanded infinitely in that moment. The flow of wind, the breath of earth, and every flicker of chakra in the air became crystal clear in his mind. The amount of chakra within him soared at an astonishing rate, merging perfectly with the vast natural energy. Shaji's Kaleidoscope Sharingan, infused with the sage chakra, seemed to resonate with a strange harmony. Deep within his crimson pupils, a more primal force seemed to awaken. With the 5 elemental great bullets closing in, the terrifying energy fluctuations warped the air, causing the ground to tremble violently. Shaji clasped his hands together suddenly. The sage chakra, combined with the unique power from the depths of his Sharingan, began to operate in an unprecedented manner. A sphere the size of a fist, radiating an aura of extreme danger, coalesced in his palm. Inside the sphere was highly compressed crimson lava, emanating intense heat. Surrounding the sphere were countless fine, yet razor-sharp chakra spirals, incessantly slicing through the surrounding space, producing a grinding sound. Sage art, lava release spiral shuriken. The moment this small spiral shuriken took form, a terrifying pressure swept across the battlefield. All the battling ninjas, whether from Konoha or the Uchiha, found their movements momentarily halted, gazing in awe at the unassuming crimson sphere floating in Shaji's palm. It seemed to harbor the power capable of obliterating everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze entirely. His weathered eyes filled with disbelief. Sage mode. A 17-year-old child has mastered a technique that even Jiraiya struggled to enter as an adult? How is this possible? And what is that jutsu? The might and transformation of chakra surpass anything a mere bloodline limit can achieve. It is even perilously close to the legendary powers wielded only by the first Hokage and second Uchiha, the bloodline elimination. What sort of monster is this Uchiha brat? Kakashi Hitaki's Sharingan contracted sharply in shock. Might Guy's fierce expression turned rigid. Asuma Sarutobi dropped the cigarette from his mouth, and Kurenai Yuhi covered her mouth in disbelief. Roar! Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his finger, drawing blood to create a complex summoning seal. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted. A monkey clad in tiger stripes, wielding a golden staff, appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was his summoning beast, Monkey King Enma. Enma, block it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled. He had never felt such a monumental threat. Enma glanced at the lava-release spiral shuriken in Shaji's hand, a flicker of seriousness flashing in its wise eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, it transformed rapidly. Vajra staff. A long staff, black as ink and glimmering with metallic luster, materialized before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The staff expanded quickly, attempting to completely cover the trajectory of the lava-release spiral shuriken. Meanwhile, the cataclysmic 5 elemental great bullets finally struck. Shaji did not even glance at the multicolored torrent. He simply pushed the lava-release spiral shuriken forward gently. Whoosh! The crimson sphere, accompanied by a piercing sound, shot straight toward the massive Vajra staff. Boom! The deafening explosion instantly swallowed all sound on the battlefield. The terrifying energy waves surged outward, rampaging in every direction. Chapter 36. Declaration of the Shadow Assassin. I shall become a rogue ninja from today. After the terrifying energy storm swept through, the Eastern Gate area lay in ruins. A bottomless chasm appeared on the ground. Remnants of broken walls emitted smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure emerged from the swirling dust. His robe was tattered in several places, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. As he gripped the now-restored Vajra scepter, his arm trembling slightly. He stared intently at the 17-year-old boy across from him, Summer Solstice. The orange-red facial markings on Summer Solstice had yet to fade. The immense aura brought forth by his sage chakra weighed heavily on the hearts of all present, akin to a mountain pressing down. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his heart plummet to the depths. The sage mode, along with that unheard-of bloodline limit technique, had placed this Uchiha Summer Solstice beyond his capacity to easily suppress. Summer Solstice stepped forward, a pitch-black short staff having appeared in his hand at some point, emanating an ominous aura composed of highly condensed sage chakra. With that step, a wave of murderous intent mixed with sage power spread outward. The surrounding Konoha ninjas, including the battle-hardened Umbu, felt a primal tremor resonate through their souls, as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats, leaving no one daring to advance. Kakashi! Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished. Hitaki Kakashi gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain coursing through his left eye from overexertion. His crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, attempting to lock onto Summer Solstice and activate Kamui. However, Summer Solstice merely tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at him. Kakashi felt a powerful mental force blend with an incomprehensible perception disrupt the operation of his dojutsu. The activation of Kamui faltered at a critical moment. In a battle of masters, a fleeting instant could mean life or death. Kakashi stifled a groan, blood oozing from his left eye, his body swaying unsteadily. Summer Solstice did not pursue Kakashi. He advanced step by step towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, each footfall echoing like a thud against the hearts of the onlookers. The air grew so heavy it seemed it could drip with moisture. Just as everyone anticipated an earth-shattering battle, Summer Solstice halted a few meters away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. His black staff pointed menacingly at the third Hokage. Third Hokage, Summer Solstice began, his tone flat yet tinged with an unmistakable warning. Today, I seek only to take my clan away. Should you insist on obstructing me, I would not hesitate to see the position of Hokage exchanged prematurely. At these words, a profound silence enveloped the area. Each word resonated like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the Konoha ninjas. This was no mere declaration of defection. It was a blatant threat against the Hokage. A 17-year-old child dared to claim he would replace the highest ruler of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly beneath his hat. He could distinctly sense the madness and determination in Summer Solstice's words, a resolve that indicated he would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. This child, who spoke such defiance, would undoubtedly follow through. Without casting another glance at Hiruzen, Summer Solstice spun around, facing the over 300 excited Uchiha clansmen behind him. He raised the sage black staff high. All Uchiha, follow me to break through. Those who obstruct us shall be mercilessly slain. Oh, the Uchiha ninjas responded in unison. Finally, the long-suppressed fury and yearning for a brighter future erupted in that moment. An astonishing surge of chakra emanated from them, coalescing into a torrent that surged skyward. Summer Solstice led the charge, his figure vanishing from sight. Under the speed bestowed by Sage Mode, he moved with unparalleled swiftness, beyond the capacity of ordinary J-Nin to track. Two Umbu attempting to flank him found themselves suddenly overwhelmed, a searing pain erupting in their chests as Summer Solstice's sage black staff, like the scythe of death, effortlessly pierced through their defenses. Blood splattered as they fell, their lives extinguished before they could even utter a scream. No one could withstand his single strike. Do not let them succeed. A furious cry rang out as Might Guy charged towards Summer Solstice with unwavering determination. Steam enveloped his body, his skin flushed an unnatural hue. 8th gate, 6th gate, open. The terrifying speed and strength caused the air to scream in protest. Guy's fist aimed directly for Summer Solstice's face. Summer Solstice did not dodge. He too engaged with sage-enhanced taijutsu. He blocked with his left hand holding the black staff, while his right hand formed a fist, crashing against Guy's blow. A thunderous impact reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air. Might Guy felt a terrifying force emanating from Summer Solstice's punch. His arm bones cried out in anguish as he was sent flying backward, blood spraying forth as he crashed heavily into the distant ruins. Guy? Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed, rushing forward. Yet Summer Solstice had already swept past them, continuing his relentless assault towards the eastern gate. Konoha's meticulously arranged defenses crumbled before the might of Summer Solstice, wielding the sage black staff, like paper against a raging inferno. He tore through all obstacles effortlessly, leading the Uchiha clansmen in a formidable wedge formation, steadily widening their path. Stop them, at all costs. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to organize an effective counterattack. However, just as he prepared to issue the order to concentrate their fire on Summer Solstice, the latter suddenly turned back. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan, shimmering with sage light, coldly regarded Hiruzen. It was a gaze that transcended ordinary intimidation, a form of absolute suppression that emanated from the very essence of life itself. Hiruzen found himself momentarily paralyzed. In that fleeting hesitation, Summer Solstice led the Uchiha through the final defenses, successfully reaching the outskirts of Konoha village's eastern gate without pausing for breath. Over 300 figures swiftly vanished into the dense forest beyond the village. Inside and outside Konoha's eastern gate, chaos reigned. Injured ninjas lay sprawled upon the ground, their cries of anguish echoing. The air was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood rooted in place, gazing longingly at the direction in which Summer Solstice had vanished, rendered speechless. The Vajra scepter in his hand hung limply at his side. The rogue ninja of Konoha, Uchiha Summer Solstice, had come into being today. This name was destined to reverberate throughout the entire shinobi world. Kakashi, clutching his bleeding left eye, approached Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, appearing remarkably aged. Issue orders for the treatment of the injured and tally the losses. His voice sounded hollow. Furthermore, declare Uchiha Summer Solstice as an S-rank rogue ninja and send out a bounty to all nations. Understood, Kakashi replied, turning to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze towards the forest where Summer Solstice had disappeared, closing his eyes. Chapter 37. The Akatsuki organization emerges. 17-year-old prodigy, salary negotiable, with full benefits. Uchiha Summer Solstice successfully defected, sending shockwaves through Konoha. This news rapidly spread to every corner of the village the following day. Villagers shuttered their windows, whispering anxiously, while an air of unrest permeated the atmosphere. Ninjas congregated in the streets, buzzing with discussions. Did you hear? Uchiha Summer Solstice broke out with hundreds of his clan. The Hokage couldn't stop him? Are you joking? That was the third Hokage and so many elite J-Nin. Doubt and confusion loomed over the village like an invisible storm cloud. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat wearily in his chair, the crystal ball dim and lifeless. Sarutobi, you let them escape just like that. Tsunade's shrill voice nearly shook the roof, her finger trembling as she pointed accusingly at Hiruzen. What of Konoha's honor? How can you call yourself Hokage? Mito Kato Hamura adjusted his glasses, the cold light behind the lenses almost piercing through Sarutobi Hiruzen. Immediate action must be taken to mobilize the most elite forces for pursuit. Not a single one must escape. This is the gravest provocation against Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, the smoke from his pipe flickering in the air. The visage of the young yet icy summer solstice, with his kaleidoscopic eyes gleaming with the essence of sage techniques, haunted his mind, along with the phrase urging a premature change in the Hokage position. The power exhibited by that child transcended conventional understanding. For the first time, he felt a creeping emotion named helplessness welling up from deep within. Pursuit? Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Who among you will go? Who can guarantee his capture? Or do you wish to subject Konoha's shinobi to yet another needless and grievous loss? Tsunade Kobayashi was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. Can we simply let this pass? Allow a rogue ninja of such caliber, wielding the power of the Uchiha, to roam freely? The Konoha guard is now leaderless, and disorder is beginning to emerge within the village. Nara Shikaku's voice echoed from the doorway as he entered, his expression grave. The reactions of the various ninja clans to this incident are quite intricate. Hokage-sama, your authority has been challenged. This is undoubtedly adding insult to injury. The internal doubts and external threats have burdened the Hokage, who has presided over Konoha for decades, with unprecedented pressure. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily. Shikaku, I entrust the village's affairs to you for the time being. Assess the losses, reassure the populace, and restore order within the guard as swiftly as possible. Yes, Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku acknowledged, fully aware of the weight of this responsibility. Konoha has suffered greatly from this ordeal. At that moment, a member of the Umbu stealthily appeared in the office, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, we have discovered this at the Eastern Gate's battlefield edge. The Umbu presented a letter sealed with a special material. The envelope bore no signature, only a small Uchiha fan emblem. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the letter, breaking the seal. The familiar handwriting on the paper was bold and forceful, yet underscored by a sense of resolution. It was from Uchiha Shursui. Esteemed Third Hokage, I beg your pardon for communicating with you in this manner. Summer Solstice's departure with our clan is a consequence of Konoha's long-standing distrust and oppression towards the Uchiha. I attempted to avert this, but I was powerless to change the course. The death of Danzo and the obliteration of the root was an expression of Uchiha's fury and a warning from Summer Solstice to Konoha. Should Konoha's higher-ups remain obstinate and attempt to hunt down Summer Solstice and his kin, the remaining strength of the Uchiha will demonstrate to the entire shinobi world what true despair entails. The power that Summer Solstice possesses is far beyond your imagination. I implore you to reconsider. The future of the Uchiha and Konoha may hinge upon your next decision. Uchiha Shursui, in his final words. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand trembled slightly as he held the letter. Shursui, this child, chose to leave his last words in such a manner. This is a warning, and also a form of protection, to safeguard the last remnants of the Uchiha bloodline, while also striving to shield Konoha from greater calamity. The atmosphere within the office grew even more oppressive due to this letter. Tsunade Kobayashi and Mito Minju exchanged glances, discerning the gravity of the letter's contents from Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction. After a long pause, he set the letter down. Convey my orders. His voice regained some authority. Designate Uchiha Summer Solstice as a rogue ninja of the highest rank, issuing a top-level bounty to the 5 great nations. He paused before adding, the pursuit team should focus on tracking his movements, avoiding direct confrontation as much as possible, until we ascertain his true capabilities. We must not act recklessly. Sarutobi, Tsunade Kobayashi attempted to interject. This is final. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted her, his tone resolute. The two advisors could only relent, fully aware that this so-called avoidance of direct confrontation was tantamount to abandoning the pursuit. Meanwhile, in the hidden village of Amigate-Cure, at the Akatsuki's base, within the frigid stone chamber, only the monotonous sound of dripping rain resonated. White Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, presenting a scroll to Pain. Leader, this contains the latest intelligence from Konoha. Pain accepted the scroll and unfurled it. The scroll bore images recorded through a special technique. The visuals depicted Uchiha Summer Solstice confronting Konoha's forces, the terrifying power of the Sage Mode, and the bizarre movements of the Flying Thunder God technique, coupled with the statement that the Hokage position should be vacated prematurely. Conan stood beside Pain, observing. Upon witnessing Summer Solstice entering Sage Mode, her brow slightly arched. As the images concluded, silence enveloped the stone chamber. The flickering light within Pain's Rinnegan was inscrutable. Sage Mode, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Summer Solstice is quite intriguing. Pain's voice was calm, yet laced with profound interest. Conan began to analyze. This individual, merely 17 years of age, has already reached the level of Hokage, perhaps even surpassing it. He acts decisively and ruthlessly, harboring ambitions to upend the current order. If we could recruit him into the Akatsuki, it would significantly bolster our plans. Pain nodded slightly, seemingly weighing the implications. An uncontrollable powerhouse is also a formidable threat. He spoke slowly, absolutely. White Zetsu responded affirmatively. Monitor Uchiha Summer Solstice's every movement. Spare no detail. Yes, leader. Pain's gaze shifted to the shadows of the chamber. Kakuzu, hiding. Two figures emerged from the shadows. Prepare for contact. Pain's tone was devoid of any emotion. Such a strong individual must either become our ally, contributing to Yahiko's ideals, or be eradicated from this world before his wings are fully unfurled. Chapter 38. The Sovereign Uchiha. A valley at the beginning, progressing through investment. At the borders of the Land of Fire, amidst undulating mountains, the group halted in a concealed gorge. After days of fleeing, over 300 Uchiha clansmen, particularly the women and children, were utterly exhausted. Summer Solstice stood upon a high rock, surveying the scene below. His weary countenance reflected a blend of confusion after departing Konoha, coupled with a glimmer of faint hope. Set up camp, inventory supplies, and establish a perimeter. He gestured to those below with a commanding yet gentle voice. Though not loud, it was remarkably clear. The clansmen, driven by instinct for survival, began to move despite their heavy limbs. As night fell, the campfire flickered. Several Uchiha elders gathered in a corner, their expressions fraught with concern. Uchiha Inazuma, an elder of the clan, observed the solitary figure of Summer Solstice in the distance. His brow furrowed. Lord Summer Solstice's actions are overly perilous, he murmured. Beside him, Uchiha Tetsu nodded in agreement, speaking in hushed tones. Indeed. To sever ties with Konoha is to declare enmity with the entire shinobi world. The path ahead is uncertain. What if his voice trailed off, heavy with apprehension? Can we truly carve out a place for ourselves in this chaotic world? Their subdued whispers, though intentionally quiet, still reached the ears of some younger clansmen nearby. Unease began to take root in the shadows. Summer Solstice appeared oblivious, remaining seated in silence, eyes closed in meditation. After half an hour, he slowly rose. All core members, come to me. His voice was calm. Soon, over a dozen Uchiha Jonin and Elite Shunin, including Inazuma and Tetsu, stood before Summer Solstice. Lord Summer Solstice, you called for us, Inazuma began cautiously. Without responding directly, Summer Solstice retrieved a stack of scrolls from his robes. These are some documents seized from the root, pertaining to the research on the Sharingan. As he unfurled the scrolls, intricate diagrams and texts were revealed. These contents had been cleverly altered with knowledge acquired from the system marketplace. The originally brutal records of human experimentation have transformed into a profound analysis and exploration of the potential of the Sharingan. Danzo has long harbored ambitions to control and surpass the power of the Uchiha clan. These remnants of his ambitions serve as both the debris of his dreams and the foundational stones for the future strength of our clan. Inada and others gazed intently at the scroll, their breaths becoming increasingly labored. The descriptions of the evolution of the Mangeki Sharingan, and even the possibilities surrounding the eternal Mangeki, left them unsettled. Is this truly Danzo's research? They dared not ponder further. What troubles you? Shaji's gaze swept across them. Are you concerned about the pursuit from Konoha? Or the uncertainties of the future? Inada steeled himself. Lord Shaji, it is not that we lack faith in you, but the survival of the Uchiha hinges upon this future. Shaji interrupted him. In Konoha, do we have a future? Is it to bow and scrape like Fugaku, or merely await the next reckoning? His retort left Inada and the others speechless. We are no longer the Uchiha of Konoha, living under someone else's roof. Shaji's voice rose sharply. We are the free Uchiha. Here, we shall establish our own power, an indomitable force ungoverned by anyone. The youthful clan members' eyes ignited with fervor once more. Shaji looked at them and continued. I am aware of your fatigue and concerns. He turned, walking towards an open space in the valley. System notification, Spirit Gathering Array Blueprint, Miniature. Exchange for Spirit Gathering Array Blueprint, Miniature. Consuming 500 gold points. Gold points balance, 10, 250 points. A luminescent blueprint appeared in Shaji's palm. Following this design, he entrusted it to several clan members skilled in sealing techniques. Despite their confusion, they immediately set to work. As special chakra stones were placed in designated positions, the air within the valley began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The previously sparse natural energy began to coalesce gradually. "This is remarkable," one of the clan members arranging the formation exclaimed. "The natural energy in the valley has intensified. The speed of cultivation seems to have accelerated." The injured members felt their wounds healing more smoothly. Inada and Tetsuya gazed at Shaji's silhouette, their last remnants of doubt dissipating with the wind. Such a miraculous technique surpassed their understanding. Shaji returned to the high stone. "Firstly, we need a solid stronghold. This is merely temporary. Secondly, we must expand our population and military strength. Alone, we Uchiha cannot survive in a chaotic world. Finally, we must establish our own intelligence network to monitor every shift in the ninja world." Each of his words struck clearly in the hearts of the clan members. "Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Honka," Shaji pointed out two individuals. Two robust young ninjas stepped forward. "Present. You will lead reconnaissance teams to survey the surrounding landscape for 100 miles. Alert for any pursuers from Konoha. Report any anomalies immediately." "Understood." Uchiha Inada and Uchiha Tetsuya were momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward. "Lord Shaji, you too, seasoned veterans, will oversee resource collection teams to find food, medicinal herbs, and usable minerals. The placement of the elderly and children will also fall to you." Inada and Tetsuya exchanged glances and bowed respectfully. "As you command." The remaining young clan members were assigned to training teams under my direct supervision to enhance your combat skills. Shaji's arrangements were orderly. What had once been a somewhat scattered group quickly found their respective positions, restoring order to the valley. As night deepened, Shaji stood alone once more upon the high stone, gazing into the distance where Konoha lay. Ding! The long-awaited system notification echoed in his mind. Level task: lead the Uchiha to defect from Konoha has been completed. Reward calculation in progress. Shaji felt a barely perceptible pause in his body. This reward would serve as the initial capital for establishing a new force, an invaluable asset. The pursuit from Konoha and the unknown dangers ahead indicate that the true trial has only just begun. Chapter 39. The Ninja World in an Uproar. The 17-year-old demon god Shaji's bounty soars to new heights. The air in Konoha village was heavy, as if a storm were imminent. The shadow of Uchiha Shaji's defection lingered in everyone's hearts, even days later. The paralysis of the police force had visibly increased the number of security incidents within the village. Many daily affairs previously handled by the Uchiha clan fell into stagnation. In the Hokage office, smoke swirled around. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe had scarcely paused. "Sarutobi, is this the result of your management?" Tsunade's staff struck the ground with a heavy thud, producing an abrasive sound. To allow a 17-year-old child, accompanied by hundreds of clan members, to catch us off guard in the heart of Konoha. Mito Gate's glasses reflected the dim light from the window. "Where's our pursuit team? Are they unable to capture even a trace of a rogue ninja?" Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a puff of smoke that obscured his aged visage. He did not glance at the two advisors. Nara Shikaku stood to the side, arms crossed. His brow furrowed. "Hokage-sama, the villagers are currently in a state of panic. Rebuilding the police force will not be accomplished overnight." Sarutobi Hiruzen's fists tightened discreetly beneath the table. The image of Shaji's Manjiki, shimmering with the glow of sage techniques, and his words about replacing the Hokage still echoed in his mind. However, the question remained. Pursue? How do we pursue? Who shall we send to their demise? "Shikaku, you are solely responsible for the police force." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice bore exhaustion. "Restore order to the village as swiftly as possible." Tsunade scoffed. "Order? The greatest issue now is the Hokage's authority." Mito Gate interjected. "The Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inazuka clans appear compliant on the surface, but what of their true sentiments? They are likely reveling in your misfortune, Sarutobi." Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled slightly. He was well aware of this. The frequency of visits from the clan heads had markedly decreased, their words now tinged with formality and distance. Their easy acceptance of Shaji's departure and the loss of Konoha's combat strength could not be without grievances. The balance of power within the village had begun to tilt due to the Uchiha's exit. Nara Shikaku sighed. "Elders, This is not the time to assign blame. Our immediate priority is to stabilize the situation. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, regarding the bounty on Uchiha Shaji as an S-rank rogue ninja. We should announce it to the 5 great nations. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted firmly. The pursuit team will continue to trace his whereabouts. Tsunade opened her mouth to speak, but Mito Gate nudged her with his elbow. They exchanged discontented glances, but fell silent for the time being. A knock resounded at the office door. Hatake Kakashi entered. His left eye still bandaged from injury. Hokage-sama, Kakashi slightly bowed. Regarding Uchiha Shaji, he paused. I have crossed blades with him. His strength surpasses what is conventionally measured at the level of a Hokage. The Sage Mode, that unique spiraling shuriken, and the nearly unsolvable flying thunder god technique. Kakashi's tone remained calm, yet it carried an air of gravity. A standard pursuit team would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe clattered heavily into the ashtray. Are you suggesting we merely allow him to roam free? Kakashi lifted his gaze. His exposed right eye meeting the 3rd Hokage's with calm resolve. I am merely stating facts. In fact, Kakashi's voice lowered further. Should we consider some degree of reconciliation? Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly rose to his feet, causing the teacup on the table to tremble. Kakashi, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The fate of a traitor in Konoha is nothing but a relentless pursuit. There is no reconciliation. His fury thickened the air within the office. Kakashi fell silent for a moment. My apologies, Lord Hokage. I misspoke. He bowed once more before exiting the office. Sarutobi sank back into his seat, though he appeared somewhat relieved. Reconciliation? That word pricked at his dignity as Hokage like a needle. Yet, Kakashi's words held a kernel of truth, one that had long weighed heavily upon his heart. Had the might of Uchiha Shaji truly reached a level unbearable for Konoha? A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Meanwhile, the news of Uchiha Shaji's defection and his decisive victory against Konoha's pursuit team spread across the entire ninja world. The major ninja villages shuddered upon receiving the intelligence. A mere 17-year-old child, a remnant of the Uchiha clan, possessed such terrifying power. Whispers of a second Uchiha Madara began to circulate in some small nations and the underworld. The bounty on Uchiha Shaji soared on the black market leaderboard, swiftly surpassing the threshold for shadow-level shinobi. Yet, none dared to accept such a perilous commission lightly. In the Hidden Rain village, atop a towering spire, cold raindrops beat against the window. The figure of White Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, presenting the latest intelligence scroll to Pain. Leader, the reactions from Konoha and the movements of various parties. Pain's Deva Path unfurled the scroll, his Rinnegan scanning the information. This time, it contained a more detailed account. Conan stood quietly beside him. Sage Mode, Manjiki, Flying Thunder God. Pain's voice revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation. This Uchiha Shaji has truly exceeded our expectations. Conan spoke. His emergence has disrupted Konoha's deployments and may even impact the entire ninja world structure. If we can recruit him into Akatsuki swiftly. Pain nodded thoughtfully. What of Kakuzu and Haiden? Conan replied. They are on their way and should rendezvous with him shortly. Pain nodded, deep in thought. Chapter 40, Flying Thunder God. Lord Shaji has once again become even stronger. In the canyon, the night breeze whispered. Shaji sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the system space. Ding. The grade mission to lead the Uchiha defection from Konoha has been concluded. Reward 1. Complete Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, a torrent of intricate information surged into Shaji's mind. It encompassed not merely the construction of the technique, but a profound analysis of the very nature of space and time. From the fundamental coordinate marking to the successive instantaneous movements of the 2-step and 3-step Flying Thunder God. And finally to the combined offensive and defensive technique of Flying Thunder God's rotating mutual instant. Ultimately, the essence of the Flying Thunder God guiding lightning. Everything was indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. Previously, his understanding of the Flying Thunder God had only skimmed the surface. Now he truly grasped the terrifying nature of this space-time ninjutsu. His Manjiki Sharingan spun rapidly, voraciously absorbing this information. In the next moment, his perception and control over space leapt to an entirely new realm. He felt that, should he wish, a mere thought could allow him to traverse between any marked points with almost no delay. He could even devise additional tactics uniquely his own based on the principles of Flying Thunder God. Reward 250,000 kinetic points. Current kinetic points balance, 60, 250 points. Previous balance, 10, 250 000 reward, a substantial sum, sufficient for a significant procurement in the system marketplace. Reward 3, 1 chance to randomly extract a dojutsu characteristic, limited to Mangeki level. This reward surprised Shaji slightly. Dojutsu characteristic? Without hesitation, he activated it. A massive virtual roulette materialized in his consciousness, adorned with an array of bizarre Mangeki patterns and names. The wheel spun rapidly. Ultimately, the pointer gradually came to rest on a somewhat dim pattern. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the dojutsu characteristic. Heavenly Hand Power, Beginner Degraded Version. Heavenly Hand Power, Beginner Degraded Version allows for a short-range positional swap with a target within 30 meters of the line of sight, or between oneself and the target. There is a 0.5-second chakra gathering time before activation, accompanied by notable spatial fluctuations. The success rate is significantly reduced against targets with strong perception or space-time resistance, and there is a risk of backlash. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Shaji furrowed his brow slightly. Heavenly Hand Power. Isn't this the ability of Sasuke's later Mangeki? However, the beginner degraded version suffix and numerous restrictions rendered what should have been a powerful dojutsu somewhat lackluster. The 0.5-second preparation time could be fatal in a true battle among masters. The obvious spatial fluctuations could easily alert and be countered by foes. The reduced success rate, coupled with the risk of backlash. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, if combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could mark a point and then use Heavenly Hand Power to swap positions with a distant enemy, causing them to suddenly appear at the mark. Meanwhile, he could employ Flying Thunder God to instantaneously move from the swap position back to a preset point or return to the original location. The tactical variations within this strategy seem to compensate for the flaws inherent in Heavenly Hand Power. Even if it were a meager gain, it was better than nothing. Shaji collected his thoughts and opened his eyes. The night remained unchanged. Not far away, Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Tetsuya, among others, were engaged in hushed discussion, their faces etched with persistent worry. Shaji approached them. Elder Ina, Elder Tetsuya. Upon hearing his voice, both men quickly rose. Lord Shaji. Shaji handed them a stack of scrolls. These are the ninjutsu scrolls seized from the root. Select the appropriate ones and distribute them to the deserving clansmen. Ina took the scrolls, glancing through them with surprise etched on his face. Among these scrolls were several practical ninjutsu of significant rank, capable of greatly enhancing the overall strength of their clan. Lord Shaji, this. Ina began. Shaji interrupted. I have completely mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He did not mention its completeness, merely stating that he had fully grasped it. Even so, it was enough to send shockwaves through Ina and Tetsuya. The Flying Thunder God technique. That was the signature ninjutsu of the second Hokage, a legend of Konoha. Lord Shaji had completely mastered it. What did this imply? It signified that in speed and mobility, Lord Shaji had secured an undefeated position. Is Lord Shaji speaking the truth? Ina's voice trembled slightly. Shaji did not respond, simply regarding them with a calm gaze. That tranquility was, in itself, an undeniable testament. Ina and Tetsuya exchanged glances, both seeing joy and reverence reflected in each other's eyes. The earlier confusion and unease about the future were replaced in that moment by immense confidence. We swear to follow Lord Shaji to the death. The two knelt once more. Uchiha clansmen, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, their excitement palpable upon learning the news. The Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Shaji is incredibly strong. Our Uchiha will surely rise again. The morale of the clansmen reached unprecedented heights. Shaji raised his hand to signal for silence. He walked alone to a small waterfall deep within the canyon. The icy pool water reached his ankles. He closed his eyes and began to attempt the fully mastered version of the Flying Thunder God. Buzz. His figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the canyon, atop a rock where he had previously marked a position. Without a moment's pause, Buzz. He reappeared atop a crooked tree at the waterfall's summit. Buzz. Buzz. The figure of Summer Solstice flickered rapidly among the dozens of minuscule chakra marks left in the canyon, astonishing even himself with his speed. Each teleportation flowed as naturally as breathing, consuming far less chakra than the previously improved primitive version. He even attempted to temporarily construct the Flying Thunder God technique upon a kunai infused with chakra. Whoosh! The kunai soared through the air, At the moment the kunai was about to strike the distant mountain wall, Summer Solstice's figure materialized alongside it. He caught the kunai, barely tapping his toes against the mountain wall before vanishing again. So that is how it works. Summer Solstice landed on a rock by the pool, a flash of enlightenment crossing his eyes. The complete version of the flying thunder god truly embodied the essence of being elusive. Moments later, he returned to the bonfire where his clansmen gathered. All eyes were fixed upon him, brimming with anticipation and reverence. Fellow clansmen, Summer Solstice began. This place is merely our temporary refuge. Our ambition is to establish a powerful ninja village that genuinely belongs to the Uchiha, a haven that can accommodate and protect us, allowing the glory of our Uchiha name to illuminate the entire ninja world once more. A divine realm standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. His voice resonated through the night sky. Let the name Uchiha echo throughout the world. The blood of his clansmen surged with fervor. Lord Summer Solstice, the divine realm, Uchiha. Cheers and roars reverberated throughout the canyon. Observing his impassioned clansmen, Summer Solstice remained remarkably composed. Grand proclamations were merely the beginning. To realize this ambition, first, a stronghold rich in resources was imperative. He accessed the system's marketplace, initiating a search for blueprints and technologies related to base construction. The selection of this new homeland would mark their first and most crucial step forward. Chapter 41. Invest in base construction blueprints. Forge a mobile fortress. The bonfire in the canyon illuminated each Uchiha face. Summer Solstice dispatched an elite team to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the borders of the Land of Fire and surrounding areas. Days later, 2 teams returned, weary and burdened with grave intelligence. Lord Summer Solstice, the surrounding 100 miles is mostly barren mountains or has already been occupied by other factions. Shauna knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. Uchiha Fire Corps reports, we have discovered several abandoned ninja village ruins, but they are too small, and their defensive structures are utterly destroyed, making reconstruction immensely costly and easily exposed. The traditional fixed ninja village model is akin to a target in this chaotic era. Summer Solstice required a more flexible, discreet, and intimidating new stronghold. His consciousness delved into the system's marketplace, swiftly scanning through an array of products. Under the special buildings category, one option captured his attention. Multifunctional mobile fortress, primary core module, blueprint. Price, 30,000 points. Summer Solstice paused momentarily, the description of the blueprint vividly materializing before him. This fortress core module can accommodate 500 individuals for basic living and training, equipped with a primary defensive barrier, resource conversion device, and stealth field. It can also perform short-range spatial leaps using vast amounts of chakra or special energy, with a lengthy cooldown. A mobile ninja village. This was tailor-made for them. Purchase. Ding. Consume 30,000 points. Multifunctional mobile fortress, primary core module, blueprint, has been issued. Points balance. 30,250 points. Summer Solstice immediately locked onto another item. Basic material package, fortress specific. Price, 10,000 points. Purchase. Ding. Consume 10,000 points. Basic material package, fortress specific, has been issued. Points balance, 20,250 points. 40,000 points evaporated in an instant. Yet, a gleam of excitement graced Summer Solstice's expression. A powerful mobile base was the fundamental assurance for the Uchiha to establish themselves and maneuver through the ninja world. He summoned Uchiha Inahibi, Uchiha Tetsu, and several clan members proficient in sealing techniques and architecture. When the complex blueprint, shimmering with faint light, and the mountain of specialized materials appeared before them, Elder Inahibi's fingers trembled slightly. He picked up the blueprint, leaning in to scrutinize it closely. This is a mobile fortress? Tetsu's mouth dropped open, wide enough to fit a fist. He grasped a piece of material glimmering with metallic sheen, feeling the unique energy contained within. Lord Summer Solstice, what are these? The remaining Uchiha gathered around the blueprint and materials, exclaiming in awe. The concept of a mobile ninja village utterly shattered their understanding. This will be our future home. Summer Solstice's voice was calm, yet filled with strength. A place that can relocate at will, one that enemies can never accurately pinpoint. Inahibi set down the blueprint, looking at Summer Solstice with a face full of reverence. This 17-year-old leader possessed not only unparalleled strength, but also profound foresight. Lord Summer Solstice, we shall spare no effort in constructing the fortress. Inahibi bowed. Please, Lord Summer Solstice, indicate where we should establish it? Tetsu promptly expressed his agreement. Summer Solstice unfolded a simple map, his finger pointing to a location at the intersection of three nations. At the junction of the Land of Fire, the Land of Hot Water, and the Land of Frost lay a hidden basin surrounded by towering mountains. Its treacherous terrain made it easy to defend, yet difficult to attack, and its remoteness from major conflict zones rendered it an ideal place for concealment and development. With the decision made, actions commenced swiftly. Summer Solstice personally led a portion of his clansmen, armed with blueprints and materials, to the basin using the Flying Thunder God technique. Within the basin, mist swirled around ancient trees reaching toward the heavens. A natural lake sat at the center, abundant in water resources. This is the place. Summer Solstice's Kaleidoscope Sharingan scanned the surroundings, its powerful perception capturing every detail. He personally oversaw the construction of the fortress's core module. With the system's assistance, every structure and rune on the blueprint was vividly reflected in his mind. The precise control granted by his Kaleidoscope Sharingan allowed him to perfectly channel chakra and manipulate the specialized building materials. The Uchiha clan erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm, laboring day and night under Summer Solstice's command. The sealing team inscribed defensive barriers and energy circuits. Those skilled in earth release leveled the foundation and excavated necessary facilities. Each Uchiha contributed their strength toward this future mobile homeland. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tetsu, left behind in the canyon, was troubled by another matter. Lord Summer Solstice, while we are temporarily safe, relying solely on our 300 clansmen makes it too thin to establish a true power. Tetsu handed a personnel roster to Inahibi. Inahibi accepted the list, his brow furrowed. Indeed, especially with the young combatants, we also suffered losses during the Konoha battle. Before leaving the basin, Summer Solstice had discussed this issue with them. Merely relying on the Uchiha bloodline to realize the ambition of a divine realm was akin to chasing a pipe dream. Expanding their population and recruiting combat power was imperative. Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Fire Corps were once again entrusted with significant responsibilities. Summer Solstice provided them with part of the funds seized from Danzo's route and some standard ninja tools that the Uchiha had phased out. Shana, Fire Corps. Summer Solstice's voice echoed through the basin via the reserved communication scroll. Your task is to secretly recruit wandering ninjas from the borders of the Land of Fire and its surrounding smaller nations, as well as small mercenary groups and some impoverished clans ravaged by war. Remember, we seek only the elite or those with potential. Yes, Lord Summer Solstice. The two departed to fulfill their orders. However, the recruitment efforts proved to be exceptionally challenging. Days passed, and the news brought back by Shana and Hokage was far from optimistic. Lord Summer Solstice, most of the wandering ninjas are proud and unruly. Viewing our fledgling power with skepticism and caution, Shana remarked with a hint of helplessness. Hokage added, some small mercenary groups are demanding exorbitant prices, with conditions that are exceedingly harsh. There are even those who mock us as traitors of Konoha, unwilling to associate with us. Such reactions were anticipated by Summer Solstice. It is immensely difficult for an obscure new power to attract true strength unless it demonstrates sufficient capability and potential to catch their eye. Standing before the core module of the fortress, which had begun to take shape, Summer Solstice gazed at the metallic walls glistening coldly in the sunlight. He had named this future mobile ninja village Shun-E, the abode of the gods. It appeared that a decisive battle was needed to establish authority. Summer Solstice's Kaleidoscope Sharingan narrowed slightly. The ninja world must know that I, Uchiha Summer Solstice, and the Shun-E I have established are not to be underestimated by anyone. His eyes fell upon a small nation on the map, not far from the basin, the Land of Hot Water, renowned for its hot springs. Yet its military strength languished at the bottom among the 5 great nations and smaller realms. The ninja village, Uin Village, had long been devoid of strong guardians, and its defenses were lax. Elder Daohua, Elder Tai, Summer Solstice's voice resonated. The two quickly approached him. Lord Summer Solstice, what are your orders? Summer Solstice pointed to Uin Village on the map. Gather all combat-ready personnel and prepare weapons and equipment. Our first target is Uin Village. Daohua and Tai exchanged startled glances. Lord Summer Solstice, do you mean to attack Uin Village? Daohua hesitated. Having just separated from Konoha, our foundation is still unstable. Is it wise to take the initiative now? Summer Solstice interrupted him. No destruction, no establishment. Shun-e requires a victory to declare our existence. We also need the resources of Yuin village to accelerate the construction of our fortress and support a larger population. More importantly, we must show those who are still hesitant that following us is the path to a promising future. His tone was devoid of emotion. Prepare yourselves. We will depart in 3 days. Tai clenched his fists. Understood. Lord Summer Solstice. 3 days later, a member of the Uchiha clan from Shun-e arrived as an envoy in the bustling town of Yuin village. Standing tall and expressionless, he presented a letter sealed with the Uchiha fan and wax to the guards at the residence of the village's lord. The letter's content was blunt and forceful. The lord of Shun-e, Uchiha Summer Solstice, demands that Yuin village submit immediately, relinquishing control of the village and paying 70% of financial revenues. Should there be disobedience, the army of Shun-e will arrive shortly to flatten Yuin. Summer Solstice's choice of Yuin village was not a whim. Firstly, the village was affluent due to its hot springs and tourism, possessing the wealth that Shun-e desperately needed for its early development. Secondly, Yuin village was militarily weak, often complacent, and its ninja numbers were sparse. The absence of true strength made it relatively easy to conquer, making it an ideal first battleground to establish Shun-e's reputation. Thirdly, Yuin village was strategically located within a buffer zone among the influences of the Land of Fire, the Land of Frost, and the Land of Lightning. Securing this area would provide a crucial launchpad for Shun-e's future expansion. Inside the dim chamber of the Lord's residence in Yuin village, the atmosphere was tense. The portly Lord of Yuin was sweating profusely, crumpling the letter with its aggressive demands. This is outrageous. What is this Shun-e unheard of and so brazen? An elder, with graying hair and elegant attire, slammed the table, his face flushed. My lord, we cannot act rashly. Another younger official trembled as he spoke. The Uchiha clan is formidable. Have you all forgotten the recent upheaval in Konoha? They are merely traitors of Konoha. How significant can they be? Elder Tikawa, a pro-war faction member, scoffed. They are new arrivals, still finding their footing. This is clearly a bluff to extort us. He turned to the Lord. My lord, though we are not warriors by nature, we are not lambs to the slaughter. We have over 50 ninjas in the village, with several ch-nin and 3 special j-nin guarding us. Indeed, Elder Tikawa speaks wisely, chimed in another burly elder. Moreover, I have secretly contacted the neighboring Yenin village. They have agreed to send 3 j-nin to assist us, as long as we withstand the initial wave of attack. That so-called Shun-e will surely retreat. Yenin village, a slightly stronger but equally obscure ninja village, often clashed with Yuin but had now allied due to the shared looming threat. The Lord's facial flesh quivered as he looked from one advisor to another. Torn between indecision. Submission would mean losing everything, while resistance could lead to mutual destruction. Ultimately, the elder's assurances of reinforcements and scorn for the Uchiha traitors prevailed. Very well, let it be as Elder Tikawa suggests. The Lord gritted his teeth, replying, Yuin village will never yield. The envoy swiftly returned with Yuin village's response to the temporary stronghold of Shun-e. Summer Solstice listened to the report without a trace of surprise, merely allowing a slight smile to curve his lips. They choose to drink the bitter wine of punishment instead of the sweet wine of respect. He gently placed his teacup down, the crisp sound echoing in the silence. It seemed that a peaceful resolution was no longer possible. Uchiha Daihua and Tai stood by, their expressions filled with concern. Lord Summer Solstice, although Yuin village is weak, if they fight to the death, we will also suffer losses. Daihua hesitated to voice his thoughts. Summer Solstice waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to dispatch a large force. Rising to his feet, his crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan shimmered in the dim tent. I alone am sufficient. I will make the entire ninja world aware of the consequences of defying Shun-e. Daihua and Tai exchanged astonished glances, both shocked by the audacity of his decision. One person against a village? No one dared question Summer Solstice's resolve. As night fell over Yuin village, the lights burned brightly amidst a tense atmosphere. Patrols of ninjas had increased significantly at the village entrance and main streets. In the underground of the Hot Spring Inn, Tangji Wu, a spacious secret meeting room. The high-ranking officials of Yuin village and 3 j-nin from Yenin village gathered around a long table, engaged in heated discussions. Those traitors from Shun-e will attack by tomorrow at the latest. We must set multiple traps outside the village. Elder Tikawa exclaimed passionately, pointing at the map. Merely traitors. How many of them can there be? With the three of us from Yenin here, we will ensure they do not return. A Yuin Nin, eager to curry favor, looked up at the three Yenin Nin. The leader among them, tall and thin with a vicious scar across his face, smirked arrogantly at the comment. Rest assured, as long as they dare to come, my brothers and I shall claim the head of their leader. The other two nodded in agreement, their words laced with derision for Shun-E. These ninjas from the small village were somewhat isolated from the broader world and were only vaguely aware of Summer Solstice's exploits in Konoha, unaware of the true terror he embodied. Just as they were caught up in their bravado, the heavy stone door of the conference room creaked open, revealing a slender figure standing silently outside. All sounds within the room ceased abruptly. Elder Tang Chuan, caught up in fervent discourse, found his words lodged in his throat, his expression frozen. Every gaze converged upon the unexpected visitor at the threshold. Who is this? The scarred-faced shinobi from the hidden smoke village sprang to his feet, demanding an answer. Xiaji offered no reply as he stepped into the conference room with silent footsteps. His crimson eyes scanned each individual in the dim light, the kaleidoscope patterns swirling hauntingly within them. An intangible mental pressure enveloped the room instantaneously. The weaker elders of the Tang-In village could scarcely stifle a gasp before feeling as if an invisible hammer had struck their heads. Dizziness overcame them. Foam escaped their lips, and they collapsed, unconscious. Elder Tang Chuan and others turned pale, trembling violently, losing nearly all strength to stand. Why, you are Uchiha Xiaji? Elder Tang Chuan managed to stammer, eyes brimming with terror. How could he be here? How could he have entered alone? The three shinobi from the hidden smoke village felt their arrogance dissipate, replaced by dread. Though they managed to remain upright, a deep, soul-chilling tremor coursed through them, making them acutely aware of death's presence. Spare us. Don't kill me. We know nothing. They pleaded, collapsing to their knees, bowing desperately before Xiaji, tears streaming down their faces. With one man, Xiaji dismantled the last vestige of resistance from the Tang-In village. He approached the head of the long table, casually taking the seat meant for the Tang-In lord. His gaze fell upon the trembling lord and elder Tang Chuan. Now, we may discuss the matter of your submission. Chapter 43, The Great Shock of the Land of Tang. At 17, the shadow-level youth single-handedly annihilates a village. The godly city is truly terrifying. Silence reigned in the conference room. The Tang-In lord lay prostrate beside his seat. Elder Tang Chuan's countenance was ashen, lips white, utterly speechless. Xiaji's fingers lightly tapped the armrest. Tang-In village, submit, or perish. His tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. Startled, the Tang-In lord scrambled to Xiaji's feet. We submit. Everything in Tang-In village belongs to Lord Xiaji. His voice was hoarse, tears flowing. Please spare us. We are willing to offer all our wealth, all our shinobi, just to survive. Elder Tang Chuan regained his composure and knelt upright. Lord Xiaji, I was blind to your greatness. Please grant Tang-In village a chance. Xiaji rose, ignoring them. Issue a decree to gather all shinobi and civilians of Tang-In village at the village square. He paused. I want results within an hour. The Tang-In lord and elder Tang Chuan felt as if a weight had been lifted and hurriedly exited the conference room. Meanwhile, the two shinobi from the hidden smoke village remained prostrate, trembling uncontrollably. Xiaji's gaze fell upon them. You may leave. Convey my words to the hidden smoke village. Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. The two fled, scrambling away from this unforgettable place. An hour later, at the center square of Tang-In village, thousands of civilians and dozens of Tang-In shinobi gathered, trembling under the organization of the Tang-In lord and elder Tang Chuan. Xiaji stood atop a hastily erected platform, flanked by several stern-faced Uchiha clan members. The Tang-In lord, with a quivering voice, announced the decision to submit to the godly city. A murmur spread through the square, followed by an eerie silence. From this day forth, Tang-In village shall be incorporated into the godly city. Xiaji's voice resonated clearly. All resources, wealth, and personnel shall be allocated by the godly city. The decrees of the godly city shall be enforced here. Any dissenters shall be executed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, several Uchiha clan members flickered into action, and cries of agony echoed from the crowd. These were the few Tang-In shinobi who had previously advocated for strong resistance, yet still showed defiance. Blood stained the stone slabs of the square. Fear spread like wildfire. And all Tang-In villagers and shinobi bowed their heads, no longer daring to voice any dissent. The swift and decisive actions instilled terror throughout the gathering. The amassed wealth of the Tang-in village, accumulated over many years, was swiftly accounted for and seized. Gold, silver, jewels, grains, medicinal herbs, and contracts for various hot spring enterprises filled the storerooms of the lord's estate. This immense fortune significantly alleviated the financial strain on the godly city during its nascent stages. After eliminating the staunch opponents and the weak, over 50 Tang-in shinobi and thousands of civilians were incorporated into the administrative framework of the godly city. Xiaji established the first office of the godly city in the former residence of the Tang-in lord. Uchiha Shana was appointed as the regional overseer, responsible for handling daily affairs and implementing the decrees of the godly city while initiating the preliminary integration and transformation of Tang-in village. During the asset inventory of Tang-in village, an unassuming scroll caught Shana's attention. Lord Xiaji. This contains some research records on geothermal energy utilization from Tang-in village, along with a list of craftsmen and administrative shinobi skilled in medical and logistical affairs. Shana presented the scroll and list to Xiaji. Taking the scroll, Xiaji's Kaleidoscope Sharingan rapidly scanned the contents. Geothermal conversion array, incomplete. Hot spring water quality improvement formula. Instantly, he connected these technologies with the energy system of a multifunctional mobile fortress in his mind. The energy core of the fortress had long been a source of frustration for him. Relying solely on chakra conversion was inefficient and excessively consuming. Integrating this geothermal technology into the fortress would undoubtedly enhance its energy self-sufficiency. Bring all these craftsmen and administrative shinobi back to the godly city. Xiaji was highly satisfied. Ensure they are well protected and generously treated. Yes, Lord Xiaji, Shana responded. This unexpected boon elevated Xiaji's assessment of the operation to conquer Tang-in village. News of the godly city's thunderous annexation of Tang-in village rapidly spread across the borders of the Land of Fire and surrounding small nations. The name of the emerging force, the godly city, and its leader, Uchiha Xiaji, entered the consciousness of various factions with unprecedented clarity. At just 17, a shadow-level individual annihilated a village. This near-mythical achievement sent tremors through all who heard the news. Those who had previously taken a wait-and-see approach regarding the Uchiha defection began to reassess the strength and potential of the godly city. Fear often serves as the most effective passport. In the temporary stronghold of Shunyu within the basin, the construction site of a multifunctional mobile fortress began to buzz with activity. Envoys and representatives continually arrived, tentatively expressing their willingness for cooperation or even directly requesting to join. Uchiha Huahua was tasked with receiving these factions seeking refuge. Lord Summer Solstice. Here is the list of wandering ninjas and small clans who have come to pledge their allegiance in the past 3 days, totaling 173 individuals, Huahua stated, presenting a thick stack of names to Summer Solstice. Summer Solstice accepted the list and scrutinized it carefully. The selection criteria remained unchanged. Only elites or those with potential were considered. Mediocrity had no place in Shinyu. Indeed, the newly recruited individuals underwent rigorous screening and background checks before being reorganized. Young adults with combat potential were integrated into Shinyu's combat units. Led and trained by Uchiha Inawo and Uchiha Tai, with experienced members of the Uchiha clan serving as captains at various levels. Those possessing specialized skills, artisans, physicians, merchants, and technicians previously brought from Tang-in village, were assigned to logistics, construction, and the newly established technology research department. The organizational structure of Shinyu was rapidly erected within a short span, and although still somewhat immature, it had begun to take shape. The entire basin was alive with fervor. The core module of the multifunctional mobile fortress, supported by ample resources and manpower, progressed at an astonishing pace and was nearing completion. Everything seemed to be advancing smoothly in accordance with Summer Solstice's plans. However, tranquil days are often fleeting. One day, as Summer Solstice was in the control room of the fortress's core module, calibrating the newly integrated geothermal energy system with several technicians, he suddenly lifted his head. His Kaleidoscope Sharingan shrank abruptly as he focused on a specific direction beyond the basin's perimeter. 2 exceptionally powerful and malevolent chakra signatures distinctly registered in his perception, one exuding an aura of death and foreboding, the other brutal and greedy. There was no mistaking it. The Akatsuki organization had come, and it was the two most troublesome of its members, Haiden and Kakuzu. They had ultimately come knocking. Chapter 44, Summer Solstice. Just the two of you? I thought it was a team-building event for the Akatsuki. At the outskirts of the Shinyu Basin, the foliage stirred slightly. Two uninvited guests swaggered into the alert zone. The first was tall, bearing 5 peculiar masks and emanating a disquieting chakra. The other hefted a massive 3-section scythe, his silver hair framing a face twisted with fervor. Hey, is this the so-called Shinyu? It doesn't look like much, Haiden shouted with his characteristic coarse tone. Several young Uchiha ninjas on patrol immediately sensed the intruders and rushed forward. Stop! Who are you? A Uchiha youth barked, hand already resting on his ninja tool pouch. Haiden grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Oh, a remnant of Konoha? You certainly have a big mouth. Before he finished his taunt, he vanished like a specter. The young Uchiha ninjas barely registered his movement before feeling a powerful force strike them. Thud! Thud! Several dull thuds echoed as the youths were sent sprawling, crashing to the ground with blood spilling from their mouths. Haiden had not killed them, only knocked them down, before stepping on one of the boys' chests. TSK, TSK, TSK. With such meager skills, you dare to establish a ninja village? You truly amuse the Lord of Evil. His words dripped with disdain for the weak. The towering Kakuzu merely observed with cold indifference. To him, these minor characters were insignificant. Just as Haiden was about to continue his mockery, a figure appeared silently before them, Summer Solstice. He stood there calmly, as if he had been waiting for them all along. Release him, Summer Solstice spoke, his tone calm, yet commanding. Haiden paused, sensing the distinct aura emanating from Summer Solstice. Reluctantly, he removed his foot and grimaced. Oh, are you the leader here? Meanwhile, dozens of figures rushed in from all directions, surrounding Kakuzu and Haiden. These were the elite Uchiha ninjas of Shinyu, radiating a palpable killing intent, their weapons glinting ominously. The atmosphere tensed instantaneously. Kakuzu's eyes beneath his 5 masks turned greedily towards Summer Solstice, assessing him. You are Uchiha Summer Solstice? Kakuzu's deep voice resonated. Yes, your bounty on the black market has exceeded 30 million ryo. That is quite a sum, he remarked, completely disregarding the menacing Uchiha surrounding him as if they were mere air. Haiden, brandishing his enormous 3-section scythe, licked his crimson lips, his eyes alight with zeal. Hey, Kakuzu. This guy's soul looks delicious. Let me have him. I want to offer him to the Lord of Evil. His voice was grating, filled with a thirst for blood. In the face of the undead duo's provocations and threats, Summer Solstice maintained an extraordinary calm. His Kaleidoscope Sharingan had already discerned their true natures. Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, possessed the Earth Grudge Fear technique, allowing him to extend his life by seizing others' hearts and wielding 5 elemental chakras. Haiden, a renegade from Tangin Village, was a zealot of the evil god cult, endowed with immortality and an uncanny ability to harm enemies through cursed rituals. Each was an exceedingly troublesome existence. Summer Solstice spoke, his voice devoid of emotional fluctuations. Did the Akatsuki send you two to invite me, or to take my life? Kakuzu sneered, one of the masks opening its mouth wide. That depends on your choice. If you are willing to join the Akatsuki and contribute to our cause of peace, we shall be allies. If you refuse, his words trailed off, but the chilling murderous intent was unmistakably conveyed. Haiden could no longer contain his bloodlust. Enough with the nonsense. Kakuzu, whether he joins or not, I just want to enjoy myself first. With a roar, he swung his massive blood-stained scythe, generating a fierce wind that aimed directly for Summer Solstice's head. The blade moved with astonishing speed, angling sharply to cut off all of Summer Solstice's escape routes. Summer Solstice did not flinch or evade. His right eye's kaleidoscope pattern began to whirl. Kamui. A subtle distortion in the space around the tip of Haiden's scythe occurred. This seemingly trivial distortion allowed the deadly blade to merely graze the hem of Summer Solstice's garment, crashing down heavily onto the ground instead. Boom. A deep fissure was cleaved into the earth. What? Haiden's attack missed, disbelief etched across his face. He had felt certain he had struck. Kakuzu's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that this young Uchiha would possess such exquisite ocular techniques. The instantaneous manipulation of space had eluded even his gaze. Haiden, do not underestimate him. This guy's intel is no trivial matter, Kakuzu cautioned, warning his companion. At that moment, one of the masks on Kakuzu's back suddenly split open, revealing a sinister pattern. A formidable chakra rapidly coalesced. Wind release, pressure damage. A terrifying gale materialized from thin air, transforming into a colossal wind blast that surged toward Summer Solstice. The might of the wind release was potent enough to rend steel. Summer Solstice swiftly evaded the frontal assault of the wind blast, his figure flickering like a specter. The pressure blast struck the ground behind him, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling into the air. He landed steadily several meters away. Turning to the Uchiha clan members behind him. All of you fall back. These two individuals, leave them to me. You are no match for them. The voice of Xiaji rang clear and resolute. He understood well that confronting monsters like Jiao Du and Fei Duan would only lead to needless casualties for ordinary ninjas. Although the elite Uchiha were reluctant, they unconditionally obeyed Xiaji's command. Moreover, they sensed that the two before them were no ordinary foes. The group swiftly retreated, forming a defensive formation at a distance, their eyes fixed tensely on the battlefield's center. Fei Duan licked the dust off his scythe, a more ferocious glint igniting in his eyes. You've got some skill, brat. Now this is getting interesting. It's worth the chase we've endured for so long. This surprise has truly invigorated me. All four of Jiao Du's masks turned towards Xiaji, each exuding a distinct chakra fluctuation. It appeared that today would yield a significant bounty. A fierce battle among elite renegade ninjas was about to erupt in the Kamyu Basin. The light of Xiaji's kaleidoscopic Sharingan deepened, and the sage chakra within him began to stir. Chapter 45, Sage Mode, the Undying Duo. The Divine Might of Severed Wrists. Fei Duan's ecstasy. The sound of Fei Duan's maniacal laughter echoed through the basin. He hefted the massive blood-stained scythe, his crimson tongue gliding over his lips. Hey, Jiao Du. This guy's soul looks delectable. He pointed at Xiaji, his eyes betraying unrestrained greed and bloodlust. Hand him over to me. I shall offer him as a sacrifice to the great evil god. Before his words had fully escaped, Fei Duan transformed into a blur. The immense scythe slicing through the air with a deafening howl, aimed directly at Xiaji. The assault was ferocious, without mercy. In that instant, the orange-red markings on Xiaji's skin flared to life, the sage chakra spreading throughout his body. Sage mode activated. His perception and reaction speed surged to their zenith in a heartbeat. It turned out that Xiaji had once again acquired sage mode just before sensing the impending attack. In the face of Fei Duan's relentless scythe onslaught, Xiaji's form became almost ethereal, deftly dodging the lethal blades by mere fractions. The fierce winds generated by the scythe tousled his hair. Oh, you can evade my attacks? Fei Duan's frenzy escalated, the scythe spinning into a silver whirlwind. This is getting interesting. He sought to inflict even the slightest wound on Xiaji. Even a drop of blood would suffice to initiate his sinister curse ritual. Amidst the unrelenting barrage, Xiaji calmly observed every movement of Fei Duan. A minuscule opening, just as Fei Duan unleashed a sweeping strike. Having just exhausted one force without yet building another, Xiaji's right eye rapidly spun with the kaleidoscopic pattern. Divine Might. The invisible ocular power precisely targeted the minuscule space at Fei Duan's wrist, where he gripped the scythe. Without sound or warning, a sharp thud resonated. Fei Duan felt a chilling sensation in his wrist, swiftly followed by an agonizing pain. His right hand, still grasping the scythe, was cleanly severed at the wrist. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The massive blood-stained scythe clattered to the ground, embedding itself in the earth. What? Fei Duan gazed down at his empty wrist. The severed end smooth as glass. After a brief moment of shock, a twisted, almost euphoric grin spread across his face. Ha! What a thrill. Truly exhilarating. He laughed maniacally, clutching his severed wrist with his left hand, blood seeping through his fingers. However, this degree of injury is nothing to me. It was as if he felt no pain. His eyes alight with excitement. At that moment, Jiao Du, who had been observing coldly, made his move. One of the masks on his back shattered, revealing a pulsating heart within. Fire release, head carving. A searing fireball shot forth like a meteor, aimed directly at Xiaji's back. Simultaneously, another mask cracked open. Lightning release, false darkness. Blinding bolts of lightning coalesced into beams, intertwining with the fireball, cutting off all of Xiaji's escape routes. The coordination was impeccable. The lethal strikes relentless. Even more surprisingly, Fei Duan disregarded the blood gushing from his severed wrist, suddenly kicking up the blood-soaked earth beneath him. With his toes, He rapidly traced an eerie circular pattern on the ground. He intended to forcibly initiate the curse ritual using his own blood. This madman possessed an astonishing combat instinct. Xiaji's left eye, with its kaleidoscopic pattern, flickered with a ghostly light. Heavenly Hand Power, Elementary Degraded Version. He condensed chakra 5 seconds prior, creating a subtle space fluctuation in the air. The space is shifting. Jiao Du felt a chill run down his spine, but his attack had already been unleashed. Just as the fireball and lightning were about to engulf Xiaji, he instantaneously swapped positions with a boulder several dozen meters away. Boom! The explosive clash of fire and lightning obliterated the boulder into fragments, sending dust soaring into the sky. Xiaji reappeared at the location of the boulder, unscathed. His gaze fell upon Fei Duan, who was still tracing the array with his foot. This madman, attempting to use his own blood to initiate the curse ritual? Truly reckless. He could not allow him to complete the ritual. Xiaji's consciousness sank into the system. Exchange. The first 4 gates of the 8 gates, 30 minutes. Cost. 3,000 point expenditure. Point balance. 9,250 points. A surge of immense power erupted from the depths of his being. Open the door, open. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. Injury gate, open. For consecutive shouts resonated like thunder. Green chakra steam erupted from Xiaji's skin, enveloping him entirely. His aura swelled, building upon the foundation of Sage Mode. Brat, you truly have a plethora of tricks. Jiao Du's deep voice echoed, as the 5 masks behind him shattered completely. Beneath the 5 masks lay 5 hearts, each radiating a unique chakra attribute. They detached from Jiao Du's body, each adorned with a menacing mask, hovering in the air and subtly surrounding Xiaji. Let me show you what true despair looks like. Jiao Du's voice carried a hint of cruel delight. The wind release mask unleashed a tempest. The fire release mask exhaled flames. The lightning release mask released electric serpents. The earth release mask conjured rock spears. The water release mask shot forth water bullets. In an instant, the combined might of fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water descended upon Xiaji from all directions. Each technique had the potential to severely injure a high-ranking ninja. Xiaji stood at the epicenter of the onslaught. Green chakra steam intermingling with the orange-red visage of sage energy. The heightened perception granted by Sage Mode, combined with the terrifying speed and strength conferred by the first 4 gates, rendered him like a streak of green lightning, darting through the barrage of elemental assaults. His form flickered, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Boom! He unleashed a punch, shattering the air and obliterating an incoming fireball. Crack! A whip-like kick shattered several sharp earth spears. Each evasion was perilously close, each counterattack overwhelming. His fists and feet collided with the hearts, producing thunderous echoes. The 5 heart monsters coordinated seamlessly, their relentless strikes leaving almost no openings. The perception from Sage Mode, coupled with the speed and strength from the 4 gates, was still insufficient. Each of these heart monsters was equivalent to a high-ranking ninja, capable of unleashing ninjutsu without restraint. As the fierce battle raged on, Xiaji's mind raced. Fei Duan's undying body was indeed troublesome. However, the space-cutting ability of Divine Might could effectively sever his body parts, temporarily disrupting his connection and mobility. As long as the cutting continued, he could incapacitate him. Although the heart monsters controlled by Kakuzu are formidable, they are ultimately separate entities. His true essence is the real core. Should his original body suffer significant damage, these heart monsters will inevitably fall into chaos. The battle strategy gradually crystallized in the mind of the Summer Solstice. He requires an opportunity, one that can simultaneously restrain Haiden while inflicting severe harm on Kakuzu's original form. At this moment, Haiden has picked up his severed right arm with his left hand, attempting to reattach it, his face still adorned with that chillingly fervent grin. Kakuzu, hurry up and deal with him. I can hardly wait to savor his despair. Kakuzu commands 5 heart monsters, their assault growing increasingly ferocious. Silence, Haiden. This little brat is far more troublesome than anticipated. With a sudden stomp, Summer Solstice vanished from sight again. Chapter 46. The 17-year-old Sage's online teaching. What is Dimensionality Reduction Strike? The power of Sage Chakra and the 8 gates flowed within Summer Solstice. He darted like a green lightning bolt among Kakuzu's 5 menacing heart monsters, his speed unparalleled. Those heart monsters unleashed ninjutsu of various attributes. launching fierce attacks in an attempt to overwhelm him. Wind blades sliced through the air, fireballs erupted with searing heat, and lightning intertwined like a net. In an instant, a barrage of diverse assaults rained down, creating chaos. Nevertheless, Summer Solstice adeptly evaded at the last moment, occasionally countering with punches that shattered the incoming ninjutsu. His target was clear, the heart monster continuously spewing fire release techniques. Only by neutralizing these long-range artillery can he better focus on Kakuzu's original form. Sage Art. 8 Gates Opening Peacock. Summer Solstice uttered a low command, his fists moving like phantoms, countless blazing punches imbued with sage flames crashing into the fire heart monster. The cacophony of intense strikes reverberated through the air. The fire heart monster emitted a piercing shriek, its surfaces blackened threads of cursed energy, fracturing significantly, its movements noticeably sluggish. Damn it, you little brat. Kakuzu's original form roared, not expecting this boy to be so difficult to contend with. He truly underestimated him this time. The remaining 4 heart monsters quickly adjusted their trajectories, attempting to defend the injured fire heart. Simultaneously, Kakuzu's back split open, and countless dark tendrils shot forth like venomous serpents, encircling Summer Solstice from all directions, trying to restrain his movements. You little brat, you're quite fast. Let us see you handle my technique. Haiden's voice echoed nearby. He had drawn a large, eerie circular pattern on the ground with the blood dripping from his severed arm. Grasping his own severed right arm with his left hand, he wore a sickly fervent grin. Once my ritual is complete, you will obediently become the offering to the Lord of Evil. A delectable offering, so stop struggling. Summer Solstice paid no heed to Haiden's provocation, maintaining his focus on the fire heart monster, his assault growing increasingly relentless. Seeing Summer Solstice's determination to eliminate one heart monster first, Kakuzu smirked coldly. This little brat is still too young, unaware of the necessity of sacrifice. Does he think he can defeat me this way? As long as my other heart monsters and the tendrils of my original body can ensnare him for a moment, Haiden's ritual will be completed. At that point, no matter his prowess, he cannot escape death. Summer Solstice's attacks intensified, seemingly pouring all his strength into the fire heart monster. Just as Kakuzu thought Summer Solstice was about to succeed and prepared to strangle him with all his might, Summer Solstice's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Flying Thunder God Technique. A special kunai, imbued with his chakra, had been preemptively thrown to the edge of the battlefield, serving as his teleportation coordinate. What? Kakuzu gasped in shock. Haiden was entirely focused on the last stroke of the curse ritual, completely unaware of the imminent shift behind him. When he felt an overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from behind, it was too late. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. Summer Solstice's voice sounded like the grim decree of death in his ears. A colossal chakra sphere, larger than an ordinary Rasengan and radiating blinding white light, slammed into Haiden's back. Boom. Haiden's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through several massive boulders before embedding deeply into a distant cliff. The cliff cracked, dust swirling around. Haiden spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though all his bones had been crushed. Yet he still let out his signature maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Useless. You little brat. I shall not die. Once the ritual is complete, you too shall meet your demise. Just wait. His voice brimmed with absolute confidence in his immortality. Summer Solstice's figure had somehow appeared before the cliff where Haiden was embedded. He gazed down at the nearly pulverized Haiden with an expression devoid of any emotion. Immortal? Is that so? Such confidence? Then I shall see how you defy death. Summer Solstice's right eye's kaleidoscopic pattern suddenly constricted. The peculiar swirling design shimmered with a ghostly light. Kakashi, targeting Haiden's neck. Without a sound, Haiden, still laughing maniacally, suddenly froze, his expression turning to one of disbelief. He sensed an irresistible force of distortion acting upon his neck. Crack! A faint, chilling sound echoed. Haiden's head instantly severed from his body. The head adorned with a derisive grin rolling down from the cliff, landing on the ground, coated in dust. His smile froze, leaving only boundless incredulity. My head fell off? No way. How is this possible? Haiden. Kakuzu witnessed this unfathomable scene, his 5-masked eyes widening in unison, erupting in a furious roar. Haiden was decapitated. Could this be an illusion? This Uchiha brat's ocular technique can achieve such feats. Simply terrifying. For the first time, fear surged within Kakuzu. His secret technique. reliant on the connection of his body and heart, was a mere target before this bizarre spatial cutting ocular technique. Instinctively, he attempted to retract his heart monsters fighting outside. But it was already too late. Summer Solstice would not grant him any opportunity. Just as Summer Solstice used Kakashi to sever Haiden's head, his left hand thrust forward with great force. A powerful shockwave of highly condensed sage chakra precisely struck the already injured fire heart monster. Boom. The fire heart monster exploded under the impact of the sage chakra, disintegrating into a flurry of black threads. Ugh. Kakuzu's original form let out a pained groan. Losing a heart left him severely weakened, his breath faltering significantly. He looked at Summer Solstice with eyes full of terror. This little brat is too dangerous. No, not dangerous. It's terrifying. He is like a devil. I must eliminate him at all costs. But that is utterly impossible. The gap in strength is too vast. Not to mention killing him. Even escaping now seems impossible. Summer Solstice slowly descended, the green steam and orange-red visage still striking. He calmly surveyed Kakazu before stealing a glance at Haiden's head, which still blinked in disbelief at the reality of its severance. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 47. Flying Thunder God Walking the Dog, Chilin sending off. Kakuzu. I'm really not a training dummy. Kakuzu's five-masked eyes remained fixated on Summer Solstice. This Uchiha brat, his ocular technique, his strength, has completely surpassed the intelligence gathered by the Akatsuki organization. Feiduan. The so-called immortal being who has plagued countless foes as a devoted servant of the evil deity, was unexpectedly decapitated with such ease. Though his head lay on the ground cursing, without his body, his threat had diminished to nearly nothing. The creature, this little demon, was indeed a monstrosity. For the first time, Kaku felt a strong urge to retreat. He had devoted himself to the Akatsuki for wealth and the promise of eternal life. Not to perish alongside such an incomprehensible abomination. Withdraw. Kaku decisively retreated, and the remaining four heart monsters instantly transformed into black, earthbound tentacles, retracting into his body. His entire form sank downward, as countless dark tendrils emerged from beneath his feet, rooting into the earth like tree roots, attempting to utilize the earth's properties to escape underground. Thinking of fleeing? The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Xiaji had already locked onto every subtle movement of Kaku. Surrounding the battlefield were dozens of flying thunder god technique markers that he had silently placed, all vividly manifesting in his mind at that moment. Kaku's body had barely submerged less than half a meter into the ground when Xiaji's figure appeared before his escape route, as if conjured by a ghost. Your speed is far too slow. A cold voice echoed in Kaku's ears. He abruptly emerged from the ground, only to find Xiaji blocking his path, his pupils constricting in sudden shock. How could you? Xiaji offered no reply. The powers of Sage Mode and the first four gates of the 8 gates had perfectly fused within him. The green chakra steam and the orange-red sage energy intertwined, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. His figure flickered rapidly around Kaku, each appearance accompanied by a fierce assault. Heavy punches imbued with sage chakra and powerful kicks enveloped in the 8-gate strength struck relentlessly. Kaku was left disoriented. His proud combat experience was rendered utterly ineffective against Xiaji's irrational attacks. He couldn't even perceive Xiaji's true position, relying solely on instinct to awkwardly block and evade. Thud, thud. The muffled sounds of impact echoed incessantly. The earthbound tentacles on Kaku's surface continually shattered, only to regenerate, yet were swiftly torn apart by an even more ferocious force. You insolent brat, do you think this is enough to defeat me? Kaku roared. After all, he was a seasoned rogue ninja who had survived since the era of the first Hokage. In his dire straits, he unleashed his final madness. Secret technique, ultimate form of earthbound spirit. At that moment, the remaining four hearts within Kaku's body bizarrely fused into one. Countless dark earthbound tentacles erupted from him, beginning a terrifying amalgamation. Ultimately, they formed a gigantic black monster several meters tall, composed of numerous twisted appendages. The monster lacked a fixed form, its many grotesque tentacles dancing wildly in the air, emanating a nauseating aura of evil. It let out an inhuman roar, opening its massive maw made of tentacles. A highly condensed chakra blast, infused with the attributes of wind, fire, lightning, and earth, surged forth. The target was none other than the ever-flickering Xiaji. This was an indiscriminate area attack, aiming to repel Xiaji with absolute power, buying Kaku a moment to breathe. Just as Xiaoji's figure paused in the face of the impending chakra blast, a peculiar whirlpool at the center of his kaleidoscopic eye began to spin rapidly. Kamui. The chakra blast, capable of obliterating a small mountain, distorted bizarrely, redirecting half of its force into an empty space mere meters before contacting Xiaoji's body. Simultaneously, Xiaoji entered a state of intangibility. The remaining chakra blast pierced through him, striking the distant mountainside and triggering a violent explosion. Dust and debris filled the air. The black monster controlled by Kaku momentarily stiffened from the sheer power of the attack. Now's my chance. Xiaoji emerged from his intangible state, employing the same strategy once more. The powers of Sage Mode and the first 4 gates of the 8 gates combined with Kamui's spatial distortion. His fist struck a core connection point of the black monster, composed of a lightning-based heart. Crack! With a faint sound of shattering. The core of the lightning heart monster was obliterated. The black monster visibly shrank, its momentum waning. Impossible. My earthbound spirit. At that moment, Kaku's will nearly shattered. This little demon was truly his nemesis. Xiaoji offered no respite, his figure flickering once again. The powers of Sage Technique and the 8 gates rained down upon the black monster. The second heart monster, the earth-based core, shattered. The third heart monster, the wind-based core, was annihilated. The black monster's form continued to diminish, wailing in despair, until it ultimately collapsed, reverting to countless fragmented earthbound tentacles scattered across the ground. Kaku's body fell heavily, his mask splintering to reveal a visage aged and marred with stitching scars. At that moment, he possessed only one last heart, his own, weakly beating. His vitality was rapidly waning. I cannot believe I am defeated by a 17-year-old brat. Kaku lay on the ground, despair and resentment filling his eyes. He had never imagined he would fall so miserably. His pride in the earthbound spirit. 5 powerful hearts. He never expected that in the face of this Uchiha brat's bizarre ocular techniques and terrifying strength, he would be so effortlessly vanquished. This was no longer a battle. It was a dimensional strike. Xiaoji approached Kaku, looking down upon the exhausted, old monster. The state of Sage Mode and the 8 gates gradually dissipated as he began forming hand seals. The sky, unbeknownst to him, had become overcast with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously within the layers of clouds. A palpable aura of destruction began brewing in the atmosphere. Xiaoji's kaleidoscopic Sharingan reflected the increasingly violent lightning in the sky. Summoning the Sage Chakra, he activated the lightning-based jutsu he had mastered. Lightning release. Kirin. A thunderous roar reverberated. Within the clouds, a colossal Kirin composed purely of lightning emerged, its fearsome head protruding. Its eyes, glowing with the light of annihilation, locked onto the helpless figure below. Kaku gazed up at the descending thunder beast, fear flooding his being. No, the lightning consumed all. Chapter 48, System Notification, Progress of the Reincarnation I, 15. Akatsuki. We cannot contend with this, we shall retreat. The lightning engulfed everything. A terrifying energy sweeping across the entire basin. A deafening explosion echoed through the heavens, the earth trembling as if doomsday had arrived. Dust and electric light intertwined, lingering in the air. As the dust settled, only a vast scorched pit, several dozen meters in diameter, remained. The pit was unfathomably deep, the soil at its edges exhibiting a glassy state. Kaku, along with his 5 proud hearts, had been utterly obliterated, reduced to ashes by the Kirin's thunderous wrath. Xiaoji stood at the edge of the scorched pit, the green steam and orange-red sage visage slowly fading away. Ding. Host has successfully eliminated a major plot character, Kaku. Awarded special reward, 30,000 points. Reincarnation I exchange progress unlocked, current progress, 10. Ding. Host has substantively defeated a major plot character, Fei Duan, permanently incapacitating him. Acquiring a special reward, 10,000 premium points. The progress bar for the Rinnegan exchange increased by 5, with the current total at 15. The crisp sound of the system prompt echoed in Xiaoji's mind. A progress of 15 for the Rinnegan exchange. This appearance of the progress bar was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. That was the ultimate eye technique, surpassing even the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Xiaoji's gaze turned toward the nearby head of Fei Duan, who was still cursing vehemently. His head was embedded in the earth, revealing only a face twisted with rage. You bastard. Do you think this is the end? The Lord of Evil Gods will punish you. You're doomed. Haha. He continued to laugh maniacally, firmly believing in his own immortality. Xiaji approached slowly, his expression devoid of emotion. He swiftly formed hand seals, and a complex sealing technique coalesced in his palms. Enough noise. Xiaji pressed the sealing technique against Fei Duan's forehead. The curses ceased abruptly, his eyes widening as if he wanted to say something, yet no words escaped his lips. Then, the kaleidoscopic pattern reappeared in Xiaji's right eye. Shinra Tensei, the sealed head of Fei Duan, along with a small amount of surrounding soil, was instantly distorted and drawn into another space. Then, Xiaji looked toward Fei Duan's body, which had been shattered and embedded in the distant mountainside by the colossal Rasen Shuriken. Shinra Tensei activated once more. Fei Duan's mangled remains were also absorbed. Xiaji wielded the spatial power of Shinra Tensei, casting Fei Duan's head and body into different layers of rock thousands of meters deep underground. The heavy stones and solid earth would become his eternal prison, never to rise again. After completing this, Xiaji let out a gentle sigh. The immortal duo was thoroughly dealt with. Above the rain-hidden village, the figure of Zetsu emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee. Lord Pain, Lady Conan. Pain, seated upon a stone throne, wore a tranquil expression. Conan stood quietly beside him, paper petals fluttering around like butterfly wings. Did Kakuzu and Fei Duan fail their mission? Pain's voice held no fluctuation. Zetsu's white half conveyed a tone of disbelief. Not only did they fail, but they were completely annihilated. Conan's brow furrowed slightly. Completely annihilated? By whom? The black half of Zetsu spoke gravely. By Uchiha Xiaji, single-handedly. A brief silence fell over the tower, the air seemingly frozen. They were well aware of Kakuzu's strength. 5 hearts meant 5 lives, coupled with his rich battle experience and peculiar secret techniques. Fei Duan's immortality and jutsu were equally troublesome. Together, these two posed a significant threat, even to the Kaga-level powers of the 5 great ninja villages, and could potentially claim victory. Yet now, they had been entirely wiped out by a 17-year-old Uchiha boy? Is the intelligence confirmed? Pain finally spoke. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Zetsu's black half replied. Kakuzu was obliterated by a powerful lightning technique, and after Fei Duan was beheaded, that kid used his eye technique to handle their heads and bodies separately, rendering them entirely incapable of fighting. Conan's hands tightened slightly. His eye technique, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, possesses such power? She recalled Uchiha Itachi, a man who also wielded a kaleidoscope. However, the abilities demonstrated by Xiaji seemed even more astonishing, particularly that technique capable of distorting space and transferring people. Pain's Rinnegan pattern seemed to spin a bit faster at this moment. He whispered the name Uchiha Xiaji. Initially, this name had appeared merely on a list of potential recruits for the Akatsuki organization, a promising young talent. But now, the weight of this name had changed entirely. This individual could no longer be measured by ordinary standards. Pain rose slowly, moving to the window to overlook the rain-drenched village below. The threat level had escalated to the highest, on par with the 5 great ninja villages. Conan approached his side. Nagato. The growth rate of this Uchiha Xiaji is alarming. Moreover, his abilities seem specifically designed to counter Kakuzu and Fei Duan. She expressed her concern. The capture of tailed beasts was the key to realizing their vision of peace. Any factor that could threaten this plan must be handled with care. His existence was indeed a variable. Pain's Rinnegan reflected the cold raindrops. It may even disrupt our steps in gathering tailed beasts entirely. Should we adjust our plans and prioritize eliminating him? Conan suggested, while he is still unrefined. Pain nodded slightly. Such a person, I too wish to witness. His tone remained calm, yet held a firm resolve. Zetsu, you proceed ahead and continue monitoring his every movement. Avoid direct confrontation for now. A glint of cold light flashed in Pain's Rinnegan. Once I arrive, I shall take action personally. Meanwhile, inform the other members of the organization that our plans remain unchanged and continue execution. Understood, Conan replied. Pain's gaze turned toward the distance, as if piercing through layers of rain. Another Uchiha. This cursed surname always emerges unexpectedly to disrupt the world's order. But this time, I will not allow anyone to obstruct my peace. On the other side, Xiaji stood in place, feeling the recovery of his chakra. The consumption from Sage Mode and the 8 gates was considerable, yet the rewards were equally monumental. 40,000 premium points and a progress of 15 in the Rinnegan exchange. The Rinnegan, Those eyes represented the power of the six paths, the pinnacle achievable by a ninja. Once he could unlock the Rinnegan, his strength would undergo yet another qualitative leap. However, the Akatsuki had suffered such a significant loss this time. It was unlikely they would easily send someone to provoke him again in the near future. The combination of Kakuzu and Fei Duan was quite formidable within the Akatsuki. Their annihilation was sufficient for Pain to reassess his own strength. Perhaps this is for the best, allowing for some time to develop steadily. Yet, a subtle movement flickered across Xiaji's brow. The Akatsuki's temporary withdrawal did not mean that troubles would vanish. The tree wishes for calm, yet the wind does not cease. The ninja world was a deep pool, especially concerning Konoha. Xiaji turned, preparing to leave the ravaged battlefield. He required more high-quality battles to expedite the exchange for the Rinnegan. His next target, perhaps, should be to take the initiative. Chapter 49. Is Divine City opening up entirely dependent on tribute? Xiaji. The scope is too small. I shall spend to gain an advantage. Uchiha Xiaji single-handedly annihilated the immortal duo Kakuzu and Fei Duan at the border of the Land of Fire. This news, like a bird taking flight, spread rapidly within a day among several small nations and underground black markets. Those who had previously regarded the emerging power of Divine City with caution, even secretly harboring hostility, were now all rendered speechless. They finally realized the terrifying strength possessed by this new force led by Uchiha Xiaji. Days later, outside the secret basin where Divine City was located, an unusual bustle erupted. Envoys from several surrounding small countries, as well as representatives from large ninja mercenary groups, arrived in droves. They brought with them vast amounts of money, rare ores, medicinal herbs, food, and even a dozen beautiful young women. Ostensibly, they came to congratulate Divine City on its establishment and express a desire to form friendly neighboring relations. In reality, it was a veiled form of tribute or, in other words, a protection fee, hoping that Divine City would not direct its expansion towards them. Xiaji graciously accepted these tributes offered at his door. He sat at the head of a temporarily constructed conference hall, observing the trembling envoys below. Thank you all for your long journey. Your efforts are appreciated. In the nascent establishment of the Divine City, amidst the myriad of undertakings awaiting revitalization, I, Uchiha Summer Solstice, have duly noted the sentiments of all present. A messenger from the hidden grass village, perspiration beading on his brow, trembled as he spoke. Lord Summer Solstice, you flatter us. It is our honor to contribute to the construction of the Divine City. We humbly beseech you to protect our humble nation from the ravages of war. Summer Solstice shrugged, his expression intricate. As long as everyone remains law-abiding, the Divine City shall not instigate any conflicts. However, should anyone harbor ill intentions and conspire against us, his voice was calm, yet laced with a warning. The fates of Kakuzu and Haiden serve as a cautionary tale. The assembled envoys shuddered in unison, lowering their heads further. We would never entertain such thoughts. We pledge our loyalty to the Divine City and shall follow only your commands, Lord Summer Solstice. With a wave of his hand, Summer Solstice addressed Elder Daohua. Please see our guests out. Uchiha Daohua stepped forward, addressing the envoys. Esteemed guests, you may leave. The envoys, relieved, hurriedly rose and, under the escort of the Uchiha clan, nearly tumbled out of the basin. The substantial resources they had brought were promptly counted and stored by the logistics team of the Divine City. Beyond these material gains, Summer Solstice felt a surprising delight upon discovering that among the tributary delegations, there were indeed some genuinely talented wandering ninjas, along with a few clan leaders from war-torn small nations. Upon witnessing the formidable strength of the Divine City and the authoritative demeanor of Summer Solstice, they did not merely come to pay tribute and seek peace. They actively sought to join the Divine City, hoping to find true sanctuary and a stage to showcase their talents amidst the chaos of war. Among them were several non-combat specialists skilled in governance, economic planning, and intelligence analysis, precisely what the Divine City currently lacked. Summer Solstice did not refuse their allegiance. After an initial screening and background investigation by the Uchiha Fire Corps' intelligence department, these newly joined talents were swiftly assigned to critical positions. Seizing this opportunity, Summer Solstice officially announced the establishment of the Divine City and unveiled its preliminary organizational structure and fundamental laws. He appointed himself as the ruler of the Divine City, wielding comprehensive military and political authority. Core departments were established, including the Combat Department, Domestic Affairs Department, Intelligence Department, Construction Department, Logistics Department, and Technology Development Department. The Combat Department was temporarily headed by Uchiha Tetsuya, responsible for overseeing all combat ninjas and the training of new recruits. The Domestic Affairs Department was entrusted to a newly allied middle-aged scholar named Windmill, who had previously served as an advisor to a small nation's prime minister, tasked with managing civil affairs, economy, and legal matters within the territory. The Intelligence Department was naturally overseen by Uchiha Hokage, focusing on external intelligence gathering and internal counterespionage efforts. The Construction and Logistics Departments were assigned to two experienced Uchiha Jonin. As for the newly formed Technology Development Department, Summer Solstice decided to personally serve as its head, allocating the craftsmen he had brought from the hidden hot water village, along with the acquired geothermal energy technology materials, to this department. Uchiha Dawa was appointed as the Grand Elder of the Divine City, tasked with assisting Summer Solstice in managing various affairs and supervising the operations of each department. Though this organizational structure appeared somewhat rudimentary, with many positions being temporarily filled, the Divine City had finally established a foundational framework, progressing towards the development of a formal ninja village. The core module of the multifunctional mobile fortress was nearing completion, bolstered by ample funding, resources, and manpower. Summer Solstice invested the majority of the wealth acquired from the tributary nations into the development and construction of the fortress's defensive systems, energy systems, and offensive weaponry. He understood that this mobile fortress was the true foundation upon which the Divine City would rely for its existence and to instill fear in adversaries. At this moment, Summer Solstice stood alone atop the highest point of the fortress's core module, surveying the bustling construction below. His consciousness delved into the system interface. Krypton point balance, 133,750 points. The rewards for defeating Kakazu and Haiden, alongside the conversion of the tribute from small nations into Krypton points, had significantly increased his account balance. Rinnegan Evolution Progress, 15. This progress bar, akin to an invisible whip, urged him onward. He needed to acquire power at a swifter pace. While the Manjiki Sharingan was formidable, it still fell short in the face of true top-tier adversaries such as Pain or potentially even more fearsome enemies that might emerge in the future. The Rinnegan was his ultimate goal at this stage. He opened the system marketplace, his gaze scanning the plethora of offerings. Soon, an option radiating with a purple glow captured his complete attention. Rinnegan Evolution Liquid Beginner. Effect significantly accelerates the evolution of the Manjiki Sharingan towards the Rinnegan, with a certain probability of directly awakening the Rinnegan, dependent on the host's potential, purity of ocular power, chakra volume, and understanding of the six paths power. Price, 50,000 Krypton points. 50,000 Krypton points. Summer Solstice frowned slightly. The price was not insignificant. Yet, the prospect of directly awakening the Rinnegan was temptingly lethal. Currently, his Manjiki had fused the Kagetsuchi's light and the evolved Tsukuyami, while the right eye had integrated Kinui, intangible, Kinui, space, and the additional mental confusion, beginner. His ocular power had reached a considerable height, and after repeated enhancements and battles, the purity of his ocular power was far beyond that of an ordinary Manjiki. Coupled with his training in Sage Mode, he had gained a deeper understanding of natural energy and the essence of chakra. Perhaps there truly was an opportunity to leap ahead? Without further hesitation, Summer Solstice purchased the Rinnegan Evolution Liquid Beginner. Ding. Consumed 50,000 Krypton points. Rinnegan Evolution Liquid Beginner has been purchased. Krypton point balance, 83,750 points. A syringe shimmering with a ghostly purple light appeared in his system storage space. Summer Solstice took a deep breath, without a shred of doubt. He chose to use it. The Rinnegan Evolution Liquid transformed into a stream of purple light, merging into his eyes. Boom. An indescribable agony erupted from the depths of his eyes. It felt as though his very soul was being forcefully torn apart by an invisible force. His body trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Summer Solstice gritted his teeth, a muffled groan escaping his throat, suppressed to the utmost degree. He could distinctly feel the Manjiki patterns in his eyes disassembling at an astonishing speed, struggling to reassemble into a higher form. This was the sign of his ocular power beginning to metamorphose into the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk was adorned with a report just submitted by the Umbu, detailing Uchiha Summer Solstice's assassination of the Akatsuki's rogue ninjas Kakuzu and Haiden at the borders of the Land of Fire. Each word of the intelligence struck his heart like a heavy hammer. That 17-year-old child's growth had exceeded everyone's expectations and control. The sage mode and that peculiar space ocular technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, his gaze filled with a complex array of emotions. For the first time, he felt a flicker of doubt regarding the decision that had once forced the Uchiha clan into a corner. Chapter 50. Jiraiya, it's your turn to go. No, go scout. At the pinnacle of the fortress, Summer Solstice's body trembled violently. The pain brought on by the Rinnegan evolution liquid assaulted his nerves. Every inch of flesh and every bone brimmed with power, as if on the verge of exploding. His body was about to burst. Xiaji sat cross-legged, enduring an excruciating pain that felt as though it could tear his very soul apart. He sought to harness the violent ocular power that ravaged within him. The unique ocular techniques possessed by his kaleidoscopic Sharingan swirled chaotically within his eyes. The mutation enhancement of his right eye, accompanied by mental confusion. The ultimate prowess of his left eye, the true moon reading, alongside the nascent heavenly hand power. These formidable forces seemed to be forcibly molded by an invisible hand. Thrust into a furnace, under the guidance of a higher power, they began to melt and decompose, attempting to reorganize themselves in a novel manner. Xiaji's consciousness momentarily plunged into chaos, as a myriad of bizarre illusions flooded before his eyes. Fragments of memories from his past life on the Azure planet emerged, hazy and distant. Alongside them were the tumultuous years of his current life in the Naruto world, from loneliness to gradual rise. Hatred, resentment, slaughter, and a deeply buried, insatiable thirst for power. With an indomitable will far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, he clung fiercely to the last shred of clarity within his spirit. He silently endured the profound agony brought forth by this unknown metamorphosis. His spiritual energy was depleting at an astonishing rate, only to regenerate even faster in the next moment. Each cycle of consumption and rebirth resembled a refining process, rendering his spiritual energy more condensed, purer, and elevating it to a higher echelon. Curiously, amidst the frenzied evolution of his ocular power, Xiaji sensed that the cells of his body were being nourished and transformed by this terrifying force originating from deep within his bloodline. Every muscle, every bone, and even the tiniest cell underwent a remarkable transformation. The chakra within him, in both quality and quantity, exhibited significant enhancement. There was even a faint tendency to breach the barriers of his bloodline limit, gravitating towards the legendary higher echelon of bloodline nether. This was not a direct effect of evolutionary fluid, but rather a breakthrough in ocular power that triggered a chain reaction of bodily potential. It was an instinctive call towards the power of the six paths, originating from the deepest recesses of the Uchiha bloodline. Meanwhile, in Konoha at the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was palpable with tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head of the table, his extinguished pipe resting in his hand, cold ashes piled up. Tsunade Mito and Nara Shikaku, summoned for an emergency meeting, were seated, their expressions grim. On the table lay a report hastily delivered by the Umbu, detailing the latest intelligence regarding Uchiha Xiaji. The Akatsuki's members, Kakuzu and Haiden, had been annihilated at the border of the Land of Fire. Hiruzen's voice was hoarse as he read aloud the latest intel to the trio. Is the information verified? Tsunade's tone was sharp. She could scarcely accept the reality. Kakuzu and Haiden were notorious rogue ninjas within the Akatsuki. To think that a mere 17-year-old had single-handedly eradicated them was unimaginable. Mito adjusted her glasses, her eyes flashing with fear. The intelligence is reliable, corroborated by multiple sources. Moreover, the force established by Xiaji, named Shinomiya, has begun to reveal its fangs in the border region. Nara Shikaku interjected with a heavy tone, according to reports. Shinomiya not only defeated the Akatsuki duo, but also ruthlessly annexed the hidden hot water village, with several neighboring small countries already beginning to pay tribute. The speed at which Uchiha Xiaji's power was expanding and the level of threat he posed had far surpassed their expectations. The air in the office felt as though it had solidified, pressure weighing heavily upon each individual. We can no longer wait. Tsunade slammed her palm on the table, her voice distorted with agitation. Hiruzen, we must immediately organize a coalition. Mobilize every available force, at any cost, to completely eradicate Uchiha Summer and his Shinomiya. Her eyes sparkled with fierce determination. As long as he lives, Konoha will never know peace. He is even more dangerous than Uchiha Madara was in his time. Mito's complexion turned pale as she agreed. Tsunade is right. We cannot afford to give him any opportunity to grow stronger. If he establishes a solid foothold, the consequences will be dire. She glanced at Hiruzen, her tone urgent. Hiruzen, what are you waiting for? Are you truly going to wait until he has fully matured and strikes Konoha before you make a decision? Hiruzen's brow furrowed tightly. He was fully aware of the threat Xiaji posed. However, the risks of a hasty military response were equally formidable. Konoha had just endured the upheaval caused by the Uchiha defection, and its vitality had yet to be fully restored. Should they engage in full-scale war with Xiaji's Shinomiya, the toll would be devastating, regardless of the outcome. Moreover, the other 4 great shinobi villages and the enigmatic Akatsuki were all watching closely. If Konoha fell into internal strife, they would undoubtedly seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Please, both of you, remain calm, Narashikaka spoke up, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. We have already gathered some insight into Xiaji's strength from previous intelligence. What are our chances in a direct confrontation? What would be the cost? He directed his gaze at Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, this matter requires careful deliberation. Hiruzen slowly lifted his head, his weary gaze filled with struggle. He fully understood the dilemma posed by Xiaji and the implications of allowing him to develop unchecked. This 17-year-old had evolved into a force that even he found challenging to control. Every decision he made could potentially plunge Konoha into an abyss. Ultimately, Hiruzen appeared to reach a resolute conclusion. His voice bore an undeniable rasp. Jiraiya. The 3 in the office were momentarily taken aback. Jiraiya? That wandering, lecherous sage who roams the world? Hiruzen rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing out at the still thriving, yet tumultuous Konoha. I have decided to dispatch Jiraiya to infiltrate Shinomiya and conduct reconnaissance. We need to ascertain Uchiha Xiaji's true strength, the specifics of Shinomiya, and whether he is an ally or enemy of the Akatsuki, or if he harbors ulterior motives. He continued, until we acquire solid intelligence. Konoha must refrain from any reckless actions. Hiruzen's voice was tinged with profound fatigue. Chapter 51. Jiraiya infiltrates Shinomiya. The 3 Sannin are stunned. This rogue ninja base has a different vibe. Hiruzen's secret order reached Jiraiya swiftly, within 3 days. I can't believe so much has transpired in the village during my absence. He immediately set off, his white hair billowing in the wind. With unparalleled stealth and intelligence-gathering abilities, Jiraiya moved like a phantom. The watchful eyes of the Land of Fire's daimyo and the guards stationed at various checkpoints were rendered ineffective before him. Days later, when he silently arrived at the periphery of the basin where Shinomiya was located, even the well-traveled Jiraiya paused momentarily. At the entrance of the basin, sentries and concealed checkpoints were arranged with meticulous precision. The patrolling ninja squads were well-equipped, moving with steady strides and keen gazes. Some of them even donned the standard gear of Konoha's security forces, evidently taken during the Uchiha defection. The demeanor of these ninjas starkly contrasted with the desperate, fierce-eyed rogue ninjas or defector groups he had encountered before. They exuded an air of confidence and valor born from countless battles. Interesting, Jiraiya mused. Concealed within the shadows of the dense forest, stroking his chin. It appears that Uchiha Xiaji has established something far beyond the makeshift troop I anticipated. He cautiously evaded the gaze of the patrols, stealthily infiltrating the heart of the basin. What lay before him left him utterly astonished. At the center of the basin, a colossal fortress rose majestically, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen. Its formidable lines exuded an air of technological sophistication and oppression. Could this be the legendary core module of the mobile fortress? Surrounding the fortress was not a chaotic encampment, but rather the embryonic forms of living quarters, training grounds, and commercial districts, all meticulously planned with a harmonious layout. The roads were smooth, and the drainage system showed early signs of development. This divine city resembled not merely a nascent gathering place for rogue ninjas, but rather a miniature metropolis imbued with a hint of futurism. This young man harbored grand ambitions. Jiraiya mused inwardly. He transformed his appearance into that of a weathered, somewhat disheveled wandering warrior, seamlessly blending into the temporary living quarters on the outskirts of the divine city. The atmosphere here starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of a rogue ninja hideout. Although there were strict hierarchies and numerous regulations, rewards and punishments were distinctly defined. The Uchiha clan members constituted the core ruling class, holding a position of superiority. However, the Divine City extended ample respect and opportunities to capable and contributing outsiders, eschewing mere exclusion and oppression. He even observed some former ninjas and craftsmen from the hidden hot water village, working on the fortress's construction and daily affairs under the supervision of Uchiha clan members, their expressions devoid of undue resentment. Instead, during occasional conversations, he discerned a glimmer of hope for the future of the Divine City. Uchiha Shizuku was quite the remarkable individual. Jiraiya's appraisal of this unencountered youth rose further. From the casual chatter of some peripheral personnel, he learned that the lord of the Divine City, Uchiha Shizuku, had been in seclusion for several days and had not made an appearance. The daily affairs of the Divine City were managed by several elders of the Uchiha clan, along with a few exceptionally skilled outsiders promoted by Shizuku himself. The divisions between departments were clearly delineated, and their cooperation was remarkably seamless, yielding astonishing efficiency. A mere rabble. Even if they are temporarily united, how much of a storm can they truly conjure? Jiraiya remained skeptical, though his outward disguise was impeccable. Utilizing the properties of toad oil, he quietly altered his presence and chakra fluctuations. With his superb transformation technique and years of experience traversing the world, he successfully engaged with some mid-level administrators of the Divine City. After consuming a few cups of rough liquor and exchanging a few nonsensical compliments and probes, Jiraiya gleaned a wealth of information regarding Shizuku and the core of the Divine City from these inebriated individuals. Uchiha Shizuku, merely 17 years of age, possessed unfathomable strength, rumored to have surpassed even that of the Kage. He exuded immense personal charisma and a ruthless demeanor, employing both kindness and severity, commanding near-divine respect within the Divine City, and deeply cherished by his subordinates. Truly an extraordinary young man. Jiraiya set down his cup, his caution towards Shizuku heightened to its utmost level. Allowing such an adversary to develop unchecked would pose a threat to Konoha far greater than that presented by Uchiha Obito in years past. The night enveloped the world in a profound silence. Jiraiya's figure, akin to a specter merged with the shadows, quietly appeared at the periphery of the immense mobile fortress. He sought more critical intelligence. The internal structure, defensive deployments, and energy core of this fortress were vital. He formed hand seals, gradually gathering sage chakra. He intended to employ the heightened perception of sage mode to conduct a preliminary probe of the fortress's interior without triggering the large defensive barriers. However, just as his sage chakra began to permeate the outer layer of the fortress, attempting to decipher its structure, a faint yet remarkably precise chakra fluctuation flickered momentarily from the fortress's exterior. There were no piercing alarms, nor did it disturb any patrols. Yet, Jiraiya's heart sank. Discovered? Impossible. He held absolute confidence in his infiltration abilities. Such a minor sensing barrier could not possibly detect the subtle probing of sage chakra. Unless there existed a presence at the fortress's core with sensory capabilities far beyond the ordinary. Meanwhile, within the core control room of the mobile fortress, Shizuku sat cross-legged, enduring the agonizing pain brought on by the evolution of his Rinnegan, as it surged through his nerves like a relentless tide. His consciousness oscillated between clarity and chaos, every inch of his body undergoing a torturous metamorphosis. Yet, at this critical moment of fusion, his heightened sensitivity, sharpened by pain, detected a trace of chakra probing from the outside. The nature of this chakra, a visage flashed in Shizuku's mind, a white-haired figure adorned with an oil-smeared forehead protector. Jiraiya of the legendary Three Ninjas. Sarutobi's lapdog possesses quite the keen nose, arriving here so swiftly. Shizuku's heart chilled with a hint of murderous intent. Very well. I shall use you to test the potency of my newly awakened eyes. He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous and nearly tearing power within him, bracing himself to welcome this uninvited guest. Outside the fortress, Jiraiya furrowed his brows. The earlier faint chakra fluctuation, though fleeting, set off alarm bells in his mind. He trusted his instincts. His recent probe had undoubtedly triggered a higher-level alert mechanism. Was it mere coincidence? Or had they truly detected his presence? Just as he hesitated, contemplating a temporary retreat to reassess the risks, a thunderous force, far beyond his imagination, and surpassing any ocular technique he had ever known, erupted from the core of the metallic fortress. This power was overwhelming and regal, as if a deity had descended, gazing down upon all living beings. The calm and confidence on Jiraiya's face vanished in an instant, replaced by unprecedented shock and disbelief. This is the Rinnegan? Chapter 52. The wealthy Shizuku awakens the Rinnegan. Jiraiya's infiltration ends in immediate detection. Within the core control room of the fortress, Shizuku's body ceased its violent trembling. The tearing pain that originated deep within his soul gradually receded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of powerful energy. He felt as if his eyes had been reborn. The world appeared entirely different through his gaze. Everything was astonishingly clear. He slowly opened his eyes. In the training room, a specialized chakra-conducting mirror reflected his current visage. His eyes no longer bore the crimson kaleidoscopic pattern, but instead emanated a profound lavender hue, akin to the purest amethyst. Mysterious, rippling patterns spread across his pupils. Most strikingly, at the center of each pupil, 6 obsidian tomo rotated along an enigmatic trajectory. The 6th tomo Rinnegan, the ultimate eye, said to be possessed by the sage of 6 paths, transcending all ocular techniques. An immense and pure chakra surged through him like a roaring river, filling every part of his being. He could sense every cell rejoicing in exuberance. Shizuku felt as though every gesture he made could summon the forces of nature, altering the very laws of existence. His control over chakra had reached an astounding level. He even found himself able to faintly perceive the existence of the 6 paths power that constituted the essence of the world, though still somewhat nebulous. The door leading to a higher plane of power had swung open before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the 6th tomo Rinnegan, beginner. Unlocking certain abilities of the Deva path. Shinra Tensei, beginner. Universal pull, beginner. And the miniature version of the planetary devastation requires purchase of the full version or experience card. Unlocking certain abilities of the hungry ghost path. Sealing technique absorption, beginner. Other powers remain to be developed or unlocked through purchase. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Xiaji's mind. He could now wield the iconic abilities of the Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, and Sealing Technique Absorption. Although the planetary devastation was merely a miniature experience version that required financial investment, its potential was undeniable. What surprised Xiaji even more was that after activating the Rinnegan, the characteristics of the previously fused Sharingan techniques did not vanish. The mutation enhancement of his right eye, capable of distorting space, phasing, and inducing mental confusion, along with the ultimate spiritual destruction of his left eye's true moon reading and the basic heavenly hand power, seemed to have been integrated and accommodated by the higher-level Rinnegan. While no longer the dominant techniques, they could still serve as auxiliary abilities, ready to be employed in critical moments. Moreover, thanks to the immense power of the Rinnegan, the consumption of these auxiliary techniques was significantly reduced. Was this akin to getting more than one paid service? Xiaji redirected his attention to the probing chakra he sensed from the outside world. A cold smirk crept upon his lips. The Rinnegan's power condensed momentarily, locking onto the general location where Jiraiya was concealed. Shinra Tensei. Without forming hand seals, Xiaji simply focused his intent. An invisible and vast repulsive force erupted around him, sweeping towards Jiraiya's position like a violent tempest. On the outskirts of the fortress, Jiraiya was deeply engrossed in sensing the terrifying eye power that had suddenly erupted from the fortress's core, causing his heart to race. He was almost certain it was the legendary Rinnegan. How could this be possible? A 17-year-old Uchiha boy had activated the Rinnegan? If this news reached Konoha, it would likely cause a greater uproar than the Uchiha defection. Just as he was mentally reeling and preparing to confirm further, an overwhelming and unyielding repulsive force surged towards him from the fortress without warning. This power was formless and intangible, yet incredibly domineering, as if it sought to shatter space itself. This is bad. Jiraiya barely had time to attempt any effective defensive action. He felt a tremendous force crash against his chest, as if his very organs had shifted. He coughed out blood. Jiraiya's body was propelled back like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several sturdy trees before landing heavily amidst the ruins, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough. What kind of power is this? Struggling to rise from the rubble, Jiraiya felt as if his bones were about to dislocate. He looked in shock towards the moving fortress. I've truly been exposed. I was silently discovered by the opponent. Moreover, They managed to put me in such a predicament with just a single attack from afar. The prowess of this Uchiha vastly exceeded his expectations. As Jiraiya's mind raced, contemplating how to deal with this unforeseen situation, a figure silently appeared 100 meters ahead of him. Xiaji. He stood suspended in the air, his garments fluttering without wind. Those pale purple six-tomo Rinnegan emanated a divine authority and indifference, as if all beings were mere ants in his eyes. Lord Jiraiya, you have graced the divine city with your presence. What brings you here? Xiaji's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Cold sweat trickled down Jiraiya's forehead. He gazed at Xiaji's eerie pale purple six-tomo Rinnegan, his heart racing. The power contained within those eyes surpassed any Sharingan he had ever encountered, even exceeding the legends. You have actually awakened the Rinnegan. Jiraiya's voice was somewhat hoarse. The perilous nature of this mission had far exceeded his initial estimates. Without hesitation, he slammed his hands onto the ground. Sage mode activate. Strange natural energy surged into his body, enlarging his nostrils and revealing the red markings of the sage's face around his eyes. Two small figures, one green and one purple, appeared on his shoulders, Fugaku and Shima, the two sage toads of Mount Myaboku. Xiaji calmly observed as Jiraiya completed his transformation into sage mode, his Rinnegan remaining tranquil. Oh, is this the legendary sage art of Mount Myaboku? Quite interesting. He gently raised his hand. Let me test the power of these eyes. Jiraiya took the initiative, unwilling to grant this youth any respite. Fugaku and Shima simultaneously puffed their cheeks. Sage art, toad song, an invisible sound wave, mingled with a powerful mental impact, transformed into a colossal intangible net that enveloped Xiaji from all directions. This was not merely a physical attack, but also an illusion targeting the soul. Xiaji's six-tomo Rinnegan shifted slightly. Universal pull. An unimaginable force of attraction erupted from his outstretched palm. The intangible sound wave attack net, upon contact with this force, was forcibly tugged, distorted, and diverted from its original trajectory. Not only that, but Jiraiya himself and the two sage toads felt an immense power pulling them uncontrollably towards Xiaji. What? Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. His sage technique attack was effortlessly neutralized, and he found himself being manipulated by the opponent. Jiraiya, be careful. His ocular technique can absorb. Fugaku quickly warned. Jiraiya reacted swiftly, his white hair hardening like steel needles. Sage art. Hair needle technique. Countless shimmering white hairs shot towards Xiaji like a torrential downpour, attempting to disrupt that terrifying pull. Simultaneously, he utilized the reactive force of the hair needles to retreat in midair. Xiaji pushed forward. Shinra Tensei. An even more violent repulsive force erupted from his other palm. The incoming hair needles, upon contact with the repulsion, were like raindrops meeting an invisible wall, all deflected away. The repulsive force surged forth, crashing towards Jiraiya in midair like a tidal wave. Jiraiya tumbled awkwardly in the air, narrowly avoiding the core of the repulsion. Yet the powerful shockwave still sent his blood surging. This kid's ocular technique is too bizarre. Shima exclaimed. It can absorb and repel, completely countering our conventional attacks. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. The Rinnegan was incredibly powerful, beyond belief. A subtle, wicked smile curled at the corner of Xiaji's lips. We are not done yet. He slowly brought his hands together. Planetary Devastation, Miniature Experience Version. Notification. Consumed 2,000 points. Planetary Devastation, Miniature Experience Version, activated. A pitch-black sphere, exuding an overwhelming gravitational force, slowly rose from his palm. The moment that black sphere appeared, an unimaginable gravitational force, dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than universal pull, erupted suddenly. Jiraiya and the two sage toads realized something was amiss. The ground beneath them, along with their very beings, was being irresistibly drawn towards the enlarging black core above. Countless rocks, broken trees, soil, and debris were all being frantically devoured and absorbed by that black sphere. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque sphere, composed of countless rocks and measuring several dozen meters in diameter, took shape in midair. Jiraiya and the two great toad sages found themselves ensnared at the very center of this sphere's gravitational pull, rendered nearly immobile. What kind of technique is this? Jiraiya strained every ounce of his sage chakra to resist the terrifying force of gravity, yet his body continued to be inexorably drawn toward the core. He felt his bones groan under the unbearable strain. Little Jiraiya, Think of something quickly. If this goes on, we will be crushed into a pulp. The anxious Fugaku exclaimed. Shima, equally alarmed, added, this gravitational force is beyond anything I've ever encountered. With all his might, Jiraiya, aided by Fugaku and Shima, formed a hand seal. Sage Art, 5 right gates. A searing torrent of toad oil mixed with a violent gust of wind erupted into a blazing inferno, attempting to blast a path from within. However, the rocky sphere, under the influence of its fearsome gravity, remained remarkably solid. Despite the immense power of the 5 right gates technique, it merely peeled away some surface rock, failing to shake the core in the slightest. This is futile. It's too solid. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, acutely aware that the black core's gravitational pull was intensifying. If they did not devise a plan soon, they would indeed perish here. In a moment of determination, Jiraiya's eyes flashed with resolve, at the cost of one arm, which was brutally injured by a rapidly drawn massive rock. He and his companions barely managed to tear a minuscule gap at the edge of the miniature gravitational sphere's influence. Go! He led the 2 great toad sages as they awkwardly squeezed through the narrow opening. Once on solid ground, Jiraiya's left arm was a mangled mess, with multiple fractures in his bones. The sage mode, strained and depleted of chakra, began to fade away slowly. He gazed at the ever-growing rocky sphere above, still voraciously absorbing surrounding matter, filled with disbelief. What kind of monster is this Uchiha Summer? He cast a deep glance at Summer, who observed him with his pale purple Rinnegan, devoid of any human emotion, as if regarding a mere ant. With such power, if not guided towards virtue, you will become a second Uchiha Madara, perhaps even more perilous. Jiraiya's voice was tinged with hoarseness. The child of prophecy must not be led astray by you. With that, he hesitated no longer and immediately performed the summoning technique. Bang! A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and Jiraiya, along with the 2 great toad sages, vanished from the scene. Summer watched the direction in which Jiraiya had retreated, choosing not to pursue. He merely wished to test his own strength. After all, Jiraiya was a significant regret for him. He slowly raised his hand, and the enormous rocky sphere in the air, now unsupported by the gravitational core, began to disintegrate. Countless rocks and debris plummeted like rain, creating deep craters upon impact with the ground. The miniature gravitational sphere's power still falls short, he murmured to himself. However, it suffices to deal with an opponent of Jiraiya's caliber. At the very least, Konoha should refrain from sending more to their demise for a while. Chapter 54, Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Summer, is that all? Pain, are you just scraping the surface? Jiraiya fled in disarray, and Summer did not give chase. The fact that Konoha had dispatched one of the legendary 3 ninjas to investigate spoke volumes about their wariness of his power. Having slain Kakuzu and Haiden had only amplified this apprehension. His current objective was not to confront Konoha head-on. Through his brief encounter with Jiraiya, Summer had deepened his understanding of the Rinnegan's powers, the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, and the precise manipulation of Bansho Tenin, as well as the stability of the miniature gravitational sphere's core. There remained an abundance of potential to explore within these eyes. Summer returned to the mobile fortress, needing time to fully stabilize and familiarize himself with the immense power bestowed upon him by the Rinnegan. Just as he stepped into the core control room of the fortress, violent ripples surged through the sky above the Kimui Valley. 6 figures, alongside one adorned with pure white paper wings, silently emerged. The leader of the Akatsuki, Pain of the 6 Paths, accompanied by Konan. The foremost Pain, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Yahiko, gazed down with his emotionless, pale purple Rinnegan, coldly surveying the burgeoning Kimui below. His gaze pinpointed Summer, who had just exited the fortress. Uchiha Summer, Pain's voice, devoid of inflection, resonated through the air like that of a loudspeaker. You have killed members of the Akatsuki, Kakuzu, and Haiden. Today, I have come to claim your life and assess whether you pose a threat to our plans. Summer raised his head, his 6-pointed Rinnegan locking onto Pain's pure Rinnegan. A cold smirk crept across his lips. Oh, another Rinnegan bearer? How intriguing. This world is far more captivating than I had anticipated. He could distinctly sense the chakra of the 6 figures, interconnected by a peculiar black rod, sharing vision and perception. Konan fluttered her paper wings and approached Pain's side. If you choose to submit to the Akatsuki now, surrender your power and influence, perhaps Lord Pain might consider granting you a chance for redemption. Summer scoffed derisively, brimming with disdain. Submit? You think these cumbersome puppets of yours could compel me? He looked up at the 7 figures hovering above, his tone laced with mockery. Or perhaps the true body, hidden in the shadows, wishes to step forth and witness what true divine power entails. His words directly exposed the truth of Pain's puppet nature and the existence of Nagato's true form. A minuscule ripple flickered in the depths of Pain's otherwise impassive Rinnegan, a sign of surprise at the revelation of his secret. He ceased his idle chatter. It seems you have chosen death. Shinra-tensei. A terrifying repulsive force erupted violently from Pain, surging towards Shursui below. Simultaneously, the Azura path behind him transformed, morphing into a menacing cannon. Countless chakra missiles, glinting ominously, rained down like a torrential downpour. The animal path formed seals, summoning a colossal splitting dog, a ferocious rhinoceros, and an invisible chameleon. These summoned beasts charged toward Shursui from various angles, roaring with ferocity. The hungry ghost path spread its arms wide, ready to absorb any ninjutsu aimed at him. Meanwhile, the human path and hell path dispersed like phantoms, seeking opportunities for a potentially fatal strike. The coordination of the 6 paths was seamless, their relentless assault quickly sealing off any escape routes for Shursui. Faced with this cataclysmic onslaught, he remained steadfast, not moving an inch. He simply raised his right hand slowly. Shinra-tensei. Though his repulsive force did not have the same expansive reach as Pain's, its intensity and momentary power appeared to surpass that of his opponent. Bang! The 2 titanic forces, both emanating from the Rinnegan, clashed violently in midair. An invisible shockwave spread like a tangible force, rapidly radiating outward. The entire Kemui Valley trembled under the collision, as if it might collapse at any moment. The ground fissured, and the surrounding cliffs rained down fragments of rock. A faint crack echoed at the heart of the collision of their repulsive forces. In that fleeting moment, the repulsive force unleashed by Pain's Deva path was subtly suppressed by the more refined repulsion emanating from Summer Solstice, showing signs of disintegration. A flicker of surprise crossed Pain's eyes. It appeared that this young boy's Rinnegan was somewhat different from his own. Just as their repulsive forces collided and reached a stalemate, the chakra missiles launched by the Azura path had already whistled in, locking onto Summer Solstice from all directions. The colossal split hound summoned by the beast's path opened its gaping maw, unleashed a foul wind, and lunged toward Summer Solstice's neck. The chameleon vanished into thin air, poised to strike with a lethal ambush. Summer Solstice's 6-tomo Rinnegan shimmered with a deep purple light. The power of his eyes and chakra surged within him at an unprecedented speed. In the blink of an eye, he evaded all incoming attacks. These puppets were merely an appetizer. His true contest lay with the man lurking in the shadows, who fancied himself a god. The violent clash between Summer Solstice and Pain's Shinra-tensei sent shockwaves through the Uchiha stronghold, leaving its inhabitants in a state of utter astonishment. What tremendous power! The residual waves alone were terrifying. The brilliance of Summer Solstice's 6-tomo Rinnegan was more potent than the pure Rinnegan of Pain's Deva path. As their repulsive forces clashed, the range of Pain's Shinra-tensei was progressively constricted, showing signs of faltering. Your Rinnegan seems somewhat different. Pain's voice remained calm, yet his inner turmoil was evident. With a slight lift of his left hand, Summer Solstice activated the sealing technique of the Hungry Ghost path, unleashing a powerful suction from his palm, attempting to absorb all the chakra missiles launched by the Azura path. You wish to absorb my technique? Pain's Hungry Ghost path simultaneously enacted the sealing technique, creating a counter-suction aimed at devouring Summer Solstice's jutsu. The 2 forces met in midair, causing the trajectories of the chakra missiles to become erratic. However, with the enhancement of his 6-tomo Rinnegan, Summer Solstice's sealing technique surpassed that of Pain's Hungry Ghost path in efficiency. Moreover, he could discern subtle characteristics from the chaotic flow of the opponent's chakra. These puppets shared a vision. Chakra connected their bodies through black rods, indicating their proximity and remote control. Summer Solstice comprehended the secrets of Pain's 6 paths, which were laid bare before him. Your little tricks are futile against me, he declared with a hint of mockery. The Azura path, in its 3-headed, 6-armed form, unleashed its full firepower, bombarding Summer Solstice with a torrential downpour of lasers and missiles, sealing off all avenues of escape. The beast's path summoned its spiritual beasts again, coordinating ground and aerial assaults to create an inescapable net. Humph! Mere tricks, Summer Solstice scoffed. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he materialized atop the giant rhinoceros summoned by the beast's path. Flying Thunder God technique. At the onset of battle, he had stealthily scattered dozens of kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique around the battlefield. These kunai now served as coordinates for his swift movements. What? Pain's Deva Path's pupils constricted. This young boy had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique as well. With a decisive stomp, imbued with the terrifying might of his Rinnegan, Summer Solstice crushed the giant rhinoceros's skull, blood and brain matter erupting forth. He quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A vast sea of flames descended like a purgatory, instantly engulfing several proliferating hounds nearby. Their anguished howls were soon drowned out by the roaring inferno. Nicely done, Summer Solstice congratulated himself inwardly. The power of the Rinnegan, combined with the Flying Thunder God, was indeed a perfect match. At that moment, the figure of Pain's human path appeared behind Summer Solstice like a specter. His gaunt hand, imbued with a chilling aura of soul extraction, reached for Summer Solstice's head. Simultaneously, the King of Hell from the Hell Path opened its massive maw, preparing to restore the puppets that Summer Solstice had damaged. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Summer Solstice did not turn. With a swift motion, he executed the universal pull. The human path, poised to extract his soul, suddenly froze. An irresistible gravitational force surged forth, forcibly drawing him towards Summer Solstice. With a peculiar twist of his body, Summer Solstice narrowly avoided the human path's lethal claw. Utilizing the pull of the universal pull, he delivered a devastating elbow strike, infused with overwhelming power, to the human path's chest. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. The human path was sent flying, his chest caved in, evidently gravely injured. What a troublesome opponent, Summer Solstice mused as he surveyed the remaining Pain puppets. Attacks from Pain's Deva Path and Azura Path surged once more. The repulsive force of Shinra Tensei intertwined with the assaults from the Azura Path, constraining his movements. Although these puppets were not individually formidable, their seamless coordination, complemented by shared vision, allowed for an all-encompassing onslaught. If he could not swiftly dismantle them one by one, even with the Rinnegan, he would be overwhelmed by their relentless synergy. Summer Solstice's gaze first targeted the relatively slow-moving beast's path, primarily responsible for summoning spiritual beasts. One ought to pick the soft fruit, he remarked, his voice clear in the ears of the beast's path. He activated the Flying Thunder God once more, his figure vanishing from sight. In the next moment, Summer Solstice darted swiftly between Pain's 6 paths. The Flying Thunder God technique transformed into a divine manifestation in his hands. The proud shared vision and coordinated efforts of Pain's 6 paths faltered for the first time under Summer Solstice's elusive assaults. First, eliminate that woman, he resolved. Locking onto the beast's path, he instantly teleported behind the female Pain of the beast's path, just as she sensed a shift and attempted to turn. Summer Solstice's right eye activated the Rinnegan's unique power. An invisible force precisely distorted the chakra connection between her and the colossal spiritual hound beneath her. The hound emitted a pitiful whine, its movements abruptly halted. Now, Summer Solstice struck with a heavy fist, infused with sage chakra, directly onto the black rod receiver on the beast's path's chest. With a crack, the black rod shattered. The beast's path's body convulsed violently, its movements rendered completely rigid, temporarily incapacitating her. Beast's path. Pain's hungry ghost path growled, immediately abandoning its previous attack route to charge at Summer Solstice. It opened its arms, attempting to use the sealing technique to absorb Summer Solstice's chakra, while simultaneously protecting the immobilized beast's path. A cold smile crept across Summer Solstice's lips. Competing with the hungry ghost path in absorption? He was not that foolish. The Flying Thunder God activated again, and Summer Solstice appeared in the hungry ghost path's blind spot. With a powerful roundhouse kick, he struck the hungry ghost path's ribs with tremendous force. The hungry ghost path was sent flying, colliding perfectly with the incoming human path. As the human path reached out with its gaunt hand to seize Summer Solstice's soul, it was interrupted by the flying hungry ghost path. Instinctively, it caught the hungry ghost path, and both staggered backward. What a troublesome opponent. Pain's Deva Path's voice bore a hint of impatience for the first time. Summer Solstice's fighting style was too slippery, too enigmatic. Just as the human path barely regained its footing and prepared to launch another attack, Summer Solstice's left eye quietly activated the Rinnegan's heavenly hand power. The integration and enhancement of the Rinnegan's ocular techniques have significantly reduced the consumption required to activate the heavenly hand power, making it almost negligible. In an instant, he exchanged positions with a massive rock scattered at the periphery of the battlefield. Almost simultaneously, Pain's Azura Path launched a surprise attack from behind. The chakra cannon, powerful enough to pierce steel, struck precisely where Xiaji had been standing. No, that spot is now occupied by the Hungry Ghost Path. Boom. The Hungry Ghost Path barely had time to emit a scream before being struck head-on by the Azura Path's chakra cannon, its body shattering into pieces amidst the explosion. What? Both the Azura and Deva paths were momentarily taken aback. Had the Hungry Ghost Path been destroyed by an attack from its comrades? How many variations of ocular techniques does this boy possess? A glint of cold light flashed in the Deva path's Rinnegan as he forcefully brought his hands together. Shinra Tensei. A more powerful shockwave emanated from him, indiscriminately radiating outward in all directions. He aimed to force Xiaji out of this chaotic close-quarters combat and regain the initiative in the battle. Facing a force capable of crushing everything, Xiaji advanced rather than retreating. He too activated Shinra Tensei. The two terrifying powers derived from the Rinnegan collided with tremendous intensity. Amidst the thunderous roar, Xiaji secretly activated Universal Pull. His target was not the Deva Path, nor the nearby Azura Path, but rather the Hell Path, which had been lurking in the background, responsible for repairing the other Pain puppets. The Hell Path was preparing to drag the severely injured human path into the mouth of King Enma for restoration. Suddenly, a massive gravitational force struck from the side, violently pulling at his body and hindering his movement. This was the opportunity. Buzz. Xiaji's figure appeared before the Hell Path, as if teleporting. His fist, imbued with the terrifying ocular power of the Rinnegan, struck directly through the Hell Path's chest without any embellishment. Crack. The black receiver on the Hell Path's chest, along with its core, was utterly destroyed. In midair, the fearsome specter of King Enma let out an unwilling roar before slowly dissipating. In a matter of mere breaths, 3 of the 6 paths of pain had been eliminated. The Beast Path was temporarily incapacitated, the Hungry Ghost Path had been mistakenly killed by its own ally, and the Hell Path's core was destroyed. Remaining were the Deva Path, Azura Path, and Human Path. Although still formidable, the once proud coordination of the 6 paths had suffered a significant breach. Xiaonan, who had been quietly standing behind the Deva Path, could no longer maintain her silence. She gazed at Xiaji's elusive attack style and the chilling 6-tomo Rinnegan in his eyes, a glimmer of seriousness crossing her gaze. If this continued, Nagato's 6 paths of pain would indeed be taken down one by this 17-year-old boy. Pain, retreat. Xiaonan's cold voice rang out. She abruptly brought her hands together. Secret technique, Goddess Paper Jutsu. With a rustle, Xiaonan's entire body disintegrated into a flurry of white paper fragments. These were not ordinary sheets. They swirled in the air as if alive, gathering rapidly. In an instant, an ocean of white paper enveloped a radius of several kilometers. Xiaji's figure was completely encased in this boundless sea of paper. Each fragment radiated a faint chakra fluctuation. Uchiha Xiaji, Xiaonan's voice echoed from all directions, laced with a hint of icy malice. I have prepared for you 6 trillion explosive tags. Enjoy this 10-minute explosion feast. The moment her words fell, the myriad of white paper fragments emitted a dangerous crimson glow. Each was a specially made explosive tag, 6 trillion in total. A terrifying quantity capable of erasing a large ninja village from the map. Confronted with an inevitable death trap that would instill despair in any Kaga-level warrior, Xiaji bore no sign of panic. He calmly lifted his gaze to the impending detonation of the red sea of paper. His consciousness sank into the system. The interface of the system shop revealed an expensive option shimmering with golden light. Absolute defense domain. High consumption. Last 15 minutes. Price. 30,000 premium points. Purchase. Activate. Xiaji silently intoned. Ding. Consumed 30,000 premium points. Absolute defense domain has been activated. Premium points balance. 53,750 points. A semi-transparent energy shield, radiating a soft white light, instantly enveloped Xiaji and the entire base. The next moment, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. The explosions raged for a full 10 minutes. The terrifying shockwaves obliterated all vegetation, rocks, and structures within the Shinyu Basin. The entire basin was reduced to scorched earth. At the center of the explosion, Xiaji stood calmly within the protective energy shield, completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the Deva path took advantage of those precious 10 minutes to quietly retreat to the edge of the battlefield. He brought his hands together, his chakra accumulating at a terrifying speed. The pale purple Rinnegan locked onto the center of the explosion, where the figure shielded by the white barrier stood. He seemed to be preparing a final move, one surpassing all previous ones. Chapter 56. What is the heavenly calculation? I will directly activate the Rinnegan and blast the heavens as a premium player. Xiaonan hovered in midair, her pure white paper wings quivering slightly. She gazed at the figure below, perfectly protected by the energy shield and unscathed, as well as the mobile fortress behind him, also unharmed. For the first time, the icy expression that had remained unchanged for millennia cracked. 6 trillion explosive tags, a force capable of erasing a large ninja village from existence, had proven ineffective against him. How could this be? The Deva path floated in midair, gathering nearly all of Nagato's chakra. The brilliance of his Rinnegan shone brighter than ever, resembling 2 purple suns. Uchiha Xiaji, his voice resonated clearly over the devastation of the basin through some amplification technique. You are the first to force me to this extent. He slowly raised his hands above his head. As a sign of respect, let me show you the power of a god. A terrifyingly immense chakra began to coalesce in his palms. The surrounding space distorted violently due to the gathering of this chakra, emitting a slight warping sound. Shinra Tensei, Super. This was a forbidden technique he had originally intended to use to obliterate the Hidden Leaf Village. Its power was sufficient to annihilate a small nation. This time, the target was aimed squarely at Xiaji and the mobile fortress behind him. Xiaji felt the world-ending power and narrowed his pupils slightly at the pale purple 6-tomo Rinnegan. His expression turned serious. He too summoned the power of the 6-tomo Rinnegan to its zenith, slowly bringing his hands together. In that case, Xiaji's voice was calm, yet bore a sense of pressure entirely different from that of the Deva path. Let me show you what true stellar power is. Earth Explosion Star. Unlike the miniature variant he had used against Jiraiya, this time Xiaji was exerting his full strength. A black core, denser and more terrifying than the one he had previously formed in front of Jiraiya, began to coalesce in his palm, emanating a faint dark glow. The black core rapidly ascended. The repulsive force of the Super Shinra Tensei collided violently with the all-consuming gravitational force of the Earth Explosion Star above the Shinyu Basin. Boom! A thunderous roar, indescribable by words, shook the heavens. The repulsive force sought to push everything away, even to annihilate it. Gravity seeks to ensnare and even seal all things. 2 forces, entirely antithetical yet equally potent, collide vehemently in the air. In the epicenter of their clash, the fabric of space begins to manifest visibly unstable folds. Fine. Black fissures spread like a spider's web, as if even space itself cannot endure such a magnitude of force. Within the moving fortress, the Uchiha clan members watch through special observation windows, witnessing a scene akin to celestial beings in combat. Their faces turn pale, hearts gripped by terror. This level of conflict has utterly transcended their comprehension. As the Super Shinra Tensei and the universal pull of the planetary devastation engage in a fierce stalemate, consuming and repelling each other in a terrifying spectacle, the 6-tomo Rinnegan of the Summer Solstice remains composed, observing both the battlefield and beyond. Just as the unparalleled gravitational force of the universal pull begins to gain the upper hand, relentlessly tearing apart the repulsive field of the Super Shinra Tensei, the Summer Solstice's pupils suddenly constrict. His light purple 6-tomo Rinnegan distinctly captures a sight. In a secluded valley cloaked by dense forests, a chakra fluctuation, previously concealed, is abruptly exposed due to the violent connection of chakra from Pain's Deva path exerting the Super Shinra Tensei and the gravitational pull of the universal pull. That chakra source is none other than Pain's true body, Nagato, manipulated remotely through countless black rods. Found you, lurking rodent, the Summer Solstice scoffs inwardly. Though Pain's 6 paths are formidable, they are ultimately puppets. Once the true body is vanquished, everything will fall into place. A cold smile curves at the corners of his lips. As the universal pull and the Super Shinra Tensei continue their fierce confrontation in the sky, capturing the attention of all, including Nagato and Conan, the Summer Solstice silently remains in place, condensing an almost imperceptible flying thunder god technique marker with his pure chakra. This mark is concealed to the utmost degree. In the next moment, the summer solstice's figure vanishes without leaving a trace of spatial fluctuation. Utilizing the improved flying thunder god technique, he directly teleports to the hidden stronghold where Nagato resides. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. He intends to eradicate the leader of the Akatsuki once and for all. Within the tower, Nagato's emaciated body trembles violently, disbelief etched across his face. He distinctly senses a sudden, unnatural disconnection from the chakra linking him to Pain's Deva path. Immediately, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washes over him. Conan, sensing something amiss, whirls around to face the empty void. The summer solstice has vanished. In a damp, dim cave within the valley, the air hangs heavy. The summer solstice's figure materializes following the faint spatial fluctuations of the flying thunder god technique. At the cave's center, a massive life support device emits a low hum. Connected by countless tubes is a frail, white-haired figure, the true leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato. Conan immediately senses the intruder, unfurling her paper wings to shield Nagato. Her expression filled with horror. "How did you find this place?" Nagato, exhausted from the prior fierce confrontation between the Super Shinra Tensei and the Universal Pull, breathes heavily. His muddied Rinnegan gazes at the summer solstice, filled with disbelief. This Uchiha Summer Solstice not only suppressed Pain's 6 paths on the battlefield, but also located his true body and appeared with such swiftness. The Summer Solstice's 6 Tomo Rinnegan emanates an icy pressure. He strides toward Nagato, disregarding Conan standing before him. "Step aside." Conan grits her teeth and forms hand seals. Paper jutsu, paper shuriken. Countless sharp paper shards rain down upon the summer solstice. He merely waves his hand. Shinra Tensei. An invisible force instantly disperses the storm of paper. Conan stifles a groan, pushed back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. She wishes to advance again, but is halted by Nagato's weak voice. "Conan, stand down." Reluctantly, she halts but remains vigilant, her eyes fixed on the summer solstice. The summer solstice stops just a few meters from Nagato, his gaze sweeping past him to the meticulously preserved corpse beside him. It is the core of Pain's Deva path, Nagato's former friend, Yahiko. Yahiko's body, transformed into a puppet, retains the remnants of his former visage, yet has long since lost the breath of life. The summer solstice does not rush into action. He gazes at Nagato, his voice steady yet resonant with profound impact. "Nagato, is this the peace you seek? To use Yahiko's body as a puppet, spreading fear and destruction? Do you believe this is what Yahiko wished to witness?" Nagato's body shudders violently, his skeletal fingers clenching tightly. The name Yahiko is the deepest pain within him. The summer solstice offers no opportunity for rebuttal, continuing. System, exchange for the mouth jutsu halo, basic true revelation type. Ding. Consumed 5,000 premium points. Mouth jutsu halo, basic true revelation type, activated. A faint halo effect subtly envelopes the summer solstice. His words seem to carry an enchanting power, effortlessly penetrating Nagato's mental defenses. Yahiko's dream was to establish a world of mutual understanding, free from war. He wished to resolve hatred through dialogue and love. Yet you, blinded by hatred, have strayed far from his intentions. You believe you are fulfilling Yahiko's will, but in truth, you have diverged completely. You have become a pawn in the hands of a man who calls himself Uchiha Obito, serving his ambition of the Moon's Eye plan. Your suffering, your anger, your Rinnegan, they are merely tools in someone else's grasp. Upon hearing these unfamiliar terms, Nagato's eyes flicker with intense turmoil. He has always believed he fought for true peace, for the unfulfilled dream of Yahiko. The masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Obito told him that the Rinnegan was the hope for transformation. Could it all be a lie? The death of Yahiko, the principles of the Akatsuki, and the significance of his eyes. His long-held beliefs begin to fracture under the weight of the summer solstice's words and the influence of that peculiar halo. Nagato, don't listen to him. Conan cries out urgently from the side. He seeks to sway you, to undermine your resolve. She senses the turmoil raging within Nagato. He disregards her, his mind flooded with visions of Yahiko's dying smile, of the endless wars and sorrow in Amigakure. If what the summer solstice says is true, then what meaning does everything he has done hold? Are those sacrifices, those pains, merely a charade? Observing the anguish etched upon Nagato's face, the summer solstice applies further pressure. With these Rinnegan, you have wrought endless carnage and tragedy. You have forced countless souls to endure the suffering you once bore. Now, What do you intend to do with these eyes? His tone grows increasingly frigid. The Rinnegan's innate technique? To resurrect those you have slain with the remnants of your life force, seeking a pitiful semblance of self-comfort? Or do you plan to remain ensnared in this illusory peace until that so-called Uchiha Bido has completely drained you of your last vestige of worth? Nagato's breathing quickens, his body trembling uncontrollably. Every utterance from the summer solstice pierced his heart like a sharp blade, shattering the facade of strength he had so carefully constructed. He had always believed himself to be a deity, a sovereign arbiter of the world's fate. Yet, in this moment of revelation, he discovered that he might merely be a pitiable pawn, manipulated at the whims of others. Yahiko's ideals, his anguish, his Rinnegan, everything had devolved into absurdity. Konan, witnessing Nagato's near collapse, felt her heart wrenched in agony. She yearned to rush forward, to cover Nagato's ears and shield him from any further words from the summer solstice. However, the oppressive aura emanating from the summer solstice, saturated with the power of the Rinnegan, rendered her immobile. She could only watch helplessly as Nagato sank deeper into the abyss of torment. Inside the cave, only Nagato's labored and suffocating breaths remained. His emaciated form trembled violently against the life support apparatus. The brilliance in his eyes dimmed rapidly under the relentless barrage of questions and verbal assaults from the summer solstice. The visage of Yahiko, the pure ideals at the inception of Akatsuki, the unending cycle of warfare and sorrow in Amigakure, all these memories sliced through his nearly desiccated heart. Everything I have done, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Was it all a mistake? He recalled the man in the swirling mask, who called himself Uchiha Madara. He remembered the guidance regarding the Rinnegan and the grand design of the Moon's Eye plan. If all of that was but a deception, then what did the suffering he had endured and the sins he had committed amount to? A mere jest? No. A flicker of realization passed through his eyes, and he seemed to resolve upon a certain determination. With great difficulty, he brought his hands together. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life. He intended to utilize the remnants of his existence to atone, to seek redemption. Your life force is nearly extinguished. At that moment, a frigid voice interrupted him. The summer solstice stood before Nagato, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. One hand pressed down upon Nagato's trembling hands, poised to complete the hand seals. This technique is too burdensome for you. Your Rinnegan will only bring about more tragedy and manipulation in your hands. It is better to entrust them to me, so that I may forge a peace truly belonging to the strong. Nagato, already at the end of his tether, both physically and mentally, was utterly incapable of resistance. The summer solstice's fingertips were imbued with the power of the Rinnegan. With brutal force, he extracted the pair of Rinnegan from Nagato's eye sockets. Blood streamed from the corners of Nagato's eyes. A pained groan escaped his lips, and his body slumped entirely against the life support device, breath waning to an almost imperceptible level. Yet he did not die immediately. He lost the eyes that had brought him endless suffering and false glory, plunging the world into darkness. Nagato, Konan, witnessing this brutal scene, felt her heart shatter. She disregarded everything and charged at the summer solstice, her hands swirling with countless paper shurikens and paper clones. Return his eyes. The summer solstice, holding the pair of Rinnegans still warm with blood, did not glance back. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wide-range Shinra Tensei. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously, sending Conan's petite form hurtling backward, violently colliding with the hard cave wall, producing a dull thud. She fell unconscious, her fate unknown. Silence enveloped the cave once more. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a higher-tier Rinnegan of the same origin, variations due to differing users. The system's notification echoed in the summer solstice's mind. Can be deeply fused with the host's own 6 Tomo Rinnegan, with a high probability of replenishing the host's Rinnegan's power and elevating the Tomo's rank and ocular capacity. Shall fusion commence immediately? Yes. The summer solstice's resolve was unwavering. He intended to fully harness the power of this Rinnegan. The fusion began instantaneously. A pain more excruciating than he had ever experienced before surged from the depths of his eyes. The summer solstice's body convulsed violently. He bore the torment that felt as if it would rend his very soul. He understood that this was the price to ascend to a higher realm of power. He had no thoughts to spare for Nagato or Konan. All his will was focused on combating the agony inflicted by the ocular power. The 6 paths' power seemed to beckon him. Chapter 58. The Wholesale of 9 Tomo Rinnegan. Akatsuki goes bankrupt. The cave was rife with chaotic energy. The suffering the summer solstice endured surpassed any pain he had previously known. Yet, he gritted his teeth, remaining silent. At that moment, Conan stirred from her unconscious state, the chilling air jolting her awake. She beheld the summer solstice seated cross-legged not far away, his body trembling violently, surrounded by a visible aura of purple chakra. That chakra was domineering and chaotic, threatening to consume him at any moment. It was utterly terrifying. Instinctively, Conan recoiled. This man was indeed a monster. She turned her gaze to the life support apparatus. Nagato. He lay there, limp, his eyes vacant. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down his pallid cheeks. His breath faint as if it were a flickering candle in the wind. Was he dead? No. There was still a faint breath. Yet, the Rinnegan, which had bestowed upon him a divine name while also bringing him endless torment, was gone. Conan's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Despair washed over her like a cold tide, engulfing her completely. Yahiko was dead. Nagato was broken. Akatsuki was no more. The convictions she had fought for her entire life. The shared dream she held with Yahiko and Nagato, in that moment transformed into the most pitiful of illusions. She gazed at the boy, undergoing a painful metamorphosis. It was he, Uchiha Shaji. It was he who had annihilated everything. Hatred? Yes, an indelible hatred. Fear? Yes, a fear rooted in the very essence of her soul. And of course, a hint of confusion. What lay ahead? What would become of the people of Amigakure? Conan seemed ensnared in an invisible vortex. Time passed slowly in the stifling silence. Minutes later, the tremors racking the summer solstice's body began to subside. The chaotic purple chakra surrounding him gradually receded into his being. He opened his eyes. Those eyes, now adorned with an even more intricate and profound pattern, fluctuated between 7 and 8 tomo. It was as if everything remained in flux, still undergoing a final adjustment. He exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief wash over him. The surge of ocular power within him, along with a deeper understanding of the 6 paths, made him feel as if he had been reborn. The summer solstice rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, producing soft cracking sounds. He turned to face Conan, who still regarded him warily. In truth, he had sensed her awakening long before. Fortunately, she had restrained herself. Had he detected even a hint of hostility, she would likely have already become a lifeless corpse. The summer solstice approached Conan, extending a hand calmly. Conan, you stand before 2 paths. Either be cast aside with Nagato by this era, or submit to me, and together we shall witness the new order I shall create. He took 2 steps closer, looking down upon her. You are an intelligent person. How will you choose? Struggling against the wall, Conan managed to rise to her feet. She gazed into the terrifying eyes of Xiaji, a faint, mournful smile gracing her lips. A new order? How does your new order differ from Pain's? It is merely another tyrant's rule. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Xiaji shook his head. The difference lies in my strength and honesty. I do not conceal my ambitions. He advanced closer, causing Xiaonan to instinctively take a step back. Moreover, I can offer you and the village hidden in rain genuine protection, rather than illusory promises of peace. Follow me, and at least the people of the village hidden in rain will no longer be displaced or victims of great power struggles. His words struck Xiaonan's heart like a heavy hammer. The village hidden in rain, a nation shrouded in the shadows of war, struggling to survive in the cracks. Wasn't the original intention of Yahiko and Nagato to change all of this? Yet, what had been the outcome? Pain's peace had only brought greater fear and destruction. Xiaonan fell silent. Though Xiaji's words were harsh, they starkly revealed the long-standing plight of the village hidden in rain. She glanced at Nagato, who lay weak and bloodied in the life support device, a once dear friend now rendered almost a shell of his former self. Then she looked at the inscrutable youth before her. His power, his coldness, his ambition left her breathless. Yet his words also felt like a lifeline. In the end, the hatred and resentment in Xiaonan's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a profound weariness and acceptance of reality. It seemed she had made a decision. Slowly, she knelt on one knee, bowing her proud head. I, Xiaonan, am willing to submit to Lord Xiaji. But please, spare Nagato's life and treat the people of the village hidden in rain kindly. Her voice trembled. This was her final plea. Xiaji looked down at her, and after a moment's thought, nodded slightly. Very well. Nagato poses no threat to me anymore. As for the village hidden in rain, it shall become a part of Shinin. I will send people to take over. I assure you, No one will dare to covet the village hidden in rain again. However, he then shifted his tone. You will also hand over the accumulated wealth, intelligence network, and strongholds of the Akatsuki organization. Xiaonan's body stiffened slightly. The Akatsuki organization had been the culmination of their lives' work. Now, was she to surrender it all? Yet, she had no choice. She retrieved what appeared to be an ordinary scroll from her bosom and presented it with both hands. This is the Akatsuki's secret ledger, the distribution map of its strongholds, and the token of control over the village hidden in rain. Everything is to be disposed of by Lord Xiaji. Xiaji took the scroll, but did not examine it immediately. The Akatsuki, once a group that had caused great distress to the 5 great nations, was rendered virtually defunct in this moment of Xiaonan's submission. The village hidden in rain, a nation long overshadowed by the specter of war, was officially incorporated into Shinin's domain. Xiaji's sphere of influence, along with the wealth and population he controlled, surged once again. He closed his eyes, feeling the terrifying ocular power within him that was still slowly merging but had stabilized. The number of tomo in his eyes finally settled at 9. The pitch-black tomo rotated slowly within his light purple, ripple-like pupils, exuding an unsettling pressure. The 9 tomo Rinnegan, or perhaps the Rinne Sharingan. Though some of its powers remained unstable and beyond his full command, he knew he was one step closer to the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths. The rapid expansion of Shinin and the downfall of the Akatsuki would undoubtedly alert the entire shinobi world, especially the high-ranking 5 great shinobi villages. This news would inevitably reach their ears, and they would surely take action. A greater storm was about to descend. Chapter 59, An Urgent Call to the 5 Kage. Xiaji, it's precisely you experienced fools I'm targeting. In the Hokage's office of the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya stumbled in, covered in dust and blood, clearly having endured a brutal battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up from a mountain of documents, nearly dropping his pipe at the sight of Jiraiya's condition. Tsunade Mado Gai and Narashikaku were also present, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up. Jiraiya waved his hand, indicating he was unharmed, and walked directly to the desk, slamming a scroll onto it. There's been an incident. The situation is far more dire than we imagined. He gasped for breath, pulling out a chair to sit. Uchiha Summer has awakened the Rinnegan. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mado Gai exclaimed in unison. Narashikaku frowned. This intelligence was staggering. A bitter expression crossed Jiraiya's face. It's not just any Rinnegan, it's the 6 tomo. I have never seen such a bizarre ocular technique. He began to narrate the details of his battle with Xiaji, Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and a technique resembling the Earth explosion star. Its power was utterly terrifying. Jiraiya recalled the world-shattering gravitational force, his expression still betraying remnants of fear. I nearly used all my strength. I even activated Sage Mode, but before him, I had almost no means to retaliate. He paused, his voice trembling. Those eyes are too terrifying. He could effortlessly neutralize my Sage techniques. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Sarutobi Hiruzen swayed slightly, his pipe slipping from his hand and clattering to the floor. The Rinnegan, a legendary ocular technique said to exist only in the myths of the Sage of 6 Paths Uchiha Xiaji, a mere 17-year-old youth, had actually awakened it. This meant that Xiaji's threat level had entirely surpassed what Konoha could handle alone. How is this possible? Tsunade murmured, her face draining of color. Mado Gai adjusted his glasses, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. Jiraiya continued, his voice lower. What's worse is that shortly after I left Shinin, I learned through the Toad Communication Network and subsequent secret investigations. He fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen, enunciating each word. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, along with Xiaonan, personally approached Uchiha Xiaji. A fierce battle erupted, and the outcome was. Jiraiya swallowed hard. The Akatsuki is suspected to be obliterated, and the village hidden in rain has been swallowed by Shinin. Impossible, Tsunade shouted, leaping to her feet. The Akatsuki is a formidable organization with several elite rogue ninjas. Pain possesses the Rinnegan. How could he be defeated by a single Uchiha Xiaji? Her words tumbled out in a rush, overwhelmed by agitation. Jiraiya shook his head with a wry smile. The facts are as they are. According to sporadic reports from the village hidden in rain, Pain has been entirely vanquished. Xiaonan has chosen to submit, and Nagato, the mastermind behind Akatsuki, has also been incapacitated by Xiaji. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone grave. Uchiha Summer has likely seized the majority of the Akatsuki's legacy, including their wealth, intelligence network, and control over the village hidden in rain. The office fell into a profound silence once more. The fall of the Akatsuki and the change of leadership in the village hidden in rain. Each of these pieces of news was enough to stir a tempest in the shinobi world. And the orchestrator of it all was merely a 17-year-old youth. Nara Shikaku, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Xiaji's rise is astonishingly rapid. His voice was calm but tinged with gravity. Not only is his personal strength formidable, but he is also incredibly adept at resource integration. Dear G stood up and approached the window, gazing out at the seemingly tranquil Konoha. From defecting Konoha to annexing the land of soup, and then to the annihilation of Akatsuki, each step he took was executed with precision and efficiency. We must consider the worst-case scenario. G turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen. He may have acquired unimaginable technology or intelligence from Danzo and the Akatsuki organization. The mention of Danzo's legacy made Hiruzen's eyelids twitch. He picked up his pipe again, lighting it in silence as smoke swirled around him. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse and weary. At this point, the strength of Konoha alone can no longer contain Uchiha Shikudo and his divine city. He stood up and walked to the massive map of the shinobi world, his gaze sweeping across the borders of the land of fire, the land of rain, and the divine city. I propose we immediately contact the other 4 major shinobi villages. Convene an emergency summit of the 5 Kage to discuss a joint offensive against Uchiha Shikudo. This proposal instantly shocked everyone present. Uzumaki, Konoharu, and Mito Gate exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and a hint of agreement in each other's eyes. Faced with such a powerful enemy, fighting alone would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. I concur, Mito Gate was the first to express his agreement. I second that, Uzumaki Konoharu nodded. Naraji pondered for a moment. This is currently the only solution. However, will the other 4 major shinobi villages agree so readily? The existence of the Akatsuki organization has always hung like a sword over the heads of the 5 great nations. Now that Shikudo has annexed the Akatsuki, his strength and threat will undoubtedly surpass that of the Akatsuki. Hiruzen spoke with conviction. They have no reason to refuse. Konoha immediately sprang into action. Invitations of the highest caliber were dispatched at the fastest speed to Sunagakure, Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure. A summit aimed at uniting the entire shinobi world against Uchiha Shikudo was about to convene in the Land of Iron. A new storm was brewing. Meanwhile, in the core control room of the Divine City, Shikudo sat cross-legged, the light in his 9-tomo Rinnegan gradually retracting. After merging with Nagato's Rinnegan, his ocular power had received a tremendous boost. Rinnegan exchange progress, 75. The numbers on the system panel were clearly visible. System prompt. Acquiring more materials related to the 6 Paths power or defeating enemies possessing 6 Paths characteristics will expedite the completion of the Rinnegan, potentially unlocking the true mysteries of the Rinnegan Sharingan. Shikudo's gaze deepened. He could distinctly feel the hostility from the entire shinobi world surging toward him and the divine city he had established. The 5 great shinobi villages and their elevated Kage. Would they allow an uncontrollable Uchiha force to rise right beneath their noses? The answer was self-evident. Shikudo slowly stood and walked to the lookout window in the control room. Outside, the construction of the divine city was fervently underway. The Uchiha clansmen and the newly joined members wore expressions filled with hope for the future. War? He murmured softly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then let it come. He clenched his fist. Chapter 60. The cash-heavy Shikudo descends on the Kage summit. Either kneel or be shattered. There's no other choice. In the temporary base of the Divine City, Conan's figure appeared quietly behind Shikudo, presenting him with an encrypted scroll. She looked tense, a hint of worry etched on her face. The Kage Summit. In the Land of Iron, 3 days from now. Her voice was devoid of any emotion. Shikudo had long anticipated this outcome. He took the scroll, his fingertips moving slightly, and the scroll turned to ash. The Land of Iron, a neutral warrior nation, indeed serves as an excellent stage. He did not wish to remain passively waiting. Those so-called Kage were merely stumbling blocks on his path to unifying the shinobi world. Resolving this matter in one fell swoop would save much trouble. Since these old geezers have gathered together, they should not blame him. Shikudo's consciousness delved into the system. Cash points balance, 83, 750 points. This was the figure following his annexation of the Land of Rain and consolidation of the residual wealth of the Akatsuki organization. An increase of over 30,000 cash points. The system upgraded the permissions for the 8 gates to the 6th gate, the Gate of Joy. Exchange for 8 gates 6th gate, Gate of Joy, permanent access. Cost 30,000 cash points. Ding. Permission upgrade successful. Current access up to the 6th gate. Gate of Joy. Cash points balance. 53,750 points. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through his body. Every cell rejoiced, yearning for an ultimate eruption. The 6th gate, the Gate of Joy, would elevate his speed and strength to unprecedented heights. Of course, he could also open the 8th gate, but it required too many cash points and carried too great a cost. With a few more advantages to face the united forces of the Kage, the Land of Iron. Amidst the snow-capped mountains, a colossal iron bridge spanning the gorge, the Samurai Bridge, appeared particularly solemn. Today, it was heavily guarded, with the samurai of the Land of Iron donning their armor and remaining vigilant. The Kage from the 5 major shinobi villages began to arrive in succession. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived with Kakashi and several Anbu, his expression grave. The 4th Raikage, towering like an iron tower, was accompanied by his secretary Mabui and sensory ninja Kira. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, though aged, retained an imposing presence, accompanied by his son Kuratsuchi and granddaughter Akatsuki. The 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, exuded an alluring grace. But none dared to underestimate her power, followed closely by her bodyguard Chojuro and Ao. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, wore a somber expression, accompanied by 2 subordinates. The general of the Land of Iron, Mifune, personally came forth to greet them, guiding the Kage and their guards into the heavily fortified conference room at the center of the bridge. At the enormous circular conference table, the 5 Kage sat in their respective positions, and the atmosphere was charged with tension from the outset. Hiruzen spoke first, briefly reporting Uchiha Shakudo's actions in Konoha and his subsequent maneuvers following his defection. Esteemed colleagues, the threat posed by Uchiha Shakudo is no less than that of Uchiha Madara in his prime, perhaps even surpassing it. His voice carried a note of concern. Humph. A mere 17-year-old brat dares to be so audacious. The 4th Raikage, slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to tremble. In my opinion, there is no need for further discussion. Immediately organize a coalition, mobilize all forces, and erase that so-called divine city along with him from this world. His temper was plainly evident. Calm yourself, Raikage-sama. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, spoke slowly, his murky eyes glinting with shrewdness. That brat's strength, according to intelligence, is indeed formidable. Even the immortals of the Akatsuki fell at his hands, and even Pain of the 6 Paths. Anoki rubbed his old waist, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. We know too little about his true trump cards and that peculiar Rinnegan of his. Acting rashly may lead to a repeat of Konoha's fate against the Akatsuki. The 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, let out a soft laugh, exuding charm, though her words carried a hint of coldness. Has the Tsuchikage's age made him more timid? However, Uchiha Shakudo is indeed a nuisance. His rise has already threatened the status of our 5 villages. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, remained silent. But the tension in his tightly furrowed brow revealed his apprehension toward Shakudo, no less than that of the others. Just as the 5 Kage were embroiled in heated debate, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, the space above the conference room was torn open without warning. A pitch-black rift appearing as if it had been sliced by an invisible blade. Who goes there? Mifune and the guards of the 5 Kage shouted in unison, drawing their weapons and unleashing their chakra in an instant. The warriors of the Land of Iron stood as if facing a formidable foe, encircling the conference table. A diminutive figure, accompanied by a woman clad in the Akatsuki uniform and bearing pure white paper wings, descended slowly from the ominous rift in the black void. Ignoring the impenetrable defenses around them and the murderous intent emanating from the samurai and ninjas, he landed precisely at the center of the circular conference table. The visitor was none other than Uchiha Shaji, followed closely by Konan. Shaji's pale violet Rinnegan, adorned with 9 spinning tomo, calmly surveyed every individual present. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from him, enveloping the assembly of shinobi leaders, including the hot-tempered Raikage, who found themselves involuntarily gasping for breath as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. Uchiha Shaji. Saratobi Hizashi gasped in astonishment. How could he possibly be here? Is the defense of the Land of Iron merely a fade? Ignoring their shock and wariness, Shaji evenly gazed at the 5 representatives embodying the highest authority in the shinobi world. From this day forth, his voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. I shall unify the shinobi world. Shinami shall establish a singular order. Arrogance. This thought simultaneously surged in the minds of all present. Raikage's forehead bulged with veins, ready to erupt. Shaji interrupted him with a mere gesture of 2 fingers. You have 2 choices. His tone left no room for negotiation. It resembled a benevolent decree. First, submit to Shinami and accept its dominion. Your villages and status may be retained, but you must heed Shinami's directives. He paused, the cold glint in his Rinnegan intensifying. Second, face annihilation alongside your villages. Konan stood quietly behind Shazi, her demeanor composed, yet the chakra emanating from her was unmistakably at the level of a Kage, a monster wielding the Rinnegan, accompanied by a Kage-level follower. In that moment, the atmosphere of the 5 Kage summit shifted entirely from discussing how to combat an enemy to pondering how the enemy would judge them. Raikage's palm crackled with lightning chakra. Chapter 61. Shaji. I am not targeting anyone. I am merely stating that all of you present are mere experience bags. The 4th Raikage, known for his fiery temper, was the first to be unable to tolerate Shaji's audacity. You are courting death. A's roar reverberated like thunder. His body surged with lightning, activating his lightning chakra mode to its utmost limits. It transformed into a flash of blue lightning. The floor of the conference room fracturing beneath him. His fist, imbued with the force of 1,000 thunders, aimed directly at Shaji's face. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Shaji merely smiled. Too slow. He whispered, the 6th gate of the 8 gates, open. A torrent of green chakra erupted from his body. A terrifying speed and power awakened within him. Instead of retreating, Shaji advanced, delivering a punch that arrived before A's. The 2 fists collided in midair with a thunderous crash. The resulting shockwave radiated outward, tearing apart the tables, chairs, and walls of the conference room as if they were made of paper. Raikage felt an indescribable force emanating from Shaji's seemingly frail fist. Cracks began to mar his proud lightning armor in that instant. Ugh! A groaned in pain, his arms' bones protesting as though they would break. His massive form was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing through the remnants of several walls and embedding itself deeply into the rocky face of a distant mountain. Dust and debris filled the air, shrouding his fate in uncertainty. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the remaining 4 Kage and their guards froze in disbelief. The samurai of the Land of Iron retreated in horror, their swords trembling in their grasp. Was this boy truly human? This is impossible. The 5th Mizukage Terumi May gasped in shock. The 4th Raikage, renowned for his speed and destructive power, had been struck down with a single blow. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki's aged face lost its composure for the first time, a flicker of unprecedented seriousness flashing in his murky eyes. This Uchiha boy's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. There could be no further reservations. Inoki made a swift decision, his hands forming seals with astonishing speed. Doton, Daisen no Mi. He unhesitatingly unleashed his most powerful attack. A colossal, white cubic pillar exuding a sense of annihilation appeared above Shaji's head. The pillar plummeted rapidly, aiming to decompose Shaji and all beneath him into molecular form. Shaji looked up, his Rinnegan narrowing slightly. The peculiar whirlpool pattern in his right eye contracted sharply. Shinra Tensei. The dust and debris around him were forcefully repelled, as the white cubic pillar was drawn into an invisible void before it could touch him. The entire structure vanished without a trace, without explosion or sound. Inoki's pupils dilated in disbelief. His prideful dust release, capable of altering the tide of battle, had been so effortlessly neutralized. What technique was that? Space-time ninjutsu? Or perhaps an even more enigmatic ability? In his long life, he had never witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon. Terumi May, witnessing the futility of her dust release, was overwhelmed with dread. Yet, as the Mizukage, her battle experience was vast. She quickly reacted, forming seals with her hands. Yoton, Waigon no Jutsu. Futten, CHK no Jutsu. 2 starkly different ninjutsu melded together perfectly in her hands. A pungent, highly acidic mist rapidly enveloped the area, accompanied by a torrential downpour of corrosive liquid, attacking Shaji from all directions and attempting to limit his movements while eroding his body. Facing this overwhelming composite assault, Shaji displayed no emotion. He simply extended his right hand, palm facing forward. The power of his Rinnegan surged. Gakide, an invisible force erupted from his palm. The acidic mist and the corrosive liquid were consumed before they could reach him. Neither the chakra of the Yotan nor that of the Futon left a trace behind, failing to inflict any harm upon him. Terumi Mei's attack was once again rendered futile. She gazed at Shaji, her alluring visage betraying her first hint of fear. This boy was an absolute nemesis to all ninjutsu. The fourth Kazekage Raza watched impassively. He had witnessed the Raikage's catastrophic defeat, the Tsuchikage's helplessness, and the Mizukage's vain attempts. Uchiha Shaji's power had transcended what any of them could contend with alone. A chill crept into his heart, an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if facing an insurmountable foe. Seeing Shaji effortlessly negate Terumi Mei's attack, Raza no longer hesitated. He swiftly clapped his hands together. Suna no Daish. A tempest of golden sand erupted from the gourd at his back, rapidly coalescing into a massive, shimmering shield before him and the remaining Kage, along with their guards. The sand gold wall. This was his most formidable defensive ninjutsu, capable of withstanding the impact of the majority of high-level jutsu. He sought to rely on this as a foundation for absolute defense while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. At the very least, he aimed to buy time, awaiting the support of the warriors from the Iron Country or the occurrence of a miracle. Summer Solstice gazed at the immense wall of sand gold, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. A turtle shell, perhaps? Once again, the power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan surged forth. Enhanced Almighty Push. A more terrifying and refined repulsive force erupted violently, centered around him. Boom. The invisible repulsive field crashed against the seemingly indestructible wall of sand gold. Crack. Crack. Instantly, the surface of the wall was covered in a web of fissures. Following that, under the horrified gaze of Rosa, that prideful absolute defense he boasted of crumbled as if struck by an invisible hammer. It shattered into a storm of golden dust. The formidable repulsive force continued unabated, piercing through the fragmented sand gold. Rosa and several of his guards were caught completely off guard and were violently thrown away by that irresistible force. They followed the path of the fourth Raikage, crashing against the already ruined mountainside. Blood stained the cold rocks. The entire assembly hall lay in ruins. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen in place, his pipe having fallen unnoticed from his hand. He gazed at the youth who single-handedly toyed with the four great Kage, his heart filled with bitterness and helplessness. What manner of monster had Konoha unleashed? Conan stood behind Summer Solstice, watching it all unfold, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. This was the man she chose to follow, powerful to the point of despair. Summer Solstice slowly withdrew his hand, surveying the pallid faces of the guards and warriors around him. Who else wishes to test their mettle? Chapter 62. The Earth Explosion Star as a Firework. Susanu's Demolition Bureau. The five Kage's collective breach of defense. Summer Solstice's arrogant words struck the hearts of every survivor. Inside the conference room, a deathly silence reigned. Sarutobi Hiruzen beheld the scene before him, akin to a battlefield of the damned. The Raikage was unresponsive, while the other three Kage were in disarray. A wave of indescribable bitterness and despair surged within him. Today, Konoha's dignity and the honor of the five great villages lay utterly trampled beneath the feet of this 17-year-old youth. It cannot end like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands formed seals with astonishing speed, each one clear and steady, a testament to decades of combat experience. How could a mere child dare to act recklessly in the presence of one who has traversed the ninja world for decades? 5 Nature Transformation, Great Rasen, Shuriken. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, water. 5 elemental chakras surged wildly around him. 5 grotesque dragons of pure elements coalesced behind him. The fire dragon roared with fervent heat. The wind dragon tore through the air. The lightning dragon shimmered with destruction. The earth dragon bore immense weight. And the water dragon churned with waves. The 5 elemental dragons, from 5 different angles, roared forth with cataclysmic might, attempting to obliterate Summer Solstice. They sealed off all possible escape routes, seeking to crush him with the purest elemental force. Facing this textbook combination of 5 elemental attacks, Summer Solstice maintained an expression of serene indifference. His light purple eternal Mangeki Sharingan was no mere decoration. He could clearly perceive the flow of chakra and the ultimate paths of their attacks. A trivial trick. He did not even resort to large-scale defensive ninjutsu. His figure merely flickered, leaving behind an afterimage. Flying Thunder God technique. At the moment the 5 elemental dragons were about to converge, he darted between the gaps of their attacks with astonishing speed. Flames brushed past him, fierce winds tugged at his clothing, lightning barely missed him, earth shattered beneath his feet, and water splashed upon his shoes. He evaded all attacks, as if strolling through a garden. The attacks of the 5 elemental dragons struck the already ruined conference room, resulting in a violent explosion. Dust billowed, and debris scattered. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted in shock. His prideful composite ninjutsu had failed to even graze the opponent's clothing. The third Hokage. A cold voice suddenly echoed from not far behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen spun around abruptly, only to find Summer Solstice had appeared several meters behind him, arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face. You are aging. Summer Solstice's tone dripped with unrestrained derision. Such an attack was hardly even a warm-up. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his heart plummet. He realized Summer Solstice spoke the truth. The passage of time and the waning of chakra had rendered him unable to exhibit the prowess of his prime. Compared to the monstrous youth before him, he indeed felt aged. Can an old man still dine? The answer seemed to be a resounding no. Yet he did not give up. He was the Hokage of Konoha, and behind him lay the entire village. He could not retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed seals once more, a powerful wave of chakra emanating from him. He prepared to unleash his ultimate sealing technique, willing to pay any price to eliminate this threat. Summer Solstice seemed to see through his intentions. Having lost patience with continuing this game with the weak, the game must end. He clasped his hands together forcefully, the power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan erupting without reservation at that moment. Earth Explosion Star, a core, exuding a terrifying gravitational force and as black as ink, slowly formed in his palm and rapidly ascended. The moment that black core appeared, a horrifying gravitational force descended, capable of devouring all. The 5 Kage's faces simultaneously changed dramatically upon sensing that dreadful pull. Not good. It's the Earth Explosion Star. Noki screamed in panic. He had seen records of this technique in ancient scrolls. It was the legendary technique used by the Sage of 6 Paths to create the moon. Everyone, do everything in your power to stop it. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed fiercely. In that instant, the 5 Kage were compelled to join forces. They disregarded their injuries and chakra depletion, each unleashing their strongest defensive or offensive ninjutsu. The Reikage forced the remnants of his lightning chakra to counteract the pull. The wind shadow Rosa manipulated the myriad grains of sand to form layered barriers of defense. The earth shadow Noki unleashed dust release once more, attempting to directly decompose the black core. The water shadow Meitarumi employed both dissolution and boil release to create a highly acidic steam barrier, seeking to corrode and weaken the gravitational force. Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed the adamantine staff to its utmost form, becoming a colossal pillar that thrust towards the descending black core. Boom! Various elemental ninjutsu clashed violently against that terrifying gravitational field, producing a deafening roar. The entire mountainous region of the Iron Country trembled under the impact of this force. Ultimately, under the united offensive of the 5 Kage, the black core could no longer withstand the burden and exploded in midair. The terrifying gravitational force vanished abruptly. However, the 5 Kage had expended massive amounts of chakra, gasping for breath, their faces pale, nearly devoid of strength to stand. Summer Solstice gazed at the dissipating black core in midair, merely snorting, his expression devoid of any surprise. It seemed that everything had unfolded as he had anticipated. The chakra within him erupted once more terrifying and despairing than before, descending like divine retribution. Buzz, under the horrified gazes of all, a towering figure, clad in dark purple armor resembling a tengu and wielding 2 gigantic chakra swords gleaming with lightning, rose from the ground. The colossal figure loomed overhead, nearly obscuring the sky, casting a suffocating shadow. This Susanoo, although not yet perfected due to the impure nature of the Rinnegan of the Summer Solstice, had its power significantly enhanced after merging with Nagato's Rinnegan. Yet, the application of the 6 Paths power remained imperfect, its might perhaps falling short of the legendary complete Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Nevertheless, the pure, Annihilative aura it exuded instilled a profound sense of despair deep within the souls of all present, including the 5 Kage-level warriors. Their perceptions were shattered. Such strength was beyond the realm of humanity. It was the domain of deities. Standing within the diamond-shaped crystal atop Susanu's forehead, the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan coldly surveyed the scene below. He slowly raised one arm of Susanu, wielding the resplendent chakra sword crackling with lightning, and casually swept it toward the distant, majestic snow-capped mountain range. There was no earth-shattering sound, only an invisible, terrifying pressure that seemed capable of severing all things sliced through the air. In the next instant, amidst the stunned gazes of all, that towering mountain, which had stood for millennia, was cleaved in two by the seemingly casual strike. The earth trembled and the snow cascaded down. The thunderous roar followed belatedly. The 5 Kage, along with their surviving guards, beheld this scene reminiscent of divine retribution, utterly losing the will to resist. Their faces were etched with boundless fear and despair. The voice of the summer solstice emanated from Susanu, akin to a divine decree. Now, do you have any final words? Chapter 63. The 5 Kage Summit transforms into a family reunion? Kakashi, my friend has actually become one. Seeing the silence of the crowd, the enormous chakra sword of Susanu slowly lifted. The sword's tip pointed menacingly at the nearly incapacitated 5 Kage. Since you choose silence, then perish. The chilling voice, void of any emotion, reverberated through the ruined conference hall. The terrifying pressure of the sword made it difficult for the surviving guards and warriors to even breathe. The eyes of the 5 Kage were filled with despair. They understood that in the face of this godlike Susanu, any resistance was futile. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. Just as the summer solstice prepared to command Susanu to deliver a fatal blow to the 5 Kage, a peculiar distortion suddenly occurred in the space before the point of the impending attack, which should have been devoid of anything. Following that, a figure clad in the Akatsuki's signature black and red cloud robe, wearing an orange vortex mask, emerged from the warped space. It was none other than Uchiha Obito. Or rather, at this moment, he preferred to be called Toby. He positioned himself between the summer solstice's Susanu and the nearly breathless 5 Kage. Ah, summer solstice. Aren't you being a bit too harsh? Obito taunted with a nonchalant tone. His voice, distorted by the mask, came off as somewhat absurd. After all, they are the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages. If you kill them, the ninja world will become rather dull. He spread his hands, as if the tense atmosphere before him was merely a trivial game. Saratobi Hiruzen and the others felt a chill upon seeing the sudden appearance of the Akatsuki member. Another one? And it seems he is not allied with Uchiha Summer Solstice. Obito tilted his head, his soul eye peering through the mask's opening at the remaining 5 Kage. You esteemed Kage, it appears your day is not going well. He shifted his tone, laced with a hint of seduction. You see, I have a marvelous plan that could bring true peace to the ninja world. Once the Moon Eye plan is realized, there will be no more wars, no more suffering, and everyone can attain eternal happiness in a beautiful dream. What do you think? Isn't that much better than your current bloodshed and power struggles? Obito's words flowed like a devil's whisper, attempting to sow seeds of chaos in the hearts of the 5 Kage, hoping to profit from the turmoil between them and the summer solstice. The summer solstice stood within the crystal atop Susanu's forehead, his Nine-Tomo Rinnegan coldly scrutinizing the masked figure below. The Moon Eye plan? Eternal happiness? What an atrocious lie. Finally willing to show your face, you conniving puppet master. The voice of the summer solstice was icy, devoid of any fluctuation. He saw through Obito's hypocritical mask and inept theatrics. This individual was indeed one of the true instigators of the Fourth Shinobi World War, attempting to draw all into the infinite illusion of the Tsukuyami. Upon hearing the summer solstice's words, Obito's body stiffened slightly. His usually flippant tone experienced a subtle pause. It seemed that this Uchiha Summer Solstice was aware of something. Oh dear, what is Summer Solstice talking about? I'm just an ordinary person who loves peace. Obito attempted to continue his ridiculous charade. Yet, the summer solstice had lost patience for this farce. Enough of this nonsense. The colossal chakra sword of Susanu suddenly slashed toward Obito. As the devastating strike descended, Obito's form became ethereal, akin to a phantom. Avoiding the lethal blow just in time, the chakra sword pierced through his intangible body, crashing heavily into the ground. Oh, missed, did we? Obito's voice echoed once more, retaining that infuriating tone. Utilizing the ability of Kimui, he deftly evaded Susanu's attack. Kamui, is it? The right eye of the Summer Solstice's Rinnegan shimmered with a faint light. His Kamui, having integrated certain characteristics of Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami and nourished by Nagato's Rinnegan, had achieved a new pinnacle of spatial perception and control. The same tricks 1T work against me. The Summer Solstice's figure flashed out from Susanu, directly appearing before Obito. He unleashed a powerful punch. The wind of his strike fierce. Yet, Obito's form once again became ethereal, allowing the punch to pass through without resistance. I told you can't hit me. Obito's words trailed off, his expression suddenly shifting. For the fist of the Summer Solstice, having passed through his intangible form, inexplicably redirected its attack from an entirely impossible angle. Aiming once more at his tangible self. This was the Summer Solstice's deeper understanding of Kamui. While in an ethereal state, one could not be struck by physical attacks. Yet their essence still existed within Kamui's alternate space. And the Summer Solstice's Kamui was now capable of exerting a certain degree of interference within that alternate space. Obito's heart raced, and he immediately dispelled his ethereal form, leaping back in a desperate attempt to evade the sudden strike from the Summer Solstice. Your Kamui seems a bit different from mine. Obito's voice carried a newfound weight. He sensed that the Summer Solstice's Kamui subtly surpassed his in precision and range of spatial manipulation. Stolen power hardly compares to mine. The Summer Solstice's tone was rife with disdain. The two Uchiha, each wielding the Mangeki Sharingan, engaged in a fierce battle of space-time ninjutsu. Obito continuously employed the transition between ethereal and tangible forms, seeking to evade the Summer Solstice's relentless attacks while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Their bodies flickered between reality and illusion, embroiled in a dazzling chase and conflict above the shattered conference hall. The surviving Kage guards and warriors could only watch in stunned silence. The intensity of this battle has transcended their capacity for comprehension. Is this the might of the Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the two entangled figures in the sky, his heart heavy with bitterness. Once upon a time, the Uchiha clan was a source of immense pride for Konoha. Now, however, they have become the greatest threat to Konoha and the entire shinobi world. Amidst the fierce combat, the nine-tomo Rinnegan of Shaji remained unflinchingly analytical, scrutinizing every movement of Obito, every shift between intangibility and corporeality. Soon, he discerned several critical weaknesses in Obito's Kamui. Firstly, in his intangible state, Obito is incapable of launching an attack. He must revert to solidity to strike. Secondly, the duration of his intangibility is not limitless. Based on Shaji's observations and the analysis offered by his Rinnegan, Obito's maximum duration of intangibility hovers around 5 minutes. Exceeding this time frame would necessitate reversion to corporeality, or else his ocular power would rapidly deplete, burdening his body. I see through your tricks, Shaji's voice, cold as an icy current, echoed in Obito's ears. A shiver ran through Obito as he felt Shaji's rhythm of attack shift abruptly. No longer was it the previous relentless onslaught. Instead, every strike was meticulously timed to exploit the intervals between Obito's transitions. Seizing the moment when Obito's long-duration intangibility concluded, Shaji struck as Obito sought to regain his physical form. It was an exceedingly brief vulnerability, lasting less than 1/10 of a second, yet for Shaji, possessing the nine-tomo Rinnegan, it was ample opportunity. Now, Shaji's figure blinked into existence before Obito, moving with unparalleled speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. The power of the sixth gate, combined with the instantaneous burst of the flying thunder god technique, propelled his fist towards the orange whirlpool mask on Obito's face. Obito's pupils dilated in alarm. He attempted to phase out once more, but found his ocular power sluggish. In that instant of attack, Shaji had subtly invoked the mental disorientation feature, basic, granted by his right eye's Kamui. Though a mere whisper of influence, it proved lethal at such a critical juncture. With a sharp crack, the orange whirlpool mask shattered beneath Shaji's blow, fragments scattering in all directions, revealing a right face marred by gruesome scars, yet one that struck an eerie familiarity in the hearts of some present. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Obito. A voice filled with shock and disbelief rang out not far away. Hatake Kakashi. As one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's bodyguards, he had sustained some injuries in the earlier combat, yet his consciousness remained intact. Upon witnessing the face unveiled beneath the shattered mask, he felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. The Sharingan in his left eye constricted sharply with overwhelming shock. That face, one that had haunted his nightmares countless times, evoking guilt and longing. How could this be? Obito was meant to have perished long ago in the battle at Kanabi Bridge, sacrificing himself heroically for Kakashi and Rin, crushed by a boulder after entrusting one of his Sharingan to him. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kakashi's voice trembled with emotion, struggling to accept the harsh reality before him. His once-deceased friend, who had once sacrificed everything for his comrades, who held the belief that those who did not cherish their companions were the dregs of society. How had he become this cynical adversary, viewing human life as insignificant, intent on obliterating the world? The immense shock rendered Kakashi's mind blank. As Shaji's punch landed, Obito staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Instinctively, he covered his shattered mask and the right side of his face exposed to the crowd. When he felt Kakashi's gaze filled with shock and anguish, his body stiffened slightly. A complex and inscrutable emotion flickered in his singular eye. Shaji coldly observed the scene, refraining from immediately delivering a fatal blow. He wished to see what new tactics this Uchiha, whose soul had been twisted by hatred and deception, would employ now that his true identity had been revealed. This unfolding drama appeared to be even more intriguing than he had anticipated. Amidst the ruins of the Five Kage summit, the atmosphere reached an eerie peak. All eyes were fixated on the man with the scarred right face, his expression a tumult of complexity. Uchiha Obito. This name, once presumed dead, resurfaced in the shinobi world, stirring new ripples. Chapter 64. Kakashi's words fail, Shaji shatters the mask, Black Zetsu delivers his head. In the fragmented conference hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. Obito regarded Kakashi's ghostly expression, and a twisted mockery emerged on his scarred face. What's the matter, Kakashi? His voice, once cloaked in pretense, now dripped with malice. Shouldn't one feel joy upon encountering a long-lost comrade? Kakashi's body trembled violently as he approached Obito step by step. Is it really you, Obito? How could you? He struggled to reconcile the malevolent aura radiating from this man with the memory of his friend, who had once sacrificed everything for their comrades. Obito let out a low, deranged laughter, his voice echoing with madness. How did I become this way? A flicker of pain crossed his singular eye, soon replaced by a deeper resentment. You should ask yourself, Kakashi, if only you had protected Rin. If only this wretched world, filled with war and betrayal, had not existed. How could Rin have died? How could I have become what I am now? The memory of Rin's death pierced Kakashi's heart like the sharpest dagger. Obito's voice oozed with seduction as he surveyed everyone present, including those who had nearly lost their will to fight. Look at this world. War, hatred, death, betrayal. The so-called peace is merely a fleeting breath before a greater war descends. Humanity's treachery knows no bounds, and as long as humans exist, true peace will forever remain an impossibility. His voice reverberated above the ruins, attempting to convey his profound despair to every remaining life, especially to Kakashi, who bore a heavy burden due to Rin's death. Obito seemed poised to elaborate further on his grand vision of the Eye of the Moon plan, aiming to rally or divide those present. Just then, a cold and impatient voice interrupted him. Using a woman's death as an excuse for your own descent into depravity is truly pathetic. Shaji's nine-tomo Rinnegan observed Obito with indifference. A coward, mired in the past and unwilling to confront reality, has no right to speak of peace. Shaji's words struck at the most tender and unapproachable wound in Obito's heart. The hypocritical mockery that had adorned Obito's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a tempest of rage and murderous intent. What do you understand? He bellowed at Shaji, his voice contorted by fury. You have no comprehension of the pain of losing a loved one. You do not know the despair of watching the most important person die before your eyes, powerless to intervene. The pattern of his Mangeki Sharingan spun wildly within his singular eye. A tremendous surge of ocular power erupted, warping the surrounding space. Obito realized that any attempt to sway Shaji with words or escape from his grasp was now utterly futile. This Uchiha Shaji harbored an unabashed enmity towards him, and his strength was unfathomable. The sole path left was to fight with all his might. With astonishing speed, he formed hand seals, and a surge of malevolent chakra, linked to the outer path's golem, began to swell within him. He endeavored to summon a fraction of the golem's formidable power, leveraging that immense chakra for one final stand. Yet, The eyes of Summer Solstice's Rinnegan, adorned with 9 tomo, had already discerned all his intentions. Just as the terrifying chakra of the golem was about to descend, the power of Summer Solstice's Rinnegan erupted with ferocity. A force from the 6 paths abruptly severed the summoning connection between Obito and the golem. Obito felt an overwhelming backlash. His chakra spiraled into chaos, and he coughed up blood. The summoning had failed. Summer Solstice appeared before Obito as if teleporting, showing no hesitation as he delivered a devastating kick infused with ominous power directly to Obito's chest. The impact sent Obito hurtling back like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the distant ruins and stirring up clouds of dust. He struggled to rise, but the sheer force of Summer Solstice's strike rendered him temporarily immobile. Just as Summer Solstice prepared to advance and eliminate the troublesome Obito once and for all, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A shadow, as dark as ink and seemingly coalesced from pure malevolence, silently emerged from the shadows beneath Summer Solstice's feet. The speed of this shadow was unparalleled, aiming directly for the vulnerable spot on Summer Solstice's back. It was Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu, this schemer, who had lurked for a millennium, manipulating the course of ninja history from the shadows, had been waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It sought to replicate its past success of controlling Indra and Uchiha Madara, aiming to seize Summer Solstice, the newly emerged strongest incarnation of Indra, who possessed the Rinnegan. With Summer Solstice under its control, its plan to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki could proceed unhindered. However, Black Zetsu's seemingly well-concealed ambush was laid bare before Summer Solstice's keen Rinnegan. As Black Zetsu's dark claws were about to make contact with Summer Solstice's body, he did not even turn around. With a swift and casual motion, he reached back and grasped with lightning speed and pinpoint accuracy, as if he had foreseen Black Zetsu's approach from that angle. A piercing and anguished scream erupted as Black Zetsu, composed of chakra, was effortlessly yanked from the shadows as if one might catch a chick. Firmly held in Summer Solstice's grip, the mass of black chakra writhed and struggled in his hand, emitting silent roars in an attempt to escape its binding. Yet, Summer Solstice's hand remained unyielding, like a vice. Disgusting. He regarded the twisting mass of darkness with a flicker of revulsion in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the human path ability of his Rinnegan, the soul search technique. This was no ordinary soul search. Enhanced by the vast power of his Rinnegan and the system's fortification, the technique's effect became even more tyrannical and thorough. An invisible mental force enveloped Black Zetsu's core of consciousness in an instant. No. Black Zetsu emitted a desperate wail, sensing its memories being forcibly stripped away and read. The secrets it had concealed for millennia, the truths about Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the conspiracies meticulously crafted for her resurrection surged into Summer Solstice's mind. The origins of the Otsutsuki clan, the secrets of the divine tree, the genesis of chakra, the entangled destinies of the Sage of 6 Paths and Kagaya, and the true purpose of the Moon Eye plan, not to bring peace, but to resurrect Kagaya and transform the world into a nursery for the divine tree, along with Black Zetsu itself, as an extension of Kagaya's will, which had manipulated the entire history of the ninja world for 1,000 years. A torrent of information, vast enough to upend the very understanding of the ninja world, detonated within Summer Solstice's mind. His body swayed slightly, and the brilliance of his 9-tomo Rinnegan deepened, turning colder. Thus, he comprehended the deepest truths of this world. Black Zetsu's struggles gradually waned. Its core of consciousness was on the brink of collapse under Summer Solstice's relentless soul search. Releasing his grip, the now unconscious black mass fell to the ground like a lump of clay. He did not glance at Black Zetsu again. Instead, his gaze turned toward the horizon, where the land of the ninja was shrouded in war and hatred. Chapter 65. Summer Solstice flips the table at the 5 Kage Summit. Kneel or be shattered. The ninja world belongs to the Summer Clan. The brilliance of Summer Solstice's 9-tomo Rinnegan flickered as he continued to digest the monumental information that could transform the entire understanding of the ninja world. The Otsutsuki clan, the divine tree, the origins of chakra, Kagaya's will, would have been deemed the history of ninjas was merely a grand deception woven over a millennium. A flicker of enlightenment crossed his eyes, alongside a deeper wariness of the Otsutsuki clan from the distant starry sky. Following the forced soul search, Black Zetsu's dark mass became exceedingly weakened, nearly dissipating. However, as an extension of Kagaya's will, Its essence was uniquely special, not merely a simple creation of chakra. Summer Solstice showed no signs of hesitation, directly commanding the system in his mind. System completely refined this entity. Special command received, commencing refinement of target, Black Zetsu. Refinement in progress. An invisible force surged from Summer Solstice's palm into the dark mass of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu emitted a desperate howl from the depths of its soul before surrendering entirely. Its existence was being disassembled, absorbed, and transformed by the system in an incomprehensible manner. During the process of refining Black Zetsu, Summer Solstice unexpectedly sensed a trace of ancient, ethereal chakra being extracted from its remnants, merging into his own being. Kagaya's chakra. This essence resonated marvelously with the power of his eyes. The patterns on the surface of his pale purple nine tomo Rinnegan appeared increasingly profound, and the hue of the nine tomo grew more vividly scarlet and otherworldly. Subtly, there were signs of a small step toward the legendary Rinnegan of Kagaya, the Moon Eye. Ding! Refinement of Black Zetsu complete. Host gains a small amount of Kagaya's original chakra. Rinnegan evolution progress slightly increased. Rinnegan exchange progress, 78. While Summer Solstice dealt with Black Zetsu and absorbed the vast memories, in the ruins afar, the gravely wounded Obito struggled to rise from the rubble. He gazed at Summer Solstice, who was absorbing some unknown power, fear and resentment flooding his singular eye. If he did not escape now, he would truly perish here. Forcing his remaining chakra into action, the pattern of his Manjiki Sharingan spun wildly. Kamui. Obito's figure distorted, unceremoniously vanishing from the spot, fleeing from the battlefield that had left him utterly hopeless. Summer Solstice slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the direction Obito had vanished, choosing not to pursue immediately. From Black Zetsu's memories, he had already discerned the ultimate fate of this pawn. Keeping him alive might hold some negligible value for future use. Having witnessed Summer Solstice shatter Obito's mask with a single punch, capturing the eerie black shadow, and extracting some mysterious power from it, the five Kage present, along with the guards who had gradually regained their composure from the initial shock, completely lost the last vestiges of their will to resist. They finally comprehended that the Uchiha Shaji before them was no longer a being they could understand or conquer. The prowess he exhibited, along with his profound insight into the deepest secrets of the ninja world, had ascended to an unimaginable realm. He had nearly become a deity. All gazes were fixed upon the imposing figure of Uchiha Shaji, akin to a demonic god, their faces etched with despair and helplessness. They understood that the landscape of the ninja world would be irrevocably altered from this day forth. The era of the 5 great ninja villages might soon draw to a close. Shaji regarded the silent and despondent 5 Kage and once again spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. Within a week's time, I demand that the 5 great ninja villages and their respective daimyos submit a letter of surrender to Shinami, acknowledging its supreme dominion. Saratobi Hizashi opened his mouth to say something, only to find his throat parched, unable to utter a single word. Reikage clenched his fists tightly, yet felt powerless to counter. Anoki lowered his head, his hunched back accentuating his age. Tsunade's visage bore no trace of charm, only profound fatigue. The expression on Raza's face remained dark, but underneath that gloom lay an inescapable fear. Shaji's gaze swept over their faces. Otherwise, bear the consequences. This final ultimatum struck the hearts of the 5 Kage like a death knell. They recognized that this was not a threat, but a declaration of an impending reality. Resistance would lead to only one outcome, demise. Shaji chose not to elaborate further. Turning away with Konan, his figure flickered and tore through space, vanishing from the scene, leaving behind a ravaged meeting hall and a group utterly devoid of hope. Upon returning to Shinami, Shaji continued his seclusion. Konan stood on the lookout deck of the fortress, gazing down below. Those who once belonged to the Rain Village were now working alongside other newly inducted members of Shinami, under the command of the Uchiha clan, engaged in some unknown construction. Her eyes inadvertently drifted toward the core control room of the fortress, where Uchiha Shaji was in seclusion. The boy who single-handedly swept aside the 5 Kage, exposing the millennia-old deception of the ninja world, and could even capture and refine the legendary Kagaya. Initially, her choice was to submit, laced with reluctance and ulterior motives. However, having witnessed the divine-like scenes at the 5 Kage summit, her heart had become occupied by a tangle of emotions: reverence, fear, and an unrecognized yearning for that absolute power. Perhaps this power could indeed bring about the form of peace that Yahiko and Nagato sought, even if that peace were to be established upon the foundation of absolute dominion. Within the core of the fortress, in a chamber constructed from special metals, Shaji sat cross-legged, his 9-tomo Rinnegan slowly closing. The vast memories obtained from Kaguya swirled in his mind as he continued to digest this information. The weaknesses of Kaguya, the conditions for resurrection, the essence of the divine tree, and the potential threats posed by other Otsutsuki clan members. Each piece of information pointed toward a broader and more perilous world. As Shaji opened his eyes, a sinister smile graced his lips. How incredibly intriguing. It seemed he would require additional time to assimilate this information. However, based on his current knowledge, he should begin preparing certain elements in advance. A preliminary plan targeting this progenitor of chakra began to take shape in his mind. At that moment, a chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Beep. The host is now preliminarily equipped with the power and prestige to unify the ninja world. Ultimate Task 1 officially released. Ninja World Unification. Chapter 66. Tsunade's return to turn the tide? Must it be through seduction? Upon hearing the system announcement, Shaji's consciousness was abruptly pulled away from his contemplation of the Otsutsuki. Task requirement. Completely unify the entire ninja world. Establish a singular order. Eliminate the barriers between nations and villages, and realize true peace in the ninja world, defined by the host. Task reward. Otsutsuki Bloodline Essence. Primary. 1. Effect. Significantly enhances the host's life tier. Comprehensively strengthens physical attributes, chakra volume, and affinity and control over the 6 paths power. Otsutsuki Bloodline Essence. Excitement lit up Shaji's face. This substance was more significant than any jutsu or dojitsu. It represented a leap in life tier and was the key to attaining the true realm of the Sage of 6 Paths unifying the ninja world. This task aligned perfectly with his original plans, even to the extent of being tailor-made for him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office at Konoha, the atmosphere was oppressive. Sarutobi Hisashi sat in the main seat, disheartened, as the pipe in his hand had long since extinguished, cold ash scattered across the table. The grim aftermath of the summit and Shaji's godlike ultimatum replayed in his mind. Tsunade, Narashikaku, and several high-ranking Umbu members gathered around the conference table. Disbelief etched on each of their faces. Uchiha Shaji had truly accomplished it. Tsunade's voice was dry, tinged with a fear she herself had not recognized. Sweeping aside the 5 Kage, exposing Kaguya, and even declaring his intent to unify the ninja world, it was no longer a threat, but an unvarnished reality. Narashikaku adjusted his glasses, his sharp eyes dulled by an overwhelming sense of impotence. The terrifying Rinnegan and its 9 tomos, along with that fearsome Susanoo, had rendered him beyond their capacity to contend. Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply. The pace of Shinami's expansion was alarmingly rapid. Having absorbed the Rain Village and consolidated the remnants of Akatsuki, if given more time, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. The Hokage's office fell into a stifling silence. After a long pause, Tsunade slammed her palm on the table, her voice piercing. We cannot simply sit idly by. She stood abruptly, her aged cheeks flushed with excitement. Konoha's dignity must not be trampled upon by a mere Uchiha brat. I propose we gather all the village's forces and engage Shinami in a decisive battle. Even if it means mutual destruction, we must preserve Konoha's final honor. Tsunade, calm down. Narashikaku interrupted sharply. Engage in a decisive battle? With what? Have you not seen reality? Even the 5 Kage united could not stand against him, let alone us. Are you prepared to send Konoha's ninjas to their deaths for no reason? Then what do you suggest? Should we bow to a 17-year-old child? Submit to a traitor of the Uchiha clan? Tsunade's tone was filled with defiance. This is not about pride. This is a matter of survival. Narashikaku's forehead glistened with sweat. Shaji's power had surpassed all reason. What we need to consider now is how to secure a sliver of hope for Konoha without provoking him. A heated argument ensued in the Hokage's office. The pro-war faction insisted that Konoha's honor was inviolable and that they must expend every effort to engage Shinami in a decisive battle, regardless of the cost. The peace faction contended that Shaji's strength was beyond human reckoning, and rashly initiating a conflict would only hasten Konoha's demise. Instead, it would be wiser to endure and seek alternative strategies. Both sides held their ground, debating fervently, yet they could not arrive at a unified conclusion. Sarutobi Hisashi silently absorbed it all, his bitterness unrecognized by anyone. He understood that no matter the choice made, Konoha would face an unprecedented crisis. Just then, a gentle knock echoed at the office door. An Umbu member appeared at the threshold, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama has returned. Tsunadeheim, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Tsunade, has unexpectedly returned to the village at this critical moment. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Was it hope or another impending trouble? The quarrels within the conference room momentarily ceased with Tsunade's arrival. As all eyes turned towards the entrance, her tall and voluptuous figure entered with an aura of undeniable authority, exuding a presence that commanded respect. Tsunade appeared as her usual lazy yet defiant self, but her amber eyes were sharp as an eagle's, surveying every individual present. Naturally, each person in attendance couldn't help but focus on certain aspects of her appearance. Even the other women took furtive glances. Tsunade approached the head seat without hesitation, pulling out a chair and sitting down with her legs crossed. "Speak, old man," she said, her voice laced with a slight rasp. "You called me back from so far away. What calamity has befallen the village?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips moved, ultimately forming a long sigh. He recounted the events of the 5 Kage summit, the ultimatum from Uchiha Shizuku, and the dire situation Konoha currently faced. As Hiruzen narrated the events, the laziness faded from Tsunade's expression, replaced by an increasingly grave demeanor. Upon hearing that Uchiha Shizuku had single-handedly overwhelmed the 5 Kage and possessed the legendary Rinnegan, her pupils dilated in shock. 17-year-old Uchiha, Rinnegan, unifying the ninja world, Tsunade murmured, her mind racing with thoughts. What the hell? If you 5 Kage couldn't handle him, why summon me? Do you expect me to? The office fell into an oppressive silence, all eyes fixated on Tsunade, awaiting her decision. Would she lead Konoha into a futile resistance, or humbly bow to a mere 17-year-old? The future of Konoha seemed to rest solely on her shoulders. Tsunade remained silent for a considerable time before raising her head, her amber eyes glinting with determination. Before making her final decision, she spoke clearly, her voice resonating in the ears of all present. "I must first meet Uchiha Shizuku. I wish to see for myself what he intends to turn this world into." This declaration astonished everyone in the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Be careful," he cautioned. In the subsequent chapter, the atmosphere in the office lightened slightly due to Hiruzen's decision as Tsunade prepared to depart. Upon reaching the village entrance, a familiar voice called out to her. "Tsunade, that kid is a monster. Rinnegan, Sage Mode. Going there is tantamount to seeking death." Jiraiya blocked her path, his expression unusually grave. Tsunade smirked coldly, having heard about Jiraiya's situation. Nevertheless, she was determined to confront this so-called monster. "Monster? I want to see how he dares to threaten Konoha." "Jiraiya, step aside. Why won't you listen, you old hag?" he exclaimed, spreading his arms to obstruct her passage. "If something happens to you, what will I do alone?" As he spoke, Jiraiya's hands began to wander towards Tsunade. Tsunade's brow furrowed immediately, an angry emblem forming above her head. This guy thought he was genuinely concerned, but he was just trying to take advantage of her. Unforgivable. She swung her fist with precision, sending Jiraiya crashing against the wall, sliding down in a defeated heap. "Cough, cough, crazy woman." Jiraiya clutched his chest, grimacing in pain. Tsunade did not look back as she strode away. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, Mito Kazumi, and Nara Shikamaru stood by the window, speechless at the scene. Meanwhile, the turmoil in Konoha echoed throughout other ninja villages. In the Raikage's office of Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage, laid Uchiha Shizuku's ultimatum upon the table. The high-ranking officials instantly erupted in fury. "How dare a mere Uchiha brat threaten us? Indeed, does he seek death? Humph. Those Konoha fools. We are different." A's expression was one of helplessness, unsure of how to convey Shizuku's strength to the others. Under pressure from the high-ranking officials, it could only prepare a dual response. "Send my orders. Gather all forces and prepare for battle." In the Tsuchikage's office of Awagakure, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in the air, presenting the information he held to the gathered assembly. Upon seeing it, their faces turned ashen. "Rinnegan, Susanoo, what on earth is this child?" "Father, should we unite with other villages?" asked Kuratsuchi. Anoki shook his head. "Shizuku's goal is to unify the ninja world. We Awagakure may not escape his grasp, and he has already issued a clear warning. He gazed out the window at the jagged rocky peaks. Perhaps it's time to consider the future of Awagakure. In the Mizukage's office of Kirigakure, the fifth Mizukage, Turumi Mei, wore a serious expression. Her once charming smile vanished. Her subordinates shared her grave demeanor. Uchiha Shizuku. The ninja world is about to undergo a transformation. Standing beside her, Chuji grasped his twin blades tightly, trembling slightly. Aoi calmly analyzed. Mizukage, your 5 Kage cannot match this Uchiha. With our current strength in Kirigakure, it would be even more difficult to confront Shizuku alone. Turumi Mei sighed. I know. I just didn't expect this day to arrive so swiftly and in such a manner. In the Kazakage's office of Sunagakure, the fourth Kazakage, Raza, bore a somber expression, grains of sand swirling restlessly in his hands, reflecting his inner turmoil. Uchiha Shizuku aims to unify the ninja world. Maki, standing beside him, wore an incredulous look, while Temari and Kankuro stood further back, equally shocked. Only Gaara, the red-haired boy with a large gourd on his back, displayed a glimmer of unusual interest. Father, is he very strong? Gaara's voice was slightly hoarse. Raza shot him a glance, but offered no reply. Strong? That is an understatement. Within the various ninja villages, the reverberations from Shizuku's ultimatum stirred immense agitation. The younger faction advocated for unity against Shizuku, determined to defend the honor of the 5 great villages. They believed that even if Uchiha Shizuku was powerful, he could not simultaneously confront the entire coalition of the ninja world. Conversely, the older faction adopted a more cautious stance. They recognized Shizuku's unfathomable strength through his performance at the 5 Kage Summit and his previous ruthless actions against the Akatsuki and the Rain Village. They deemed that Shizuku was an unstoppable force and suggested a temporary retreat or even surrender to preserve their villages. Amidst this turmoil, some astute smaller nations and ninja factions began to act discreetly. They dispatched emissaries bearing valuable gifts to the border regions where Shizuku resided, seeking favor with this emerging overlord, hoping to secure their place in the impending upheaval. In the mobile fortress of Shinjuku, in the core control room, Shizuku stood before a vast sand table, which prominently displayed the terrain of the land of fire, the land of rain, the land of hot water, and surrounding smaller nations. Shaonan stood beside him, reporting the latest intelligence. My lord, Tsunade from Konoha has set out and is expected to arrive in Shinyu within 2 days. Furthermore, there are evident divisions among the other 4 great ninja villages, with factions advocating for war and peace engaged in fierce disputes. Meanwhile, several minor nations have expressed goodwill towards us, and representatives from a few small ninja villages have secretly arrived at the outskirts of the basin, requesting an audience. Xiaji listened to the report, his expression unyielding. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated, except for Tsunade's unexpected arrival. What could her purpose in Shinyu be? Was she attempting to leverage her advantages to impede their plans? He chuckled softly, acknowledging Tsunade's formidable prowess. However, it seemed ineffective against a mere 17-year-old boy. The minor forces could be disregarded for the time being. He pointed at the map, indicating the Rain and Hot Springs villages. Our first step is to gain complete control over these 2 regions. Xiaji turned to his core officials in Shinyu, Uchiha Tai, Wensong, Uchiha Hwa, and several newly promoted Uchiha clan members responsible for various regional affairs. From today onwards, we will implement new policies within Shinyu and its initially controlled areas. His voice, though soft, resonated with authority. First, we abolish the traditional feudal lord system in all nations. All political, military, and financial powers shall be centralized under Shinyu's administration. Second, we will establish a centralized governance system with ninjas at its core. A council will be created, with myself as the highest speaker, and heads of departments serving as council members to jointly determine Shinyu's future. Third, we shall elevate the social standing and welfare of ninjas. All ninjas joining Shinyu, regardless of their origins, will be able to earn promotions and rewards based on their merits. These 3 directives detonated like bombs within Shinyu, igniting significant upheaval. The abolition of feudal lords, centralization of power, and elevation of ninja status undoubtedly disrupted the existing order of the ninja world. This reform greatly motivated the populace within Shinyu, especially those from humble or minor clan backgrounds, as they glimpsed a fairer and more hopeful future. However, it also threatened the interests of the aristocrats and local tyrants tied to the old feudal system. Some remnants of old powers in the hot springs and rain villages began covertly collaborating, attempting to resist Shinyu's rule. Yet these small-scale rebellions were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot against Shinyu's formidable military might. Uchiha Tai personally led Shinyu's elite forces, swiftly suppressing all insurrections with ruthless efficiency. Blood stained the streets of the rain and hot springs villages. The stubborn heads of the old aristocrats were displayed as a warning to others. Shinyu's rule rapidly solidified amidst the baptism of blood and fire. To further strengthen Shinyu's core foundation, Shaji opened the system store once more. His gaze landed on a special potion, Uchiha Bloodline Gene Optimization Liquid Intermediate. Effect: moderately increases the probability of Uchiha clan members awakening their Sharingan, enhances chakra potential, and has a very low chance of assisting in awakening the Manjiki Sharingan under specific conditions. Price: 10,000 premium points. Without hesitation, he purchased 5 vials. Ding. Consumed 50,000 premium points. Purchased 5 Uchiha Bloodline Gene Optimization Liquids, Intermediate. Premium points balance: 750 points. Shaji prioritized distributing these precious gene optimization liquids to the young Uchiha clan members who had performed exceptionally well in previous battles, demonstrating high loyalty and untapped potential. This included Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Huahua, and 3 other elite Uchiha Jounin who had made significant contributions during the conquest of the Hot Springs village and the suppression of the rebellion. The effects of the potion were immediate. Within a few days, the chakra levels and ocular powers of these 5 Uchiha clan members saw remarkable enhancement. Notably, 2 of the young Jounin, who previously possessed only the 3 Tomo Sharingan, began to brush against the threshold of the Manjiki Sharingan under the potion's influence and Shiazi's deliberate guidance. The Uchiha clan's core dominance within Shinyu was further solidified and elevated, while Shiazi meticulously implemented new policies in Shinyu, accumulating strength in anticipation of potential counterattacks from the 5 great villages. In Tsunade's arrival, an unexpected visitor appeared alone, quietly outside Shinyu's mobile fortress. Clad in the Akatsuki's black and red cloud cloak, his crimson Manjiki Sharingan calmly observed the fortress's towering metallic walls. It was Uchiha Itachi. It turned out that after Shaji left the village, certain events transpired that compelled him to join the Akatsuki. However, before he could complete his mission, he learned that the Akatsuki had been eradicated by Shaji. The patrolling guards at Shinyu's periphery, upon spotting Uchiha Itachi, immediately went on high alert. A sharp alarm sounded, and dozens of elite Uchiha ninjas surrounded Itachi from all sides, their weapons gleaming ominously. "Uchiha Itachi, what brings you here?" demanded an Uchiha Jounin sternly. "You traitor who has harmed our clan." Itachi disregarded their hostility and calmly replied, "I request an audience with Uchiha Shaji." Inside the fortress's core control room, Shaji observed this scene through surveillance equipment, a faint smile emerging on his face. He had already heard of these developments. Uchiha Itachi, a man burdened with much and concealing even more, had ultimately arrived. "Let him in." Shaji's voice was clearly conveyed through the communication device to the outer guards. Though hesitant, the guards complied, parting to create a path. Uchiha Itachi walked with measured steps, entering the mobile fortress alone. He wished to understand the peace envisioned by Uchiha Shaji. In the reception room of the Shinyu mobile fortress, the lighting was soft. Shaji and Uchiha Itachi sat across from each other, the air thick with silence. Itachi's appearance seemed markedly aged, and within the depths of his Manjiki Sharingan lay a hint of confusion. "You are here for Sasuke?" Shaji broke the silence first. His tone composed. Itachi's body subtly stiffened. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice hoarse. "When I left Konoha, I left Sasuke there. I slaughtered those stubborn remnants of our clan who sought to drag the Uchiha into darkness, including my father. I joined the Akatsuki to protect Konoha and Sasuke from the shadows." His tone was flat, as if recounting events detached from himself. Shaji had already heard of these matters. They were Itachi's heinous sins committed after he departed from the village. Yet, Shaji seemed to understand the rationale behind his actions, thus never contemplating pursuing him. Now, he could still sense the suppressed anguish lurking within Itachi through his subtle chakra fluctuations. A laughable act of self-sacrifice, Shaji's assessment was unrelenting. Itachi furrowed his brow, but refrained from rebuttal. "What is Sasuke's current situation in Konoha?" he finally asked, revealing one of the main purposes of his visit. Shaji lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip. Konoha's attitude towards him is no different from how they treated me back in the day. Suspicion, surveillance, and an incessant desire to control his eyes. They even wished to use Sasuke against me. Itachi's fists quietly clenched within his sleeves. He must be drowning in hatred for you now, yearning for the power of revenge. Shiaji continued, his tone laced with disdain. Itachi's breath quickened. What do you intend to do about Sasuke? He finally asked, posing the most critical question. He is, after all, a member of the Uchiha clan. Although he did not accompany me when I left the village, our blood is still that of the Uchiha lineage. Shiaji set down his teacup. Rest assured, I shall not interfere with his growth. The path he chooses in the future, whether to become a vengeful soul consumed by hatred or to pursue another way of living, will be entirely his decision. Yet, Shiaji's Nine-Tomo Rinnegan gazed solemnly at Itachi. If he should ever engage in actions that jeopardize the interests of the Divine City, I will show no mercy. Itachi's body tensed once more. Shiaji rose and approached the window, gazing out at the mobile fortress under construction, infused with a sense of futuristic technology. Follow me. After a moment's hesitation, Itachi complied. Shiaji guided Itachi through the burgeoning mobile fortress, showcasing the efficiently operating energy core, the orderly living quarters and training grounds, as well as the Uchiha members and new recruits diligently acquiring novel knowledge and skills. There was no trace of the repression and unease that had marked their time in Konoha. Instead, their faces radiated anticipation and enthusiasm for the future. In the Divine City, there is no oppression, no discrimination. Shiaji's voice echoed within the vast metallic corridors. Here, only strength and contribution command respect. The Uchiha are no longer subjects to be feared or purged. We are the architects and the core of this new order. Itachi silently observed everything. He saw those who had once been marginalized in Konoha now glowing with newfound confidence. He noted the young Uchiha children, learning in spacious, bright classrooms, studying knowledge he had never encountered. He even witnessed foreign ninjas and ordinary people collaborating with Uchiha clan members to contribute to the construction of the Divine City. It was indeed unlike any ninja village he had ever known. After a lengthy discussion and covert observation of the operations within the Divine City, Itachi felt the long-held tension within him begin to ease. He glimpsed a different future for the Uchiha, one unshackled from the chains of hatred and curses. Shiaji hoped he would stay, but Itachi declined, for he was now a pariah of the Uchiha, having slain his own kin. Before departing the Divine City, Itachi stood at the exit of the mobile fortress. He turned to Shiaji and bowed deeply. Shiaji, should I encounter unforeseen misfortune in the future, he implied the inevitable fateful clash with Sasuke. I hope you will, for the sake of our shared blood, protect Sasuke and grant him a chance to choose anew. Shiaji regarded him and, after a brief moment, nodded slightly. Very well. Itachi felt a weight lift from him, bowed once more, then turned, his silhouette merging with the encroaching twilight. His purpose for this visit seemed fulfilled. Days later, the mobile fortress of the Divine City had become increasingly intricate, taking on a substantial form. A colossal structure imbued with futuristic technology stood silently in a concealed basin. Tsunade arrived at the outskirts of the Divine City, weary from her journey. Upon seeing the metallic fortress, her amber eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly a stronghold of a recently established rogue ninja faction? The technological prowess, the scale, and the potent energy emanating from it surpassed anything seen in Konoha. She was further astonished by the efficient operational model within the Divine City and the fierce aura exuded by the patrolling ninjas. In the core assembly hall of the stronghold, aptly named the temple by Shiaji, Tsunade encountered the remarkably youthful new ruler of the ninja world, Uchiha Shiaji, seated in the main position. His pale purple Nine-Tomo Rinnegan calmly regarded her. Tsunade suppressed her shock, striving to maintain her composure. She spoke directly, her voice quivering slightly. Uchiha Shiaji, is the unity and peace you seek merely founded upon the fear instilled by your absolute might? What distinguishes a peace sustained through violence from war itself? Her questions reverberated in the vast assembly hall. Shiaji, confronted by Tsunade's inquiry, responded not with anger but with a chuckle, a light yet mocking sound. Wasn't the peace established by your grandfather, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, forcibly imposed through his unparalleled wood release and the might of the tailed beasts that could intimidate the entire ninja world? Tsunade's expression shifted slightly. Shiaji rose and approached her, looking down from his elevated position. The so-called peace is never attained through mere pleas and concessions. Before absolute power, all rules and orders are but playthings in the hands of the strong. He continued to expound on his philosophy, his nine-tomo Rinnegan glimmering with a disquieting light. What I aim to do is dismantle the absurd barriers between nations and villages, to consolidate the resources of the entire ninja world and allocate them uniformly. I intend to vigorously develop productivity and technology. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of his mouth as visions of advanced technological blueprints from higher civilizations danced in his mind. I want everyone to benefit from this unity, not just the few in power. I shall create a new world devoid of hunger and oppression, where all can reap rewards commensurate with their efforts. This is the peace I, Uchiha Syaji, strive for. Tsunade listened, utterly speechless, to Syaji's astonishing declarations. She found herself at a loss for words, for what he articulated seemed to bear a semblance of truth. Yet, deep within, she remained uneasy about a peace governed by absolute power. Silence enveloped the assembly hall once more. Ultimately, Tsunade raised her head, her amber eyes gazing at Syaji with a complex expression. I need time to consider. In the assembly hall, Syaji's voice resonated once more. I have little time. Tsunade, you have one day. Tsunade's heart sank. One day? She regarded the boy before her, his pale purple nine-tomo Rinnegan seemingly perceiving all. To unify the ninja world. Establish a new order. Abolish the daimyos. Elevate the status of ninjas. These words thundered in her mind. It was too audacious, yet too alluring. She recalled her deceased brother, Nawaki, who had aspired to be Hokage and protect the village. She thought of her lover, Dan, who yearned for peace and abhorred war. Yet, they were both gone, perished in this decaying world rife with conflict and hatred. If everything Syaji spoke could be realized, what are you afraid of? Syaji's voice interrupted her thoughts. Tsunade snapped back to reality, only to find herself drenched in cold sweat, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Before her, the vivid crimson of blood resurfaced. Her brother's blood, her lover's blood. A suppressed moan escaped her throat, her face paling instantly. The deep-seated terror of blood that had haunted her for years flared up once more. The world spun around her, the air filled with a piercing shriek. She felt on the brink of fainting. Syaji quietly observed her, the potency of his nine-tomo Rinnegan pulsating gently. He extended a finger, its tip gathering a warm vitality. This was the Kagaya chakra absorbed from Kagaya's black Zetsu, optimized through the system and blended with his own sage chakra. He gently pressed his fingertip to Tsunade's forehead, a warm current seeping in slowly. At the same time, a subtle essence of spiritual confusion, a primary characteristic, merged within the right eye of Syaji, quietly activated. It did not forcibly twist wills, but rather served as a gentle, positive mental suggestion, akin to the soft spring rain, nurturing the tightly wound heartstrings of Tsunade, which had been strained by fear. Blood is not terrifying. What is truly fearsome is the source that produces it. Syaji's voice resonated deeply within her soul. Miraculously, the tremors of Tsunade's body calmed. She felt the intense dread of blood recede, as if separated by an invisible barrier. It was no longer so sharp, no longer suffocating. Although it was not a complete cure, this long-lost tranquility left her in a state of bewilderment. She lifted her gaze to Syaji. This youth, his strength, his ideals, and his enigmatic healing methods. Perhaps he truly possessed the ability and determination to change this world. The confusion in Tsunade's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented resolve. She departed from the Divine City and returned to Konoha. Within the Hokage's office, arguments persisted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, T-Nami Koru, Mito Gate-in, Nara Shikaku, and several high-ranking members of the Umbu wore grave expressions. Tsunade's sudden return surprised everyone. Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded her. Without further ado, Tsunade recounted her conversation with Syaji, along with her observations in the Divine City. Upon hearing about the futuristic mobile fortress and Syaji's revolutionary new political ideas, a profound silence enveloped the room. Abolishing the daimyo, centralizing the ninja system, reallocating resources, Nara Shikaku murmured, a spark of contemplation igniting in his eyes. This is simply the ramblings of a madman. T-Nami Koharu was the first to voice opposition. Who does he think he is? The Sage of Six Paths? Mito Gate-un's countenance darkened. Such actions would be tantamount to opposing the traditions of the entire ninja world. He will fail. Our Konoha cannot yield to such a lunatic. Tsunade's cold gaze pierced through them, her amber eyes sharp as blades. A lunatic? She retorted. Then tell me, what is the future of Konoha? Is it to continue to struggle for survival in the crevices of the 5 great nations, awaiting the next outbreak of war? Or to be cornered by a 17-year-old child, stripped of the courage to resist? Each of her words struck like a hammer upon their hearts. You have witnessed Xiaji's strength firsthand, or rather, Jiraiya has experienced it for you. The combined forces of the 5 Kage are but a feeble display before him. What do we possess to counter this? Tsunade's voice bore a questioning tone. I have seen, in the Divine City, those once marginalized Uchiha, the war orphans displaced by conflict, and the confused ninjas. They have rekindled hope in their eyes. Xiaji has given them a goal, a tangible future. And what about us? Tsunade surveyed the room. What can we offer the people of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen silently smoked, the haze enveloping the room. He understood that Tsunade spoke the truth. Konoha had no room left for choices. Nara Shikaku sighed, breaking the silence. Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama's words are not without merit. Xiaji's strength has surpassed our control. Rather than engage in a feudal war, his words trailed off, yet the meaning was clear. Nami Koharu and Mito gate and wished to argue further, but were halted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's raised hand. I have made my decision. His voice was hoarse, yet authoritative. Konoha will submit a letter of allegiance to the Divine City, acknowledging Uchiha Xiaji's dominion. This decision left all present breathless. Yet they understood it was the only choice. Tsunade added, I will represent Konoha and present our conditions to Xiaji. We must retain a degree of autonomy, the inheritance of Konoha's ninjutsu, and the will of fire must be respected. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a glimmer of relief crossing his face. Konoha's submission stirred a tempest throughout the ninja world. The strongest ninja village, which had stood for decades, chose to bow to a rising power. The other 4 major ninja villages, upon receiving this news, initially reacted with shock, followed by fury, and ultimately, a profound sense of helplessness. Their internal debates abruptly ceased. If even the formidable Konoha had chosen to capitulate, was there any necessity for their resistance? The 7-day deadline set by Xiaji loomed ever closer. On the eve of the deadline, Humogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure simultaneously submitted letters of allegiance to the Divine City, acknowledging its rule. For the first time in name, the ninja world achieved unification. Although this unity was largely predicated upon the absolute military deterrence of Uchiha Xiaji, dissatisfaction and resentment still simmered within the major ninja villages. Yet, the dawn of peace seemed to shine for the first time into this war-torn world. In the core control room of the Divine City's mobile fortress, Xiaji stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the vibrant mobile city that was continuously evolving below. Ding! Initial detection of the host having achieved nominal unification of the 5 great ninja villages. Task completion for Ninja World Unification reaches 50. Resource valuation. Tsunade's hemophobia alleviated. Konoha and 4 villages nominally capitulated. Task progress at 50. The system's cold notification echoed in his mind. Xiaji felt somewhat perplexed. 50%? It seems true unification will require some extraordinary means. Chapter 70. The Tao-seeking jade has been bestowed with 3 orbs. The Divine Emperor ascends. The earth must be formatted. Just as Xiaji pondered, the system's voice resounded once more. Due to the host achieving a 50 completion rate for the stage task, Ninja World Unification. Reward, 3 embryonic Tao-seeking jades. 3 orbs, as dark as ink and emanating an extraordinary energy, quietly floated behind Xiaji. They were not yet perfected and required extensive chakra and pure 6 paths power for nurturing and refinement to reveal their true might. In the newly constructed central square of the Divine City, a throng gathered. Uchiha clansmen, the newly submitted representatives from the Hot Water Village and Rain Village ninjas, alongside those from smaller factions who had voluntarily aligned themselves, stood with varied expressions. At the forefront of the square, representatives from the 5 great ninja villages, including Tsunade, Kakashi, and other high-ranking officials from various villages, observed with complex emotions. Under the gaze of all, Xiaji, donned in a specially crafted black ceremonial robe adorned with the 9-tailed Magatama and the emblem of the Divine City, ascended the platform with measured steps. Behind him, Konan unfurled her pure white paper wings, her demeanor solemn. Uchiha Daihua trembled as he stepped forward. Today, the sacred empire of the Divine City is officially established. His voice echoed through the square via an amplification ninja tool. By the mandate of heaven, Divine Emperor Xia Ji ascends the throne. Long live the Divine Emperor. Below, the Uchiha clansmen were the first to kneel on one knee, a thunderous roar rising. The remaining members of the Divine City followed suit, their eyes filled with fervent adoration. The representatives from the 5 great ninja villages, under an invisible pressure, reluctantly bowed their heads. Xiaji slowly raised his hand, signaling the crowd to rise. From this day forth, the ninja world enters the era of divine enlightenment. Divine Emperor Xiaji shall lead us towards peace. His voice was calm, yet carried an air of authority. The Divine City shall endeavor to abolish the ninja rank system, establishing a new promotion system centered on contribution and strength. We will consolidate all resources within the ninja world, vigorously advancing livelihood and technology, ensuring that every individual can share in the dividends of peace. The formation of a unified shinobi guardian army aims to uphold the order and tranquility of the ninja realm. Any attempts to incite discord or disrupt peace will be met with stringent penalties. These words ignited an unprecedented brilliance in the eyes of the common ninja and ordinary citizens present. A new era, brimming with hope, seemed to beckon them. Konan stepped forward. Her voice icy. His Majesty the God Emperor decrees the appointment of Uchiha Inuzuka as the Grand Elder of the Empire to assist in governance. Inuzuka, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed deeply in gratitude. Uchiha Tetsuya was also appointed as the General of the Guardian Army, commanding all military forces of Shinra. Tetsuya knelt on one knee, his voice resounding. I accept the command. Wenzong was designated as the Minister of Internal Affairs, tasked with overseeing livelihood, economy, and law. The middle-aged scholar, who had once served as an advisor to a small nation, was equally stirred. Uchiha Onoka was appointed as the head of the intelligence department, monitoring the tides of the world. Uchiha Shana was designated as the commander of the Imperial Guard, responsible for safeguarding the capital's safety. With a series of appointments, the power core of Shinra was initially established. Finally, the gaze of Summer Solstice fell upon Konan. Konan, she slightly bowed. I hereby appoint you as the Saintess of Shinra and Chancellor of the Empire, assisting me in the daily administrative affairs of Shinra, holding the rank equivalent to that of a vice-sovereign. Konan's body trembled slightly as she raised her head to meet the cold gaze of the Summer Solstice, which bore no hint of jest. She took a deep breath and knelt once more. I, Konan, accept the decree with gratitude. The coronation ceremony concluded amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd. The ninja realm seemed poised to embrace an entirely new epoch. However, unbeknownst to all, far above on the distant moon, within a palace constructed of cold metal and strange crystals, Otsutsuki Shinjiro, a descendant of the pure Otsutsuki bloodline, observed everything on earth through a pair of enormous, glowing blue Rinnegan eyes. His handsome visage was tinged with a sickly pallor, and his gaze was filled with disdain and loathing for the world below. The chakra of Kagaya had once again exhibited such violent fluctuations. Shinjiro's voice was frigid, devoid of emotion. To him, the ninjas on Earth were merely sinners who had stolen the power of the divine tree. Their civilization had long since decayed amidst unending war and hatred. It seemed the time had come to punish these ignorant humans. A glimmer of madness flashed in Shinjiro's eyes. This group of mortals on Earth harbored ambitions to resurrect Kagaya or seize even greater power from the divine tree. Regardless, it was unforgivable for mere mortals to dare to encroach upon the realm of the divine. He could not abide the notion that a non-Otsutsuki mortal could possess power so akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. To him, this was a sacrilege against the Otsutsuki bloodline. The ultimate plan left by the ancestor of the Yuki clan was to be set in motion. Shinjiro turned and strode toward a colossal altar at the heart of the palace. At the center of the altar, a massive Rinnegan, formed from countless Byakugan, exuded an ominous aura and slowly rotated. He intended to use the fall of the moon to judge this filthy world, cleansing all sins and impurities from the surface. Then, he would create a brand new utopia, one that belonged solely to the descendants of Otsutsuki. Shinjiro extended his hand, and a vast chakra surged into the enormous Rinnegan. The moon began to tremble slightly, its orbit experiencing a minuscule deviation. A cataclysmic crisis, originating from the moon and aimed at all life on Earth, as well as the newly established sacred empire of Shinra, was quietly brewing. Standing atop the highest point of the mobile fortress of Shinra, the three imperfect truth-seeking orbs slowly rotated behind the summer solstice. He seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his gaze to the cold moon hanging in the night sky. Chapter 71. Shinjiro, your delivery has arrived, and it's nuclear-flavored. Just days after the establishment of the sacred empire of Shinra, the peace of the newly born capital was shattered by a piercing alarm from the astronomical observatory. A member of the Uchiha clan, tasked with monitoring the skies, stumbled out. His face ashen. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The moon's orbit has deviated abnormally. His trembling finger pointed skyward. Moreover, a multitude of meteors are breaking away from the lunar surface, hurtling towards us at high speed. The entirety of Shinra was enveloped in this sudden calamity. In an instant, the figure of the summer solstice appeared at the highest point of the observatory. His pale purple Rinnegan, with 9 black tomo, slowly rotated as he fixed his gaze upon the moon suspended in the heavens. In that moment, an extremely powerful and coldly hostile wave of ocular energy emanated clearly from deep within the moon. A man-made disaster? The corners of the summer solstice's mouth curled into a smirk. How amusing it was that someone dared to leap forth to their demise just as he unified the ninja realm and prepared to make his mark. Conan. The voice of the summer solstice resonated through chakra, reaching Conan, who was handling administrative matters at the core of the fortress. She immediately appeared by his side, her gaze fixed on the moon, her expression grave. You shall unify the deployment of all Guardian Army forces, along with those from the surrendered former 5 great ninja villages. The summer solstice's command was succinct and resolute. Form a coalition to intercept all falling meteors, minimizing damage to the ground. Conan slightly bowed. Yes, my lord. As the summer solstice's gaze remained locked on the moon, the light within his Rinnegan grew increasingly profound. I will take a trip to the moon to confront that lurking individual. Without further delay, the essence of Sage Chakra and ocular power coalesced around him. Flying Thunder God Spacetime Leap. This was an advanced development of the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling short-distance jumps through cosmic space at the cost of immense chakra and ocular power. A purple-black streak of light shot skyward, tearing through the defensive barrier above Shinra. The next moment, it pierced through the heavy atmosphere, racing towards the ominous moon like an arrow released from a bowstring. In the cold, dark expanse of space, the figure of the summer solstice appeared as a mere speck of dust, yet held within it the power to annihilate stars. The moon loomed close. Utilizing the extraordinary insight of his Rinnegan, he swiftly discovered a cleverly concealed entrance to a vast cavern leading into the moon's interior. Hidden within the shadow of a circular mountain range, the hostile wave of ocular energy emanated from deep within the cave. Without a moment's hesitation, the summer solstice's figure flickered, vanishing into the unfathomable darkness of the passage. The interior of the moon was far from barren as imagined. Intricate and sprawling metallic corridors extended like a labyrinth towards the core of the moon. The walls of the passage were inscribed with ancient and unfamiliar runes, faintly glowing with chakra. Just as the summer solstice ventured hundreds of meters into the passage, a series of dense metallic grinding sounds echoed from ahead. Dozens of uniquely shaped puppets surged forth from concealed compartments along the passage, blocking his path. These puppets were not the mechanical constructs commonly seen in Konoha. They were crafted entirely from an unknown white metal, with agile joints and swift movements. Embedded at their cores were crystals radiating a ghostly blue light. The summer solstice noticed that these crystals seemed to harbor a form of ocular power. The puppet's eyes flickered with an inhuman, icy glow, all locking onto the summer solstice. Without warning or unnecessary motion, dozens of puppets simultaneously raised their arms. The ghostly blue crystals in their palms suddenly illuminated. A powerful force surged from all directions, attempting to tear apart the figure of Xiaji. His 9-tomo Sharingan flickered momentarily. Was this a degraded version of the Rinnegan's power? The puppets wielded abilities reminiscent of one of the 3 great ocular techniques, the Rinnegan. Although their strength paled in comparison to the true Rinnegan, their gravitational and repulsive properties mirrored the divine power of the Rinnegan. The ocular power within Xiaji flowed, activating the celestial authority. Universal pull. A tremendous force erupted from him, forcibly distorting the power unleashed by the puppets. Simultaneously, his figure blurred as he charged into the throngs of puppets. These puppets, undeterred by death, continued to swing their arms, attempting close-range attacks despite being affected by Xiaji's divine authority. Their bodies were extraordinarily resilient, and their strength surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Xiaji threw a punch, striking the chest of one puppet. Bang! The puppet merely swayed slightly. A faint indentation marked the white metallic shell of its chest. Quite hard, Xiaji thought, raising an eyebrow. It seemed these puppets were made of exceptional material. Moreover, their numbers continued to surge from the depths of the passage, as if they were inexhaustible. The methods of attack from these puppets were not singular. Some could morph their arms into sharp energy blades or unleash condensed chakra beams. Their cooperation was remarkably synchronized, utilizing the complex environment of the moon's interior to execute coordinated assaults, aiming to entrap Xiaji. Although the individual strength of these puppets was trivial before Xiaji, their overwhelming numbers and indestructible traits posed him some minor inconveniences. There was no time to waste with these scrap metal nuisances. Xiaji wished to disengage from the puppets. He needed to swiftly locate the hidden puppeteer. The sixth gate of the 8 gates opened. A torrent of green chakra steam erupted from Xiaji's surface, enveloping him. Terrifying speed and strength surged through every part of his being. In that instant, his momentum reached a new pinnacle. Combined with the terrifying insight of the Rinnegan and the enhanced perception granted by Sage Mode Chakra, Xiaji's form transformed into a series of indistinguishable green afterimages within the narrow passage. Bang! 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 The sound of metal colliding echoed relentlessly like a torrential downpour. Before the activated Xiaji, the sturdy puppets appeared as fragile as paper. The hard white metallic shells of the puppets shattered effortlessly, pierced through. The core's azure crystal, under Xiaji's concentrated strikes, burst into fragments. Deprived of their core energy, the movements of the puppets stiffened, collapsing into heaps of metal parts. Xiaji, akin to an unrelenting machine of slaughter, forged a bloody path through the puppet army. At the passage's end, the increasingly potent fluctuations of the Rinnegan's ocular power were distinctly palpable. There lay the puppeteer behind all this chaos, between reincarnations. Without a moment's pause, Xiaji charged straight ahead. Chapter 72, Mortal? Bring it on. Xiaji, does your divine power suffice to relieve my stress? At the moon's core, between reincarnations, Xiaji's figure traversed the dim passage, emerging into a vast expanse. Otsutsuki Sharingan, clad in white as snow, sat cross-legged upon a massive altar, his eyes closed. His hands formed intricate seals, channeling the immense power of a colossal Rinnegan, forged from the fusion of countless Byakugan. The terrifying fluctuations of ocular power radiated outward like a tidal wave. Xiaji was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this individual had implanted Hinata Hanabi's Byakugan and awakened the Rinnegan. Not long ago, he had heard of Hanabi's mysterious disappearance. Little did he know she had been captured by Otsutsuki Sharingan. Alert! High-energy ocular response detected. The system's cold notification flashed through Xiaji's mind. Sensing Xiaji's arrival, Sharingan slowly opened his eyes, revealing Rinnegan that emitted a faint blue glow. Their pupils sacred yet cold. A mundane thief, Sharingan spoke, devoid of any human emotion. How dare you covet the power of the divine and step upon this sacred ground? He looked down upon Xiaji as a deity would regard a mere insect. Today, you shall be annihilated along with your filthy world. The moment those words fell, a brilliant green chakra flame erupted from Sharingan's body. Rinnegan chakra mode. A solid layer of chakra enveloped him, and several pitch-black spheres materialized behind him. These were the truth-seeking balls, the ultimate creations of the Sage of Six Paths, embodying both offense and defense. A green chakra sword, forged purely from chakra, took shape in his grasp. In that moment, Sharingan's power and speed ascended to an unprecedented peak. He reveled in the surging divine power within, a hint of arrogance gracing his features. Feel the fear, mortal thief. Sharingan's figure left behind an afterimage as he suddenly appeared before Xiaji, thrusting the green chakra sword towards his brow. The blade was sharp, the assault cunning and ferocious. Xiaji's nine-tomo Sharingan narrowed slightly. He did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, his figure blurred as he narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Simultaneously, a black rod, forged from highly condensed sage chakra, materialized in his hand. Clash! The sage black rod collided violently with Sharingan's sword midair, sending brilliant sparks flying. Xiaji felt a powerful recoil surge through the black rod, causing his arm to tingle slightly. The strength of this Otsutsuki Sharingan was indeed formidable. The two figures engaged in a tempestuous exchange of high-speed offense and defense within the expansive realm of reincarnation. Each collision of the sword and rod resonated with thunderous booms. The ferocious waves of energy tore through the metallic walls of the reincarnation realm, leaving gaping fissures. The entire internal structure of the moon trembled violently under the weight of their terrifying clash, and the lunar surface became riddled with alarming cracks. "Your speed is commendable," Sharin remarked, his innate pride unyielding even amidst the fierce battle. Yet, alas, all struggles are futile before true divine power. Xiaji paid no heed to his taunts. His 9-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, analyzing every motion and chakra flow of Sharin. Sharin's combat style was bold and grand, brimming with absolute confidence in his own might. The power of the Rinnegan was cleverly woven into his sword techniques, making each strike unpredictable and elusive. However, Xiaji's combat experience was vast. The heightened perception granted by Sage Mode, coupled with the terrifying insights of the Rinnegan, allowed him to discern Sharin's offensive intentions at critical moments. After hundreds of intense exchanges, Sharin, frustrated by his inability to subdue Xiaji in close combat, felt his arrogance begin to wane, replaced by a hint of impatience. He abruptly withdrew, creating a distance of several dozen meters between them. "The game is over, thief." Sharin raised the green chakra sword high, unleashing the full might of the Rinnegan. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. A colossal golden chakra sword, exuding an aura of destruction, coalesced above him. This golden behemoth seemed capable of cleaving through stars. Descending with a cataclysmic force, aimed directly at Xiaji. Xiaji looked up, sensing the terrifying energy capable of rendering all to naught. His 9-tomo Sharingan blazed with brilliance. Susanoo, a towering entity, standing at a staggering height of 100 meters, adorned with dark purple, fearsome armor reminiscent of a celestial beast, rose from the ground, enveloping the summer solstice within its protective embrace. The Susanoo wielded two colossal chakra swords, crackling with the essence of lightning, crossed upward to meet the descending golden halo. A thunderous clash erupted as the radiant golden blades collided fiercely with the violet dual swords of the Susanoo. A blinding brilliance burst forth, illuminating the entire realm of reincarnation in a ghastly white. A terrifying wave of energy surged outward, spreading uncontrollably. The entire moon trembled under the force of this cataclysmic collision, as if it were on the brink of complete disintegration. Standing within the diamond-shaped crystal on the forehead of the Susanoo, the summer solstice, with his 9-tomo Rinnegan, observed the epicenter of this energy clash with a calm demeanor. At that moment, the three imperfect orbs of the truth-seeking balls that had been following him suddenly seemed to respond to the Rinnegan's energy emanating from the battlefield. They darted from behind him, voraciously absorbing the dissipating chakra of the Rinnegan. Once mere black orbs, shrouded in an aura of illusion, these truth-seeking balls began to solidify and stabilize after absorbing a substantial amount of Rinnegan energy. Their surfaces even began to reveal intricate, wave-like patterns reminiscent of the Rinnegan. A powerful 6 paths chakra emanated from the three transforming, truth-seeking balls. The summer solstice distinctly sensed this transformation behind him. These small entities could autonomously absorb energy and evolve. The system was indeed becoming increasingly surprising. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Sharin also sensed this sudden change. He witnessed the once inconspicuous black spheres radiate an aura that made even him feel uneasy after absorbing the energy from his Rinnegan. "Thief! Not only have you usurped the power of the divine tree, but you also seek to tarnish the very essence of my Otsutsuki clan." A wave of unprecedented fury washed over Sharin's face. He felt his dignity had been severely provoked. The energy from the golden Rinnegan explosion was rapidly diminishing due to the resilient resistance of the Susanoo and the strange deviation of the three transformed, truth-seeking balls. A glint of determination flickered in Sharin's eyes. "If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the true destructive power of the Rinnegan." Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. He forcefully spread his arms wide, unleashing the full might of his Rinnegan. In an instant, dozens of colossal tornadoes, composed of high-density chakra, materialized out of thin air within the realm of reincarnation. Each of these tornadoes harbored enough terrifying power to tear steel and shatter rock. They rampaged throughout the space, sealing off all potential escape routes for the summer solstice, intent on tearing him to shreds. The summer solstice, commanding the Susanoo, regarded the overwhelming tornadoes with a hint of disdain. "Is this all you can muster?" The descendant of Otsutsuki is rather disappointing. Activating the power of his 9-tomo Rinnegan, he summoned the Deva Path. Universal Pull. A tremendous, invisible force erupted from the surface of the Susanoo. The violent tornadoes, upon encountering this power, abruptly halted their advance, only to be forcefully countered by the unmatched repulsive force, scattering them into a myriad of chakra particles. A fleeting calm returned to the realm of reincarnation, leaving only the massive Susanoo and the ashen-faced Otsutsuki Sharin. The voice of the summer solstice resonated from within the Susanoo, laced with contempt. Your techniques are rather monotonous, repeating the same trivialities without any semblance of innovation. The so-called divine power is nothing more than this. Sharin's grip on his sword trembled slightly in response to his anger. Chapter 73, Summer Solstice's Moonlit Merchandise. Sharin receives a physical set. Within the realm of reincarnation, Sharin found himself incensed by the summer solstice's words. Mortal, do you believe this is the end? Do not underestimate the divine. You shall pay for your actions. His voice was hoarse, his pale blue Rinnegan gathering a chilling malice once more. He could not accept that as a descendant of Otsutsuki, he was on the verge of defeat against a thief from the filthy earth. Divine power is not something you can easily fathom. Embrace death. This is all of your own making. With a furious roar, Sharin summoned the remaining chakra of his Rinnegan. The summer solstice observed him calmly, as if regarding an overconfident jester. I have grown weary of your attack patterns. He gently rotated his wrist. Perhaps you might try something new. I could entertain you for a while longer. These nonchalant words were a profound humiliation for Sharin. Arrogant, Sharin solidified the green blade in his hand once more, his form flickering as he transformed into a streak of light, launching another assault towards the summer solstice. The blade glimmered, each strike infused with the unique power of the Rinnegan, the two forces cleverly interchanging on the blade, attempting to disrupt the summer solstice's judgment. However, this time, the summer solstice's response was markedly composed. His 9-tomo Rinnegan had completely discerned Sharin's attack trajectory. The swordsmanship that Sharin prided himself on was riddled with flaws in the eyes of the summer solstice. Clang, clang. The sage art of the black rods clashed with the sword, sparks flying. With each passing moment, Sharin grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that no matter how he altered his strategies, his opponent always managed to predict his moves in advance, neutralizing them in the simplest and most direct manner. It was as if all his attacks were anticipated within the opponent's calculations. This sensation filled him with frustration and dread. The summer solstice's battle experience far surpassed that of Sharin, who had remained sheltered on the moon, lacking the practical refinement of a greenhouse flower despite his power. Your strength is borrowed, the summer solstice remarked amidst the fierce battle, while my strength is forged through combat. As their blades clashed once more, Sharin felt a jolt in his wrist, nearly losing his grip on the sword. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the summer solstice closed the distance in an instant. Flying Thunder God technique, coupled with the phasing of Kamui, Sharin felt a blur before his eyes as the summer solstice appeared at his side, from an angle he had never anticipated. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in Sharin's mind as he attempted to forcibly pivot for defense, but it was too late. A heavy fist of Sage Art Chakra struck him squarely in the chest without any embellishment. Crack! The crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed. Sharin felt an overwhelming force emanating from his chest, as if his internal organs had been shattered. The Rinnegan chakra mode collapsed in an instant. Blood erupted from his mouth as his body flew uncontrollably backward. Boom! Sharin's form collided forcefully with the massive altar in the center of the realm of reincarnation, denting the solid metallic surface. He struggled to rise, attempting to summon the power of the Rinnegan for a counterattack. Yet the summer solstice was determined to offer him no further chances. The summer solstice's figure reappeared atop the altar. His speed was so tremendous that Sharin could not muster any effective response. A cold hand pressed down upon Sharin's head, pinning him firmly against the altar. With no hesitation, the other hand reached toward the altar's center, where the ominous core of the Rinnegan, formed from countless Byakugan, pulsed with an unsettling energy. Sharin let out a desperate and defiant roar. He attempted to channel the last remnants of his Rinnegan's power to thwart the summer solstice's actions. But the summer solstice's 9-tomo Rinnegan erupted with a surge of power. An overwhelming mental shockwave, far beyond Sharin's imagination, slammed into his consciousness. Sharin's body convulsed violently, his gaze becoming unfocused as his mind plunged into a brief void. He temporarily lost all capacity for resistance. Xiaji's hand, without the slightest hesitation, directly seized the enormous core of the rebirth eye. He could distinctly feel the immense power of the eye contained within, as well as the purest essence of the Hyuga clan's bloodline. Such an artifact, in your hands, is truly a waste, Xiaji whispered as his fingers exerted sudden force. The core of the colossal rebirth eye was forcibly pried from the altar. With the transfer of the core, the enormous meteors plummeting at astonishing speed above the Shinyu Basin on Earth appeared to be paused by an invisible hand. They eerily suspended less than 10,000 meters above the ground. Subsequently, the moon's erratic orbit began to gradually revert to normal. At that moment, the apocalyptic crisis shrouding the Earth was temporarily lifted. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired a special item, giant rebirth eye core, containing pure Hyuga bloodline and immense ocular power. This item can be fused with the host's own Manjikyu Sharingan at a higher level, with a significant chance of completing the host's ocular abilities and a certain probability of giving rise to entirely new ocular techniques or realms. The system's notification resonated in Xiaji's mind. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips as he released his grip on Sharon's head. As Sharon's consciousness gradually returned, despair filled his eyes upon seeing the core of the rebirth eye, which had originally belonged to him. "You thief!" He howled, yet lacked the strength to even stand. Xiaji paid no heed to his curses. He turned his gaze to the other side of the altar. There, a petite figure was ensnared within a peculiar energy cage. Her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Hinata Hanabi. With a casual wave, Xiaji activated the power of the rebirth eye, and the energy cage shattered instantaneously. He approached Hinata Hanabi, gathering a thread of life energy at his fingertip and gently pressing it to her forehead. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Xiaji before her and the unfamiliar surroundings, confusion filled her gaze. "Who are you? Where's this?" Xiaji did not respond to her inquiries. He merely observed the young woman from the Hyuga clan who had been toyed with by fate. From Kuro's memories, he understood that the bloodline and body of the Otsutsuki clan might still hold value for some grander schemes in the future. Thus, Sharon's life could be spared for the time being. He lifted the unconscious Hinata Hanabi with one hand and cradled the giant rebirth eye core with the other. Flying Thunder God, space-time leap. A violet-black radiance once again shimmered, and Xiaji's figure vanished within the impending silence of the moon's interior. Chapter 74. Madara descends amidst meteor showers. Shinyu awaits doom. In the imperial capital of Shinyu, cheers resounded like thunder. Xiaji returned, bearing the rebirth eye core and Hinata Hanabi, receiving a hero's welcome. Hanabi was swiftly taken to the medical team for examination, her pale face still marked by lingering terror. Xiaji instructed Uchiha Shana at his side, ensure her safety and comfort. No one is to disturb her. Shana bowed in compliance. "Yes, Your Majesty." He had no time to waste. The enormous rebirth eye core exuded an alluring power in his grasp. The deepest chamber of the mobile fortress once again became his sanctuary for meditation. With the core placed before him, Xiaji sat cross-legged. The fusion commenced. The anticipated pain arrived as expected. The energy of the rebirth eye, domineering and pure, clashed violently with the Manjikyu Sharingan within him. The pale violet light of the rebirth eye and the soft blue glow of the rebirth eye intertwined chaotically within his gaze. At that moment, the two forces resembled ancient beasts engaged in a life and death struggle deep within his soul, each attempting to consume the other. Xiaji's body trembled violently, veins protruding from his temples to his neck. His eyes, under the strain of the two extreme ocular powers, continually disassembled and painstakingly reassembled. Blood spilled from his eye sockets, dripping onto the cold metallic floor with a faint ticking sound. This force was overwhelming. He felt as if his body were a vessel on the verge of bursting. During the fusion, he vaguely sensed a power transcending both the rebirth eye and the Sharingan, seemingly gestating within the depths of his gaze. It resembled the pure eye recorded in Boruto, yet appeared to be a more advanced and entirely new realm. Could this feeling be? His consciousness wrestled between agony and enlightenment. Just as Xiaji was on the verge of a breakthrough in his ocular techniques, outside the mobile fortress of Shinyu, in a hidden forest several dozen miles away, ripples of space began to undulate. The figure of Uchiha Obito materialized silently. This time, his aura was even more chilling than during the 5 Kage summit. It seemed that after fleeing, he had regained some form of power. In his singular eye, the pattern of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan spun ominously, imbued with an inexplicable chill. He was not alone. Obito swiftly formed hand seals, each imbued with an ominous air. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. With a low incantation, a chilling wind howled, and the ground trembled violently. An ancient coffin inscribed with the name Madara slowly emerged from the cracked earth. The lid creaked open, and a dense cloud of dust and the stench of death wafted forth. A figure emerged from within, clad in dark red Warring States armor. Every piece bore the weight of time and the aura of bloodshed. His long black hair cascaded freely over his shoulders, arms crossed. On his sharply defined face rested an air of disdain and arrogance. It was none other than the legendary Uchiha strongest, Uchiha Madara. The resurrected Uchiha Madara was at the peak of his former glory. His eyes gleamed with the light of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, which soon transformed into the pale violet hue of the Rinnegan, symbolizing the power of the six paths. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing the current chakra levels of the ninja world. A look of extreme contempt crossed Madara's face. Humph. He let out a dismissive snort. Is this the current ninja world? His voice was deep and magnetic, yet carried an unsettling pressure. How pitifully weak. Obito approached Madara, his tone a mix of deference and provocation. Lord Madara, this mobile fortress before you is the creation of the current strongest in the ninja world, our new ruler of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Summer. Oh. The Rinnegan of the resurrected Madara swept over Obito, finally settling on the distant metallic fortress. An Uchiha capable of unifying the ninja world? A smirk formed on his lips, revealing a glimmer of interest. Intriguing. Obito slightly bowed, masking the complex emotions in his singular eye. Lord Madara, that Uchiha Summer is said to be merely 17, yet possesses strength that, age and strength mean nothing before me. Madara interrupted, his tone infused with innate arrogance. He stepped forward, the armor of the Warring States rustling softly. Obito, you summoned me forth. Did you not wish to use my hand to deal with this so-called Uchiha Summer? Obito did not deny it. I merely wish to see if there remains an opponent in this era who can pique my interest. Madara's Rinnegan narrowed slightly. I want to personally gauge whether this so-called Uchiha ruler is worthy of inheriting the Uchiha name. He shifted his tone abruptly, exuding an air of dominance. The pinnacle of Uchiha can only be me, Uchiha Madara. Inwardly, Obito scoffed, but dared not reveal a hint of disdain. The mobile fortress of Shinyu was on high alert, the ominous red lights flickering in every corner. The shrill alarm echoed like a death knell. Conan's figure appeared in the command center of the fortress, her expression grave to the utmost. A colossal monitoring screen displayed a figure clad in Warring States armor, with wild black hair and pale violet Rinnegan eyes emanating a terrifying chakra capable of annihilating worlds. Conan's voice trembled as she uttered the name. A mere legend. He has returned. The man who once vied for supremacy with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Activate the highest level defensive barrier, the Goddess Shield. Conan commanded decisively. A layer of faint golden energy shields enveloped the entire mobile fortress, resembling an inverted giant bowl. All combat personnel, prepare for battle. Target, the invader. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Tetsuya, One Song, Uchiha Onoka, and the newly allied members of the original Akatsuki, along with the formidable warriors recruited from the 5 great shinobi villages, appeared at various defensive nodes of the fortress, their faces etched with fear. The name Uchiha Madara alone embodied despair. The Lord God Emperor is still in seclusion, merging ocular techniques at the most critical juncture. We must not allow any disturbances. Conan's voice reverberated throughout the fortress. Before he emerges, we must do everything in our power to halt Uchiha Madara. Yes. Dozens of figures shot out from various exits of the mobile fortress, charging towards the man radiating a terrifying aura. Uchiha Madara regarded the swarming opponents with disdain flickering in his Rinnegan. You mere ants think you can impede me? He could hardly muster the effort to form seals. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted from his center, expanding abruptly. The foremost Shinyu ninjas had no time to scream before their bones shattered, blood spraying as they were sent flying. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Uchiha Tetsuya led dozens of elite Uchiha, initiating their clan's most proficient fire techniques. Waves of colossal flames converged from all directions, seeking to engulf Uchiha Madara. A trifling skill dares to show off before me. Madara's Rinnegan activated the hungry ghost path. The terrifying flames, upon contact with his body, were absorbed by an unseen force, vanishing without a trace. What? Uchiha Tetsuya and the others were astounded. Several Shinyu experts adept at taijutsu attempted close-range assaults from the sides, their speed astonishing as their fists and feet stirred fierce winds. Chapter 75. Is Madara about to crush the venue with meteorites? Star Creation's purity teaches a lesson. However, Uchiha Madara's taijutsu skill had already reached a transcendent level. He did not even shift his stance, merely waving a hand carelessly. The attacks of the taijutsu experts were effortlessly neutralized. Moments later, dull thuds echoed as the taijutsu fighters collapsed, their chests caved in, blood gushing forth, falling like kites severed from their strings. A hint of impatience flickered across Uchiha Madara's face. So weak. You lack even the qualification to provoke my hand. He no longer wished to squander time on such insignificant foes. His true target was the so-called Uchiha Shizuku. Madara slowly brought his hands together in prayer, gazing skyward. His pale violet Rinnegan radiated a disquieting light. Allow me to show you what true despair looks like. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an oppressive force that was suffocating. In the sky, the clouds were torn apart by an invisible power. Then, under the terrified gaze of all, two enormous meteorites, each exceeding hundreds of meters in diameter and engulfed in raging flames, were summoned from the depths of the dark universe. They trailed long tails of fire, bearing the destructive might to obliterate the Shinyu mobile fortress. Tenju Tensei. This was one of Uchiha Madara's signature jutsu, capable of erasing a small ninja village from the map entirely. Konan gazed at the two colossal meteorites blotting out the sun, her face drained of color, leaving only boundless despair. The fortress's defensive barrier, the goddess shield, appeared minuscule and fragile before the impending meteorites. Is this the end? Behind her, all the Shinyu warriors sank into similar despair, knowing that such a level of attack was beyond their capacity to withstand. The shadow of death loomed over each individual. Obito stood at a distance, watching the scene unfold with a glimmer of satisfaction in his single eye. Uchiha Shizuku, no matter how strong you are, facing Lord Madara's Tenju Tensei, you have only one path, death. The two flaming meteorites drew ever closer. Konan stood in the command center of the fortress, her face devoid of color. Is this the end? The Shinyu warriors behind her were left with nothing but endless despair. Just as the two massive Tenju Tensei were about to crash down, as the Shinyu folks fell into despair, the secret chamber where Shizuku had been meditating erupted. A figure soared into the sky, hovering above the mobile fortress. It was Uchiha Shizuku, who had successfully emerged from seclusion, integrating the core of the Rebirth Eye. At this moment, Shizuku's eyes were no longer the previous Rinnegan with 9 tomo, but rather a peculiar pale blue, with patterns resembling stellar orbits at the center of his pupils. This was the birth of a new ocular technique, combining the powers of the Rinnegan, Sharingan, and Rebirth Eye, Star Creation's purity. Shizuku's newly awakened Star Creation's purity gazed upon the two meteorites plummeting like doomsday. His ocular power suddenly activated. The space surrounding the meteorites visibly warped with violent distortion, as if an invisible giant hand were plucking the strings of space. Under the horrified gazes of all, the two cataclysmic meteorites were forcibly banished to an unknown dimension, disappearing without a trace, as if they had never existed. From a distance, the reincarnated Uchiha Madara witnessed this scene, his pale violet Rinnegan finally displaying a look of shock. The arrogance and disdain etched on his cracked face froze instantaneously. This little brat's eyes. Madara realized that the power contained within those eyes might have transcended his understanding of the Rinnegan. It was not merely an accumulation of ocular power, but rather a qualitative transformation. Shizuku gradually descended before Uchiha Madara, the two standing 100 meters apart in a tense standoff. One was the legendary ninja Azura, the former pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. The other was the God Emperor of the new era, the current ruler of the Uchiha clan. The strongest Uchiha of two eras finally met face to face. The air felt as though it had solidified in that moment. Obito stood aside, observing the two men, both possessing Uchiha blood but radiating utterly distinct auras. With a complex expression, he hoped Madara would defeat Shizuku, proving that his past choices were not in vain, validating that the world indeed needed the Moon Eye plan for salvation. Yet he sensed that Shizuku, this unforeseen variable, might completely overturn all his beliefs. His very existence mocked fate. Konan and the Shinyu warriors gazed at Shizuku's godlike figure, their reverence and admiration reaching unprecedented heights. They understood that as long as Shizuku remained, Shinyu had nothing to fear. You little brat, Uchiha Madara was the first to shatter the silence. His Rinnegan brimmed with fighting spirit, rekindling a long-lost excitement. Your eyes are quite intriguing. He stepped forward, the armor of the Warring States era producing a dull sound of friction, as a palpable aura of disdain for the world radiated from him. Come, let me see if you possess the qualification to dance at the pinnacle of the Uchiha. Xiaji's face was devoid of expression. His pale blue eyes, known as the eyes of creation, calmly regarded Uchiha Madara. Dance. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Xiaji's mouth. Madara, your era has long passed. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The Uchiha of today is under my dominion. The future of the ninja world is also mine to dictate. This was an affront to Madara. Yet, upon hearing these words, Uchiha Madara laughed instead of becoming angry. Ha! Such audacity. He threw his head back and laughed, his black hair dancing wildly. How many years has it been since anyone dared to utter such words in my presence? Young one, your courage is commendable. However, mere courage is insufficient. Madara's Rinnegan suddenly constricted as a terrifying chakra erupted from his reanimated body. Let me see just how formidable this so-called new pinnacle of the Uchiha truly is. Obito held his breath beside them, knowing that an earth-shattering battle was about to unfold before his eyes. This might be his only chance to glimpse the true trump cards of these two greatest Uchiha. Konan's heart raced. Though she held unwavering confidence in Xiaji, Uchiha Madara was a legendary figure. Can Lord Xiaji truly defeat him? Facing Madara's overwhelming aura, Xiaji remained composed. He merely raised his right hand. His pale blue eyes shimmered with brilliance. Madara, I shall allow you to witness firsthand how the new era of the Uchiha differs from your decayed past. Madara's Rinnegan fixated intently on Xiaji. He could sense that within Xiaji's gaze lay a power he had never encountered, one he could not comprehend. It transcended the Rinnegan and the very essence of power itself. Come, Madara growled, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 76. Madara unleashes his ultimate move. Xiaji transforms into a father in a flash. The moment Madara's voice fell, immense chakra erupted from his being. Witness the true power of the Uchiha. A colossal Susanoo, towering at 100 meters, radiating a cerulean glow, rose from the ground, brandishing dual blades with an imposing presence. The terrifying sense of oppression made both Obito and Konan, far off, feel a pang of trepidation. Observing this, Xiaji also activated the power of his eyes of creation. Susanoo, is that all you can do? I, too, possess it. A Susanoo, comparable in size to Madara's but cloaked in dark purple and surrounded by a soft blue starlight, materialized. Xiaji's Susanoo wielded two massive chakra swords. Yet they bore intricate celestial patterns, exuding an even more mysterious aura. The two colossal titans stood silently in confrontation amidst the ruins of the Shinto Valley. Madara gazed at Xiaji's unique Susanoo, a flicker of surprise flashing across his Rinnegan. An intriguing hue, and those starry trajectories. Your ocular power is indeed extraordinary. Xiaji commanded his dark purple Susanoo, raising the starlit giant sword. Enough of the chatter, let actions speak. In the next moment, both titans surged into motion. The cerulean blades clashed violently against the dark purple sword shadows in the air. Each collision unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, spreading wildly in all directions. The earth trembled violently, as though unable to bear the magnitude of this power. Surrounding mountains crumbled under the onslaught, stones cascading down, dust swirling. Obito had no choice but to retreat slightly to maintain his footing. So this is the battle of complete Susanoo? Konan's voice trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Obito's single eye shimmered with intensity, fixated on the two titans battling at the center of the battlefield. Madara fought with grand, sweeping motions, exuding an absolute sense of power. Each strike was thunderous, as if intending to cleave space itself. Xiaji's Susanoo, however, was more agile, its sword techniques unpredictable. It consistently evaded Madara's attacks from astonishing angles while delivering precise counterattacks. Young one, your Susanoo seems more nimble than mine. After a fierce exchange, Madara slightly distanced himself. Xiaji commanded his Susanoo, the dark purple starlit giant, sword pointing menacingly at Madara. Power does not merely manifest in brute strength. The realm of the Rinnegan. Madara's Rinnegan suddenly constricted. Numerous shadow clones from the realm of the Rinnegan silently attacked Xiaoji's Susanoo from various angles. These shadow clones possessed nearly identical strength to Madara's true form and were undetectable by conventional means. This was a unique, nearly unsolvable attack method of the Rinnegan. Obito's heart sank at this scene. He knew all too well the might of the realm of the Rinnegan. Could this Uchiha Xiaoji withstand it? Yet, Xiaoji's eyes of creation possessed a terrifying ability to perceive all truths and illusions. Those indistinguishable shadow clones of the Rinnegan were laid bare before his pale blue starry eyes, unable to hide. Their trajectories of attack, the flow of chakra, even the slightest movements and flaws were captured by Xiaoji with clarity. A tedious trick, Xiaoji's voice emerged from within the Susanoo. He controlled his dark purple Susanoo, the star-patterned giant sword swirling in a dazzling display of starlight. The sword light flickered like intersecting meteors. The invisible shadow clones disintegrated into nothingness upon contact with the starlight. Xiaoji's Susanoo effortlessly negated all the attacks from the shadow clones, without any hesitation. What? The arrogance on Madara's face showed the slightest crack once more. His realm of the Rinnegan was so easily thwarted? What manner of eyes does this young one possess? Obito was utterly astonished at this scene. The realm of the Rinnegan had no effect on him? To what unfathomable heights had this Uchiha Xiaoji's ocular power ascended? Realizing that the common techniques of the Rinnegan were ineffective against this inscrutable young man, Madara's gaze darkened with malice. It seems I must resort to that power. Madara retrieved a special scroll containing the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and began to forcibly absorb the immense Senjutsu chakra contained within. This had been provided to him in advance by Obito. With the dual enhancement of the first Hokage's cells and Senjutsu chakra, Madara's strength surged once more. The cracks on his body rapidly mended, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Young one, to have compelled me to this extent, you may take pride in yourself. Madara's voice grew grave. He pressed his palms together. Now, you shall witness a power that transcends all. Sage art, true thousand hands. The ground trembled violently, as if some terrifying existence was about to awaken from beneath. Under the astonished gazes of all, a colossal Buddha statue, even larger than a Susanoo and boasting 1,000 massive wooden arms, rose from the earth, blotting out the sun. Atop the statue's head sat a majestic Buddha, whose visage bore some resemblance to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, radiating boundless light, as if to purify all the sins and conflicts of the world. The emergence of the true thousand hands froze the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. Obito and Konan gazed up at the colossal wooden Buddha, a sight akin to a divine miracle, their hearts heavy with a profound sense of helplessness. The magnitude of such power was far beyond their comprehension. In the face of this cataclysmic true thousand hands, the pale blue eyes of the summer solstice grew solemn. This force had indeed reached the pinnacle of this world. The ordinary Susanoo was utterly incapable of contending with it. At that moment, a previously unimaginable, astronomically priced forbidden item flickered before him, emanating a dazzling golden light. Pango Axe, concept projection, one-time high consumption, limited time discount, original price, inestimable. Current price, 50,000 premium points. The pupils of the summer solstice constricted sharply. The Pango Axe, a divine artifact for the creation of heaven and earth, although it was merely a concept projection and a one-time use. The limited time discount and the high consumption warning hinted at the terrifying power of this item. He glanced at his remaining balance of premium points. Premium points balance, 53,750 points. That would suffice. System, purchase, Pango Axe, concept projection, one-time high consumption. Without hesitation, the summer solstice invested his points recklessly. Ding. Consumed 50,000 premium points. Pango Axe, concept projection, one-time high consumption. Purchase successful. Premium points balance, 3,750 points. In an instant, a vast and primordial aura descended upon the battlefield. The dark purple Susanoo, which had been wielding a star-patterned giant sword, silently dissipated. In its place emerged an ancient-looking giant axe, an ethereal shadow that seemed capable of connecting heaven and earth. At the moment the axe shadow appeared, the entire world seemed to pale in comparison. Uchiha Madara controlled the true thousand hands, and the countless wooden arms struck towards the Susanoo of the summer solstice. The summer solstice's creation eyes shone brightly. He commanded the dark purple Susanoo to slowly raise the projection of the Pangu axe. With a simple swing, he cleaved through the air. The axe light, seemingly slow, moved with breathtaking speed. The multitude of colossal fists from the descending Buddha, upon contact with this axe light, were effortlessly torn apart like paper, disintegrating into a flurry of wooden splinters. The residual force of the axe continued upward, ultimately flashing past the head of the majestic wooden Buddha. Time appeared to come to a standstill in that moment. The next instant, a faint yet distinctly audible sound of shattering echoed. The towering, awe-inspiring true thousand hands Buddha statue was split neatly in two from the center. A massive crack extended from the top of the statue down to its base. Subsequently, the statue began to crumble, transforming into countless large wooden blocks that fell from the sky. Uchiha Madara, standing atop the Buddha's head, beheld this unfathomable scene with disbelief etched across his cracked visage. Chapter 77. A single axe shatters the true thousand hands. Obito's desperation as he summons the outer path deity. Madara's reanimated form, due to the immense chakra consumption and severe bodily damage, temporarily lost its ability to move. His face, lined with cracks, still bore an expression of incredulous shock. Fine cracks began to appear all over his body, resembling porcelain on the verge of shattering, gradually collapsing. "This is impossible." Madara's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of reluctance. "My strongest power." The summer solstice's creation eyes sparkled with a pale blue light. He offered Madara no chance to breathe. A figure instantly appeared beside Madara's disintegrating form. He extended his hand, pressing it against Madara's fading forehead. The special ability of the creation eyes activated. A surge of Indra's chakra, bearing Madara's unique imprint, was forcibly stripped from the disintegrating reanimated body. Simultaneously, Madara's vast combat experience, earned through countless life and death battles, was recorded and analyzed in data formed by the system. All of this flooded into the summer solstice's mind in an instant. His understanding and application of his own power, his grasp of the rhythm of battle, and his comprehension of various ninjutsu became remarkably refined, as if he had undergone an extensive and authentic battle baptism. In the distance, Obito witnessed the shattering of Madara's ultimate trump card in such an inconceivable manner. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was utterly extinguished. Even Lord Madara has fallen. What manner of monster is this Uchiha Summer Solstice? I have no chances left. Despair, like a cold tide, completely engulfed Obito. A twisted smile, more grotesque than tears, appeared on his scarred right cheek. "Ha ha." Obito erupted into a frenzied laugh, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. This world is indeed rife with despair. In his single eye, the pattern of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan spun wildly, tears of blood trickling from the corners. If so, then let this filthy world descend into chaos and destruction. Obito made a mad decision. He would sacrifice everything to prematurely resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. He would make everyone taste the despair he once endured. Let this hypocritical world be obliterated under Kaguya's power. Rin, wait for me. I shall create a world that belongs solely to you. With himself as a conduit and offering, Obito formed seals with an eerie speed. He forcefully activated a forbidden space-time ninjutsu. This ninjutsu combined the deepest secrets about the outer path deity that he had learned from Black Zetsu. In the sky, the remnants of the true thousand hands, cleaved by the Pangu axe, had yet to fully dissipate. A spatial rift, larger by several times than what Madara had summoned during the heaven-shaking star event, was forcefully torn open. A terrifying suction emanated from the rift, as if it sought to devour the entire world. The air within the Shinto Valley grew thin, suffocating. Obito's body began to tear apart under the horrific pull. He intended to use his life as a sacrificial offering for the summoning. A roar, echoing from the ancient primordial times, erupted from the dark spatial rift. Following that, a massive arm, covered in grotesque bone armor and inscribed with enigmatic runes, slowly emerged from the rift. Then another arm, and then the unimaginably colossal body. The great outer path deity, summoned by Obito's sacrifice, broke through the seal of the moon. It tore through space and descended upon the war-torn, scarred lands of the ninja world. The outer path deity's enormous form blotted out the sun. 9 tightly shut eyes emanated a chillingly malevolent aura. It let out a thunderous roar, and the terrifying shockwave from its arrival caused the Shinto Valley to tremble once more. The ground caved in, and rocks shattered. The solid defense barrier of the mobile fortress, known as the Divine Barrier, was instantly laced with fine cracks under this impact. The appearance of the Outer Path deity heralded the imminent revival of the Ten Tails. A dreadful aura of calamity began to permeate the entire ninja world. Conan and the others in the Shinto Valley stood on the observation deck of the mobile fortress. They gazed up at the Outer Path deity, exuding boundless evil, their faces once again shrouded in despair. They had just emerged from the shadow of Madara's cataclysmic power, only to plunge into a deeper fear. Is this truly a force humanity can contend with? The golem has descended. Xiaonan's voice trembled slightly as memories of Nagato manipulating Pain's six-path surfaced, recalling the fragmented whispers regarding the forbidden entity known as the Outer Path Golem. This was a taboo beyond all taboos, a harbinger of annihilation. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Kagaya, and others wore ashen faces, their limbs icy. The absolute confidence they had just established in the divine city and in Shaji began to waver at that moment. Countless gazes involuntarily turned toward the figure suspended in midair, Uchiha Shaji. A cold smile slowly crept across Shaji's lips. The Outer Path Golem. How fortuitous. It shall serve as a trial for the true power of my eyes. As Shaji beheld the colossal Outer Path Golem, he felt no fear. Rather, an indescribable excitement coursed through him. A deep-seated desire surged from the depths of his newly awakened star creation pure eye. Within the Outer Path Golem resided an immense reservoir of natural energy, alongside a portion of the chakra from the nine-tailed beasts. These elements were the perfect nourishment for his nascent star creation pure eye. If he could absorb them entirely, his ocular technique, his power, would surely undergo further evolution, reaching an unimaginable new realm. Just as Shaji prepared to seize this opportunity to completely engulf the experience presented to him, an unexpected event transpired. A faint, nearly imperceptible ripple of will emanated from the dying Uchiha Obito nearby, Black Zetsu. When Shaji previously absorbed and refined the essence of Black Zetsu, this ancient entity, having lingered for millennia, managed to leave behind a feeble remnant of its soul, thanks to its unique life form. This remnant had been lying in wait within Obito's Kaleidoscope Sharingan, anticipating the right moment. Now, sensing the arrival of the Outer Path Golem and the singular opportunity for Kagaya's resurrection, Black Zetsu's remnant soul surged forth from Obito's eye. It initiated a peculiar, almost spiritual semi-fusion with Obito's waning consciousness. Obito, Black Zetsu's chilling, seductive voice echoed within Obito's nearly shattered awareness. Do you wish to see Rin again? Do you desire to create a world devoid of pain and war, one that only contains Rin? On the brink of death, Obito, already resigned to his fate and steeped in despair, felt a flicker of frenzied hope reignite upon hearing Rin's name and Black Zetsu's enticing promise. Rin, he murmured, a sickly obsession flashing in his gaze. Yes, if I can see Rin again, if I can create a world with Rin, I would sacrifice everything. Excellent. Black Zetsu's voice dripped with a sinister satisfaction. Embrace this power, Obito. Become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and realize that magnificent world of infinite Tsukuyomi. Under the guidance and manipulation of Black Zetsu's remnant soul, Obito's shattered body suddenly extended its hands, forming a seal he had never encountered before. His target was unmistakably the newly arrived, malevolent Outer Path Golem. The golem emitted a reluctant roar, its colossal form being violently pulled by an invisible force, ultimately transforming into a torrent of chakra that surged relentlessly into Obito's body. His form began to undergo a grotesque transformation. His hair turned snow white at an observable rate, his skin adopting an abnormal ashen hue. From his back extended several dark horns formed from the god tree, exuding an ominous aura. In his grasp appeared a staff, a symbol of the Sage of Six Paths power, forged from the god tree. His aura amplified manifold, surpassing even the once-defeated Uchiha Madara in his Edo Tensei state. He became an incomplete Ten Tails Jinchuriki, acquiring a fragment of the Sage of Six Paths power, Six Paths Obito. He slowly hovered in the air, the pattern of his Kaleidoscope Sharingan twisting into something more inscrutable and sinister due to the infusion of Ten Tails chakra. He gazed down at Shaji. A mix of pity and madness etched upon his face, as if a deity were judging the sins of mortals. Uchiha Shaji, Six Paths Obito intoned, his voice now hoarse and hollow, devoid of any human emotion. This world, rife with suffering and despair, has no reason to exist. The old order shall be utterly obliterated. Allow me to bring an end to this torment. He raised the sage's staff, pointing it at Shaji. Then let us create an eternal dream where love and peace reign, devoid of sorrow and tears. In the realm of infinite Tsukuyami, Rin shall be resurrected, and everyone shall find happiness. Shaji regarded the transformed six paths of Edo, whose presence had swelled dramatically. His pale blue star creation pure eye displayed no sign of disturbance. Infinite Tsukuyami? A chilling smile formed on Shaji's lips. To numb oneself with false illusions and escape reality. This is your notion of peace? His tone dripped with disdain. What a pitiful coward you are. You are unworthy of wielding such power. Upon hearing Shaji's words, the pity etched on Obito's face evaporated, replaced by overwhelming murderous intent. What do you understand? He bellowed, his voice shaking the very ground of the divine city basin. You know nothing of this world's despair. You know nothing of the agony of losing everything. Only infinite Tsukuyami can offer true salvation. With that, six paths of Obito charged forward. The definitive confrontation between the two commenced. A battle that would irrevocably shape the future of the ninja world and determine whether the so-called Moon Eye plan could be realized. Shaji's star creation pure eye radiated with brilliance. Chapter 78. Shaji manipulates the rules. Six paths of Obito left in a daze. Taking the initiative, six paths of Obito waved his hand, and several god trees behind him instantaneously morphed. The god trees transformed into black spears, hurtling towards Shaji's vital points with an almost imperceptible speed. These god trees, manifestations of yin-yang release, could not be harmed nor blocked by anything but sage techniques. Shaji's pale blue star creation pure eye observed the rapidly shifting trajectories of the god trees, analyzing their energy composition and the inherent properties of six paths power within them. Is that all you have? The three god trees, having absorbed the energy of the Rinnegan on the moon, proactively surged forward. Black spheres collided in midair, each impact unleashing devastating waves of energy that obliterated the surrounding terrain into dust. The shockwaves threatened to collapse the barrier of the divine city's mobile fortress. Seeing the direct assault of the god trees fail, a flicker of rage crossed Obito's single eye. He clapped his hands together, unleashing an even more domineering force of yin-yang release that enveloped his surroundings. The very fabric of space around him began to warp, a peculiar domain quietly forming, centered on him and expanding outward. Within this domain, all natural energy would be stripped away. Your sage techniques and sensory abilities would be rendered ineffective. Obito's voice echoed within the domain, carrying an indifferent authority that suggested he was in command of everything. Shaji sensed the rapid depletion of natural energy around him and the subtle suppression of his sensory perception. A hint of disdain appeared on his face. Stripping away natural energy? In the body of Summer Solstice, the chakra of Kagaya, refined through both the Rinnegan and the Creation Eye, erupted with tremendous force. Simultaneously, the sage chakra within him began to circulate in an unprecedented manner. The interweaving of these two powers resulted in a wondrous resonance. You think your half-baked yin-yang release can sever my strength? Summer Solstice scoffed, as the brilliance of the Creation Eye surged. The domineering chakra of Kagaya, along with the sage power, violently tore apart the yin-yang domain that Obito of the six paths attempted to construct. Before the domain could fully take shape, it was declared shattered. A flicker of disbelief passed through Obito's eyes. This Uchiha Summer Solstice could wield power nearly akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. What was his origin? Before he could ponder further, Summer Solstice had vanished from his position. The sage's staff in Obito's hand suddenly halted. The remaining orbs of the truth-seeking balls behind him rapidly merged, transforming into a pitch-black longsword entwined with chaotic energy. The Heaven Spear, this legendary sword of creation, bearing an unmatched terrifying might, thrust toward the position where Summer Solstice had stood. Yet, it struck nothing but air. Summer Solstice's figure appeared at Obito's side, in an utterly unexpected blind spot. Too slow. His voice resonated like the whisper of death. In his hand, a colossal axe, exuding an aura reminiscent of the primordial creation, manifested once more. It was the last vestige of power from the Pangu axe he had previously acquired. Though the axe's shadow was faint, the power of the rules it contained was still hauntingly formidable. The Heaven Spear swept toward him with a destructive aura, attempting to cleave Summer Solstice in half. The shadow of the Pangu axe, moving at a speed that appeared slow yet was, in truth, extraordinarily swift, met the dark sword of creation. The anticipated clash of metal never resonated. Instead, a sound of tearing, as if the very fabric of space mourned, filled the air. At the moment of collision between the heaven's spear and the Pangu axe's shadow, a blinding white light erupted. A terrifying energy storm engulfed the entire battlefield once more. Both Summer Solstice and Obito of the Six Paths were repelled by the ferocity of this energy. Obito staggered to regain his footing, noticing with shock a slight crack at the tip of the heaven's spear. He looked at Summer Solstice, his eyes filled with horror. Could that indistinct axe shadow truly shake the heaven's spear? Blood trickled from the corner of Summer Solstice's mouth, yet his creation shone even brighter. The residual power of the Pangu axe was ultimately too weak to fully withstand the might of the heaven's spear. However, he had achieved his objective. In the midst of the fierce clash and the energy conflict, his pale blue creation had precisely captured the weakest link connecting the Ten Tails power to Obito's while within his body. There, a node of various tailed beast chakras was still in the process of merging, offering him the singular opportunity he sought. Your power is stolen. It never belonged to you. Summer Solstice's voice was calm, yet imbued with an unwavering confidence. He seized the moment when Obito's focus wavered due to the damage to the heaven's spear. The power of his creation surged to its zenith. A new, special ability, one that Summer Solstice had never before utilized in battle, quietly activated. Rule rewrite. Around Summer Solstice, the very fabric of space began to exhibit subtle, nearly imperceptible distortions. This distortion was not akin to the direct spatial cutting or shifting of goddess power, but rather a forceful alteration of certain established rules within reality over a limited range and brief duration. For now, this ability could only affect the energy level. An invisible force enveloped Obito's body in an instant. Obito felt the chakra of the Ten Tails within him suddenly become wild and uncontrollable. Those different tailed beast chakras, which he had barely managed to suppress, now seemed to be lured and disturbed by an unknown force, frantically attempting to break free from his constraints. What is this? Obito gasped in horror, realizing that the connection between him and the One Tail's chakra was being forcibly severed by an invisible power. This process was perilous. Any misstep could trigger an all-out rampage of the Ten Tails chakra, with disastrous consequences. Yet, a cold smile appeared on Summer Solstice's face. His creation precisely manipulated the power of the rule rewrite, akin to the most delicate of surgical procedures, forcibly separating the chakra of the One Tail from Obito's body. A roar, filled with both liberation and rage, emanated from within Obito. A faint yellow energy of chakra was forcibly extracted and suspended in midair. This was a fragment of the One Tail's original chakra. What have you done to my body? Obito screamed in terror, acutely aware that his power was rapidly diminishing. Summer Solstice offered no response. The power of his creation activated once more. Rule rewrite. The chakra of the Two Tails, the Three Tails, and the Four Tails was forcibly extracted from Obito's body one by one under Summer Solstice's nearly rule-level terrifying ocular technique. For Obito, this process was unimaginable torment and suffering. His body crumbled as the tailed beast chakras were forcibly separated. However, Summer Solstice's expression remained devoid of emotion, cold and cruel. He aimed to reduce this man, who had stolen the power of the Ten Tails and sought to plunge the world into a false illusion, back to his original state. Having lost the power of the tailed beasts, Obito's body visibly deteriorated. His once white hair became even more brittle, his skin turned a lifeless gray, and the truth-seeking balls, symbols of the Six Paths power, began to fracture. He floated weakly in the air, vitality ebbing away like the receding tide. You demon. Obito's single eye, the kaleidoscope pattern dimmed, leaving only boundless despair. Summer Solstice's creation gazed at him calmly. It is over, Obito. He slowly raised his right hand, lightning flickering in his palm, as a phantom of a Chilin composed entirely of pure lightning roared to the heavens. It is time for you to awaken from this dream. In his left hand, Sage Chakra and Wind Attribute Chakra were highly compressed, forming a spiraling sphere imbued with an essence of ultimate cutting. The lightning Chilin combined with the Sage technique spiraling sphere was the funeral song Summer Solstice had prepared for Obito. Just as Summer Solstice was poised to bring an end to Obito's life and liberate him from this illusory obsession, suddenly, a shadow as black as ink, seemingly coalesced from pure malice, surged from Obito's broken body. It was the remnant soul of Black Zetsu, which had been forcibly refined by Summer Solstice but, due to its unique life form, had left a trace of its lingering soul deep within Obito's Sharingan. Uchiha Summer Solstice. Black Zetsu's sharp and vengeful voice echoed across the battlefield, filled with resentment and madness. Do you think you have won? Do you believe you can change everything? How laughable, mere mortal. In that moment, the remnant soul of Black Zetsu, utilizing the last vestiges of Obito's life force and the faint chakra of the nine-tailed beasts he had secretly gathered from across the ninja world, even drawing a thread of power from the recently dissipated Edo Tensei Obito, ignited an ancient forbidden technique capable of inverting the very fabric of fate. Mother will avenge me. The remnants of Black Zetsu let out a final roar, a voice brimming with fervent admiration for Kaguya. This world will ultimately return to the embrace of Mother. Prepare for the arrival of my mother, Kaguya, Otsutsuki. As Black Zetsu's frenzied cry echoed, the sky transformed with tumultuous winds and shifting clouds. A spatial rift, several times larger than the ones created by Uchiha Madara summoning the Ten Tails or Obito summoning the Outer Path, was forcefully torn open by an overwhelming power. On the other side of the rift lay an abyss of darkness and void. Following this, a terrifying chakra pressure, immense enough to make the entire ninja world tremble, began to seep from the pitch-black fissure. Merely the weight of this pressure caused the ninjas in the Shinobi Valley, who had just survived a fierce battle and were still shaken, to kneel in fear, trembling uncontrollably. The barrier defense of the moving fortress, known as the Goddess Wall, showed spiderweb-like cracks under this immense pressure. Far away in Konoha, Naruto, Sasuke, and others on a mission also felt this despairing and terrifying power that resonated from their very bloodlines. What kind of chakra is this? The nine tails within Naruto let out a terrified roar. Sasuke's Sharingan contracted sharply, the pattern of his Rinnegan flickering in his eyes, as he felt a wave of unease. They understood that an entity far beyond their imagination, one that surpassed the limits of the ninja world's understanding, had descended. In an instant, all 5 great villages began preparing for battle. From the spatial rift emerged a tall and elegant figure, slowly stepping forth. Clad in pure white feathers, her long hair cascaded down to her waist, resembling the most sacred moonlight. At the center of her forehead, a crimson, otherworldly Rinnegan with 9 tomo emanated an oppressive aura. Above her brow, 2 bone protrusions resembling horns marked her inhuman identity. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of Chakra, the goddess of the moon. This forbidden existence, which only resided in the most ancient myths, had successfully descended upon the land she once ruled and personally sealed, summoned at any cost by Black Zetsu. Kaguya's indifferent white eyes calmly surveyed this world, both familiar and foreign. Her expression remained placid, as if all things in the world were mere illusions in her sight. When her gaze finally fell upon Summer Solstice, a minuscule ripple of recognition flickered in her cold white eyes. It was a perception of equal power, coupled with a hint of disdain towards the descendant who had appropriated the power of the divine tree. Kaguya spoke not a word. She merely raised her hand gently. Summer Solstice felt the space around him suddenly halt, a colossal force enveloping him in an instant. He barely had the time to activate the flying thunder god to evade. The scene before him transformed drastically in a heartbeat. The beginning sphere. Kaguya had unhesitatingly drawn Summer Solstice into the alternate space she created. The immense pressure from the spatial transition caused his body to sink slightly. He looked around. This was an entirely unfamiliar realm. The sky was an eerie dark red, and the ground was an undulating sea of crimson lava, exuding a stifling heat. Soon after, the space shifted again. The lava world vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy expanse of snowbound plains. A biting cold wind mixed with ice crystals stung his cheeks painfully. Next came a boundless, desolate desert, a gravity-defying bizarre space, and an acidic swamp that corroded everything. Extreme environments appeared in succession, relentlessly testing Summer Solstice's adaptability. Is this the terrifying power of Kaguya? To freely create and transform spaces, dragging enemies into conditions most favorable for her. Summer Solstice's star creation eye spun rapidly, analyzing the unique spatial laws within the beginning sphere. Utilizing the agility of the flying thunder god technique and the spatial distortion and phasing of the divine might eye technique, he barely managed to maneuver through the constantly shifting extremes. Yet, Kaguya possessed near absolute dominion within the beginning sphere. She seemed to have lost patience for further play. Kaguya's figure silently appeared behind Summer Solstice. 80 God Airstrike. She parted her lips, her voice ethereal and frigid. In an instant, countless colossal chakra fists, entwined with the essence of destruction, rained down upon Summer Solstice from all directions, sealing off every possible route of escape. Susanoo. Forced to activate his complete Susanoo, a dark purple giant surged forth, wielding a star-patterned great sword, attempting to block the overwhelming assault of chakra fists. Boom, boom, boom. The sturdy armor of Susanoo groaned under the relentless barrage of the 80-god air strike. Some of the punches penetrated Susanoo's defenses, violently shaking Summer Solstice's physical form. Gasp. Summer Solstice felt a sweetness in his throat as he coughed out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling significantly. Kagaya's assault did not relent. She raised her hand once more. Rabbit hair needle. Countless fine, hair-thin, yet razor-sharp, white chakra needles shot forth like a net from all directions. These rabbit hair needles were not only numerous and fast, but each one accurately targeted the vital points of Summer Solstice's body, sealing off every possible avenue for evasion. Summer Solstice's star creation eye narrowed sharply. Divine might phasing. Just as the rabbit hair needles were about to strike, his body became ethereal in an instant. Numerous deadly chakra needles passed through his phasing form, shooting off into the distance. He narrowly escaped this lethal strike. However, the continuous high-intensity combat and the tremendous drain of the divine might phasing began to show signs of fatigue within his chakra reserves. Kagaya's indifferent white eyes continued to observe him calmly, as if everything before her was merely a trivial game. Suddenly, the bones in her arm began to emit a grating sound, slowly protruding from beneath her skin. Ultimately, they transformed into a gray-white bone spear pulsating with the aura of death. Common kill gray bone. Those struck by this spear, regardless of their regenerative abilities, would instantly turn to ashes, erased from existence. Summer Solstice's star creation, I sensed an unprecedented lethal threat. This sense of crisis surpassed even his encounters with Uchiha Madara's true Thousand Hands and the heavenly arm of Six Paths Obito. Without hesitation, he declared, System. Purchase absolute evasion 3 times. Ding. Consume 10,000 points. Absolute evasion 3 times. Has been purchased and equipped. Whoosh. The first common kill gray bone shot forth like a death ray tearing through space, at a speed Summer Solstice could hardly comprehend, aimed directly at his forehead. The effect of absolute evasion activated. Summer Solstice's body narrowly evaded this fatal blow. The gray-white bone spear grazed his cheek, leaving a burning sting in its wake. Had it been a fraction of a second slower, he would have been reduced to mere ash. Cold sweat trickled down Summer Solstice's forehead. Otsutsuki's strength exceeded his expectations. Chapter 80. Night unleashes a grand move. Summer Solstice draws an external aid beyond rules. Kagaya's white eyes widened slightly. Astonished that Summer Solstice could evade her common kill Greybone, her figure flickered, merging into the void. Yellow Springs Bizaka. The chilling voice echoed within the beginning sphere. The scenery around Summer Solstice twisted once more. The lava world, the frozen plains, and the desolate desert switched rapidly like a painted scroll. Kagaya's figure traversed freely through various subspaces, her speed reaching its zenith. She endeavored to exploit the advantages of spatial transformation, relentlessly depleting the chakra and stamina of the summer solstice. The star creation eye was in full operation, with starry trajectories swirling rapidly within its pale blue pupils. Every coordinate of Kagaya's spatial jumps and the subtle energy fluctuations of the Yomi Hirazaka were continuously analyzed in his gaze. Flying Thunder God Technique. The figure of summer solstice flickered at various spatial nodes, closely pursuing Kagaya. Thus began a chase across countless alternate spaces, from the searing lava fissures to the frigid eons of glacial ice, from the weightless, distorted realms to the peculiar celestial bodies with abnormal gravity. Their silhouettes resembled two streaks of light, colliding and swiftly separating. Kagaya's attacks were sharp and ruthless, each strike aimed directly at the vital points of summer solstice. Yet, aided by the foresight of the star creation eye and the agility of the Flying Thunder God technique, he managed to barely evade the perilous onslaught. Your struggle is futile. Kagaya's voice resonated from an unexpected angle. Summer solstice felt the space around him suddenly compress. An ultra-gravitational space. His body felt as if it were infused with leaden weights, rendering every movement exceedingly arduous. In contrast, Kagaya moved with ease within this ultra-gravitational realm, a smirk gracing her lips. The grayish-white bone spear in her hand reformed once more. Here, your speed becomes meaningless. The bone spear, imbued with a lethal aura, lunged towards the hindered summer solstice. The brilliance of the star creation eye flickered. The absolute evasion effect activated again. The bone spear grazed his shoulder blade, causing a spray of crimson. A sharp pain surged through him, eliciting a muffled grunt. This is not over. Kagaya's relentless assault continued. Another bone spear, from an even more cunning angle, struck towards him. Summer Solstice steeled himself. Eighth gate of the 8 gates. The 7th gate of shock, open. Boom. A terrifying chakra, far surpassing the 6th gate, erupted from within Summer Solstice. Pale blue steam enveloped his entire being. His skin turned a bizarre crimson due to the immense energy impact, veins bulging prominently. The constraining sensation from the ultragravity was forcibly countered by the explosive power of the shock gate. His speed and strength ascended to an unfathomable realm. He charged towards the incoming bone spear, advancing rather than retreating, and unleashed a punch. The fist collided with the bone spear in midair. Crack! The indomitable bone spear was struck with such force by Summer Solstice's punch, infused with the power of the shock gate, that it cracked under the impact. For the first time, Kagaya's Byakugan displayed an expression of disbelief. This mere mortal could actually shake her bone spear with pure physical prowess? Summer Solstice offered her no time to ponder. With a powerful step, the ground shattered beneath him, and he transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, darting towards Kagaya. Each punch and kick carried the terrifying force of a mountain-shattering blow. Kagaya was compelled to engage in close combat with Summer Solstice. Though her taijutsu in the Rinnegan chakra mode was formidable, it seemed inadequate against the unleashed might of Summer Solstice. The ultra-gravitational space began to exhibit signs of instability under the weight of their fierce clash. A heavy punch struck Kagaya in the abdomen, sending her reeling uncontrollably. She managed to steady herself, gazing at the youth emanating blue steam, resembling an ancient beast, her expression turning icy. A battle of attrition was ineffective, and close-quarters assault could not completely suppress him. This mortal, who had siphoned the power of the divine tree, was growing at a pace beyond her expectations. There was no time to delay. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Kagaya's eyes. She slowly brought her hands together, and the crimson Rinnegan on her forehead erupted with a chilling light. A terrifying chakra began to surge wildly within her. Then let you, in this filthy world, be reduced to cosmic dust. Kagaya's voice carried an air of detached superiority. In the core of the primordial sphere space, a massive sphere, as dark as ink, began to expand outward. Within this sphere lay the terrifying energy capable of obliterating everything. The expanding Seeker's Jewel. This was Kagaya's final trump card, her most potent method of attack. She intended to annihilate the entire primordial sphere space, along with Summer Solstice, leaving no trace behind. The volume of the expanding Seeker's Jewel grew larger, its aura of destruction intensifying. The surrounding space began to distort violently, unable to withstand the overwhelming energy, even forming fine black cracks. The brilliance of Summer Solstice's star creation, I clearly perceived the horrifying power contained within the expanding jewel, capable of rendering all to nothingness. He realized this was the final opportunity. If he could not stop Kagaya, then he and the entire shinobi world would face utter obliteration. With a sudden clap of his hands, he gathered all remaining chakra within him, unleashing it without reservation at that moment. His pale blue star creation eye blazed with unmatched fervor, akin to 2 burning stars. 6 paths, Earth Explosion Star. Summer Solstice's voice reverberated within the collapsing primordial sphere space. An Earth Explosion Star slowly ascended from his palm. The target of this black core was not Kagaya herself, but the entire primordial sphere space, including the cataclysmic jewel that was on the verge of detonation. The moment the black core ascended, a terrifying gravitational force descended abruptly. This gravity surpassed any previous instance, as if it sought to consume the entire universe, crushing it back into chaos. Kagaya's eternally frigid visage revealed shock and horror as she felt the power emanating from the 6 paths sage's sealing strength. No, this is impossible. She attempted to activate the expanding Seeker's Jewel to trigger an early explosion and perish alongside Summer Solstice. But it was already too late. Under the unmatched terror of the 6 paths, Earth Explosion Star, Kagaya's body, along with the entirety of the primordial sphere space and the impending explosion of the expanding Seeker's Jewel, was forcibly compressed and drawn in. They were ultimately consumed, and sealed by the black core radiating a soft starlight. A new moon, faintly glowing, began to take form in the alternate space. Silence. A deathly silence. Kagaya had been successfully sealed. The final battle, pivotal to the survival of the entire shinobi world, had finally come to a close. The chakra and ocular power within Summer Solstice were entirely depleted from this final strike. His vision darkened, and his body fell helplessly from the sky. Just as he was about to plunge into the void created by the collapsing space below, two figures, one yellow and one black, raced from afar like lightning, catching his descending form just in time. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Chapter 81. Naruto's Ninetales rampage goes awry. Summer Solstice. Don't panic. Sage Fox mode upgraded at the touch of a button. The battle concluded. The shinobi world lay in ruins. Within the Shinju Basin, Summer Solstice, supported by Naruto and Sasuke, gradually descended. The defensive barrier surrounding the mobile fortress was on the brink of collapse, revealing the scars of battle everywhere. Konan rushed forward, her concern for Summer Solstice evident as she gazed upon his pale face. Lord Summer Solstice, you. Summer Solstice waved his hand, signaling that he was unscathed. Assess casualties, tend to the wounded, and rebuild defenses. His voice, though tinged with fatigue, remained steady. Understood. Konan immediately organized personnel to manage the post-battle affairs. Naruto, supporting Summer Solstice, surveyed the devastation around them. I say, Lord God Emperor, you really went overboard this time. You almost lost yourself in the fray. Sasuke let out a cold snort from the side, but refrained from retorting. Even without directly participating in the war, they could feel Kagaya's formidable strength. The fact that Summer could seal her was nothing short of a miracle. Let us take a moment to rest, he suggested. Summer shook off the support of the two and walked alone towards the core of the fortress. He needed time to process the gains and losses of this battle, as well as the newfound power bestowed by those eyes. Days passed, and the order of Shinju gradually restored. Itachi's figure appeared outside the moving fortress. His expression was complex, yet he ultimately chose to seek an audience. In the reception room, Summer regarded the travel-worn Itachi. Have you come for Sasuke? He inquired. Itachi nodded silently. I hope you can alleviate the hatred within him. Summer's eternal Mangeki Sharingan gazed at him with a somber intensity. Hatred is one of the sources of power. Are you certain you wish to strip him of this gift? Itachi's body trembled slightly. I do not wish for him to live forever in darkness. Summer uttered no more words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Bring him to me. When Sasuke was brought before Summer, his face still bore the complex emotions directed at Itachi. Summer wasted no time on superfluous dialogue as the power of the starry eyes quietly activated. It was not a forceful alteration of will, but rather a near-authentic recollection of memories. The conspiracies of Konoha's higher-ups, Danzo's ambitions, the truth of the night of the massacre, and everything Itachi endured to protect the village and Sasuke. Vivid scenes unfolded in Sasuke's mind like the most brutal of films. No, this cannot be real. Sasuke's body shook violently as he clutched his head, emitting a tortured howl. His handsome features twisted in excruciating pain. The vengeance he had always believed in, the goal for which he had sacrificed everything, crumbled in that moment. The truth was far more brutal and ironic than he had imagined. Sasuke fell to the ground, his hands gripping the earth fiercely, his nails cracking and bleeding. He howled like a beast, tears mingling with blood, blurring his vision. Itachi stood silently to the side, his heart torn as he witnessed his brother's suffering. Yet he understood this was a process Sasuke must endure. Naruto burst into the room, alarmed by Sasuke's condition. Sasuke, what happened? Lord Summer, what have you done to him? Summer ignored Naruto's questions, calmly observing Sasuke. After a while, Sasuke's cries gradually subsided. He lifted his head, his crimson Sharingan filled with confusion as he looked at Itachi, his lips trembling but unable to utter a word. Itachi slowly approached, extending his hand to gently rest on Sasuke's head. Sasuke, I'm sorry. Sasuke could no longer contain his emotions, leaping into Itachi's embrace and weeping bitterly. The two brothers, after enduring endless misunderstandings and suffering, finally reconciled. Naruto watched this scene, unable to hold back his tears. In the training grounds of Shinju, Naruto was engaged in arduous training. The battle with Kagaya had profoundly impressed upon him the inadequacy of his strength. Damn it, still not enough. Naruto struck a training boulder with his fist, shattering it into pieces. However, the chakra of the nine tails within him suddenly surged uncontrollably, rampaging wildly. The golden cloak of the beast manifested on his body, yet it was unstable, expanding and contracting erratically. Kurama, calm down. Naruto attempted to suppress the rampaging chakra, but to little avail. Just then, Summer appeared at the edge of the training ground. His pale blue starry eyes observed Naruto with calm intensity. The fusion of Sage Chakra and Tailed Beast Chakra is not a mere addition. Summer's voice resonated clearly in Naruto's ears. You must find the perfect balance between them, allowing them to amplify one another rather than clash. Upon hearing this, Naruto forced himself to stabilize his mind and looked towards Summer. Balance? How do I find it? Summer did not answer directly, but extended a finger, pointing into the air. A wave of chakra, imbued with a peculiar rhythm, flowed into Naruto's body. He felt a jolt as the previously tumultuous Nine-Tails chakra miraculously calmed under the influence of this strange chakra. It began to merge with his Sage Chakra in a novel manner. Feel it deeply. Summer's voice echoed once more. Naruto closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the changes within his chakra. After a long moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. The golden cloak of the beast reemerged. But this time it was remarkably stable, adorned with faint orange-red sage patterns. An overwhelming power emanated from within him. Is this the Sage Fox mode? Naruto marveled at the surging energy, his face lighting up with joy. His connection with the Nine-Tails had grown stronger. Thank you, Lord Summer. Summer simply nodded slightly and turned to leave. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Under Summer's strong leadership and deliberate guidance, the ninja world entered a brief yet transformative period of peaceful development. Shinju vigorously promoted education and encouraged technological research and innovation. The younger generation of ninjas from various villages thrived under this new educational system. They were no longer confined by narrow village ideologies. Their perspectives broadened. The various ninja villages also began to tentatively set aside past animosities to engage in limited exchanges and cooperation. Although friction still existed, large-scale wars seemed to have truly become a thing of the past. Yet an insidious force was gradually arising. In the core control room of the moving fortress, Summer stood before a vast star map, his pale blue starry eyes seemingly capable of piercing the cosmos depths. He sensed, with clarity, that in the distant skies beyond, powerful auras belonging to the Otsutsuki clan were stirring. Kagaya's arrival was merely the beginning. The true crisis had yet to unfold. Conan. The figure of Conan appeared behind him. I will leave the daily affairs of Shinju to you for the time being. Summer turned, his expression devoid of emotion. I shall enter seclusion for a period. Until my return, do not hastily initiate any conflicts, regardless of what occurs. Conan's heart tightened. Yes, Lord Summer. She understood that each time Summer entered seclusion, it heralded the birth of an even more terrifying power. Chapter 82. The Return of the God Emperor, still a youth? In the 6th year of the Shinju era, in the innermost chamber of the moving fortress, a heavy alloy door sealed off all sound. Summer sat cross-legged, surrounded by the pale blue light of his starry eyes and the vast chakra derived from Kagaya. Years passed in the blink of an eye. He utilized the Otsutsuki intelligence extracted from Kagaya's memories, combined with the near-omniscient analytical power of the starry eyes, to delve deeply into a higher-level system of strength. The Otsutsuki clan, those lurking threats hidden in the depths of the universe, loomed like a sword suspended above. They seemed to be plotting something in the shadows. Their movements enigmatic, and even with Summer's current strength, tracking their precise whereabouts proved challenging. Remaining passive was not an option. To truly understand and confront the Otsutsuki, and perhaps find a breakthrough to transcend his own limitations, he might need to adopt a different approach. A thought flashed through his mind. As he concentrated, the interface of the system shop unfolded before him. His gaze swiftly searched through the array of enticing items, ultimately landing on a card radiating a peculiar glow. Transformation card of appearance and identity, permanent. Effect, perfectly alters the user's appearance, age, and even certain physical characteristics, generating a seamless false identity. Price, 10,000 premium points. The corners of Xiaoji's mouth curled into a subtle arc. The title of God Emperor Xiaoji had become renowned throughout the shinobi world. Yet this notoriety also exposed him. Those who truly lurked in the shadows would remain ever more vigilant, reluctant to reveal themselves. Should the God Emperor Xiaoji vanish, it might just lure forth unexpected surprises. Purchase, transformation card of appearance and identity, permanent. Ding. Consumed 10,000 premium points. Transformation card of appearance and identity, permanent, has been purchased. Remaining premium points, 750 points. The card transformed into a stream of light, merging into Xiaoji's body. With a mere thought, the bones and muscles of his physique began to subtly shift. His once tall and youthful form, reminiscent of 17 or 18 years of age, gradually became slender, reverting to that of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. His visage adjusted accordingly, retaining a boyish charm while still exhibiting the striking features characteristic of the Uchiha clan. His name remained Uchiha Xiaoji. His identity was crafted as that of an Uchiha orphan, whose home had been ravaged in the Great Shinobi War, losing all kin, yet managing to survive against the odds. Flawless. Through Conan's clandestine intelligence network, he began to orchestrate his plans. Days later, the Divine City proclaimed to the entire shinobi world, the God Emperor Xiaoji has departed from Blue Star in pursuit of a higher realm, venturing into the uncharted cosmos. The announcement sent ripples through the shinobi world once more. Some rejoiced, believing that the tyrant who loomed over them had finally left. Others, however, were filled with trepidation, fearing that Xiaoji's departure would shatter the fragile peace that had just been established. Countless ambitious individuals began to stir restlessly. In Konoha, beneath the Hokage rock, tranquility prevailed. The seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, after years of relentless effort, had finally ushered this war-torn village into a long-awaited era of peace and prosperity. At the village entrance, a Konoha patrol squad, during their routine rounds, discovered a boy unconscious at the edge of the woods. The boy was ragged, bearing several scrapes, as if he had endured a long journey. "Captain, there's a child here. It bears the Uchiha clan emblem. Quickly, take him to the medical team," informed the Hokage. Thus, the Uchiha orphan Xiaoji was returned to Konoha in a manner that seemed entirely reasonable. After a brief verification of identity and background check, along with Conan's covert arrangements, the upper echelons of Konoha decided to temporarily place him in the Ninja Academy for further education. They claimed it was to assist war orphans in reintegrating into society and receiving a formal ninja education. In truth, it was merely another form of surveillance and testing. Xiaoji paid little mind to this. He donned the slightly oversized uniform of the Ninja Academy once again, shouldered his backpack, and entered a classroom that was both familiar and foreign. Surrounding him were youthful and vibrant faces. Boruto Uzumaki, with his tousled golden hair and painted whiskers on his cheeks, exuded the carefree essence of his father, the Hokage. Sarada Uchiha, adorned with red-framed glasses, emanated a mature and capable demeanor, bearing the shadows of Sasuke in her features. And there was Mitsuki, the enigmatic transfer student who always wore a mysterious smile, along with other new generation ninjas from various clans of Konoha. These children, having grown up in a time of peace, possessed a superficial understanding of the horrors of war and a profound respect for power. They regarded Xiaoji, the unexpected newcomer, with curiosity and a hint of condescension, especially upon learning he was an Uchiha orphan, revealing a complex mix of emotions inherited from their forebears. "Hey, are you really an Uchiha?" As the class bell rang, Boruto swaggered over to Xiaoji, hands clasped behind his head, adopting a posture of a little adult. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Xiaoji. "You look frail, not at all like the legend suggests." Sarada nudged her glasses and approached. "Boruto, do not be rude to our new classmate." She turned to Xiaoji, bowing slightly, yet her tone held an air of scrutiny. "Hello, I am Sarada Uchiha. Are you truly one of us? I have never seen you within the clan." Xiaoji raised his gaze, calmly observing the two youngsters before him. He could sense the remnants of Naruto's and Hinata's chakra from Boruto, while Sarada's eyes hinted at her still-awakening Sharingan, infused with chakra from Sasuke and Sakura. Under the gaze of his star-purifying eyes, nothing could remain concealed. Xiaoji replied nonchalantly, resuming his task of organizing his backpack, dismissing them entirely. This disregard irked Boruto. "Hey, you think you're all that, huh?" "I am Boruto." Sarada interrupted him again, her brows furrowed. The surrounding classmates began to cast odd glances, whispering amongst themselves, "Is that the new Uchiha? I heard he's a war orphan, so pitiful." But wasn't the Uchiha clan of Konoha already? Xiaoji paid no heed to the murmurs. However, revisiting this school life felt somewhat tedious to him. In the physical education class, the instructor was none other than Konoha's Azure Beast, Rock Lee. Teacher Lee was still clad in his signature green jumpsuit, his thick brows and bright eyes radiating vitality. "Youth, is all about the sweat we shed. There are no shortcuts in physical training, only through relentless effort. Strive harder, he passionately demonstrated, each movement brimming with vigor. Most of the new generation of ninjas found this monotonous physical training uninteresting, yearning instead for the dazzling and powerful ninjutsu. Just then, a tall, haughty boy stepped forward. Clad in the training attire of the Hyuga clan, with a forehead protector symbolizing the branch family, he was Hyuga Sojin, one of the top students in physical training among this year's newcomers, who fancied himself a genius. He approached Xiaji, his gaze filled with provocation. "Hey, Uchiha." Sojin pointed his chin at Xiaji, his tone dismissive. "I heard your Uchiha clan Sharingan is formidable, but your physical skills are merely for show, utterly weak. Care to have a match?" At his words, the atmosphere in the training ground shifted subtly. The rivalry and grudges between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The two oldest technique families in Konoha had a long history. Boruto, intrigued, chimed in from the side. "Oh, this is going to be entertaining." Sarada cast a worried glance at Xiaji. Although she harbored doubts about this suddenly emerged clanmate, instinctively, she stood by the Uchiha side against the provocation from the branch family of Hyuga. Teacher Lee, witnessing the exchange, refrained from intervening. He believed that a bit of competition could ignite the students' fighting spirit. "Since Sojin has proposed it, what say you, Xiaji?" Teacher Lee inquired. Xiaji set down his backpack and flexed his wrist. His pale blue star purifying eyes calmly regarded the ignorant branch family scion before him. "Very well," he replied with a mere 2 words. Sojin's face broke into a smug grin upon hearing Xiaji's acceptance. To him, this seemingly frail Uchiha orphan could not possibly be his match. He aimed to publicly humiliate the Uchiha, restoring pride to the Hyuga clan. The two moved to the center of the training ground, standing opposite one another. "Xiaji and Sojin, remember to keep it light," Teacher Lee reminded from the sidelines. Sojin assumed the starting stance of the Hyuga's gentle fist, activating his Byakugan, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. "Uchihas, I shall reveal to you the essence of true martial arts." Zongxian uttered a low growl, exerting force beneath his feet and launching the first attack. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, hands moving with the swiftness of lightning, striking at the vital points surrounding Xiaji. The embryonic form of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Though not fully mastered, his assault was nonetheless formidable. Xiaji stood his ground, neither dodging nor retreating. Just as the impenetrable barrage of palm strikes was about to connect, he made his move. The action was simplicity personified, merely a sidestep, a forward advance, and an apparently casual straight punch. The foundational Leaf Village martial art, the lunge punch. No embellishments, no extraneous movements. Swift, precise, fierce. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. Zongxian's relentless barrage of palm strikes was effortlessly torn apart by Xiaji's seemingly ordinary straight punch. Xiaji's fist landed squarely on Zongxian's abdomen. Ugh! Zongxian felt a tremendous force surge through him, as if his internal organs had shifted positions. His eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of bile, his body uncontrollably flying backward. Thud! Zongxian crashed heavily onto the ground several meters away, curled up in a ball, groaning in agony, temporarily incapacitated. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. One move. Just one move. The Hyuga Zongxian, renowned for his martial prowess among the freshmen, was effortlessly taken down by this newcomer, the Uchiha orphan, utilizing the most rudimentary Leaf Village martial arts. Boruto's mouth fell agape, his snacks tumbling to the ground. Sarada's red-framed glasses nearly slipped off her face as she gazed incredulously at Xiaji. Even their teacher, Lee, whose eyes always burned with youthful fervor, widened in astonishment, his body trembling slightly from sheer shock. A vague thought flickered in his mind. This precise grasp of timing, this flawless control of power, this return to the essence of martial arts, such mastery is certainly beyond that of an ordinary ninja academy student. Who exactly is this Uchiha Xiaji? Lee's gaze was fixed intently upon Xiaji. Chapter 83. Is the transfer student a sweeping monk? The Phoenix Fire technique nearly set the Ninja Academy ablaze. The clamor of the training ground gradually subsided as students gathered in small clusters, animatedly discussing the brief martial arts duel they had just witnessed. That Hyuga Zongxian was rather careless, don't you think? Boruto scoffed, dismissing Xiaji's clean and decisive strike. He clearly possessed much greater strength than that guy. Uchiha Sarada adjusted her glasses and approached Boruto. Luck is also a component of strength. However, Xiaji is undeniably peculiar. Most of the other students and passers-by shared a similar sentiment, believing that Hyuga Zongxian had underestimated his opponent, while Uchiha Xiaji had merely won by chance. Xiaji remained oblivious to their chatter, quietly packing his belongings and leaving the training ground alone. The atmosphere of these younger generations and of Konoha village now felt somewhat different from what he remembered. He merely wished to observe quietly, to see where this era would lead. A few days later, in the ninjutsu practice class, Teacher Shino stood at the podium, adjusting his sunglasses. Today, we shall conduct a demonstration and practice of ninjutsu. His gaze swept over all the students, each taking turns to showcase their most proficient ninjutsu technique. Students stepped forward one after another, demonstrating an array of basic ninjutsu, fireballs, water bullets, earth walls, each a medley of foundational techniques, yet all limited to the level of a genin. Next up, Uchiha Xiaji. Teacher Shino called out this name. All eyes once again focused on the quiet boy in the corner. Xiaji, I have heard you are an orphan of the Uchiha clan. Teacher Shino's tone carried an almost imperceptible hint of inquiry. Now, please demonstrate the Uchiha specialty, the fire release. Xiaji walked calmly to the center of the arena. He made no superfluous movements, simply raising his hands with tranquility, swiftly forming a series of basic hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Several fireballs, each the size of a fist, shot forth from his mouth, striking with precision at several distant targets. The flames burned a deeper hue than those cast by his classmates, their temperature noticeably higher. Even more astonishingly, the flames did not extinguish upon hitting the bullseye. Instead, they coalesced into small bird-like forms, swirling momentarily before dissipating. This was far beyond the power of mere genin-level ninjutsu. The meticulous chakra control and the refinement of the flames had nearly reached the threshold of advanced fire release techniques. The training ground fell into another heavy silence. Teacher Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes sparkling with uncertainty. This Uchiha Xiaji, could he truly be an ordinary war orphan? The mastery of fire release displayed here was evidently a hallmark of the Uchiha clan's most orthodox inheritance, attainable only by its finest practitioners. Boruto's mouth dropped open, his chips scattering across the ground. This must be a trick. Sarada's brow furrowed deeply. She could distinctly sense the pure chakra Xiaji wielded during his fire release, as well as his perfect command over the flames. This fellow clansman was shrouded in enigma. In the afternoon's simulated combat class, students were divided into groups. Boruto and Sarada were paired together, their opponents two other genin adept at teamwork. As the battle commenced, Boruto recklessly charged forth, unleashing the shadow clone technique repeatedly, yet found himself easily countered by the opponent's synchronized efforts, instead falling into a trap. Boruto, be careful, Sarada exclaimed, rushing forward to assist. At that moment, one of the opposing ninjas seized the opportunity, thrusting a kunai with a sharp whoosh directly at Boruto's back. Sarada's pupils dilated as she instinctively positioned herself in front of Boruto. Sarada, Boruto cried out. The intense will to protect and the concern for her companion's safety ignited a fierce determination within Sarada's spirit. She felt a burning sensation in her eyes, an unfamiliar power surging from the depths of her orbs. Everything in her field of vision became astonishingly clear. The movements of her adversaries seemed to slow down several-fold. Within her crimson gaze, a pitch-black tomo gradually emerged. The single tomo Sharingan awakened. Is this the Sharingan? Sarada herself was momentarily taken aback. However, the newly awakened Sharingan was highly unstable. The immense drain on her mental energy and the sudden influx of power caused her consciousness to spiral into confusion. The scene before her began to warp, and a piercing buzz filled her ears. A tempestuous emotion surged uncontrollably from her heart. She felt on the brink of losing control. Observing from a short distance away, Xiaji's pale blue eyes shimmered as the starry patterns within them flickered slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation of ocular power silently radiated outward, precisely enveloping Sarada. It was not a forceful suppression, but rather a gentle mental guidance. This ocular energy soothed Sarada's restless heart, assisting her in untangling the nascent chaos within her newly awakened Sharingan. Sarada felt a refreshing warmth seep into her brow, swiftly calming the turmoil and fury in her mind. Her single tomo Sharingan gradually stabilized. She gasped for breath, her face still bearing a hint of bewilderment. Yet the crisis of losing control had been averted. All of this transpired too swiftly and subtly. Aside from Sarada, who vaguely sensed something amiss, the other students and teachers merely assumed that Sarada had stabilized her newly awakened Sharingan through sheer willpower. However, at the edge of the training ground, a silvery white head tilted slightly. Kakashi Hitaki, the retired yet still serving advisor of Konoha and the 6th Hokage, happened to pass by. His exposed eye, which had previously held a hint of languid amusement, now narrowed slightly. In that fleeting moment, he keenly detected a subtle yet distinct fluctuation of chakra, one that did not belong to Sarada or any of the other students or teachers present. His gaze subtly scanned the crowd, ultimately resting upon the seemingly unremarkable transfer student, Uchiha Shizuku. He observed Shizuku maintaining his quiet and unassuming demeanor, as if the events unfolding around him were of no concern. Kakashi then cast a glance at Sarada, who was nearby, just stabilizing her emotions as Boruto inquired with concern. His eyes were filled with curiosity and contemplation. It seemed that Uchiha Shizuku was concealing many secrets yet to be uncovered. Once could be a coincidence, twice could be luck. However, this series of astonishing performances, combined with his uncharacteristic composure and strength for his age, had begun to draw the attention of Konoha's elite. Although most still did not associate this seemingly ordinary war orphan with the legendary figure of Shizuku, who had once stirred the ninja world and mysteriously vanished years prior. The seeds of doubt, once sown, would quietly take root. Chapter 84. The Graduation Exam Slacker? Shizuku, basic skills are crucial, but one must act the fool to catch the tiger. In the ninja school of Konoha, a tense atmosphere enveloped the young students preparing to embark on their journey as ninjas. The examination room for the theoretical test was filled with the rustling of paper and the faint sounds of pens gliding across sheets. Uchiha Shizuku sat in a corner, his expression indifferent, as his pen moved languidly across the test paper. The questions, to him reminiscent of a child's early lessons, were answered haphazardly, ensuring just enough to pass. For someone who had already ascended to the pinnacle of power within the ninja realm, this level of pretense was merely a casual pastime. Teacher Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over Shizuku's almost expressionless face. This orphan of the Uchiha clan had consistently exhibited remarkable ordinariness since his arrival in Konoha, contrasting starkly with the tales of the legendary Shizuku who once reshaped the ninja world. Could it truly be a mere coincidence of name? During the shuriken throwing assessment, Shizuku continued to present a lackluster performance, barely passing with his kunai and shuriken landing just adequately. This elicited a few snickers from his peers. "Hey, Sarada, is that guy really an Uchiha? He seems so weak," Boruto whispered to Sarada. She frowned slightly, offering no reply. She felt an inexplicable oddity emanating from this new clan member. In the basic body technique assessment, Shizuku's performance was equally unimpressive. The number of shadow clones he produced was scant, and his chakra seemed unstable. His application of the substitution technique appeared clumsy, only barely succeeding at the last moment. The transformation technique resulted in him merely becoming an ordinary villager of Konoha, devoid of any distinction. Those teachers and classmates who had held a glimmer of hope following Shizuku's unexpected victory in the taijutsu class against Hinata's clan member were now left disillusioned. Indeed, that instance had simply been a stroke of luck. Finally, the practical combat exercise commenced. Shizuku's opponent was a robust genin, ranked among the top graduates. The genin launched an aggressive assault, attempting to swiftly dispatch the seemingly frail Uchiha. Shizuku found himself struggling to evade, nearly getting hit several times. Just as everyone anticipated his imminent defeat, the genin lost his footing during a fierce attack, exposing a critical vulnerability. Shizuku instinctively extended a leg, landing a kick precisely at the opponent's knee joint. The genin cried out in pain, losing control and tumbling forward. Seizing the moment, Shizuku deftly sidestepped, unintentionally striking the opponent's nape with his elbow. The genin groaned and fell unconscious. The entire sequence was fraught with coincidence and unexpected turns. Out of breath, Shizuku stood there, a hint of fortunate relief on his face. "Winner, Uchiha Shizuku." Teacher Shino adjusted his sunglasses again, his expression complex. Observing from the edge of the training field, Kakashi's eyes flickered with amusement. This young lad was remarkably fortunate, or rather, his sense of timing had reached an astonishing level. As the graduation exam concluded, before anyone could fully digest Shizuku's bizarre victory, a piercing alarm rang throughout the village. "Enemy attack! Unknown assailants have invaded. Patrol teams are under attack. Requesting backup. The urgent shouts shattered the tranquility of Konoha, plunging the village into a heightened state of alert. Shizuku, who was packing up to leave the school, paused momentarily as his cerulean eyes flickered with rapid motion. A familiar chakra fluctuation resonated in his perception, reminiscent of the remnants of the Otsutsuki clan's power he had sensed in the memories of Kaguya. A cold smile curled at the corners of Shizuku's lips. So, they could no longer hold back and have begun to act. Amidst the chaos, several shadowy figures crept into the vicinity of the ninja school, taking advantage of the majority of Konoha's defenses being drawn to the outskirts. They were members of the Shell organization, tasked with capturing or attacking promising genin as potential subjects for subsequent experimentation. Boruto, Sarada, and several standout graduates were prominently featured on their target list. Konoha's defenses are nothing to write home about, sneered a tall, gaunt member of the Shell organization, licking his lips, his gaze fixated on Boruto, who was walking alongside Sarada and Mitsuki. That golden-haired boy seemed to be the son of the 7th Hokage. Capturing him would surely fetch a handsome price. He stealthily emerged from the shadows, a ball of ominous chakra coalescing in his hand, aimed at Boruto's back. "Boruto, watch out." Sarada was the first to sense the danger, exclaiming in alarm. Mitsuki quickly reacted, extending his arm like a striking serpent towards the assailant. However, the attacker's speed was too swift, and it seemed Boruto was on the verge of peril. Just at that critical moment, a wooden frame stacked with construction materials suddenly collapsed without warning. Several hefty beams landed squarely on the assailant, pinning him to the ground. The attacker let out a muffled groan, his assault interrupted. Boruto and the others seized the opportunity to retreat, distancing themselves from the assailant. "What just happened?" Boruto exclaimed, shaken. Sarada and Mitsuki regarded the figure now trapped beneath the debris, struggling to rise. In a nearby alley, Shizuku's figure flickered as he passed by. He had merely stumbled upon the scene, fortuitously kicking the precarious support leg of the wooden frame. Everything was mere coincidence. The Konoha Umbu, arriving shortly after, swiftly subdued the pinned member of the Shell organization. Following interrogation and searches in other areas of the village, Konoha's higher-ups initially determined that this was merely a small-scale probing attack targeting genin. Although there were some casualties, the village had not faced any substantial threat. The surveillance cameras near the ninja school captured blurred snippets of the wooden frames collapsing. However, due to issues with angle and clarity, the public continued to believe that a hidden protector of Konoha had intervened or that Boruto and his companions had simply been fortunate enough to avert the crisis. No one connected these events to Uchiha Shaji, who had performed unremarkably during the graduation exam. The long-awaited class assignments after graduation arrived as scheduled. Shaji, with his series of fortunate coincidences and mediocre results in the graduation exam, coupled with Kakashi's inadvertent recommendation, was carelessly assigned to the new Team 7, led by Saritobi Konohamaru. In the classroom of the new Team 7, Konohamaru stood at the podium, clearing his throat, a hint of pride on his face. "From today onwards, I am your guiding jonin, Saritobi Konohamaru." His gaze swept over the 4 young ninjas seated below, Uzumaki Boruto, Uchiha Sarada, Mitsuki, and Uchiha Shaji. "From now on, we shall be comrades in arms." Boruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, looked sulkily at the quiet Shaji in the corner. "TCH, why is this underachiever in our class?" Sarada adjusted her glasses, her silence betraying a flicker of confusion. Mitsuki maintained his enigmatic smile, leaving his thoughts unreadable. Shaji remained calmly seated, as if everything around him was of no concern. Chapter 85. The Otsutsuki descends upon the Chunin exam venue. Do not panic. Let me first offer the prince a bowl of chicken soup. The inaugural mission of the new Team 7 was to escort a wealthy merchant named Takaguri Saburo to a nearby prosperous town. Listen carefully. Though this mission is merely a D rank, we must not underestimate it. Saritobi Konohamaru stood at the forefront, his expression serious. Boruto, arms still behind his head, appeared impatient. Yeah, Konohamaru-sensei, it's just escorting some old guy." Uchiha Sarada pushed her glasses up and shot him a glare. "Boruto, pay attention to what Konohamaru-sensei is saying." Mitsuki continued to wear his mysterious smile, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shaji stood quietly at the back of the group, as if detached from the unfolding events. The merchant, Takaguri Saburo, with a bulging beer belly and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, bowed to Konohamaru. I leave everything in your capable hands, esteemed ninjas. The team set off, winding through the mountain paths. Boruto appeared particularly excited, darting back and forth within the group, eager to showcase his abilities. Hey Shaji, why are you always so quiet? A ninja can't be this unenergetic. Boruto approached Shaji, attempting to engage him. Shaji merely glanced at him without a reply. Sarada pulled Boruto back. Don't disturb Shaji, he might be keeping watch. Just then, as the team traversed a narrow valley, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Dozens of bandits armed with weapons surged from the surrounding forest, encircling Team 7 and the merchant. Haha, this mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. The leader of the bandits, a burly man with a scarred face, wielded a large machete and laughed boisterously. Bandits! Boruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perfect, I can finally show off. Without waiting for Konohamaru's orders, he dashed forward. Shadow clone technique. Konohamaru's expression shifted. Boruto, come back. Do not act recklessly. However, Boruto's shadow clones were swiftly recognized and dispersed by the seasoned bandits. The bandits surged forward, their weapons glinting ominously. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Konohamaru acted promptly, unleashing a massive fireball that repelled several of the advancing bandits. Sarada joined the fray, combining her taijutsu with shuriken to barely hold her ground against a few bandits. Mitsuki moved like a specter across the battlefield, extending his arms to ensnare one bandit after another. Takaguri Saburo cowered behind the cart, trembling in fear. Shaji remained rooted in place, seemingly paralyzed by the chaos. The bandit leader's prowess far exceeded that of ordinary bandits. He was a taijutsu expert nearing the level of a chunin. He swung his machete with tremendous force, forcing Konohamaru to retreat step by step. Konohamaru-sensei. Seeing this, Boruto charged in recklessly again, attempting to assist Konohamaru. Be careful, Konohamaru warned. The bandit leader grinned maliciously, swinging his machete at Boruto from an unusual angle. The blade glimmered with a strange greenish hue, suggesting it was laced with a potent poison. Konohamaru's pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, he stepped in front of Boruto. Thud! The machete struck Konohamaru's left arm, instantly staining his sleeve with blood. He let out a muffled groan as pain and numbness surged through his arm, causing his kunai to clatter to the ground. Konohamaru-sensei. Sarada gasped. Damn it! Boruto exclaimed in shock and anger. The bandit leader, emboldened by the sight, lifted his machete once more, aiming to strike down the unbalanced Konohamaru. In that critical moment, Shaji had been forced back by a bandit to a position not far behind Konohamaru. He accidentally kicked a fist-sized rock, which flew at an awkward angle and struck the bandit leader's wrist with precision. Ugh! The bandit leader felt a jolt in his wrist, causing his grip on the machete to falter, shifting the trajectory of his attack slightly. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Konohamaru, gritting his teeth against the pain, delivered a powerful punch to the bandit leader's abdomen. Bang! The bandit leader stumbled back, his insides churning. At that moment, a massive rock, loosened from the heights of the valley by the earlier combat, came crashing down. It landed squarely on the staggering bandit leader, pinning him beneath it, his defiant eyes now devoid of life. The remaining bandits, witnessing their leader's demise by what they perceived as divine retribution, scattered in terror, abandoning their weapons. The crisis had been resolved in an extraordinary manner. Konohamaru clutched his injured arm, panting heavily, and glanced at Shaji, who still stood in place. A hint of fear on his face. Was that rock and the falling stone truly mere coincidence? Boruto supported Konohamaru, guilt etched across his features. I'm sorry, Konohamaru-sensei. It's all my fault. Sarada, however, eyed Shaji warily, unable to believe that everything was simply a matter of luck. Yet, she couldn't fathom how this seemingly unremarkable clan member had achieved all of this. Humph, more inexplicable luck, Boruto scoffed. It must have been Mitsuki helping out from the shadows. Mitsuki merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. After the mission, Konohamaru sought out Shaji. Shaji, thank you for your help during this mission. Shaji regarded him calmly. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Konohamaru felt an undeniable sense that this youth harbored myriad secrets. Not long after, the new Chunin exams were grandly held in Konoha. The young elites from Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Humogakure, and Kirigakure gathered in Konoha, creating an atmosphere that was both fervent and tense. Team 7 collectively registered to participate. Shaji, however, found little interest in this trivial examination. his sole purpose being to closely observe the power dynamics of this era and perhaps witness some unexpected surprises. The first written exam and the subsequent survival exercise saw Shaji pass with a perfectly understated demeanor, barely scraping through. His performance did not attract any particular attention. Finally, the Ch-Nin exam progressed to the third round of individual battles. The atmosphere in the examination hall reached a fever pitch as Boruto engaged in a fierce contest with a genius boy from Sunagakure, on the brink of determining a victor. Then, unexpectedly, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the entire venue. A dark rift in the sky tore open, and two imposing figures, radiating an aura of terrifying chakra, descended slowly from the fissure. They were tall, with pale skin and horns protruding from their foreheads, belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, Kinshiki and Momoshiki. How could Kagaya possibly fail? Momoshiki's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The chakra fruits scattered across this inferior planet must be reclaimed. A wave of panic swept through the examination hall. An enemy attack. It was the Otsutsuki. Protect the populace. Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage, and Sasuke Uchiha, who had been secretly guarding Konoha, appeared in the center of the arena without delay. Finally, they've come. Naruto's expression turned grave. Sasuke activated his Rinnegan and Sharingan simultaneously. Their target was the Nine Tails. Momoshiki, Kinshiki. Naruto and Sasuke shouted in unison, unleashing a terrifying chakra that erupted from their bodies. Sage Mode and Susanoo activated simultaneously as they launched a joint attack against the Otsutsuki duo. The shockwaves of their battle instantly obliterated half of the examination hall. The audience, along with the lower-ranked ninjas, hastily evacuated under the organization of Konoha's Jonin. Amid the chaos, Shizuka quietly retreated to an inconspicuous corner, his pale blue eyes calmly observing the battlefield and the four cataclysmic beings. To absorb ninjutsu and multiply its power? Shizuka's eyes meticulously analyzed the abilities of Momoshiki's Rinnegan situated in the palm of his hand. This power bore certain similarities to his own ocular technique of rewriting rules, but was evidently more crude and primitive. If I could decipher this ability and integrate it into my ocular technique. Momoshiki and Kinshiki, noting the considerable strength of their opponents, burst into laughter and randomly tore open a dark rift. Today, we merely came to pay a visit, Naruto Uzumaki. I'll remember you. Our next encounter will not be so pleasant. They vanished into the rift. Shizuka smirked coldly from the sidelines. He refrained from pursuing them, knowing full well that these two had merely come as bait. If the God Emperor Shizuka still resided on Blue Star, he would certainly appear. He could not fall into their trap. Once the two departed and normalcy returned to the examination hall, Boruto was compelled to unleash the full force of his scientific ninja tools due to the earlier turmoil. This scene was promptly noticed by Naruto. This is the scientific ninja tool I strictly prohibited. No wonder Boruto was able to hold his own against the genius of the hidden village. He had resorted to cheating. Boruto. Naruto's voice brimmed with disappointment and anger. You dare to use such a thing? Boruto lowered his head, the small tool slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. I just wanted your approval. That does not excuse your cheating. Naruto admonished sternly. I hereby announce the disqualification of Uzumaki Boruto. The relationship between father and son plummeted to an icy low. Boruto stood there despondent, feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes and his father's disappointed expression. A tumult of emotions, resentment, injustice, rage, swirled within him. As Shizuka happened to walk past Boruto, preparing to retreat to a safer location, he paused momentarily, casting a glance at the forlorn Boruto. Power gained through external means is ultimately not your own. Shizuka's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in Boruto's ears. Shortcuts often lead to deeper confusion. Boruto abruptly raised his head, staring at Shizuka's departing figure. The words of this typically taciturn companion seemed to carry some weight. Naruto also heard Shizuka's words and instinctively glanced at the unassuming Uchiha boy. For some reason, he felt an uncanny resemblance between the boy's gaze and tone and that of the God Emperor Shizuka, who had once left him in endless awe and had mysteriously vanished years ago. Yet, this thought was fleeting. The imminent crisis demanded his utmost focus. Shizuka's silhouette swiftly vanished into the tumultuous crowd. Days later, upon realizing that the God Emperor Shizuka had not appeared, Momoshiki decided to launch another offensive against Konoha to further probe his absence. This time, there were two objectives. First, to ascertain whether the God Emperor had truly departed from Blue Star. Second, to seize the more complete chakra of the nine tails within Naruto. The following day, Momoshiki reappeared in Konoha, ensnaring Naruto and abducting him to another space. Within this alternate realm, chakra surged chaotically. News of Naruto's abduction spread like wildfire throughout Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Sasuke wore a stern expression. We must rescue Naruto immediately. The new generation of Kage, Gaara, Darui, Kuratsuchi, CHJR, along with Boruto and Sarada, gathered together. At such a time, every additional person could bolster their strength. Sasuke's gaze swept across the group, ultimately settling on the inconspicuous boy in the corner. Shizuka, you will come as well. Upon hearing this, Raikage Darui furrowed his brow. Sasuke, are you serious? That kid looks like he can barely stand. Kuratsuchi crossed her arms, scoffing. A freshly graduated genin in a battle of this caliber? He is more likely to be a liability. Konan, who held significant influence in the Hidden Rain, had previously reached out to Sasuke through special channels to assist in investigating the Otsutsuki intel, emphasizing that Uchiha Shizuka seemed to have a certain understanding of it. Despite Sasuke's confusion regarding Konan's request, her insistence left him no room for refusal. Moreover, the seemingly coincidental occurrences surrounding Uchiha Shizuka had indeed piqued his curiosity. Sasuke offered no explanation, merely responding coldly, "This is my decision." His Rinnegan glimmered, and a dark spatial portal gradually opened before him. Let us go? With various thoughts in their minds, the group stepped into the passage leading to the alternate space. Inside the corridor, the light warped, and chakra fluctuations were highly unstable. Darui leaned closer to Sasuke, lowering his voice. Sasuke, are you serious? That kid looks like he can barely stand. Kuratsuchi echoed, exactly, if a fight breaks out. We won't have time to babysit him. CHJR nervously gripped the hilt of his twin swords, murmuring, having an extra person could indeed increase the risk. Gaara crossed his arms, quietly observing Shizuka without offering any opinion. Meanwhile, Shizuka remained oblivious to the discussions, his pale blue eyes calmly fixed ahead, as if everything beyond him was inconsequential. Sasuke found himself pondering, what was Konan truly scheming? Was this Uchiha Shizuka genuinely just an ordinary genin? As they traversed the distorted spatial passage, they finally arrived in the alternate realm where Momoshiki awaited. It was a desolate and eerie world, the sky painted a dark red, and the ground littered with ominous chakra crystals. There he is. Sasuke's Rinnegan locked onto the massive remnants of a divine tree in the distance. The group hastened their pace. Soon, they beheld Naruto, bound to the tree, his chakra being incessantly siphoned. Momoshiki and Kanshiki stood guard beside him. Oh, seems there are still some bold insects coming to their doom. Peach watched as Sasuke and the others appeared, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Gold swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, wielding a massive red chakra weapon and charging towards the group. I'll handle him, Darui shouted, surrounded by flickering lightning, confronting Gold. We shall join in, simultaneously declared Kuratsuchi and CHJR, as they unleashed their earth and water release techniques against Peach. Gaara manipulated sand, seeking to provide support from the side. Sasuke activated his complete Susanoo, engaging Peach in a fierce counterattack. In an instant, the dimension resonated with the roar of chakra, as powerful jutsu clashed violently. Boruto and Sarada desired to join the fray but were halted by Sasuke's command. Protect yourselves, do not approach. Summer stood calmly at the edge of the battlefield, observing intently. He noted that Peach and Gold's fighting styles differed from those of the other Otsutsuki he had gleaned from Kagaya's memories. They appeared to rely more on the direct absorption and release of chakra, along with some unique abilities stemming from the Rinnegan. Their strength was commendable, yet their combat techniques seemed somewhat rudimentary, Summer mused internally. At that moment, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. After exchanging several blows with Sasuke's Susanoo, Peach seemed to lose patience. He abruptly opened his mouth, swallowing the red chakra pill formed from gold. A terrifying surge of chakra exploded from within Peach. A golden Rinnegan manifested on his forehead, while strange red patterns emerged across his body. What a delightful sensation! Peach cackled maniacally, feeling the surge of power within him. With a mere flick of his hand, several dark chakra rods shot forth, instantly shattering Darui, Kuratsuchi, and CHJR's attacks. The trio staggered back, injured from the force. Gaara's absolute defense was effortlessly torn apart by Peach's rampant power. This is bad. Sasuke felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that Peach, having devoured Gold, had ascended to a terrifying new level of strength. He directed his complete Susanoo, the chakra sword crackling with lightning, down upon Peach. Unflinching, Peach raised his right hand, the crimson Rinnegan glowing intensely. High Emperor, Birth of Spirit. Sasuke's mighty Susanoo strike, capable of cleaving mountains, was unexpectedly absorbed by an invisible force upon contact with Peach's palm, only to rebound with multiplied ferocity. The backlash nearly shattered Sasuke's complete Susanoo, and he staggered, blood spilling from his mouth. How could this be? Sasuke gazed incredulously at Peach. Your time is over, insects. Peach hovered in the air, gazing down upon them like a deity. He conjured several more dark chakra rods, aimed directly at the incapacitated new 5 Kage and Sasuke. Father! Boruto cried out, heedless of the danger, rushing forward. Boruto! No! Sarada exclaimed, desperate to intervene. But it was too late. Peach regarded the approaching Boruto with a cruel smile. Since you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige. The dark chakra rods, akin to the scythe of death, shot towards Boruto's forehead. Sasuke attempted to intervene, but was firmly restrained by the repulsive force emanating from Peach. In that critical moment, a figure appeared before Boruto, seemingly teleporting to block the lethal strike. It was Summer, calmly extending his right hand. He halted the chakra rod just an inch from his palm, as though it were gripped by an unseen force. What? Peach's pupils dilated. Summer did not even glance at Boruto. His pale blue creation eye fixed steadily on Peach. Your game ends here. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear present. A terrifying aura, far surpassing Peach's, began to emanate from him. This was not merely chakra. It was a power that transcended all. A force akin to the very fabric of reality itself. Who? What are you? Peach felt fear for the first time. Summer offered no answer, slowly raising his left hand. Within his palm, Sage Chakra and Wind Chakra were highly compressed, forming a spiraling sphere exuding a deadly cutting aura. Simultaneously, a crimson lava chakra merged into the sphere. Sage Art, Lava Release Spiraling Shuriken. This shuriken differed from the one Summer had used against Sarutobi, containing far more terrifying energy. Crucially, it was infused with a fragment of the power to rewrite the rules of the creation eye. Go. Summer gently propelled the lava release spiraling shuriken forward. The crimson sphere, accompanied by a piercing sound, shot straight towards Peach. Instinctively, Peach attempted to absorb the technique with his Rinnegan. However, upon contact, he felt an incomprehensible force disrupting his ocular powers. Absorption failed. Boom. The lava release spiraling shuriken struck Peach squarely in the chest. The explosive sound obliterated all other noise on the battlefield. Boruto, Sarada, and the new 5 Kage, along with Sasuke, stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sheer destructive power wielded by the boy they had previously regarded as insignificant. As the dust settled, Peach's form became visible, revealing a massive gaping wound in his chest. The golden Rinnegan dimmed, and the red patterns on his body vanished. No, it's impossible. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at Summer with despair and resentment. Summer slowly descended, his creation eye fixated calmly on him. Darui, the Reikage, and Kuratsuchi, the Tsuchikage, felt of burning embarrassment, their earlier derision of Summer now appearing ludicrous. Sasuke looked at Summer's back, filled with confusion. What other secrets does Uchiha Summer conceal? Peach, with his last vestige of strength, unleashed a roar of frustration. Summer merely raised his hand calmly. Chapter 87. Prince Naruto's trust reaches its zenith. The thieving old man observes in secret. Is Konoha about to be burgled again? Peach's anguished and vengeful roar abruptly ceased within the alternate dimension. The massive wound in his chest, a fatal injury inflicted by Summer's sage art, lava release spiraling shuriken, led to his life force rapidly waning. Vile lowly creature. Peach summoned the last of his strength, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. He raised his cracked right hand, the crimson Rinnegan firing a jet of black light. The target was not Summer, but Boruto, who was closest and momentarily distracted by his father's rescue. Boruto. Sasuke was the first to sense Peach's intent. The Rinnegan narrowed sharply. He attempted to teleport to intervene, but was a fraction too late. The black light pierced Boruto's palm, a diamond-shaped black mark rapidly spreading across his hand. Boruto felt a chilling, malevolent force surge into him. He cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees, sweat pouring down his forehead. Peach wore a sinister smile of triumph. His body, having left this final gift, completely lost all vitality, transforming into specks of light that dissipated into the otherworldly realm. The star creation clear eye of Summer Solstice keenly observed all the subtle movements of T-Shur in his final moments. At the critical instant when the wedge mark containing T-Shur's residual consciousness and the primordial power of the Otsutsuki was just formed within Boruto's body, the pale blue star creation clear eye of Summer Solstice glimmered faintly, and an extremely subtle imprint of ocular power, infused with the unique primordial energy of the star creation clear eye, silently merged into the diamond-shaped core within Boruto. This process was executed with utmost stealth. Even the fading remnants of T-Shur's consciousness failed to detect this minute anomaly. "Boruto, are you alright?" Naruto broke free from his restraints and rushed to Boruto's side, anxiously checking his condition. Sasuke also approached, his brow furrowed. He sensed the malevolent chakra within Boruto, which stemmed from the same source as T-Shur's power, a unique reincarnation technique of the Otsutsuki clan. Sasuke's voice bore a weighty tone. T-Shur sought to resurrect himself through Boruto's body. The new generation of the 5 Kage, Gaara, Durui, Kuratsuchi, and Chjr, gathered around. Their expressions varied. They gazed at Summer Solstice, the mysterious youth who had remained inconspicuous yet erupted with astonishing strength at the critical moment. Filled with astonishment, Darui scratched his head, his tone slightly awkward. "Hey, Summer Solstice, were you just pretending before?" Kuratsuchi crossed her arms and scoffed. "TCH, the Uchiha brat certainly enjoys playing such hidden tricks." Chjr smiled somewhat shyly. "Summer Solstice, we owe you this time." Gaara maintained his usual posture with arms crossed, but his gaze towards Summer Solstice conveyed a newfound respect. Summer Solstice paid no heed to their discussions, calmly observing Naruto and Sasuke as they checked on Boruto's condition. "It's temporarily suppressed," Sasuke sighed in relief. Yet the mark remained like a ticking time bomb, uncertain of when it might explode. Naruto, witnessing Boruto's agonized state, was filled with guilt and concern. Summer Solstice spoke softly, "Let's discuss this later." Sasuke activated his Rinnegan once more, opening a dark spatial passage. They successfully rescued Naruto and returned to Konoha with Boruto, who bore the wedge mark. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, the atmosphere was tense. Tsunade, though having nominally stepped down, still wielded considerable influence due to her decades of service in the village. She, along with Kakashi and several high-ranking advisors, listened intently to Sasuke's detailed report on the rescue operation in the otherworld. Upon hearing that Uchiha Summer Solstice single-handedly defeated T-Shur, who had become immensely powerful after devouring Kinshiki, even Tsunade displayed a look of astonishment. "Summer Solstice actually did that?" Her voice was laced with disbelief. Kakashi's visible eye widened slightly as he recalled the various coincidences and anomalies surrounding Summer Solstice since his days at the Ninja Academy. The swift defeat of Hige Hanabi, the overwhelming might of the Phoenix Fire technique, and the bizarre luck during the graduation exam. Could it be that all these were not mere coincidences? This seemingly ordinary Uchiha orphan possessed such terrifying strength? Kakashi mused that the Uchiha clan truly was a lineage of prodigies. Perhaps Konoha had birthed another genius akin to the legendary god Emperor Summer Solstice of yore. Yet, the rapid growth of this Summer Solstice and the mystery of his ocular techniques left the high-ranking officials of the village feeling both astonished and uneasy. "Sasuke, are you certain about Summer Solstice?" An elder advisor could not help but voice his skepticism. Has he perhaps relied on some external force or concealed a greater secret? Sasuke shook his head. "I cannot say. But the power he exhibited and those eyes are unlike anything I have ever encountered." At that moment, Naruto interjected with unwavering conviction. "I believe in Summer Solstice." He cast a glance at the high-ranking officials, his eyes shimmering with trust. "During the rescue operation, he saved us multiple times, including Boruto. And for some reason, I feel an inexplicable familiarity with him, as if I have known him long ago." Naruto referred to the figure who once unified the ninja world and mysteriously vanished, the god Emperor Summer Solstice. Though the present Summer Solstice differed vastly from that deity in age and appearance, there lingered a resemblance in the commanding aura and absolute mastery over power. "I have decided to grant Summer Solstice greater trust and freedom," Naruto declared as the 7th Hokage. "We cannot let fear of the unknown lead us to distrust and exclude a potential pillar of Konoha future." Tsunade and Kakashi exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of complexity in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base of the Kara organization, the leader, Ishiki Otsutsuki, was perceiving the faint residual chakra fluctuations of T-Shur through a special device, sensing the aftermath of the battle in the other world. So T-Shur has failed as well. Ishiki's face was shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression, but his tone carried a chilling edge. Beside him, a Kara inner member, a red-haired woman codenamed Delta, knelt on one knee. Lord Ishiki, according to reports from our infiltrators in Konoha and our analysis of T-Shur's residual chakra, the one who defeated T-Shur is a Uchiha boy from Konoha named Uchiha Summer Solstice. He possesses a powerful ocular technique resembling the Rinnegan, with unfathomable strength. Uchiha Summer Solstice? That God Emperor? Ishiki's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of his chair. No, based on the 2 instances thus far, the God Emperor Summer Solstice is indeed no longer in this realm. This is another Uchiha boy of the same name. Oh, what a coincidence. The Uchiha never ceased to surprise, he mused, developing a keen interest in the name. Particularly, the formidable power that allowed Summer Solstice to easily defeat T-Shur and his mysterious ocular techniques intrigued him. In his view, this Uchiha Summer Solstice might be pivotal in his quest for the perfect vessel or in eliminating potential threats, a fascinating quarry. Ishiki's voice was low and menacing. Delta, at your service. Make a trip to Konoha. Ishiki's tone was devoid of emotion as he sought to test the true strength of Uchiha Summer Solstice. If he truly is the perfect vessel, bring him back. If he is merely a trivial obstacle, a glint of cold murder flashed in Ishiki's eyes. Then eliminate him. Delta's lips curled into a sinister smile. As you command, Lord Ishiki. Chapter 88. It's you again, star of misfortune Summer Solstice. Thank you. In Konoha Hokage office, Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the faint diamond mark on Boruto's palm, his brow furrowed. Are you still feeling unwell? Boruto scratched his head, a hint of impatience on his face. I feel fine. Nothing really hurts. Just occasionally, my chakra doesn't seem to obey. The wedge within him felt like a ticking bomb. Naruto's heart was heavy with worry, yet he could not find a remedy for the root cause. Meanwhile, Uchiha Summer Solstice was idly passing his time as an ordinary genin in Konoha. At the training ground, Boruto was exasperated, struggling with the unstable gathering of his Rasengan. As Summer Solstice yawned while walking by, he accidentally kicked a pebble, which struck Boruto's wrist just as he was forming the Rasengan. As Boruto's hand trembled, the previously tumultuous chakra miraculously stabilized, and a barely formed Rasengan materialized in his palm. Huh, how did I succeed? Boruto marveled at the sphere, entirely oblivious to the fact that it was thanks to the influence of the Summer Solstice. With a yawn, the Summer Solstice continued onward, seemingly unfazed by the events transpiring around her. This fortuitous guidance was not a novel occurrence. Although Boruto greatly benefited, he still regarded the Summer Solstice as merely an extraordinarily lucky afterthought. However, tranquility did not persist for long. A member of the shell organization, Deluda, had covertly infiltrated Konoha on the orders of the benevolent Kyoharu. Her entire being had undergone extensive scientific modification, with her fiery red hair resembling flames and a cruel smile gracing her face. Her mission was to gauge the true strength of this boy who shared a name with the divine Emperor Uchiha Summer Solstice. With a thunderous roar, the serenity of the outer region of Konoha was shattered. Several devastating laser beams descended from the heavens, obliterating multiple buildings in an instant. Deluda hovered in the air, smoke billowing from the laser cannons on her arms. Is this the extent of Konoha's defenses? She mused, licking her lips as excitement flickered in her eyes. She intended to create chaos through such destructive means to draw the attention of the Konoha ninjas. An alarm echoed hauntingly throughout the village. The newly formed Team 7, tasked with a simple patrol near the village entrance, found themselves at the forefront of the assault. Enemy attack. Sarutobi Konohamaru's expression changed drastically as he quickly positioned himself in front of Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki. Boruto gazed at the flames and smoke rising in the distance, then glanced back at the calm figure of Summer Solstice at the back of their formation, unable to suppress his exasperation. Hey, Summer Solstice, are you some kind of harbinger of doom? It seems every time you show up, the village gets into trouble. Summer Solstice merely raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Boruto's words. Do children today always think so strangely? Sarada adjusted her glasses, her demeanor alert. Boruto, now is not the time for that. Mitsuki wore his trademark enigmatic smile, seemingly unfazed by the chaos unfolding. You all stay safe. I'll assess the situation, Konohamaru commanded, his figure flashing as he dashed towards Deluta. As Deluta regarded the approaching Konohamaru, a smirk of disdain crossed her lips. Oh, a ninja from Konoha? Just the warm-up I need. In a flurry, Konohamaru formed hand seals. Rasengan. The chakra sphere in his hand spun rapidly, propelled by a fierce wind towards Deluta. Yet, she did not flinch. Instead, she extended her left arm. The scientific tool on her arm emitted a strange vibration, and as Konohamaru's powerful Rasengan made contact, it was effortlessly absorbed, vanishing without a trace. What? Konohamaru's pupils dilated in shock. A wicked grin spread across Deluta's face as the cannon on her right arm illuminated once more. With a swift motion, a robust laser beam shot towards Konohamaru. He narrowly evaded, the beam grazing his cheek before crashing into the ground, leaving a deep, scorched mark. That was close. Deluta's assault did not relent. Her body functioned like a cannon, continuously firing devastating laser beams. The wide-ranging and powerful attacks forced Konohamaru into a desperate dance of evasion, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack. Damn it! Konohamaru gritted his teeth, sensing that his opponent far surpassed him in strength. Even more troubling was the apparent ability of Deluta's body to regenerate at an alarming rate. The wounds inflicted by his previous attacks healed almost instantaneously. Konohamaru-sensei. Boruto and Sarada cried out in despair from a distance. You need to retreat. This foe is beyond your capabilities. Konohamaru shouted back while evading Deluta's relentless strikes. He understood that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. He had to ensure Boruto and the others could escape safely. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he forced his chakra to surge. This is the most powerful jutsu I can summon. He aimed to exploit any potential openings in Deluta's defenses, buying time for Boruto and the others to withdraw. However, Deluta's combat experience was vast. She had already discerned Konohamaru's intentions, a cruel smile forming on her face. Just as he was about to complete his jutsu, she seized upon a minuscule opening in his hand seals. A far more terrifying laser beam erupted from her arm's cannon, targeting Konohamaru's chest. With a sickening sound, the beam pierced through Konohamaru's body, leaving a grotesque wound. Ugh! He gasped, his body uncontrollably flying backward before crashing to the ground. Blood poured from the gaping hole in his chest, staining the earth beneath him. Konohamaru-sensei. Boruto and Sarada screamed in utter despair. They longed to rush forward, but were held back by Mitsuki's firm grip. As Deluta slowly descended to the ground, she approached the fallen Konohamaru, raising her arm once more. The cannon aimed at his head. Such an arrogant fool, she remarked coldly. As the moment of execution drew near, Boruto, Sarada, and the others were in a state of frantic helplessness. Yet, just as the situation appeared dire, a figure appeared, seemingly teleporting to stand before Konohamaru. It was Uchiha Summer Solstice, his expression calm, though his brow slightly furrowed as if he were letting out a sigh. Deluta regarded the unexpectedly appearing Summer Solstice with disdain. Her expression one of condescension. Oh, another one seeking death? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. What do you think you can do, little boy? How foolish. Chapter 89, A Laser Bath? Deluta is incinerated. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Deluta transformed into a crimson blur, charging towards Summer Solstice. The scientific tools on her arms morphed into sharp blades, each swing accompanied by a piercing sound as she aimed to slice him into pieces. Yet, Summer Solstice, relying solely on his pure taijutsu, effortlessly evaded all of Deluta's rapid physical assaults. His movements flowed like water, as though he were strolling leisurely. Each dodge was perfectly timed, rendering Deluta's tempestuous onslaught futile. In her eyes, Deluta's attacks were as swift as lightning, capable of dispatching any J-nin. Yet, to Summer Solstice, the speed augmented by machinery displayed rigid linear trajectories and predictable patterns, an abundance of openings. Standing at a distance, Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and the arriving Konoha ninjas, including several seasoned J-nin, were left astonished by the scene unfolding before them. They had not anticipated that the seemingly average Uchiha Summer Solstice, who had performed modestly during the graduation exams, possessed such remarkable taijutsu prowess. Deluta's high-speed attacks, which would trouble even J-nin, appeared to him as mere childish play. Is this a joke? Boruto exclaimed, dropping the snack bag from his hands in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not imagining things. How could he be so effortless? Sarada's glasses nearly slipped off her face. The level of taijutsu and the precision with which he grasped timing were beyond what any genin or even an ordinary J-nin could achieve. How much strength has this summer solstice truly concealed? Mitsuki maintained his signature enigmatic smile, though a profound interest sparkled in his golden serpent-like eyes. Summer solstice. You truly are intriguing. The arriving elite shinobi of Konoha were left in a state of alarm. They questioned their own ability to keep pace with Deluta's speed. Yet, this Uchiha youth seemed to toy with his opponent effortlessly. Infuriated, Deluta felt her pride and her speed diminish as she was reduced to a mere jester before the summer solstice. Enraged, she retreated, distancing herself from her adversary. And the muzzle of her laser cannon reignited. This time, however, the energy she concentrated was far more formidable than when she had attacked Konohamaru. Additionally, the single eye at the center of her forehead opened, radiating a devastating crimson light. You reckless child, if you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige. Deluta's voice, tinged with fury, became sharp and piercing. Taste this. The doomsday ray that melts all. A beam of red energy, several times thicker than before and emitting an alarming heat, surged forth from her singular eye. As the beam traversed the air, it distorted the atmosphere, leaving a deep, smoldering scar on the ground, capable of melting a small hill in an instant. Yet, despite this cataclysmic laser attack, the summer solstice remained unflinching. He slowly extended his right hand, his palm enveloped in a nearly invisible layer of azure chakra, glowing faintly. This delicate chakra seemed so tenuous that a mere breeze could scatter it. Under the incredulous gaze of all present, Summer Solstice grasped the earth-shattering crimson laser beam directly with his chakra-clad hand. The beam writhed violently within his palm, emitting blinding light and excruciating heat, attempting to incinerate his hand. Yet, that seemingly feeble layer of azure chakra acted as an indomitable barrier, confining the laser within his grasp. The beam could not penetrate, nor could it inflict even the slightest harm upon him. This spectacle utterly shattered the perceptions of everyone present. Catching a laser with one hand? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Boruto could only stare in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Sarada trembled slightly. She felt her worldview shaken to its core. For the first time, a hint of surprise crossed Mitsuki's face. The Konoha elite shinobi stood as if petrified, their minds blank. Through miniature surveillance devices, some peripheral members observing the battle from the base of the shell organization questioned their own eyesight. Deluta's most powerful attack had been caught by a mere genin from Konoha? This was utterly preposterous. As he held the struggling laser beam, Summer Solstice wore a cold smile. He glanced at Deluta, his tone laced with mockery. Is this the extent of your heat? It barely tickles. Such nonchalant words and the unimaginable act were a profound humiliation for Deluta. You insufferable fool. You insolent wretch. Deluta, incensed by Summer Solstice's calm demeanor and derision, frantically urged the core of energy within her, seeking to amplify the power of her laser. However, the overload of energy caused her body to emit pained groans. Her arms' intricate scientific ninja tools cracking under the strain and even releasing wisps of smoke. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. The singular eye of Deluta shimmered with frenzied crimson light. Her internal nanobots began to operate at a breathtaking pace, repairing the damaged components of her body. Futile, you little brat. Deluta cackled triumphantly, her voice sharp and grating. My body is composed of countless nanobots. I am immortal. Any damage can be restored in an instant. The damaged parts of her body visibly mended under the influence of the nanobots, as if the earlier energy overload had never occurred. Observing Deluta's state of unwarranted pride, Summer Solstice scoffed. You dare play with technology before me? You are woefully unqualified. In that moment, his pale blue eyes, with the celestial trails of stars in their pupils, underwent an almost imperceptible change. A fragment of power, imbued with the ability to rewrite rules, silently spread, precisely locking onto the rapidly functioning nanobots within Deluta. Her smile abruptly froze as she realized that her nanobots had collectively ceased operation. They no longer repaired her injuries, obeying her commands, and even began to recklessly assault her own cellular structure. Why? Deluta's singular eye brimmed with disbelief and terror. Why has my regeneration suddenly faltered? This is impossible. It cannot be. Chaos ensued within her body as the backlash from the nanobots caused her to tremble violently. The technological marvel she had prided herself on had transformed into a poison, destroying her from within. Deluta collapsed, unable to comprehend how her seemingly perfect nanotechnology had become so pathetically fragile. As the nanobots within her spiraled into chaos, she fell to her knees. The muzzle of her laser cannon emitting black smoke and sparking erratically. The face that had always worn a cruel smile now bore only endless confusion. What? Deluta's voice faltered, pained within her body. My regeneration, my power. Struggling to lift her head, her crimson eye fixed intently on Summer Solstice. Who? Who are you? This question echoed not only in Deluta's mind, but also resonated among Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and the elite shinobi of Konoha, who tuned in with rapt attention. Summer Solstice calmly approached her, towering over her form. Uchiha Summer Solstice. Uchiha Summer Solstice? Deluta's singular eye widened in realization. He was the very target of her mission. The strength of this boy before her, his eerie ability to manipulate the nanobots within her body, his unyielding composure. It was truly beyond what any ordinary Uchiha youth could possess. Deluta attempted to articulate her thoughts, but the violent backlash of her body rendered her incapable of forming a complete sentence. Summer Solstice had no interest in her futile words. Return and inform Zaijin. I have accepted his challenge. Tell him to prepare. Fear and humiliation flooded Deluta's singular eye. She yearned to retort, to curse. But under the unwavering gaze of Summer Solstice's pale blue eyes, she found herself devoid of any rebellious thought. Turning away, Summer Solstice disregarded her entirely. The entire process of subduing Deluta had been swift and decisive. From her arrogant entrance to her current pitiful kneeling, it had transpired in mere minutes. Boruto's jaw dropped, having unknowingly let go of the snack bag in his hand. Is this some kind of joke? He muttered. That guy is actually this powerful. The Konoha elite shinobi, who had previously harbored doubts about Summer Solstice, now gazed at his retreating figure with a mix of awe and trepidation. After Summer Solstice turned away, Deluta summoned the last remnants of her strength to activate some form of emergency escape device. Her body transformed into a disheveled crimson light, imbued with resentment and fear. Vanishing above the village of Konoha, she must promptly report everything that transpired here, without alteration, to Lord Sishian. The name Uchiha Shiaji, this boy, necessitates a reassessment of his threat level. In the Shell organization, within a shadowy underground base, Sishian sat upon a cold stone seat, already aware of the unfolding events. However, upon hearing Deruta recount how Uchiha Shiaji effortlessly neutralized her laser attack and could even manipulate the nanobots within her body, a subtle ripple of disturbance crossed Sishian's shadowed visage. Uchiha Shiaji, are you accepting my challenge? Should I prepare myself? The tone was devoid of discernible emotion, yet the palpable pressure rendered Deruta, kneeling on the ground, trembling. Indeed, that is what Lord Sishian said. Her voice quivered. Sishian remained silent for a moment. An intriguing fellow, he murmured to himself. It appears I have indeed underestimated him. Or perhaps, the Uchiha of this era consistently brings me unexpected surprises. His interest in Uchiha Shiaji deepened, accompanied by an unprecedented wariness. This boy was no ordinary individual. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, following the conclusion of the Deruta invasion incident, the village's higher-ups convened an urgent meeting. The atmosphere was even more solemn than before. The terrifying power Shiaji exhibited in battle, far surpassing that of a mere genin and even eclipsing typical Jainin levels, sent shivers through every senior member present. He deflected lasers with one hand and controlled nanobots. Shintun Kobu's voice trembled slightly, unbeknownst to her. Is this truly something a freshly graduated genin can accomplish? Mito Gate Yin adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with uncertainty. Could the abilities of the Uchiha clan truly be so unfathomable? And he, too, was named Shiaji. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow. The concern did not lie solely in the capabilities of the Uchiha, but rather in the person of Uchiha Shiaji. He was too enigmatic and too formidable. Such power, if harnessed for Konoha, might one day enable this lad to defeat the God Emperor. Nara Shikaku's implication was understood by all. This was also the reason for their reluctance to report to Shinmi for an extended period. Once, the Uchiha were merely a part of Konoha. Now, they had become the masters of the entire ninja world. How could these old men of Konoha possibly accept that? Sitting in the main seat, Uzumaki Naruto wore a complex expression. This boy was a stark contrast to the languid demeanor he displayed in the Ninja Academy. I have decided to speak with him personally. Naruto finally broke the silence. In the Hokage's office reception room, Uzumaki Naruto sat across from Uchiha Shiaji. Shiaji. Naruto regarded the youth before him, younger than his own son Boruto, with a tone of solemnity. You are quite strong. Shaji raised the teacup before him and took a gentle sip, remaining silent. I wish to know the source of your power, Naruto continued, pressing further. Why do you possess such formidable strength? What are your intentions? This series of inquiries were the answers that the entire higher echelon of Konoha sought. Shaji set down his teacup, a feigned relaxed smile gracing his face. Power? He shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps it is merely the bloodline talent of the Uchiha clan. You know, we Uchiha often produce peculiar geniuses. I might just be fortunate, having awakened my abilities early and comprehensively. Naruto thought, I do not believe a word of this explanation. Good fortune? Early awakening? Is that all it takes to deflect lasers and turn the tables on the inner members of the Shell organization? And he even saved me last time. Once could be coincidence, but not repeatedly. Who would believe that? This boy was clearly spinning tales. As for my intentions, Shaji tilted his head, a teasing expression on his face. Of course, to serve Konoha, protect my comrades, and strive to become an excellent J-nin as soon as possible. He shifted the conversation, looking at Naruto with a hint of expectation. By the way, Hokage-sama, seeing my outstanding performance this time, shouldn't you consider promoting this talented genin? Perhaps promoting me directly to a CH-nin or J-nin? Naruto was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Shaji's audacity. Promotion? What is this kid thinking? He had been questioning the source of the boy's power and the potential threat he posed. Yet somehow, the conversation had veered into this peculiar territory. Rubbing his temples, Naruto felt more troubled by this Uchiha youth than he did when facing the Otsutsuki. In the corner of the office, a figure nearly merged with the shadows observed everything quietly. Uchiha Sasuke. He attempted to peer into Shaji's depths with his Rinnegan, seeking to comprehend the enigmatic source of his power. However, when his ocular prowess met the impenetrable barriers surrounding Shaji, it stirred no ripples whatsoever. For the first time, Sasuke felt unable to see through to the truth. Shaji's power was deep and mysterious, beyond his comprehension. Who exactly was this Uchiha Shaji? In Sasuke's heart, doubts about Shaji's true identity deepened. He even harbored a bizarre intuition that this boy bore some hidden connection to the God Emperor Shaji, who had unified the ninja world alone years ago before mysteriously disappearing. Yet, such a notion was too outrageous, even for him to fully believe. Compared to the God Emperor Shaji, this boy seemed to fall far short. Ultimately, after a vigorous discussion among Konoha's higher-ups, a decision was reached. They would not impose any restrictions on Uchiha Shaji for the time being. After all, he currently exhibited traits beneficial to Konoha. However, covert observation and surveillance would undoubtedly be intensified. Simultaneously, due to Shaji's formidable prowess and the Shell organization's peculiar technological capabilities, Konoha's alertness towards the Shell organization was raised to unprecedented heights. The entire ninja world was once again stirred by the presence of this youth named Uchiha Shaji. Exiting the Hokage's office, Shaji gazed up at the sky. The wind seemed to be shifting. He paid little heed to the minor machinations of Konoha's higher-ups. What truly concerned him was the organization known as the Shell and, behind it, the true Otsutsuki. Chapter 91. What the hell? Is this transfer student a sweeping monk? Gu Shinju sure cracked up on the spot. Outside Konoha village, the wind whipped through the woods. The new 7th Squad received a secret mission from the daimyo of the Land of Fire to pursue and protect a mysterious boy, Kawamu, who had escaped from an unknown organization. Konohamaru led the way, his expression grave. According to intelligence, the target boy might possess some form of dangerous power, so everyone must exercise caution. Uzumaki Baruto lounged with his hands behind his head, kicking at pebbles, occasionally glancing at Uchiha Shaji at the end of the line. Hey Shaji, make sure you don't rely on luck or coincidence to get through this mission, Baruto taunted, his tone laced with habitual provocation. Shaji did not even raise an eyelid, as if he had not heard Baruto's words. This disregard only aggravated Baruto further. Sarada adjusted her glasses and shot a glance at Baruto. Baruto, we are on a mission. Refrain from making irrelevant comments. Mitsuki maintained his enigmatic smile, quietly trailing behind. Shaji remained unfazed, the chatter of these youngsters merely background noise to him, akin to cicadas chirping by the roadside. What he truly cared about was whether this mission would present him with an experience package worthy of his intervention. Names like the Shell Organization, Ji Xian, and Otsutsuki Ishiki flashed through his mind one after another. Conan had already privately reported the intelligence regarding Kawaki. He was a vessel of the Shell Organization, having fled due to the unbearable brutality of their training. Now, this escape would inevitably trigger a pursuit by the Shell organization. Following the clues provided by the intelligence, the group traversed the dense forest. Suddenly, Konohamaru raised his hand sharply, signaling the team to halt. There was a powerful surge of chakra ahead. Before he could finish speaking, a figure clad in a sinister mask and a black cloak silently appeared atop a nearby tree. It was none other than the enigmatic Guexien, a ninja from Konoha. Guexien's voice was raspy, lingering ominously. His gaze swept over the members of the new 7th Squad, ultimately resting momentarily on Shizuku. This boy seemed devoid of any chakra fluctuations, resembling an ordinary person. Yet that tranquility instilled a sense of inexplicable unease within him. "Have you come to retrieve that vessel?" Konohamaru demanded, positioning himself protectively in front of his comrades. Guexien let out a cold laugh. "Vessel? That belongs to the Shell organization. Naturally, it must be returned to its rightful owner. No more nonsense. If you wish to take Kawaki, you must first get through me." Konohamaru swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball shot forth. Guexien remained unfazed, extending his right hand to conjure a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra. Rasengan. The fireball and Rasengan collided midair, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Konohamaru was knocked back several steps, his face registering shock. Rasengan. This guy can also use Rasengan. And with such force. Konohamaru-sensei, Boruto and Serato exclaimed. "Fall back." Konohamaru growled, aware that their adversary far surpassed him in strength. Guexien's figure flickered, closing the distance to Konohamaru in an instant, delivering a powerful strike. Konohamaru hastily defended. But the force sent his blood surging, his arm growing numb. So weak. Guexien's voice dripped with disdain. He gathered another Rasengan in his hand, mercilessly directing it towards Konohamaru's chest. At that critical moment, a massive summoning array suddenly appeared beneath Guexien's feet. Boom. A gigantic toad, its skin riddled with warts, materialized out of thin air, shielding Konohamaru. This toad bore a striking resemblance to the one summoned by Jiraiya. Shizuku stood at a distance, his pale blue starry eyes observing intently, the trajectories of the stars swirling rapidly within his pupils. The Rasengan, the summoning toad, and the faint indication of sage chakra emanating from Guexien just moments ago. It was clear that Guexien's connection to Jiraiya was no mere coincidence. Was he a clone? Or some form of special modification? Shizuku's brow subtly furrowed. Guexien's Rasengan struck the massive toad solidly. The creature emitted a painful croak. Its enormous body jolted back several meters, yet it ultimately blocked the lethal blow. "Haha, did I scare you? Don't misunderstand. I just thought it would be too boring to knock you down like that." Guexien grinned wickedly. Seizing the opportunity, Konohamaru retreated, distancing himself from Guexien. His complexion pale. "Who are you? Why can you use Rasengan and summon toads?" he demanded sternly. Guexien did not respond. Instead, his gaze shifted back to the seemingly unperturbed Uchiha Shizuku, who had remained calm throughout. That tranquility did not suggest fear, but rather an air of composed understanding. Alarm bells rang in Guexien's mind. He decided to test this mysterious Uchiha youth. Diverting some of his focus, he quickly formed hand seals. Sage art, fireball. A fireball, even more potent than before and infused with sage chakra, hurtled towards Shizuku. Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki watched anxiously, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Yet, Shizuku maintained his nonchalant demeanor in the face of the powerful fireball. He didn't even form hand seals, merely raising his right hand lazily. The power of his starry eyes activated. The blazing fireball halted just half a meter from Shizuku's body, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Then, it began to shrink at a visible rate, ultimately transforming into tiny sparks and dissipating into the air. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any sign of struggle. Guexien's pupils contracted sharply. This boy could effortlessly nullify an attack imbued with sage chakra? Who on earth was he? "Hey, you," Shizuku finally spoke. A hint of impatience in his tone. He pointed at Konohamaru, who was still grappling with the gigantic toad, then gestured toward the forest nearby, where Kawaki's traces seemed to be concealed. "We're quite busy and have no time to indulge in your childish games. If you want to fight, form a line over there and don't hinder our mission." Shizuku's tone was laced with disdain and arrogance. Guexien's masked face betrayed no emotion, but the eyes visible beyond the mask narrowed dangerously. He had traversed the ninja world for many years and had never been so underestimated, especially by a mere boy from the Uchiha clan. "You are quite arrogant, little brat." Goexian's voice turned icy. The faint aura of threat surrounding him intensified at that moment. Shizuku yawned, seemingly indifferent to Goexian's menace. However, internally, he was rapidly analyzing the situation. Goexian bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiraiya. Could it be that he was a clone created from Jiraiya's cells by the Shell organization? Or was there more to this story? It seemed this mission was destined to be far more intriguing than he had initially anticipated. Chapter 92. Is the transfer student a devilish instructor? Kawaki, who's tutoring whom? Shizuku had expected Goexian to continue his assault. To his surprise, Goexian performed a roll and retracted the toad, his figure darting among the treetops before finally alighting atop a giant tree. He cast a glance back toward the direction in which the new 7th squad had disappeared, his brow furrowed beneath the mask. That Uchiha Shizuku was far too calm, too composed to be a mere genin. The faint aura emanating from him, which even made Goexian's heart race slightly, was perplexing. Reinforcements from Konoha could arrive at any moment, and he could not afford to neglect Kawaki. Goexian resolved to abandon his probing of the mysterious Uchiha youth for the time being. After shedding Goexian's entanglement, the new 7th squad continued their pursuit. Following the faint traces left by Kawaki, the air in the dense forest was damp and stifling. "I say, who was that guy just now?" He was incredibly strong. Boruto wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart still racing. Konohamaru's expression remained grave. "His strength is at least that of AJ Nin, perhaps even stronger." Sarada adjusted her glasses. The Rasengan he used, and the toad he summoned felt so reminiscent of Grandpa Jiraiya. Mitsuki wore a mysterious smile. "Indeed, he is quite an interesting opponent." Only Shizuku maintained his detached demeanor, quietly trailing at the end of the group. Finally, outside a secluded cave, they discovered their target. Young Kawaki huddled at the entrance, his tattered clothing revealing a myriad of fine scars covering his body. The ominous, diamond-shaped black mark on his chest pulsated with a disturbing chakra, causing him to groan in agony. "I found you," Boruto exclaimed with a surge of excitement, rushing forward. "Boruto, don't be reckless." Konohamaru attempted to intervene, but it was too late. As Boruto approached Kawaki and reached out to touch him, a resonating hum echoed. The wedge in Boruto's palm and the one on Kawaki's chest seemed to be drawn together by an unseen force, erupting in a powerful resonance. A colossal wave of chakra surged outward from the two, shaking the ground around them. "Ah!" Both Boruto and Kawaki cried out in pain, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They felt as if they were being torn apart, the overwhelming chakra rampaging within them. "Is this the resonance of the wedge?" Konohamaru and Sarada's expressions changed drastically. Sumaya's previously cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. Standing nearby, Shizuku's light blue starry eyes reflected a rapidly swirling cosmic pattern. "So that's it," she muttered. "The wedge, a sophisticated means employed by the Otsutsuki clan for reincarnation and resurrection, involved implanting a mark onto a suitable vessel to compress and store genetic information, power, and even consciousness-like data. Once the time was ripe, the vessel's body could be used for a flawless revival." This bore a striking resemblance to the cloud or disk backups of ancient technological civilizations. Clearly, Boruto and Kawaki were chosen vessels by Kaguya and Ishiki Otsutsuki. "Konohamaru-sensei, Sumire, help!" Sarada cried out urgently. Immediately, Konohamaru and Sumire rushed forward, striving to separate Boruto and Kawaki, who were caught in the throes of agonizing resonance. With great effort, they managed to pull the semi-conscious Kawaki away from Boruto. The resonance of the wedge subsided temporarily, but both boys were utterly exhausted, their faces pale. "We must return him to the village at once," Konohamaru declared decisively. The new Team 7 successfully transported Kawaki back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Kawaki's existence, along with the mysterious wedge mark on him, immediately drew the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the unconscious Kawaki and the similarly ominous mark on his son Boruto's palm, his brow furrowed deeply. "Sasuke, what do you think?" Naruto asked, looking at Sasuke Uchiha beside him. Sasuke's Rinnegan glimmered with an eerie light. "This wedge originates from the power of Kaguya Otsutsuki. It is an extraordinarily sophisticated reincarnation mark. If fully eroded by it, both Boruto and this boy could become vessels for the resurrection of Otsutsuki." Nara Shikaku added from the side. According to Konohamaru's report and our scattered intelligence on the Kara organization, this Kawaki is likely the chosen vessel of the leader, Jigen, also known as Ishiki Otsutsuki. Naruto's expression darkened further. To better monitor and protect Kawaki, as well as to study the power of the wedge, he pondered for a moment before making a decision. From today on, Kawaki will stay in my home, and I will personally oversee him. This decision surprised the high-ranking officials present. Bringing an unidentified boy bearing an Otsutsuki mark into his home was fraught with risk. However, Naruto remained resolute. Additionally, he continued, glancing at the silent Shizuku Uchiha in the corner, your performance during the Kaguya incident, along with your mysterious ocular techniques, suggests you possess an extraordinary understanding of Otsutsuki's power. After discussions with several advisors, we have decided to appoint you as Kawaki's extracurricular tutor, responsible for better understanding and guiding the power of the wedge. Shizuku smirked wryly at the suggestion. Extracurricular tutor? These old geezers sure know how to make excuses. However, observing the power of the wedge in that vessel of Ishiki could indeed be an intriguing opportunity. Very well, Shizuku replied calmly. Days later, at the Uzumaki household, the awakened Kawaki exhibited the rebellious and volatile nature one would expect. He was filled with distrust and hostility toward everything in the Hidden Leaf Village, especially the Uzumaki family. Let me go? What do you guys want to do to me? Kawaki struggled, attempting to escape from the room Naruto had prepared for him. Naruto patiently tried to reassure him. Kawaki, we mean no harm. We just want to protect you. Protect? More like surveil. Kawaki scoffed. I don't need your false kindness. Seizing an opportunity while Naruto was distracted, he suddenly lunged at the window, intending to jump out. However, a hand, as firm as a vice, gripped his ankle. It was Shizuku Uchiha, who had appeared outside the window, wearing his usual calm expression. Where do you think you're going, little brat? Shizuku's voice was devoid of warmth. Let me go, you bastard. Kawaki shouted, kicking at Shizuku's face with all his might. Shizuku did not flinch, allowing Kawaki's foot to strike him. More accurately, Kawaki's foot was halted just shy of Shizuku's cheek by an invisible force. Kawaki felt as if he had kicked an unyielding steel plate, pain radiating from his ankle. Ah! He cried out in agony. Shizuku casually tossed him back into the room like a discarded rag doll. First warning, Shizuku's voice was cold. Kawaki scrambled to his feet, filled with resentment and fury. He charged at Shizuku, his fist slicing through the air with ferocity. Yet, Shizuku maintained his composed demeanor. Just as Kawaki's fist was about to connect, Shizuku slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the blow. Simultaneously, an ostensibly casual elbow strike found its mark in Kawaki's abdomen. Thud! Kawaki doubled over, feeling as if a storm raged within him, curling up in agony and retching. Second lesson, Shizuku's tone remained calm. Clutching his stomach, Kawaki knelt on the floor, disbelief filling his eyes. How could this seemingly weaker Uchiha boy possess such terrifying strength? In the days that followed, the tutoring sessions continued as scheduled. Every time Kawaki attempted to resist or escape, Shizuku would respond with an overwhelming physical demonstration. From initial punches and kicks to later being subdued with a single hand, eventually, Shizuku only needed a mere glance to render Kawaki paralyzed with fear. Kawaki was utterly subdued and frightened. His once brash demeanor now cowered before Shizuku like a docile kitten. Naruto observed this transformation in astonishment. Though Shizuku's blunt teaching method contradicted his own principles, the effectiveness was undeniable. Watching Shizuku's ever-present sly smile, a familiar sensation surged within Naruto. This Uchiha Shizuku bore an uncanny resemblance to the mysterious figure who unified the shinobi world years ago and then vanished without a trace. Could it be? Naruto's brow furrowed deeper. Chapter 93. Ishiki descends upon Konoha. Boruto and Sasuke suffer a severe beating. Ever since Kawaki's arrival, chaos had become the norm at the Uzumaki household. Hey, stop hogging the game console. Boruto snatched the controller from Kawaki's hands. Kawaki's forehead twitched with irritation as he retaliated with a punch. You were the one who got in first. Do not touch my belongings. The two instantly grappled, the living room echoing with the sounds of their scuffle. Xiaji, holding a cup of tea, casually leaned against the door frame as he passed by the kitchen. Boruto, your punch is off by 3 degrees. Your strength has dispersed by at least 20%. How do you expect to defeat Kawaki like this? Kawaki, with exaggerated dodging movements, displayed clear openings. If it were me, you would already be on the ground. Truly, two novices pecking at each other. Both Boruto and Kawaki froze mid-action, glaring at him. Mind your own business. Shut up. They retorted in unison, exchanging fierce glares before resuming their tussle. Xiaji took a leisurely sip of his tea, his heart devoid of turmoil. The wedges on the arms of these two youngsters served as intriguing subjects for observation. The residual power of the peach and one style, along with the invasive techniques of the Otsutsuki, warranted study. Suddenly, a terrifyingly overwhelming chakra pressure descended from above, like an invisible mountain falling upon the entirety of Konoha. Xiaji's teacup wobbled slightly, spilling a few drops of tea. He lifted his gaze, his pale blue eyes reflecting a rapid swirl of stellar patterns. Finally, the Otsutsuki one style has arrived. I can hardly contain my eagerness to engage. In the living room, as Boruto and Kawaki were entangled, their bodies stiffened simultaneously. The wedges on their arms emitted a foreboding black glow uncontrollably. A primal fear emanating from the depths of their souls rendered them immobile. What is this sensation? Boruto's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Kawaki's eyes mirrored his terror. He was all too familiar with this pressure. It's Chihan, in the Hokage's office. Naruto Uzumaki abruptly stood up, his focus sharpened. This chakra belongs to Chihan. What brings her to Konoha? A glimmer of seriousness flashed in his eyes as his figure vanished from the spot. Simultaneously, Sasuke Uchiha sensed the dreadful aura. He laid down the scroll in hand, activating both his Sharingan and Rinnegan. Targeting the skies above Konoha, two figures, one yellow, one black, shot forth like lightning towards Chihan's location. In the skies over Konoha, Chihan, donned in a black cloak, hovered ominously. Her mismatched eyes coldly surveyed the panicked villagers below, akin to ants. Naruto and Sasuke arrived almost simultaneously, flanking her on either side. Chihan, what business do you have in Konoha? Naruto demanded sharply, the chakra of the nine tails beginning to churn around him. Sasuke's Rinnegan firmly locked onto Chihan, ready to unleash his powers. Chihan's gaze swept across the two before finally settling on Naruto, laced with disdain. Uzumaki Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails. You appear to have grown stronger since a few years ago. Her voice was low and gravelly, devoid of any human emotion. I am not here for Konoha. I have come to reclaim my vessel. Hand over Kawaki. Naruto's eyes flared with anger. Not a chance. Kawaki is a guest of Konoha. I will never hand him over to someone as dangerous as you. Sasuke scoffed. If you wish to take someone from Konoha, first you must contend with our fists. A faint, mocking smile crept across Chihan's lips. You overestimate yourselves. Without even forming seals, her figure vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Naruto. A fist adorned with black markings, imbued with terrifying force, was aimed directly at his face. Too fast. Naruto's pupils constricted, activating Sage Mode just in time to raise his arm in defense. A dull thud echoed. Naruto felt an irresistible force collide with him, sending him hurtling backward as if struck by a speeding train. Naruto! Sasuke exclaimed, activating his powers in an attempt to switch places with him. Yet, Chihan's movements were swifter still. It was as if she had anticipated Sasuke's actions, reappearing behind him. A pitch-black rod, exuding an ominous aura, silently lunged towards Sasuke's back. Shinra Tensei. At the moment the rod was about to pierce him, it suddenly shrank to a size nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Though Sasuke's Rinnegan caught the shift, his body reacted a fraction too late. The rod easily penetrated Sasuke's Susanoo defenses and stabbed into his left shoulder. Ugh! Sasuke grunted, a sharp pain radiating from his shoulder. His chakra flow momentarily stalling. Sasuke, Naruto, gritting through his own injuries, charged forward once more. Sage Art, Lava Release, Raisin Shuriken. Chihan regarded the spiraling, searing projectile with her trademark indifference. She merely extended her hand. Deikokutten, the Raisin Shuriken, capable of obliterating a small hill, vanished without a trace upon contact with her palm, as if it had never existed. For the first time, shock registered on Naruto and Sasuke's faces. Chihan's strength far surpassed their expectations. Her enigmatic ocular technique seemed to counter all forms of ninjutsu. This ends now. Chihan's voice was devoid of emotion. Several black rods shot forth from her palm, targeting the now defenseless Naruto and Sasuke. At that critical moment, a figure appeared before them. With an outstretched right hand, a soft blue glow emanated from his unique Rinnegan. The seemingly invincible black rods halted mere inches from his body, as if frozen in time. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Syaji, Chihan's mismatched eyes flickered with the slightest hint of surprise. She observed Xiaji, noting his distinct Rinnegan and the powerful Otsutsuki aura emanating from him. You. Chihan's voice faltered, revealing her astonishment. Xiaji's lips curled into a cold smile. So you are the one style. With a gentle wave of his left hand, the suspended black rods disintegrated into dust. Naruto and Sasuke, taken aback by the familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette standing before them, were filled with shock and confusion. How could Xiaji? Chapter 94. The one-style old thief is being domineered. Naruto, I'm fired up. In the skies above Konoha, the air became thick with tension. Chihan's mismatched eyes fixated intently on Xiaji. Your aura is peculiar, she rasped, curiosity lacing her voice, and so are those eyes. Xiaji's pale blue Rinnegan, with its 9 dark tomos slowly spinning, met her gaze calmly. This pair of eyes was unlike any Rinnegan he had encountered before. The peach style fell by my hand. One should never underestimate. Less chatter. Xiaji's tone was flat. Chihan snorted derisively, abandoning her probing. In the next instant, several black rods silently appeared in her hands. Shinra Tensei. The rods rapidly shrank in her palm, almost becoming indistinguishable specks of dust. They were then launched at Xiaji from cunning angles, targeting the weak points in his vision and defense. Such an assault was silent and stealthy, nearly impossible to evade. However, Xiaji's Rinnegan could directly manipulate the finer aspects of matter and space. As the black rods neared him, an invisible force interfered, preventing their further reduction. They faltered and fell helplessly to the ground. Chihan's pupils contracted slightly. My Shinra Tensei, has it failed? The ocular technique of Uchiha Shazi surprisingly interferes at such a meticulous level. This surpasses his comprehension of ocular abilities. Your little tricks will not affect me. Shaji's voice remained calm. For the first time, Ziqian's expression turned grave. He ceased relying on the bizarre nature of ocular techniques and instead showcased his peerless martial arts skills without reservation. In a blink, he appeared before Shaji, executing a swift knife-hand strike aimed directly at Shaji's neck. The motion was concise, yet harbored terrifying destructive force. Shaji's star-cleansing eye captured every subtle movement. This form of martial arts indeed reached the pinnacle of human capability. Intriguing. Shaji no longer held back. The 7th gate of the 8 gates, the gate of shock, opens. A surge of pale blue chakra vapor erupted from Shaji's body, enveloping him. In that moment, his speed and strength soared to a terrifying height. Confronted by Ziqian's lightning-fast knife hand, Shaji advanced rather than retreating, meeting the strike with a similar blow. The sound of their collision resonated through the air, creating a deafening explosion. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, distorting the air beneath their feet, which groaned under the immense strain. Ziqian felt a tremendous force emanating from Shaji's hand, causing his arm to tingle and his body to uncontrollably slide back several meters. A flicker of horror crossed his eyes. This little brat's martial arts prowess had reached such heights? With the 7th gate of shock opened, Shaji's entire aura transformed dramatically. He resembled a Shura emerging from an ancient battlefield, each breath exuding an aura of destruction. Again, Shaji commanded, his figure disappearing once more. The rapid exchange of martial arts erupted fiercely above Konoha, with fists colliding and legs striking. Each encounter unleashed thunderous roars. The very fabric of space began to fracture under the clash of such formidable power, as if even this realm could not bear the weight. Naruto and Sasuke, watching from a distance, were filled with astonishment. Is this truly the power achievable by humans? Naruto murmured. Sasuke's Rinnegan struggled to fully capture the extreme speed of their movements. Ziqian grew increasingly alarmed as he realized that his once proud martial arts skills seemed to falter before the Uchiha youth who had unlocked the Gate of Shock. Each of his opponent's attacks was precise and lethal, every defense impenetrable. More frighteningly, the opponent's strength and speed appeared to be escalating continuously. No, if this continues, I will be exhausted. A glint of determination flashed in Ziqian's eyes. Great black heaven. He attempted to seal Shaji within the alternate space he controlled. However, Shaji's star-cleansing eye displayed its extraordinary ability once more. He could even perceive the faint fluctuations of Ziqian's alternate space coordinates and disrupt them momentarily. His ocular prowess sought to invade and analyze the structure of that alternate space. This rendered Ziqian's great black heaven impossible to execute smoothly. Each attempt to open the alternate space was thwarted by Shaji in an unfathomable manner. This little brat's eyes. A sense of helplessness surged within Ziqian for the first time. Just as Shaji and Ziqian engaged in a fierce struggle, suppressing the seemingly invincible Otsutsuki, a determined Naruto, who had been silently watching and recovering from his earlier injuries, made a resolution. He gazed at Shaji, who was battling fiercely against a terrifying foe to protect their village and comrades. He glanced at Sasuke, who was also gathering strength to provide support. He knew that this could not continue. Although Shaji was powerful, he was not the God Emperor Shaji. Faced with an enemy of Otsutsuki's caliber, he undoubtedly bore immense pressure. Kurama. Naruto called out internally. What do you intend to do? The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in his consciousness. Lend me your power entirely. Naruto's tone was resolute. I will use that technique. The Nine Tails fell silent for a moment. You will die? I know. A smile of relief crossed Naruto's face. But if my life can be exchanged for the peace of the village and the future of everyone, it is worth it. The Nine Tails chakra within him began to merge with his life energy in a unique manner. A crimson aura, imbued with a sense of destruction, slowly materialized around his body. His hair stood on end, and his pupils transformed into a cross shape. Power, speed, and destructive force reached an unprecedented peak at that moment. Heavy particle mode. Naruto. Sasuke exclaimed, sensing the terrifying power within Naruto that came at the cost of his life. Ignoring Sasuke's cry, Naruto focused his gaze on the Otsutsuki, who was locked in combat with Shaji. Now it is my turn, he roared, his figure vanishing from his original spot. Ziqian, engaged in high-speed martial arts combat with Shaji, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger approaching from behind. He turned abruptly to see a crimson figure charging towards him at a speed that sent shivers down his spine. This is... Ziqian's pupils constricted. In heavy particle mode, Naruto unleashed a punch. Simple, direct, yet containing terrifying power capable of sapping life force. Ziqian hastily raised his arm to block. Bang! A sharp pain radiated from his arm. He felt acutely that his life force was being swiftly diminished by that crimson chakra. Signs of decay began to manifest within his body. This power. A tempest surged within Ziqian's heart. Shaji observed the sudden eruption of power from Naruto, his pale blue star-cleansing eye reflecting a complex emotion. The protagonist of this world always manages to unleash power beyond limits at critical moments. Nevertheless, this is for the best. After all, if this continues, my identity will be exposed. Under heavy particle mode, every strike from Naruto landed precisely on Ziqian. The speed of Ziqian's deterioration quickened under Naruto's relentless onslaught. His life force rapidly waned. Damn inferior being. Ziqian roared in frustration. He knew he had to complete his reincarnation quickly, or he would be utterly annihilated here. His gaze shifted to the distant Kawaki, who was writhing in agony due to the resonance of the wedge. That was his last hope. Chapter 95. The old thief delivers reluctantly. Shaji transforms into a savior. Above Konoha, a torrent of crimson chakra surged around Otsutsuki, wreaking havoc. This cannot continue. A resolute glint flashed in Otsutsuki's eyes. Ignoring Naruto's frenzied attacks, he transformed into a streak of black light, charging straight toward Kawaki, who was being protected in the back. He aimed to inscribe a complete wedge on Kawaki before his life force was entirely depleted and activate the reincarnation process. Kawaki! Both Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed simultaneously, attempting to intervene, but they were momentarily pushed back by the final surge of Otsutsuki's power. Kawaki gazed at the figure charging toward him, radiating an aura of destruction. Filled with terror, just as the black patterned hand of Otsutsuki was about to touch Kawaki, a figure stepped in front of him. Uchiha Shaji, with me here. Your reincarnation shall not succeed. The voice of the summer solstice is cold, devoid of any emotion. His light blue eyes, the creation star's pure gaze, reveal 9 dark spinning orbs within his pupils, radiating a brilliant glow. The rules have been rewritten. Once again, the summer solstice invoked the unique power of the creation star's pure gaze. An invisible force instantaneously enveloped Ishiki and Kawaki. At the critical moment of the reincarnation process, Ishiki was horrified to discover that the tight connection of chakra and data transmission between him and Kawaki was being forcibly altered by an incomprehensible external power. The once smooth flow of data became chaotic and sluggish at that moment. The reincarnation process was abruptly interrupted. Ishiki let out a desperate howl. The backlash from the failed reincarnation, coupled with the rapid depletion of life force caused by the heavy particle mode, rendered his body incapable of sustaining itself. The black particles constituting his body began to crumble, turning to ashes that dispersed into the air. His face, marked with black patterns, was filled with unwillingness. He never imagined that he, the dignified Otsutsuki Ishiki, would meet his end in such a manner. Thus fell the once mighty Otsutsuki Ishiki. The entire battlefield was engulfed in an eerie silence. Naruto and Sasuke gazed at the dissipating figure of Ishiki in the air, their faces etched with shock. This terrifying adversary, who had troubled them for so long and even pushed them to the brink, was so easily dealt with by the summer solstice. They turned their gaze to the calm youth standing before Kawaki, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. In their hearts, aside from shock, there was an indescribable awe. The strength of the summer solstice, along with his mysterious ocular technique, had transcended their understanding. He was even nearing the realm of the divine emperor. Just then, an unexpected occurrence took place. A painful groan escaped Naruto's lips. The crimson heavy particle mode cloak rapidly receded like a tide. His hair turned visibly gray, and deep wrinkles appeared on his face. A dense aura of death emanated from him. The side effects of the heavy particle mode finally erupted after the battle concluded. Naruto's life force, having been recklessly expended, was now nearly extinguished. His bodily functions were swiftly deteriorating, teetering on the brink of death. Naruto. Sasuke's expression changed dramatically as he rushed to Naruto's side, supporting his faltering body. "Dad!" Boruto cried out, rushing over, his face filled with helplessness. The medical ninjas of Konoha hurriedly approached, attempting to administer first aid to Naruto. However, in the face of such complete exhaustion of life force, even the top medical ninjas, masters of the healing jutsu, felt utterly powerless. The Hokage's vital signs are rapidly fading. A medical squad leader's voice trembled, despair etched upon his face. How could this happen? Sasuke gazed at Naruto, aging rapidly in his arms, pain filling his eyes. Was this hero, who had saved the ninja world countless times and rescued his comrades, truly destined to end in such a manner? Just as despair enveloped everyone, the summer solstice walked slowly to Naruto's side. He gazed at Naruto's face, aging swiftly to the point of being unrecognizable, and furrowed his brow. He extended his hand, and a special life energy infused with Kagaya's chakra and pure sage arts gradually coalesced in his palm. This energy radiated a warm, pale green light, exuding a comforting life aura. The summer solstice gently pressed his palm against Naruto's chest. The pale green light